Chaos erupted in the abandoned apartment building as a deafening explosion ripped through the space. Amidst thick smoke, countless hideous monsters emerged, scrambling to get out. Among them, a hunched monster with a few sparse white hairs stepped out. Just a year ago, our protagonist, Xing Kun, was merely human, but now he had mutated into the leader of this monstrous horde, possessing the most terrifying and grotesque form. Not a single monster dared to defy him. With an earth-shattering roar, Xing Kun launched his attack as if pushing the entire world to the brink of destruction. 10 years ago, some people began manifesting monster genes within their bodies. After that roar, Xing Kun, with blood-red eyes, commanded his subordinates to swarm into the city, slaughtering all living beings and initiating an attack. Once the monster genes awakened, humans would transform into monsters. Their minds were dominated by endless hunger and profound fear. The monsters easily shattered humanity's defenses, sending people fleeing in panic for their lives. Even sturdy stone walls couldn't stop Xing Kun's massive hand. He pierced through them, breaking all barriers. From then on, he became an accomplice in the world's destruction. With his unstoppable, terrifying power, Xing Kun unexpectedly retained a shred of humanity. Despite his monstrous form, with just a raise of his hand, he made humans tremble in fear. As his colossal fist was about to descend, poised to utterly obliterate humanity, a flash of purple lightning appeared, blocking his path. From that light emerged a beautiful young girl with one eye covered. She shouted loudly, her voice resolute. "Leave this to me." The girl bravely stood before Xing Kun, creating an opportunity for others to escape. If Xing Kun had swung his arm, she would have been crushed long ago. But the girl didn't back down. She released dazzling purple lightning from her body and yelled, "Xing Kun, don't let the monster take over your mind, wake up." The lightning bolts shot toward Xing Kun. She tried to awaken the humanity within him, but her power was like steel needles piercing bone, unable to shake him. Xing Kun stared at her with wide, unmoving eyes like a stone statue. The girl exclaimed in surprise, "He's hesitating." Then she continued, her eyes bright. Was it her strong belief that made her radiate? Even though Xing Kun had already transformed, she remained a resolute girl. Never giving up, Xing Kun violently shook his head, trying to regain consciousness, but it was futile. He roared, swinging his massive fist at the girl. Damn it, the girl was more stubborn than ever. Not dodging at all, as if believing in something, Xing Kun's fist stopped abruptly just 0.1 millimeters from her. The girl smiled and touched his enormous hand, whispering, "That's great." Then she cheered excitedly. "You're back." However, it was short-lived. The surrounding monsters began to close in. Their creaking roars were spine-chilling. The human-sized monsters roared frantically, seeing their plump prey. Xing Kun clutched his head, his body trembling violently. The girl's voice still rang out firmly, with a hint of persistence. "Just hold on, you've become a monster, completely out of control." But Xing Kun's eyes were already blood-red, devoid of any consciousness. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she choked out, "Xing Kun." However, he had now lost all humanity, striking her directly in the abdomen with a punch and letting out a terrifying roar. The girl's eyes rolled back and her eye patch shattered. She hadn't expected this outcome, even though she had given her all. Her hand still struggled to rise, and she weakly said, "Don't let the monster control you again." With that, she collapsed, never to wake again. It was then that Xing Kun's human consciousness stirred slightly. He cried out, his blood-red eyes returning to clear pupils. "Ji-Yu," but it's too late. His subordinate monsters rushed forward, vying for Ji-Yu's corpse. Xing Kun roared, determined to protect her. "Everything is too late." He lunged forward, using all his might to eliminate any monster that dared to approach. But then 3 monsters resembling Xing Kun appeared, staring at him with wide eyes as if saying, "You're finished." They jointly rushed forward, tackling Xing Kun to the ground and trampling him furiously. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "You damn monsters, you are the devils eroding this world, damn you." But Xing Kun couldn't struggle to get up. His eyes blurred and he felt extreme pain. A terrifying tentacled creature silently approached. Perhaps its final prey was Xing Kun. He closed his eyes, sinking into endless darkness, thinking how he wished he had woken up earlier. Then Ji-Yu might not have ended up like this. Xing Kun suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat, a shout echoing, "Ji-Yu, didn't I die?" He stared in shock at his reflection in the mirror. His body showed no mutation, and in his hand he still clutched an item from a year ago. He couldn't believe his eyes, gently pinched his cheek and cried out in pain, realizing this was reality. Xing Kun quietly rummaged around, checking what time period he was in. Beneath a junk bag, a supermarket receipt emerged, clearly stating June 15, 2025. Looking at the paper, memories flooded his mind. This was the 6th day after the college entrance exam. Another day, the gene test would be conducted. Tomorrow the whole world would know he carried monster genes, that he would be fitted with a tracker, become a mutant, be ostracized by society, and even have his existence erased. Just then, a cold female voice suddenly came from the bathroom. "I heard everything your uncle said. You brought me to a hotel and you still dare to call other women?" Through the hazy glass, Xing Kun vaguely saw the girl's figure, thinking to himself, now he had another chance. Although I'm not a good person this time. Before he could continue thinking, urgent knocking sounded from outside the corridor. Accompanied by anxious shouts, the phone in his pocket vibrated incessantly, displaying message after message on the screen. "Xing Kun, you're doomed. Your backups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all know that a young woman took you to a hotel for your 18th birthday. Have they already stormed the room door?" After reading, Xing Kun felt no anger at all. Looking at the familiar tone on the screen, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, yet without a hint of nostalgia. Making up his mind, he whispered, "Ji-Yu, in this life I will definitely protect you well. Even though I carry monster genes, that's an unchangeable fact." He swore to control them. He had to resolve all problems before the disaster struck a year later, no longer allowing the monsters to control him. he would make them pay for the suffering of his previous life. Relying on memories of his past life, a slight smile played on Shin-kun's lips. A plan had already formed in his mind, but just as he recalled Ji-Yu's death in his previous life, his killing intent surged abruptly. Veins bulged on his arms and signs of the monster began to appear. Watching his arm gradually transform into a monster's claw, Shin-kun's heart was stirred with alarm. Why was the mutation happening so early? It should have been a year later. He suddenly had a flash of insight. Because of his rebirth, this body, upon thinking of Ji-Yu's death, was deeply moved by intense emotions, immediately activating the monster genes. As he gradually beastified, the girl from the bathroom walked out and happily asked, "Brother, why are you standing there spacing out?" Half of Shin-kun's body and his arm had already transformed, but he showed no panic at all. For him, this merely meant the plan was a little ahead of schedule. The girl walked past him from behind, unaware of the terrifying changes in his body. The monster genes had awakened and couldn't be forced back to sleep, but with the willpower from his previous life, Shin-kun was able to suppress them, at least enough to prevent anyone from noticing. As long as he satisfied their hunger before it fully erupted, he would be fine. Shin-kun retracted his mutated arm, tidied his clothes, his gaze cold and resolute. He still had a little time. He had to put aside romantic entanglements and complete what was left undone in his previous life. He turned around, looked at the girl, his voice calm and decisive. "To be honest, you're not wrong. You're all my confidants. Yes, I'm a scumbag unworthy of having any of you." With that, he pushed open the door and walked out. Outside, a group of women glared at him, eyes wide with fury. Shin-kun honestly continued, "So let's end things here." Hearing this sudden breakup declaration, the crowd erupted in anger, screaming, "What are you talking about? Look at your 8-pack abs. We finally waited for you to come of age. How can you stop now?" They surrounded Shin-kun, each whispering in his ear, "Let's compete fairly. We sisters will definitely conquer you. Do you know what kind of wild power you possess? Let us older sisters try it for a night." Looking at the chaotic scene, Shin-kun cursed inwardly. "Damn it, my taste in my past life was truly awful. Always finding these understanding older sisters." Shin-kun suddenly bolted out, drenched in sweat, shouting loudly, "I'm a monster gene carrier. I could kill you at any moment. My mind is made up. We're breaking up." Hearing his declaration, the women didn't believe him, chasing after him and shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're just guessing before the test. Even if it's true, we older sisters don't care." Shin-kun rushed out of the hotel, muttering curses. "Damn it, women's mouths are so glib. In my previous life, when they found out I carried monster genes, everyone but Ji-Yu vanished without a trace." He cursed and ran. Then suddenly saw Ji-Yu standing near the station, exactly as she had been in his previous life. She always stood waiting for him under the dim lights of the station. In his previous life, when Shin-kun emerged from the hotel at 2 a.m., Ji-Yu handed him a box of medicine, her tone relaxed yet teasing. "Were you drained so quickly by your 7 older sisters? I bought you Yunnan Baiao. Let's see if it can cure your philandering ways." He took the medicine box, gently caressing Ji-Yu's cheek, thinking to himself, "I made a mistake once. This time I won't let you wait in vain, nor will I let you have any regrets." Seeing Shin-kun's strange attitude, Ji-Yu was somewhat stunned, her cheeks flushing. She asked, "What are you doing? Why are you so strange today?" He was being handsy. As Shin-kun brought his face closer, Ji-Yu stammered, Hey, what are you doing? You're not trying to be a pervert, are you?" But just then the monster genes within Shin-kun suddenly awakened. He hastily turned his head away towards her back to conceal his transformation. With the willpower from his previous life, he suppressed the monster genes, forcing them to recede. Seeing his strange behavior, Ji-Yu asked, somewhat disappointed, "What's wrong with you?" Shin-kun replied painfully while suppressing the monster genes, "I'm hungry, I need to eat first." With that he rushed out, calling back, "Wait for me at home, I'll come find you after I've eaten." Ji-Yu was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, Eat enough? Where are you going now?" Shin-kun didn't answer, heading straight to a coat shop as he chose. He thought to himself. According to statistics, about 5 of the population carried monster genes, yet society hadn't descended into chaos because of it. Shin-kun chose a bright red cloak and walked quietly through the crowd, pondering only those who carried monster genes would transform into monsters. People said that as long as mutants were controlled or eliminated in time, society wouldn't descend into chaos. A corner of his mouth curved, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. But if unbound by morality, most ordinary people would want to wipe out all monster gene carriers overnight. Relying on memories from his previous life, he quickly walked to a building that had once been attacked by monsters. Standing before the ruins, Shin-kun excitedly murmured to himself, "I smell it, so much food." Looking at the building destroyed by monsters, he sighed softly. Sure enough, the mutation incident at the mall's cinema had still occurred. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out of the cinema in a panic, with roaring monsters chasing them from behind. The surrounding people fled as soon as they saw the monsters. Only Shin-kun stood motionless amidst the chaos like a stone statue. A guy being relentlessly pursued by a monster saw Shin-kun blocking the way and cursed inwardly, "Is this kid an idiot? Why is he standing here?" He brushed past Shin-kun, but then an idea suddenly struck him. The guy stopped, waited for the monsters to charge, then unhesitatingly pushed Shin-kun towards them and took off running again. But when the monsters faced Shin-kun, they immediately recognized him as one of their own. They glared at him, then walked straight past him, continuing to chase the guy. The man, still oblivious, ran while secretly praying, "Don't blame me. Who told you not to be afraid of death, standing there like an idiot? Looking back, the guy found Shin Kun standing motionless, unharmed, while the monsters were still frantically chasing him. He was utterly terrified, unable to believe his eyes, and yelled before collapsing, Why don't you eat him? Impossible. But Shin Kun remained motionless among the monsters like a statue. He knew the time wasn't right yet. He couldn't act in this world teeming with monster gene carriers. There was another reason for humanity's reduced fear: superhumans. They had established the Eradication Bureau, an organization dedicated to eliminating monsters. At this moment, as the monsters tried to rush out of the area, the superhumans erected stone walls to block them. Shin Kun seized the opportunity to quietly pass through the stone wall and enter the interior. Outside, an old man, while fully maintaining the stone wall, asked the person next to him in a deep voice, "Have all the people in the mall been evacuated?" The person trembled as they replied, "No, Lin Shi is still inside." Hearing that name, the old man coldly assessed, "Given the scale of this disaster, a level 2 monster will definitely emerge, but Lin Shi is a genius, so there won't be any problem." Inside the building, a fierce battle was underway. As soon as Shin Kun entered, he saw a section of a wall completely pulverized. A white-haired young man holding a child and with one arm broken was sprinting at an astonishing speed to escape the monster's pursuit. In the narrow corridor, monsters were densely packed and several monster tentacles had completely blocked the exit, but the white-haired young man showed no panic. He roared, a hint of annoyance in his voice, "Iron Blade!" The moment he spoke, countless dazzling golden lights erupted, flying wildly as he wished, continuously slashing at the monsters. The young man, controlling the light beams to clear a path, held the child tightly as he sped away. As he ran, he thought to himself, "One arm for 3 lives, that's a huge loss. Having my arm bitten off by a level 2 monster, where will my genius reputation go?" Just as he was about to use Iron Blade again to strike down a monster, Shin Kun suddenly rushed in front of him, his bright red cloak fluttering in the wind. With a thunderous punch, Shin Kun sent that monster flying far away. The white-haired young man was dumbfounded, exclaiming in surprise, "Who is this? He loves to show off even more than I do. Is that human strength to send a level 2 monster flying with bare hands?" He was even more shocked watching Shin Kun effortlessly take down one monster after another. Where did this superhuman come from? What exactly is his ability, and how is he so strong? While his thoughts were racing, Shin Kun had already finished clearing the monsters. He turned around and softly muttered, "The rest here needs to be dealt with by yourself." The white-haired young man saw Shin Kun staring only at him, not even glancing at the monsters, and quickly shouted, "Don't be careless, level 2 monsters aren't that easy to kill." But Shin Kun rushed forward like lightning. The white-haired young man didn't have time to prepare and quickly said, "Take them out, I'll handle the rest." Before he finished, he noticed a strange smile on Shin Kun's face, accompanied by an odd remark, "Buddy, sorry I didn't get to understand what?" Shin Kun had already charged in front of him, delivering a precise knee strike to his head. Shin Kun completed his sentence, "It's not suitable for outsiders to watch when I'm eating." Struck by this sudden blow, the white-haired young man rolled to the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. At the same time, the monster that had just broken through the ceiling charged down from upstairs, heading straight for Shin Kun's back, roaring furiously. "How dare a mere low-level spore steal my prey?" The monster's roar echoed, but only Shin Kun understood its enraged language. When it charged closer, Shin Kun's left arm ignited with fierce blue flames. He turned to face the monster, his voice icy. "You're wrong." His arm transformed into a monster's claw, accompanied by a mocking laugh. "You are the prey." Faced with Shin Kun's monstrous arm, the level 2 monster's claws instantly shattered. It stared wide-eyed, disbelievingly at the flames in Shin Kun's hand, screaming, "What? Impossible. Why do you have the leader's flames?" Shin Kun didn't stop, unleashing a barrage of attacks like a furious storm, his mocking voice echoing, "You might not believe it, but I used to be the leader of monsters, very experienced." Beaten without any chance to retaliate, the monster roared in pain, "You want to eat me? We are of the same kind. We are all the king's subordinates. Do you want to contend for the king's power?" Outside, the onlookers saw Shin Kun tearing the level 2 monster's body apart and roared in unison, "Traitor, a traitor deserves to die." But they only dared to surround him, not to approach. As Shin Kun tore into the monster's body, a slight smile played on his lips, and he mocked, "The king, your king, that damned monster who commanded those bastards to kill me that day, that terrifying figure. Very well, I've decided to eat your king too." The level 2 monster was devoured alive by Shin Kun, roaring with resentment before its death. "The king won't let you get away with this." Meanwhile, outside the mall, the superhumans had assembled. As they eliminated monsters, they discussed in confusion, "Strange, why have these monsters become weaker? They're no longer cooperating like before. Now they just know how to lust for blood, making them easier to deal with. What's going on?" The old man supporting the stone wall heard his teammates' discussion and replied in surprise, "There's a high-level monster in there. Low-level monsters would be more cooperative, obeying its command." Discovering the monsters had lost coordination, the superhumans excitedly concluded, "Lin Shi must have already dealt with the level 2 monster in the mall." They stopped defending and launched a full-scale attack, their cheers deafening. "Lin Shi is truly amazing. I envy his talent for controlling superhuman powers." After dealing with the monsters outside, the superhuman team began to go deeper inside, reminding each other as they went, "It's safe here now, let's check on Lin Shi." After searching for a while, they finally found their target. The old man quickly shouted, "Lin Shi," in the corridor. The white-haired young man held 3 children, his face weary. The old man asked in surprise. Is the level 2 monster killed? These 3 children your hand. A superhuman, seeing the situation was safe, walked up and patted Lin Zai's shoulder, smiling. You of all people stumbled at the critical moment. Don't be sad with your ability, even with only one hand. Lin Shi heard this and angrily interrupted. I'd still be enough to kill you. The other person didn't get angry, still smiling brightly. Just put on an act. You saved 3 children, faced so many monsters, and even took down a level 2 monster. You're already amazing. Lin Shi, hearing this, touched the wound where his arm was lost and whispered, It wasn't me. He then continued indignantly. Some guy appeared. After he defeated the level 2 monster, he even knocked me out. When I woke up, I vaguely saw him eating a monster. His left hand released blue flames, and I saw his face under the hood. If I see him again, I'll definitely recognize him. Hearing this news, the nearby superhuman couldn't hold back and shrieked, He actually eats monsters. Never mind if you can recognize him. He must be a monster too. The old man remained calm, frowning slightly, and mused, There are indeed some exceptional cases where monsters eat monsters, but if that person were a monster, Lin Shi would have been devoured long ago. Issue an arrest warrant for someone capable of defeating a level 2 monster and daring to assault a cleansing bureau superhuman on a rescue mission. At this moment, the person in question had already left the mall, discarded his red cloak, and was walking leisurely along the roadside. On his way home, he heard the cleansing bureau's arrest warrant for an unregistered gold or fire element superhuman. Their characteristics were antisocial, eating strange things, arrogant, conceited, self-proclaimed dark hero, and acting beyond the scope of a cleanser's authority. Such a person, if not apprehended and reformed, would sooner or later lose control. Hearing the warrant, Xing Kun merely sighed lightly, thinking to himself, Although the initial evolution was the simplest, reaching level 2 so quickly was unexpected. I'm full, time to go home. Looking at the familiar building, Xing Kun's heart was filled with mixed emotions. His home was still there, this neighborhood as peaceful as ever. In his previous life, after calming down those older sisters, he returned here at 3 a.m. Suddenly, the power went out in the neighborhood, and a large area plunged into darkness. The fluctuation in electrical energy attracted Ji-Yu, who was home at the time. The awakening of her superhuman gene led to an uncontrolled energy surge, causing lightning to erupt and destroy the entire building. 136 people, including Ji-Yu's parents, died. Although she miraculously survived, she was left with permanent scars on her face. Xing Kun took out his phone to check, estimating in his mind it was almost midnight. Still 4 hours until 3 a.m., plenty of time. But just then, the streetlight suddenly went out. Seeing this, his face darkened, and he thought, no, aren't the lights supposed to go out in 4 hours? Why is it early? Inside the house, Ji-Yu trembled all over, electricity coursing through her body. She tried to reach for her phone to call for help, but as soon as her hand touched it, the phone's battery was drained. Her superpower violently erupted within her. Looking at her flashing palms with electricity surging back and forth, Ji-Yu was in immense pain, tears streaming down her face. She silently screamed in her heart, I can't move. If she moved, the electricity within her would be released. The thought of uncontrolled superpowers, as rumored, made her even more terrified. The electricity continuously surged into her body as if trying to tear her apart. Ji-Yu hugged herself tightly, gritting her teeth and enduring, not daring to shout aloud. Don't come in anymore. No, if I lose control, Mom and Dad will be implicated by me. She desperately tried to suppress the electricity, sweat drenching her entire body, her teeth clenched, trembling uncontrollably. The electricity grew stronger and stronger. Ji-Yu was in extreme pain, her mind almost collapsing. I can't hold on. Who will save me? Xing Kun, save me! Suddenly the sound of breaking glass rang out and she looked up, exclaiming in surprise, Xing Kun? Xing Kun kicked open the window and jumped in, quickly reassuring her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Watching him stand by the window, Ji-Yu couldn't believe her eyes, stammering, How are you on the window? Xing Kun looked at her body, nearing its limit, his eyes darkening. Xing Kun no longer hesitated to explain, his voice urgent. No time to explain, trust me. Ji-Yu was silent for a moment, then softly hummed in agreement. Xing Kun immediately mutated his left arm, pitch black like night, gripping her hand tightly, and instructed, Even if you're scared, don't scream lest you wake up Uncle and Auntie. Seeing him grab her hand, Ji-Yu cried out in alarm, No, I have electricity on me. But when she saw Xing Kun's hand still holding hers tightly, completely unharmed, she thought in surprise, Xing Kun's hand, the electricity passed from me to him and he's fine. Xing Kun glanced outside, his voice tense, I can't maintain this state of contact with you for long, so please forgive me. Ji-Yu was bewildered, still not understanding his words, when in an instant Xing Kun had thrown her out the window. He whispered in her ear, Go to the rooftop. When Ji-Yu reacted, her body was already suspended in midair, flying higher and higher. She shrieked, Ah! But remembering Xing Kun's words, quickly covered her mouth. Just then, the buoyancy disappeared and her body began to fall. In this critical moment, Xing Kun rushed out of the room and caught her in midair. He hugged Ji-Yu tightly and whispered, Hold on tight. Xing Kun's left arm evolved like the button that devoured the level 2 monster. It now possessed a new skill, tendrils. Xing Kun raised sharp tendrils and plunged them into the concrete of the rooftop. With powerful traction, he cleverly changed direction and gently landed on the rooftop surface. As soon as he landed, Xing Kun quickly shouted, You're electrocuting me. Quickly release your discharge ability. He pointed to the sky, his voice firm. Concentrate your thoughts, mobilize the lightning within you and shoot it directly into the sky. Ji-yu was still shocked by everything that had just happened. She covered her mouth, listened to Shin Kun, let go, and did as he said. She concentrated her power, gathered the lightning within her, and shouted loudly, "Lightning!" The lightning within Ji-yu surged out, bursting from her eyes and mouth, transforming into a brilliant pillar of lightning. Shooting straight into the clouds, watching this scene, Shin Kun breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had arrived in time. Seeing that Ji-yu had released all the lightning, he walked over and gently comforted her. "Those bad things won't happen again." Ji-yu gradually calmed down and whispered, "I'm fine, your hand." Shin Kun raised his left arm and replied, I mutated into a monster, but luckily I can control them in my left hand." He said this while retracting the monster genes. Hearing this, Ji-yu rushed forward and covered his mouth, urgently shouting, "You idiot. Don't tell anyone. You can't tell anyone. Many people in this world hate monsters. If you're discovered, you'll be very dangerous. Just make up an excuse." Seeing her worried look, Shin Kun smiled slightly, which made Ji-yu angrily scold him. "What are you smiling about? This is a serious matter. Don't be so careless." Feeling her concern, Shin Kun gently embraced Ji-yu and said softly, "Precisely because of this, if you ask, I will tell you. In this world, you are the only one I trust unconditionally." Ji-yu, after hearing this, looked suspicious and pouted. "Did you say that to those 7 confidants too? Of course no one would believe you." The two stood on the rooftop admiring the bright moonlight together. Shin Kun looked at the sky and smiled slightly. "The night sky is beautiful tonight, and there's a moving bright spot." Ji-yu was still a bit angry, pouting, "Even if it's a shooting star, I won't close my eyes and make a wish. Don't think of playing around." Shin Kun knew what that bright spot was and sighed. "What are you thinking about? This might be someone from the Gene Research Institute. Your uncontrolled superpower caused such a big commotion. They'll definitely come looking for us." Sure enough, just as Shin Kun said, a plane flew straight towards them. An old man and a nurse jumped out of the plane, eagerly conversing as they ran. "Found them. There are 2 people on the rooftop. The person whose superpower went out of control this time is very likely one of them." Approaching Shin Kun and Ji-yu, the old man slowly walked forward, his tone gentle. "Don't be scared, children. We are from the Gene Research Institute. Who caused the electricity just now?" Ji-yu was a bit flustered and whispered, "It was me." The old man quickly walked forward to comfort her. "Don't be scared. You did very well. No one was hurt. Xiao Lu, test both of them for superhuman gene sensitivity." The nurse quickly took out 2 test tubes and began the test. The old man stood in front of Ji-yu and explained, "Little girl, you release such powerful electricity, and the boy next to you wasn't hurt. Perhaps he also possesses superhuman powers. Don't worry, we just need a little blood." When Ji-yu's blood dripped into the test tube, the entire tube glowed brightly. The old man's eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock, "Oh my, what kind of divine reaction is this? My eyes are almost blind. The power contained in this little girl's superhuman gene is simply record-breaking." Shin Kun also dripped a drop of blood into the test tube. Shin Kun thought to himself, "Little sister, I'm afraid you've wasted a bottle of reagent." But after the nurse took his blood, she focused on observing the test tube. A moment later, she exclaimed in panic, "This person's blood also shows a superhuman gene reaction, but it's very faint. Never seen such a weak one." The old man was still shocked by Ji-yu's test tube. Hearing this, he judged indifferently, "Oh, take him to the research institute. It'll be convenient for a detailed examination." Shin Kun couldn't help but feel bewildered by this result, thinking, wait, superhuman gene reaction. Was the test wrong? No, I only have monster genes. Where would superhuman genes come from? Could it be that previous cleanser whose arm was eaten by a monster and I then devoured that monster? Can I actually absorb other people's superhuman genes? The next day at the Manhua Gene Research Institute, Superhuman Gene Lab number 13, Shin Kun lifted his shirt, allowing the nurse to measure his genes. Looking at his strong abdominal muscles, the nurse marveled, "Little brother Shin Kun, you're truly unique. The lowest superhuman gene content in history, only 1, yet your body is so strong." Shin Kun looked at his body, thinking that after mutating and then reverting, his body was indeed strengthened. Seeing the nurse continuously staring at his abdominal muscles, he calmly asked, "Nurse sister, can I put my clothes back on?" He had already confirmed that the superhuman genes in his body were due to his half-human, half-monster body devouring a monster, leading to a special mutation. With superhuman genes, he could enter the Manhua Superhuman Academy to study, which was much better than being monitored. After getting dressed and having his monster genes checked, Shin Kun smiled and happily asked the nurse, "With 1 gene content, am I eligible to enter Manhua Superhuman Academy?" Seeing him adjust his clothes, the nurse quickly replied, her voice excited, "The dean stipulates that anyone with superhuman genes can enroll, so I'll be your senior sister from now on. Let me help you get dressed." Shin Kun heard the offer and quickly waved his hand. No need, I can do it myself." He smiled bitterly to himself. These sisters in this life were both understanding and enthusiastic to help. As expected, after a brief moment of regret, the nurse smiled and bid Shin Kun farewell. "You rest for a bit, I'll go apply for your enrollment." Shin Kun calmly thanked her, but when the door opened, someone rushed past shouting, "I heard a new world record was broken. 95 superhuman gene content, 2 higher than the previous record. The elemental resistance test is underway. Let's see how strong the world's #1 truly is." As Shin Kun and the nurse walked out, they encountered a group of professors and doctors discussing excitedly. Hearing these words, Shin Kun became thoughtful. In his previous life he was consumed by despair due to his 99 monster gene content and didn't pay any attention to the sensation caused by GU's gene test. In this life he decided to go see. Outside a room the hallway was packed with people, their eyes glued to the laboratory's glass door. Inside the room GU stood before a lightning capacitor surrounded by 2 testing personnel. The crowd outside cheered in amazement. 500 volts, she's completely unharmed, totally immune to industrial electricity. As expected of a genius with 95 superhuman genes, Xing Kun walked over. The cheers of the crowd still resounding, someone excitedly shouted, "This means if she can unleash 5 million volts, then even a 90 level 1 superhuman wouldn't be able to get close. I really envy these geniuses. The endurance limit represents the attack limit. For a lightning-type test that just awakened, tell me, what's her limit?" Another person interjected. A few years ago, a genius with 89 superhuman genes had an endurance limit of 800 volts. She'll probably reach 1000 volts. In the laboratory, the testing personnel increased the voltage to 600 volts, no problem. 700 volts, 800 volts, 900 volts, 1000 volts. With every 100 volt increase, the crowd outside erupted in cheers, reaching an extreme level of excitement. But when it reached 1200 volts, excitement turned to dread. Someone yelled, 1200 volts, my god, is she still human? The current continued to rise to 2000 volts, and the testing personnel began to tremble, stammering as they asked GU, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" GU, with electricity flickering around her, still smiled brightly, replying that her body felt fine. The crowd outside was stunned upon hearing this, swearing aloud, "Damn it, that's too exaggerated, she just awakened." Another person whispered, "I heard that above 90 superhuman genes, every percentage point increase is a qualitative leap. Isn't that what's happening now?" The testing personnel still increased the voltage to 3000 volts. GU was a little confused, and softly spoke, "Maybe stop now?" Hearing GU's words, the testing personnel breathed a sigh of relief, asking with a trembling voice, "Are you unable to hold on?" GU shook her head, pointed to the lightning capacitor and softly said, "No, it's just that I hadn't fully discharged the electricity before, and now I've absorbed so much more. If this continues, this place will be destroyed. I'm afraid I'll lose control again. If I keep absorbing, the electricity accumulated in my body might blow this place up." Hearing these words, the testing personnel quickly cut off the power and hurriedly asked his colleague to record the test data. "At least 3000 volts, no ultimate limit. It's just reference data anyway." Seeing the test finished, Xing Kun walked to the door, introduced himself as GU's friend, and asked to go in to see her, but the testing personnel stopped him, sternly saying, "No, she still has too much electricity in her. She must release him to avoid accidentally harming you." Xing Kun had no choice but to leave. At this moment 2 other people walked over, demanding the door be opened. "We want to go in." The testing personnel was puzzled and quickly replied, "Hello, Vice Dean Fan." He looked at the heat-resistant suits in the observation room. "If you want to go in." Those 2 were displeased and coldly interrupted, "No need. This little electricity won't hurt us, and it can also help my niece's future classmate release her electricity." Reluctantly, the testing personnel opened the door for them, then closed it tightly, saying happily, "It's great to have Vice Dean Fan and young Master Fan help out." Fan Shiki walked forward with a smile, approaching GU and greeting her. "Hello, classmate GU." But GU didn't even look at him, coldly saying, "Don't come closer, you'll get electrocuted. I need to figure out how to release the electricity." Fan Shiki ignored the warning, summoned a scorching fireball in his hand, and happily said, "This is perfect. My flames will shield me from the electric shock and you won't accidentally hurt anyone." With that, he extended his hand and introduced himself with a smile. "I learned your lovely name from the researchers. Nice to meet you, classmate GU. I am Fan Shiki, your future classmate from Manhua Superhuman Academy." Xing Kun, watching this scene from outside the glass door, unhappily cursed under his breath. "This guy's intentions, acting like no one can see through them. Look at his pretentious demeanor, tisk tisk." GU didn't shake his hand, withdrawing hers and responding indifferently, "Hello. Still have residual electricity in my hand, so it's not convenient to shake hands." Seeing her unwilling to make contact, Fan Shiki didn't get angry, smiling calmly and composedly. "Oh, it's all right, we'll have plenty of time." He then changed the topic and got straight to the point. "To avoid disturbing your rest, I'll be direct. After school starts, the Academy will group students based on their grades, and these groups will determine cultivation resources. I, Fan Shiki, young Master Fan of the Fan family, possess 90 superhuman genes, and have high aptitude. I want to form the strongest combat team to obtain the best resources and journey with excellent teammates. Classmate GU, I hope you will join my team." GU listened and calmly replied, "That sounds great, thank you for your invitation. However, I already have a teammate." Fan Shiki paused slightly and retorted, "Does this person you mentioned also study here?" GU softly hummed in affirmation, and seeing Xing Kun approaching from a distance, her eyes lit up. She turned to him, looking at him happily. "He's the one I'm talking about, the person with 1 superhuman genes." Fan Shiki heard this and curled his lip in disdain. His test reaction was too weak. His data definitely won't be high. The strong stay strong, the weak stay weak. You need to be careful when teaming up, otherwise you'll be dragged down. I hope you'll consider it carefully. But his warning didn't even register with GU. She ran to Xing Kun, her smile radiant. "Xing Kun, from now on we're not just classmates but teammates too." Shin Kun also responded excitedly. Of course. Seeing himself ignored, Fan Shiki frowned. Old man Fan spoke up. Shiki, there are matters at the academy to attend to. Let's go. Fan Shiki followed, but before leaving he stood at the doorway and said, Goodbye classmate GU, I'm leaving now. I hope you'll consider my proposal. Back home. Fan Shiki unhappily told the old man. Uncle, a super genius with 90 superhuman genes. I must secure her for the family. The old man wasn't angry, leisurely explaining, that child has her own ideas, your waiting is futile, just remove any obstacles. As he spoke, his phone rang and a voice reported, Vice Dean Fan, I've checked. Shin Kun's data just came in. His superhuman gene content is the lowest in history, only one. The old man scolded angrily. One superhuman genes are no different from an ordinary person. Someone like that entering non-UA Superhuman Academy would only waste resources. The person replied with difficulty. But the dean emphasized that anyone with superhuman genes can enroll, the old man roared, his voice full of impatience. So what I said you didn't understand? The person paused, stammering for a moment before answering with difficulty. I know it's not, everyone has gone. The old man's cold gaze turned to Fan Shiki, his voice low and full of authority. Shiki, there's no need for further words regarding obstacles, just make sure he doesn't appear before us. Fan Shiki understood his meaning, and a radiant smile reappeared on his face, answering excitedly, Uncle is still the best, in a private room. Shin Kun and Ji-Yu were chatting. Ji-Yu suddenly looked at Shin Kun's left arm and asked in surprise, You have to eat your fill, otherwise you'll lose consciousness. Is this a side effect of your left arm turning into a monster? Shin Kun nodded, his tone calm as if unconcerned. Yes, this side effect makes me want to eat people. Hearing this, Ji-Yu showed no fear at all. She smiled, a hint of slyness in her eyes. Oh, that's all right, there are many bad people in this world. Shin Kun was startled by her bold words, quickly retracted his arm. His tone serious with a hint of worry. Ji-Yu, you can't just eat people, that idea of yours is very dangerous. Just as the two were arguing, the door suddenly opened. The nurse walked in, a radiant smile on her face. Ji-Yu, your parents are here. They're registering their information outside. Ji-Yu heard the news, and her face immediately lit up with joy. She quickly stood up. Mom and Dad, that's great. She covered her mouth with her hand, whispering confidently to Shin Kun, Don't worry, I'm very good at catching people. I won't be discovered. With that, she skipped out, calling back, I'm going to share the good news with Mom and Dad. Hearing these words, Shin Kun's forehead broke into a sweat. He muttered to himself, his mind filled with confusion. Who exactly is the monster? Ji-Yu stopped at the door, turned to look at Shin Kun, her eyes sparkling with joy. It's great to be able to go to the same school as you again. She brushed past the nurse, her voice clear and melodious. Thank you. Then she briskly left. The nurse softly hummed in response, but a stiff expression flashed across her face, appearing somewhat displeased. Seeing her unusual expression, Shin Kun frowned and asked with concern, Sister, you look troubled. Did something happen? The nurse bent down, her voice low and tinged with bitterness. I'm sorry, your enrollment application was rejected. They said your one superhuman genes are no different from an ordinary person. Shin Kun was stunned, his lips moved slightly, his tone full of doubt. Didn't they say anyone with superhuman genes could enroll? Hearing this, the nurse angrily slumped into a chair, gritting her teeth and saying, There is indeed such a rule. I don't know what the reviewers are thinking. What's wrong with one? What's wrong with being low? Who are they looking down on? She clenched her fists, her tone firm. I'll keep applying for you. If once isn't enough, then twice. Those angry words pierced Shin Kun's heart like knives. He sat there blankly, his eyes vacant, then suddenly jumped up, shouting angrily, If twice isn't enough, then 100 times. Looking at the nurse's expression, Shin Kun smiled slightly, his tone becoming softer yet full of sincerity. Thank you, but there's no need. All the power is in others' hands. Helping me like this will only implicate you. In Shin Kun's mind, memories from his previous life suddenly surged, and he clearly knew one thing. If superhuman genes weren't enough for him to enroll, he could still expose his monster genes. Non-UA Superhuman Academy had all the resources, and to become stronger he had to enter there. The nurse was still grumbling and complaining, her tone full of dissatisfaction, when her phone vibrated in her pocket. She answered the call and listened for a while, her expression gradually calming down. The person on the other end said that after some consideration he indeed had superhuman genes, and was now being given a chance to enroll. Shin Kun remained silent after hearing this, his eyes darkened, and he secretly thought that the Eradication Bureau didn't seem as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Just as Shin Kun received the good news in Fan Shiki's location, rage burned like fire. He furiously incinerated a swarm of insects, roaring angrily, What the hell, they actually gave him a chance to participate in the final trial. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. Studying at non-UA Superhuman Academy for a year, if one couldn't awaken their power they would be expelled. The final trial was for lower-level students. What use was it for someone who couldn't even get admitted? Just as he was angrily burning the moths, a low voice sounded from behind him. Even if they're monsters, or just a bunch of moths. The vice dean walked over, stepping on the charred insects on the ground, and stopped in front of Fan Shiki, his tone cold. Shiki, come in, the moths this season are annoying. Fan Shiki walked in, the rage in his eyes still not extinguished. The old man continued, his tone steady yet sharp. The final trial is Ching Che's trick. Fan Shiki frowned, his face full of confusion. The dean of the Gene Research Institute. Why? The old man glanced at him, his eyes as cold as frost. He was warning, Uncle, don't cross the line. He has long been displeased with us breaking his rules. If that kid passes, it'll be a slap in Uncle's face. Even if he doesn't pass, he can still maintain the dean's authority. Hearing this, Fan Shiki quickly spoke, his tone urgent. We can't let him pass the trial, otherwise our Fan family and uncle's reputation. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted him, his tone as cold as a blade. He won't succeed. One superhuman genes cannot reach our world and uncle won't give him a chance to reach it. Ching Che is doing this just to prove he's wasting resources. Vice Dean Fan, he doesn't deserve that position. Meanwhile, on a peculiar cliff, hidden was a secret base of the Eradication Bureau, where whispers echoed in the darkness. For these 5 days, our mission is to inspect and ensure the safety of the equipment. A staff member spoke, his tone full of responsibility. Suddenly, someone in the team swayed and dropped their phone, a click sound echoing in the silent space. The person walking in front immediately turned around, frowning as he asked, Engineer Lee, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely? The person named Engineer Lee bent down, his hands trembling as he picked up his phone. Stammering, let's go, there's still a lot of work to do. I'm fine, just lost my grip for a moment. He clenched his phone, his eyes fixed on the screen which displayed the huge number 1 million. That was just the deposit. Thinking of this, a strong determination surged within him. He had to do it. Even if it meant losing his job, it would be worth it. After a while, Engineer Lee walked up to his superior, his tone serious. Reporting leader, everything is settled, I've inquired. The target has no background whatsoever. The chubby superior curled his lips, revealing a sinister smile. Very good, the two began to whisper, plotting. A voice filled with conspiracy and jealousy cut through the names of the extraordinary challengers. Xing Kun, male, participant number 18, height 1.8 meters, 1 superhuman gene content, awakening status, unawakened, deposit 10 million, total 20 million, all for buying his failure. This kid actually dared to provoke the Fan family, he's got guts. If I complete this, I can also rise to prominence. I must do this commission well. 5 days later, through the surveillance cameras, the chubby supervisor suddenly gasped, his tone filled with surprise. He's here. In the picture, Xing Kun stumbled along, his body gaunt, his skin as pale as a zombie's, completely lifeless. Seeing his miserable appearance, the chubby man rubbed his eyes, mumbling in disbelief. After a careful observation of the screen, the chubby supervisor couldn't hide his joy, muttering to himself, Is this kid here to participate in the trial? Looking at him, he probably hasn't eaten in days. Skinny as a rail, he'll only find death against monsters. Haha, I don't need to do anything, he'll collapse on his own. In the camera, Xing Kun looked like a ghost, pale-faced, his body so thin that his chest was sunken in, the torment of hunger having almost depleted his stored energy. Standing among a group of trial participants, Xing Kun had to desperately restrain the impulse to pounce and devour the people around him. Their bodies hadn't awakened superhuman genes yet. Eating them would surely suppress this hunger. He mused silently, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Just then, a system maintenance worker walked out, his booming voice interrupting Xing Kun's thoughts. The trial duration is 3 hours. If you can endure this 3-hour life or death test, it will be your ticket back to the academy. There are 17 people in total. Oh, I apologize, I forgot there are 18. The dean of the Gene Research Institute allowed one more person to participate a few days ago. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately started discussing and scrutinizing each other. One more person participated. Who could it be? The maintenance worker grinned, his voice flat but meaningful. No need to search. He's not from your batch. His background doesn't matter, it's all the same. Fair competition. Oh right, there are 3 passes, aren't there? Are you ready to compete with monsters for the passes? He deliberately cast his gaze toward Xing Kun, drawing dissatisfaction from the crowd who inwardly cursed. Fairness, my ass. One more person, but only 3 passes. What kind of fairness is that? Which noble family's young master pulled strings to get him in? He shouldn't have any special privileges, right? This competition definitely isn't fair. Let's use him as bait later, as a stepping stone for us. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Xing Kun paused, a slight stir in his heart. I'm being targeted, but that means more food. He immediately shook his head, self-restraining, trying to suppress the rising hunger. No, I can't just eat human flesh. Each examinee was assigned to a separate room, and Xing Kun was pushed into room 18. As soon as he stepped in, he turned, his gaze sharp, and questioned the maintenance worker in a low voice. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Those snide remarks just now, were they meant to provoke those people to target me? Or perhaps this pathway has been smeared with the blood of superhuman gene powerhouses specifically to attract monsters? The maintenance worker heard this, laughed heartily without embarrassment, then frankly admitted, Haha, you're quite sharp, but don't you know who you've offended? Before Xing Kun could answer, the name Fan Shiki flashed through his mind. But just then, the maintenance worker leaned close to the door, threatening sinisterly. When the trial begins, all the monsters will rush straight for you. Unfortunately, this is a temporarily added trial room, number 18. The only superalloy door protecting you is broken. 3 monsters 5 times stronger than humans with skin like bronze and bones like iron will tear you to shreds without any obstruction, turning you into a delicious meal. He paused, pointing behind him, where a blurry door was faintly visible in the dim light. Your only way out is to run through that door. But doing so means you give up the trial. He grinned, mockery evident in his expression. Run, they only bought your failure, not your life. You give up, you're safe, we get the benefits, the superiors are happy. A win-win for all 3 parties. I'll give you 10 seconds to give up. With that, the staff member bared an evil smile, then turned and left. Xing Kun immediately rushed to the door, shouting defiantly, Hey, what if I told you that you're the delicious one? Xing Kun's arrogant attitude made the staff member frown. He replied impatiently, Let's see how many seconds you can last, he snorted coldly and walked directly to the control room, bypassed a group of surveillance personnel, stopped in front of a door knocked in a strange rhythm, and then waited calmly. Walking into the room, he bowed to his chubby superior and reported, "Boss, confirmed, no problem. His only way out is to give up." I saw he was scared speechless. Hearing this, the chubby man grinned, a sinister smile on his face. From the start of the trial, the monsters released into the arena will rush straight to his room, taking about 10 seconds. "I bet 100 million that he'll give up in 5 seconds. The staff member laughed heartily, excitedly responding, "Haha, then I'll bet he'll give up after 5 seconds. As the two were happily betting, the ceiling of the trial room slowly began to open. Above, 3 monsters, sensing the human scent, immediately flew to the exit, their blood-red eyes looking down. They jumped into the arena, and at the same time a pass dropped. Meanwhile, a cold notification sound rang out, "Trial begins." Witnessing this, the two in the control room cheered, their voices full of schadenfreude. "Let's count down for him." Counting down to 1, Shin Kun suddenly kicked open the door of the trial room and swaggered out. Seeing his reckless move, the 2 supervisors' eyes widened and they shouted in unison, "What, are you out of your mind?" Shin Kun strode forward, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the camera with defiance and arrogance. Through the screen, the two saw the monsters roaring and rushing toward Shin Kun, then breathed a sigh of relief, whispering, "It's fine, the monsters will tear him to shreds later. He's seeking his own death, no one else to blame." But just as the 3 monsters charged, Shin Kun whispered, "Food is here." However, unexpectedly, the monsters completely ignored him and fiercely rushed straight behind him. Shin Kun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, muttering to himself, "Damn it, I forgot I'm half monster. They think I'm one of them. This damn hunger is really confusing me." In the control room, the 2 witnessed this and shouted in terror, "Why did the monsters completely ignore him and just pass him?" The chubby supervisor heard the shouts and replied indifferently, "Perhaps the monsters were attracted by the superhuman's blood smeared on the door." Hearing the explanation, the maintenance worker gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I actually helped him escape a disaster, but how bad are this guy's superhuman genes that the monsters didn't even bother to bite him as they ran past?" Watching Shin Kun leisurely walk to the center and pick up the first pass, he angrily roared, "Damn it, he got the first pass." But the chubby supervisor, seeing this, grinned a sinister smile. "Haha, passes aren't that easy to get. The final trial isn't just about monsters." During the monster outbreak at the shopping mall, second-year student Wu Yin faced a life-or-death situation. Fortunately, he was stimulated and awakened a mental superhuman power, a very special ability. In this trial, Wu Yin is the strongest opponent. Just as the old man said, as soon as Shin Kun touched the pass, a green-haired man rushed over like an arrow from behind, snatching the pass from his hand. The man roared, his tone full of anger, "Get out of the way, Scram, the first pass is mine." The green-haired man looked directly into Shin Kun's eyes, a hint of malice flashing in his gaze. He unleashed a mental deterrent skill, attempting to knock Shin Kun unconscious with a single blow. Seeing Shin Kun respond with sharp eyes, he grinned and threatened sinisterly, "My mental pressure will make you wet your pants with fear." But as soon as he finished speaking, in the depths of his consciousness, a terrifying phantom of Shin Kun appeared, transforming into the form of a leader monster, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The green-haired man's mind was in disarray and he screamed in terror in his head. Help, too terrifying. He was mentally deranged, his body trembling, drenched in sweat, his legs unable to stand anymore, falling to the ground. Looking at Shin Kun, whose entire body exuded a terrifying pressure, the green-haired man staggered backward, his eyes filled with fear, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, muttering despairingly, "Is his mental power stronger than mine? Was I backfired?" He raised his head, wanting to take another look, but in his eyes Shin Kun was clearly a gigantic monster standing on a mountain of corpses and blood. He was terrified, falling to the ground once again. The sound immediately attracted the monsters that were gnawing at the cage smeared with superhuman blood. One of the dull-witted ones remained unmoved, but the other 2 immediately stopped, turned their heads, their blood-red eyes shifting their target to the green-haired man. The monsters charged fiercely from behind, but Shin Kun remained completely still, standing like a statue. At the same time, the green-haired man screamed in terror, his voice trembling, "Damn it, the monsters are charging." When the 2 monsters were about to pounce, Shin Kun slowly turned around, muttering to himself, "My companions, I know you really want to eat this person, but I'm sorry, I'm really starving. Please help me fill my stomach first, I'll be careful not to be discovered." He extended his left arm towards the charging monsters. From his arm, a horrifying tentacle suddenly extended, its tip revealing sharp teeth. In just an instant, the tentacle pierced through the monster's thick skin, delving deep inside, greedily devouring every inch of flesh and blood, sucking its energy dry. The energy immediately transferred from the prey to Shin Kun. The tentacle then quietly retracted, leaving behind only the monster's empty shell. After devouring its prey, Shin Kun's lips curved slightly, indulging in the comfortable sensation, thinking, "I've been hungry for days, finally I can absorb monster genes thanks to my monster companions." But just then, a dangerous intuition suddenly erupted. Shin Kun suddenly opened his eyes, retreating like lightning, just managing to avoid the attack of the other 2 monsters on his previous position. Seeing this, he muttered discontentedly, "You still know how to counterattack. I only ate you, and now you don't consider me a companion?" In the control room, the maintenance worker observed the battle through the screen, gnashing his teeth and cursing angrily. "Wu Yin awakened a piece of crap, what a waste." the chubby supervisor still observed calmly through the screen, coldly saying, "It's fine, that kid will be torn to shreds by monsters in the trial area sooner or later." Wu Yin watched Xing Kun being surrounded by 2 monsters and couldn't help but shout, "This idiot, why isn't he running? He won't die fighting like this." But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, his mouth agape, unable to utter another word. Xing Kun, surrounded by 2 monsters, moved like a ghost, gracefully dodging every fierce attack. Not only that, he also accurately counterattacked, striking at their weak points. Wu Yin fell silent, a storm raging in his heart. The feeling just now was right, he's unnaturally strong. Xing Kun always maneuvered flexibly amidst the dense attacks, as if playing with the monsters in his palm. Every one of his movements was precise, as if his combat instincts were ingrained in his bones. Rich experience, as if he had fought monsters for years, turning killing into a skilled instinct. Wu Yin secretly thought, even so, if a monster lands a single hit, he might get his head smashed. So dangerous, can he really kill a monster? But just then, Xing Kun swung his hand, a sharp claw attack tearing apart the monster's head, blood splattering, the huge head rolling to the ground. Wu Yin screamed in terror in his heart. Damn it, he actually killed it and tore the monster's head off. Xing Kun quickly retracted the tentacles into his left arm, his body spinning like lightning. He swung his hand, sharp claws tearing open the abdomen of another monster. In just an instant, 2 monsters lay dead at his feet. Wu Yin witnessed this, and suddenly remembered when he had threatened Xing Kun with his mental power. Xing Kun had easily countered it. He must have killed countless monsters, which is why his mental power was so strong. Wu Yin trembled inwardly. In the control room after the 2 monsters were defeated, the maintenance worker shouted in terror. He can actually kill monsters like that. How is he so strong? The chubby supervisor, hearing the shouts in his ear, maintained his cold expression. He focused on the screen, a calculating smile playing on his lips. It's still early. In the trial area, after defeating 2 monsters, Xing Kun was surrounded by a group of examinees hiding in cages. One of them looked at Xing Kun, his tone full of mockery. "Everyone here is participating in the trial, risking their lives for a better future, while you just used backdoors and easily stole everyone's opportunity. Hand over the pass. It doesn't belong to you." Hearing this arrogant tone, Wu Yin quickly shouted in fear, "Zhao Sheng, don't provoke him, this person is very dangerous." But before the warning was finished, Zhao Sheng turned his head and cursed at Wu Yin. "Wu Yin, you useless piece of trash, you collapsed before anyone even attacked. It's a shame we once considered you our greatest opponent," scolded Wu Yin, stammered awkwardly, not daring to retort. Zhao Sheng triumphantly turned to the crowd, continuing to mock Xing Kun. "Everyone quickly surround him, let's get the pass first, haha." Fortunately, Brother Zhao is leading the way, gathering a few people to work together. Brother Zhao has already discussed it, everyone gets a pass together, and then it's fair competition. Zhao Sheng triumphantly announced that the final winner must compensate the losers. After the discussion, he decisively turned and ordered his subordinates, "Baldi, that monster is yours. Don't let it bother us. This backdoor guy is mine to deal with." The commotion here was too loud, and the monster gnawing at the iron cage immediately stopped, its blood-red eyes turning to the crowd, charging straight at them. The bald man, entrusted with the important task by Zhao Sheng, stepped forward and blocked its path. Seeing the monster approaching, he remained calm, a confident smile playing on his lips. Someone nearby yelled in panic, "Run, we just need to lure it away." But the bald man, wanting to show off, disdainfully lifted his chin. "No need, a backdoor guy could kill 2 monsters, which means there must be something wrong with this group of monsters. Maybe they've just been tampered with, just some starving weaklings. I want to kill one too, just for the thrill." He stood his ground, not retreating an inch, even as the monster's claws reached out towards him. He confidently raised his hand to block. The bald man's face displayed a brilliant smile, but it quickly froze. The monster dealt a terrible slap, breaking his arm with a snap and distorting his face with a deafening crash. The bald man was sent flying, smashing hard against the wall, a bloody mess. Even now he remained bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had ended up in such a state. Those nearby, witnessing this, were scared out of their wits and scattered. Zhao Sheng, observing from a distance, cursed through clenched teeth. "Idiot, what a fool." He turned, his gaze sharp, and looked at Xing Kun. "It seems the 2 monsters you killed really were problematic." But before he could finish speaking, Xing Kun had already rushed over like a whirlwind, his fist aimed directly at Zhao Sheng. Only when his fist was about to strike the opponent's face did he suddenly realize, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I used the wrong hand. You use your right hand for punching people, my left hand would send him straight to heaven." Unable to change the direction of his fist, Xing Kun quickly calculated in his mind. His left hand, after devouring that level 2 monster, had completely mutated and now reached level 2. Its tendrils could extend up to 8 meters, and its strength was at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. Even without fully transforming into a monster, this arm possessed the power of a level 1 monster. This punch, if uncontrolled, could directly blow off Zhao Sheng's head, he thought to himself. Knowing that killing someone during the trial would cause big trouble, Xing Kun suppressed his strength with all his might, his arm trembling uncontrollably, silently praying, "A little more restraint, a little more, that should be enough." He tried his best to reduce his strength to what he considered a safe level, but when his fist connected with Zhao Sheng's face, the force was still too great, sending him flying to the ground, his face bruised and swollen. Seeing this, Xing Kun cursed, "Damn it, I still underestimated myself." The surrounding crowd screamed in terror. Zhao Sheng was in a daze. Xing Kun quickly grabbed Zhao Sheng by the collar, asking anxiously, "You're Zhao Sheng, right? Please don't die." Zhao Sheng, bleeding from his nose and mouth, stammered in reply, "Oh, still alive, I'm fine." Seeing he wasn't dead, Xing Kun breathed a sigh of relief, released Zhao Sheng and turned to the crowd, coldly asking, "Do you still need this pass?" Before anyone could answer, a young man carrying the bald man who had challenged the monster ran over in a panic, yelling, "Brother Zhao, help, that bald man who challenged the monster is crippled. I can't hold off the monsters." Seeing the chaotic situation, Zhao Sheng stumbled and grabbed Xing Kun's pant leg, pleading, "Please save them. After this is done, I'll give you 50,000 as a reward." Seeing Xing Kun remain silent, Zhao Sheng quickly added, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. You didn't use a back door, your pass matches your strength." Xing Kun saw that Zhao Sheng valued loyalty and couldn't bear to watch the others be torn apart by monsters. He nodded indifferently, calmly walking towards the monsters, a hint of challenge flashing in his eyes as he looked directly at the surveillance camera. In the control room, the maintenance worker, seeing this scene, roared exasperatedly, "Damn it all, useless, so many people yet so cowardly." The chubby supervisor also lost his patience, coldly ordering through the intercom, "Control room, we need to increase the pressure on these examinees now. Immediately release monsters 21 to 23. A trembling voice came from the control room, 21 to 23, release them now, but releasing them all at once. Before he could finish, the chubby supervisor roared, cutting him off, "Release them." Hearing his superior's resolute command, the maintenance worker's panic subsided slightly. He muttered, "Monsters 21 to 23 are peak level 1 monsters. Their power in experiments is much stronger. Xing Kun definitely can't handle them, he's dead for sure." But the chubby supervisor just replied coldly, "He won't die, he must have already awakened superhuman abilities, or is close to it. Stronger monsters will only stimulate him to burst forth." Hearing his superior's words, the maintenance worker's face turned pale, and he continued to ask in horror, Then what do we do now?" The chubby supervisor didn't answer. He cut off the connection with the control room, then turned to Engineer Zhao, his voice low and authoritative. "Engineer Zhao, for monsters above 20 in the trial area, the partition door between the trial area and the release area has been opened. Engineer Zhao, no matter what method you use, go to the second floor, reactivate the release door, then destroy the main power supply and backup power supply of the trial ground." Hearing the command, the maintenance worker stammered, his voice trembling, "Destroy the main power supply and backup power supply. If that happens, all the imprisoned monsters will quickly break through their cages. Without the auxiliary power grid, the release door will be unable to close due to power failure. There are still 15 level 1 monsters in the release area upstairs, and 18 peak level 1 monsters in the trial area. They will all flood into the trial ground. After the power outage, the escape door will also be unusable, and the examinees won't be able to escape. Everyone will be devoured by monsters." The more he thought, the more panicked the maintenance worker became, dripping with sweat. But the chubby supervisor merely chastised him impatiently. "These examinees came prepared to risk their lives. Dying is normal, isn't it?" The maintenance worker trembled with fear, pleading, "Supervisor, but I don't dare. If I'm caught, I'll be sentenced to death. Should we just give up this commission?" Hearing him dare to retort, the chubby supervisor suddenly stood up, his eyes sharp as he threatened, "This is the Fan family's commission and we've already received the deposit, if it's not completed. Do you know the consequences? And rest assured, I guarantee you won't die. I'll even give you 10 million to help you leave this city. Are you doing it or not?" Under the threat, the maintenance worker trembled, his mind in turmoil. If he didn't, he might be fired, or even suffer retaliation from the Fan family. But if he did, thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied, "I'll do it." In the trial area, beside Xing Kun and the others, only one monster remained. After a few simple exchanges, Xing Kun easily killed it, his movements fluid and precise. Seeing his skill, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but cheer loudly. "Brother, amazing. It's hard to imagine what you went through to develop such monster-killing skills. Don't worry, I, Zhao Sheng, keep my word. Even if everyone else doesn't want to pay, I will. 50,000 means 50,000. I don't have enough money, but it's okay. I'll have my sister give you her part-time earnings." Zhao Sheng was engrossed in his monologue when he was suddenly punched by his sister, who rushed up and yelled, "Brother, why are you dragging me into this again? That bald man has already returned to the lab for recovery, you hurry back too." After saying that, she turned to Xing Kun, bowing her head and sincerely apologizing, "I'm sorry for the trouble, thank you for letting them go." Xing Kun was slightly startled and vaguely acknowledged, "It's nothing." But Zhao Sheng wouldn't let go easily. Even as his sister pulled him away, he still shouted loudly, "Brother, after the trial I'll treat you to a late-night snack." Xing Kun shook his head, softly declining, "No need, I've already eaten enough." But as soon as he turned around, he suddenly sensed danger and quickly yelled, "Danger above!" From the ceiling, the monsters just released by the control room were rushing down. Zhao Sheng and the two next to him froze upon hearing the alarm. Instinct told him there was danger. Zhao Sheng looked up and immediately saw monsters pouncing. He didn't run, but instead forcefully pushed away the two who were holding him, roaring, "Run!" The monsters landed, heading straight for Zhao Sheng. The two he pushed away watched in horror, cold sweat pouring down their faces, which were ashen. Zhao Sheng's sister Xiao Dao was crying too hard to speak, and even Wu Yin was stunned, suddenly standing up and yelling, "What? Monsters, what's going on? It hasn't even been half an hour and the second release has begun." The remaining examinees screamed in panic, "If you're going to change the rules, you should at least notify us examinees." In the midst of the chaos, only Xing Kun remained calm, analyzing sharply. "The aura of these monsters is already close to level 2. They'll stop at nothing to prevent me from passing the trial. After trampling Zhao Sheng to the ground, a monster lifted its foot, grabbed him, and prepared to open its blood-filled mouth to devour him. Someone nearby, seeing Zhao Sheng's sister Xiao Dao refusing to flee, quickly ran off first. Yelling, "Xiao Dao, wake up, brother Zhao Sheng is dead, we're surrounded by monsters. If we don't run now it'll be too late." But Xiao Dao completely ignored the warning. She knelt on the ground weeping bitterly. "No, brother isn't dead yet." Seeing the monster clamping tightly onto her brother's leg preparing to devour him, Xiao Dao rushed forward, mimicking Xing Kun's movements, and punched the monster fiercely, shouting, "Let go of my brother!" But her punch was weak and inflicted no damage, causing her to fall to the ground instead. 3 monsters immediately surrounded her, their blood-red eyes fixed on her. Xiao Dao trembled, not daring to open her eyes, whimpering, I'm sorry brother, we've always depended on each other, let's die together this time, brother." Just then she suddenly felt her body lighten as if she were flying. Xing Kun rushed over, pulling her away with his left arm at lightning speed. He scolded her angrily. "Are you stupid?" Watching Xiao Dao fly past him, Xing Kun coldly instructed, "Even if you're going to die, die with a handsome guy, not with your brother. What's with this mess?" Xiao Dao was thrown to a distance, her face tear-streaked as she replied, "But he's my brother." Xing Kun said no more, his voice cold as ice. "I won't let him be eaten, you wait over there first." With that, Xiao Dao was pushed away. Xing Kun yelled without looking back, "Someone help her up!" Wu Yin, who was doing his best to escape, suddenly paused at the shout, thinking, is he calling me? Damn it. Before he could react, Xiao Dao crashed into him and both fell. Meanwhile, Xing Kun walked up to the monsters, muttering to himself, "If it eats Zhao Sheng, it will evolve into a level 2 monster. To kill it, I'd have to mutate my left arm, but that would be a lot of trouble." Xing Kun lowered his head and silently walked into the group of monsters. They treated him as one of their own, offering no resistance, and even happily shared their prey. But as soon as he reached the center, Xing Kun suddenly accelerated, rushing straight towards the monster holding Zhao Sheng's leg, roaring, "Let go of that person!" Xiao Dao, just getting up from her fall, watched with wide eyes in surprise. He actually dared to rush into the middle of 3 monsters to save her brother. Xing Kun charged, and the other 2 monsters immediately surrounded him. Seeing this, he sighed in pain. "I'm here and my companions are ignoring me, aren't they? Since I didn't eat you, you don't consider me an enemy. Then can you give me your food? I'd be very grateful." With that, he waved his left arm and sharp tentacles extended, piercing through the arm of the monster holding Zhao Sheng's leg, instantly sucking its energy dry. Zhao Sheng was released, falling to the ground, and the monsters roared in anger, their blood-red eyes fixed on Xing Kun. He remained nonchalant, playfully saying, "Don't be angry, is it that scary? Don't be afraid." He threw Zhao Sheng out and continued coldly, "You won't go hungry anymore, I'll eat all of you later." Zhao Sheng tumbled to the ground, gradually regaining consciousness under the monster's trampling. He looked at Xing Kun, standing amidst the 3 monsters, and cried out in horror, He actually saved me from the group of monsters." But as soon as he finished, his body went limp. He rolled over, vomited violently, and groaned in pain. Xiao Dao saw her brother saved and quickly ran to him, happily helping him up, whispering, "Brother, he saved me and now he's saved you too." Zhao Sheng heard this and interrupted, his voice weak but full of gratitude, "Xiao Dao, for such a great kindness you should offer yourself to him." Before he could finish, Xiao Dao punched him, making Zhao Sheng spit blood as he yelled, "Xiao Dao, are you trying to kill me? Stop messing around, we need to leave the trial area now." Just then a pass fell and everyone immediately rushed to grab it. Xiao Dao quickly shouted, "Brother, the pass fell over there, I'll help you back to the lab first, then go try." Zhao Sheng roared, his tone agitated, "No, don't participate anymore. This trial is strange. Don't participate, trust me." Xiao Dao, seeing her brother yelling, trembled and agreed, quickly helping him into the safe room in the center of the trial area. 3 fierce monsters continuously attacked, and he deftly dodged them, cursing nonstop. "I'm telling you, you level 1 monsters are the ones constantly yelling about being hungry around me. That's just because I haven't used the leader's flames. If I did, one of you would definitely be depleted of energy." While dodging the monster's fierce attacks, he raised his left arm, absorbing their energy. Every time an attack landed, he calmly analyzed, muttering to himself, "You're making me consume too much, and I need to evolve to level 3, which probably requires absorbing 100 of you. The path to evolution is really difficult, so please let me eat you, okay?" Just as he took down one, the door on the ceiling suddenly opened. Xing Kun was not surprised, softly murmuring. The release door opened again as expected. The last batch was also released early. In the safe room, Zhao Sheng dragged himself to the escape button and roared at Xiao Dao, "Compared to our future, our lives are more important. This trial area is more dangerous than previous courses." But just as he pressed the button, the lights went out and the power was cut. Zhao Sheng furiously pounded on the door, roaring in anger, "Power outage, what the hell are they doing?" Xiao Dao next to him trembled, her eyes fixed on the outside, her voice filled with terror. "Brother, it's the apocalypse. Look outside." Outside the trial area, monsters poured continuously from the ceiling door, more and more of them. In the dim light, people in the trial area, regardless of the danger, frantically scrambled for the scattered passes, punching and kicking each other in their brutal struggle to grab them. After a fierce struggle, a guy who called himself Tough King snatched a pass. He roared at the surrounding crowd, his tone full of triumph, "The pass is mine, I'm going back to the Superhuman Academy." I'm going to awaken, gain power, I'm going to have wealth and glory. With that, he showed his resilient nature, clutching the past tightly and sitting on the ground letting the others punch and kick him. Despite the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. A moment later he shrieked in agony, "I'll get revenge on those bastards who bullied me, I won't let go." Suddenly the sounds of punching and kicking stopped. He raised his head in surprise and immediately froze. A classmate was grabbed by the head by a monster and slammed violently to the ground. He quickly looked around, horrified to find monsters densely packed surrounding the entire arena. He had no strength left to run, only able to crawl on the floor, stammering, "How did this happen? Impossible. How can there be so many monsters? Impossible." On the ceiling, Engineer Lee, after releasing all the monsters, blocked the exit, muttering, "I've already destroyed the backup power supply, there's no turning back now. You can blame Shin Kun. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have risked releasing all 3 monsters and facing the death penalty." He let out a cold laugh, but suddenly noticed Shin Kun in the monster crowd, looking up with a provocative smile. Engineer Lee, furious, pointed at him and loudly questioned, "What are you laughing at? I'm in the safest place right now, you'll have your turn to cry. Actually, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have earned 10 million. With that, Engineer Lee gave Shin Kun a provocative middle finger. Seeing Shin Kun struggling in the monster horde, he shouted triumphantly, "Tomorrow I'll go abroad to live a carefree life while you'll be eaten by monsters." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. Shin Kun, with sharp eyes, threw a monster's arm at Engineer Lee. Engineer Lee quickly prepared himself, expecting to be knocked down by the arm, but it merely grazed him, flying behind him. Engineer Lee let out a wild laugh. "Ha, can't even throw straight, what a waste." Before his laughter faded, the monster's arm suddenly reversed like a boomerang, fiercely striking his back neck, struck by this sudden blow. Engineer Lee stumbled, falling into the abyss of the exit, shouting in terror, "No, I don't want to fall." He struggled desperately, but there was nothing to grab onto, and with a splash he fell among 7 monsters that were tearing at students. Watching Shin Kun bravely eliminate monsters outside, Engineer Lee trembled, his voice hoarse, "Help, save me, I'll split 10 million with you." But Shin Kun, weaving through the monster crowd like an eel, only mocked in response, "There are too many monsters, I can't even save the other trial participants, let alone you. And I don't like helping those who want to push people to monsters. This is good enough." While saying this, Shin Kun deliberately hit a monster towards Engineer Lee. He suddenly paused, a stiff smile appearing. "Oops, I pushed it over accidentally. You're about to become a delicious meal." Before Engineer Lee could curse, the monsters pounced, cruelly tearing at him. Engineer Lee's shrill screams rang out but didn't last long. The monster that devoured him suddenly glowed blue in its eyes, growing large fins on its body, and a long tail wagged behind it, a sign of evolution. After evolving, it stopped, sniffed the bloody air, then swung its tail, bristling with sharp teeth, and commanded the level 1 monsters, "Traitor." Immediately, all the monsters obeyed, rushing toward Shin Kun. All the monsters stopped in unison, their blood-red eyes fixed on Shin Kun, roaring furiously, "Traitor, kill the traitor." Seeing the monsters attacking him with full force, Shin Kun remained calm, speaking in a deep voice to the level 2 monster. "As expected, once you reach level 2, you're not stupid. You can smell that I've eaten other monsters before. How about we negotiate? Don't let the other monsters gang up on me." "Okay, looks like you don't agree." At the spot where Engineer Lee once stood, the chubby supervisor now took his place, coldly observing the chaos below, muttering, "To be able to kill Engineer Lee in that situation, the Fan family's mission is indeed not that easy, but that's all." Over 30 monsters continue to evolve after devouring trial participants. Not even 3 superhuman elites could come out of this trial ground alive. To avoid Engineer Lee's fate, the chubby supervisor quickly left his partition door, activated his metal penetration ability, and a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. "As long as I close the last gate on the 2nd floor, this commission is secure." With that, the chubby supervisor clenched his fist. The metal bars immediately shattered as he wished. Losing its support, the huge gate collapsed with a bang, completely blocking the exit, isolating the inside from the outside. Mission accomplished. The chubby supervisor leisurely walked into the control room with 2 glasses of cold water. 2 staff members lay unconscious on the ground. He splashed water on their faces. They gradually woke up, still confused about what had happened. The chubby supervisor slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Explain yourselves. What exactly happened? Why is the trial ground without power? All surveillance is cut, all doors are locked." The 2 staff members, still groggy, replied blankly, "Boss, no, it's not our fault. It was Engineer Lee, he knocked us out. Yes, he must have destroyed the trial ground's main and backup power supplies." Before they could finish, the chubby supervisor glared, scolding loudly, "Bastards, don't shirk responsibility, it's your negligence. Restore power immediately, otherwise with the preventive measures around the trial ground, the rescue team won't be able to enter." Hearing this, one staff member stammered, saying with difficulty, "At least half an hour." The chubby supervisor nodded at the reply and continued to shout, "Half an hour is fine, restore it quickly. God knows what Engineer Lee did in there." But the other immediately objected, his voice trembling, "No, we can't do that. What if Engineer Lee released all the monsters inside? We should immediately notify Superhuman headquarters and have them force it open." The chubby supervisor heard this, his eyes widening in anger, and he pointed at him, roaring, "Force it open? That would mean at least 100 Shin Kun monsters. You'll compensate for that yourself. Under what pretext would you invite the superhumans over?" To suspect a small maintenance worker went mad and destroyed the equipment inside, to have superhumans force the door open, stop talking nonsense and restore power immediately. Being chastised by the chubby supervisor, the staff member dared not retort, only bowing his head in agreement and quickly getting to work. As for the chubby supervisor, after his tirade he revealed a sinister smile, muttering, "After half an hour there will only be monsters left in the trial ground." As he said, the scene in the trial ground was hellish at this moment. The screams of students being attacked by monsters intertwined with the roars of evolving monsters. The power was cut, surveillance cameras stopped working and the huge steel doors were tightly shut. Shin-kun no longer needed to hide his secret. He leisurely removed the jacket from his left arm. He took off the cloth covering his arm, his confident gaze sweeping over the swarming monsters. The mutated genes on his left arm flickered, and Shin-kun smiled faintly, thinking, "Thank you so much. Now I can transform without any worries. Come my kin, I'll send you on your way." Shin-kun's left arm underwent a violent mutation, the leader's flame blazing fiercely. A single punch swept through like a whirlwind, instantly pulverizing countless level 1 monsters. He roared, his tone ferocious. "May you have no monster genes in your next life." With each attack his arm absorbed energy, but Shin-kun suddenly frowned, muttering, "Full, truly full." The absorbed energy exceeded expectations. He realized these monsters had devoured many trial participants, those unawakened superhumans, and he had indirectly absorbed countless superhuman genes. Shaking his head helplessly, Shin-kun muttered to himself, "Forget it, no choice. Even if I'm stuffed to the chest, it's useless. Both monster genes and superhuman genes are human genes. No matter how bad they taste, I have to eat them." Shin-kun muttered to himself, his eyes burning with determination. He had to become stronger to enter hell and eliminate the demon gods. "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Despite the constant nausea, he gritted his teeth and persevered, devouring as many monsters as possible. The monsters facing the leader's flame could only let out agonizing screams before turning to ash. After eliminating all the low-level monsters, Shin-kun angrily scolded, "What traitors? Shut up, my kin doesn't refer to you. I mean the original owners of these bodies, not you foreign parasites who stole my kin's bodies. I will destroy all of you. Your king." While cursing, he suddenly paused, looking in surprise at his left arm, which was undergoing intense mutation. He muttered, "It's starting to evolve. Monster genes plus superhuman genes, the energy is indeed sufficient." He suddenly recalled his past life's experience, the first 3 stages of evolution all concentrated on the brain. Each monster was like a communication network, like a $100 phone connected to the internet. The third stage is upgrading from a $100 phone to a $1,000 phone, capable of controlling all $100 phones and even detecting $10,000 phones. This thought flashed, and Shin-kun suddenly awoke, shouting in his mind, "Not good, I must immediately cut off the monster's communication network. I can detect them, and they can detect me." He violently plunged his left arm into the ground, and from his arm countless unconscious energy tendrils spread out, delving deep into the earth's core. Searching for a mysterious existence, Shin-kun forcibly severed the connection. He was in immense pain, pulling his hand from the ground and slumping down, trembling all over. The surviving trial participants, seeing his weakened state, stirred. Zhao Sheng immediately rushed forward, blocking him, shouting, "He saved us. He is Zhao Sheng's big brother, and he's seriously injured for us now. He is a person of loyalty. We shouldn't steal his things." The trial participants saw Zhao Sheng injured and immediately turned on him, kicking him away, cursing viciously. "Everyone's interests are aligned, it's just cooperation. Zhao Sheng, you really think you're a big brother. A few compliments and you rush to the front. What a fool." "Sorry, Brother Zhao. Brother Tian is right. This is our chance. There are only 3 passes. Isn't it just a fight to the death in the end?" Kicked away by the crowd, Zhao Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Dao quickly ran over, helped her brother up with concern. Those people walked toward Shin-kun, revealing sinister smiles. "We didn't ask him to fight monsters, he wanted to show off. He only got injured after defeating all the monsters. Blame himself for wanting to be a hero." "Kid, you're seriously injured now. If you don't want us to beat you to death, quickly hand over the passes. We know you must have picked up the remaining 2 passes. We want all 3. Despite the pain, Zhao Sheng struggled to crawl toward Xiao Dao, roaring, "Xiao Dao, don't go near them. Let me go kill them. They absolutely must not disturb our benefactor." But he had only taken a few steps when Wu Yen, pale-faced, shouted, his voice broken by fear, "Zhao Sheng, don't go. He's definitely going to die, definitely going to die." Hearing the warning, Zhao Sheng stopped, turning back in surprise to ask, "Wu Yen, did your mental power sense something?" On Shin-kun's side, the blonde man threatened for a while, seeing no response from him, who still had his back turned, then sneered, "Go on, kid, hand it over voluntarily or we'll take it ourselves." He rushed forward, but suddenly a colossal pressure struck, stopping his body in midair. Boom, a loud sound came from the ground as a huge tentacle broke through the stone, tearing through the blonde man's body, blood splattering. Shin-kun leapt away in fright, avoiding the blood splashing on his face. The short-haired man standing nearby muttered in terror, "Traitor." Zhao Sheng still couldn't believe his eyes, mumbling to himself, "What happened? Am I seeing things? Brother Tian and the others, they're all finished." He stared at the thing that had just emerged, trembling all over. After a few seconds in a daze, he stammered, The Earth Dragon's giant tentacles and those burning hot eyes. The leader's flame is tightly focused on all living beings around. Under the terrifying pressure of the Earth Dragon, the short-haired man merely trembled. Muttering, "Earth Dragon." The monster observed its prey, opening its mouth in a deafening roar. Countless dense black teeth grew in its mouth, ready to devour everything at any moment. Hearing Wu Yin's warning, Zhao Sheng and his group rushed into a cage, slamming the door shut. but the Earth Dragon's terrifying roar echoed, shaking the entire space, making everyone clutch their heads and scream. In a moment, blood streamed from their 7 orifices. They fell to the ground unconscious. The short-haired man, being closest to the Earth Dragon, bore the brunt of the roar's shockwave, trembling all over. Blood flowed incessantly from his eyes and nose. His eyes slowly closed and old memories flooded his mind. I once read in the newspaper that an Earth Dragon appeared in a small village in the south. The 4-star Superhuman there happened to be out, and both the village and the cleansers there were destroyed together. When the 4-star Superhuman outside rushed to rescue, they could only drive the Earth Dragon away. Memories resurfaced and he slumped to the ground, laughing grimly. It's over, ha ha, what's the point of fighting for passes? Everyone in the trial base is going to die. While laughing madly, the Earth Dragon's head swept over, swallowing him whole, then turned its attention to Shin Kun, the monster roaring. Shin Kun angrily cursed, "Damn it, the monster communication network is being targeted by something terrifying. Eliminating their king is truly a long-term burden." The Earth Dragon rushed like lightning, slamming Shin Kun against the wall. Bang, dust flew. When the smoke cleared, a deep crater was revealed in the wall behind Shin Kun. He used his left hand to block the Earth Dragon's head, pushing it away. But his arm was horribly torn. Shin Kun complained in a painful whisper, "The muscle strength difference is too great. I can't block it. I need to find a way to gain an advantage." As he said this, another tentacle extended from his left palm, but before he could retaliate, the Earth Dragon's mouth opened wide and it bit down fiercely on him. Shin Kun's face twisted as he roared impatiently, "Damn it, this Earth Dragon is just a tail and it's already so difficult to deal with. When will I be able to eat their king?" 2 minutes earlier, before the Earth Dragon broke through the stone and climbed to the surface outside the trial ground in the parent waiting area, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bow. The parents had various expressions, anxiously praying. One mother clasped her hands, praying to the Bodhisattva for her little angel to successfully pass the final trial, vowing to be a vegetarian for 10 years. But others, with fear in their eyes, whispered, "This trial has a death rate. I already said we shouldn't have let our children compete for this readmission opportunity. It would be better to just live peacefully as protected residents." Wait peacefully for death? Do you think it's still 20 years ago when there were no monsters? Now, without superhuman abilities, you're constantly in danger, not to mention stable income. Superhuman subsidies can better protect oneself and family. For a trial like this, do you think everyone else is stupid? Among the parents, Ji-Yu listened silently, her heart filled with unease. She thought to herself, "That's the trial ground ahead, and the power suddenly went out for over 10 minutes and still hasn't come back on. This definitely isn't an ordinary trial." She couldn't hold back any longer and walked up to a security guard asking, "Hello, I'm a student who has already been admitted to the Superhuman Academy. I feel like there's an abnormality with the power inside the trial ground." Hearing Ji-Yu's words, the parents immediately fell silent. Everyone was alarmed by the word abnormality. The 2 security guards were also stunned. They thought, how did she know the power inside was independent of the outside? But one of them immediately shouted sternly, "What nonsense, everything is normal inside. Go back to your seat, otherwise we won't let you wait here." Reprimanded by the security guard, Ji-Yu became even more suspicious and replied unhappily, "My superhuman ability is lightning. I can indeed sense it." Hearing this, one security guard hurriedly made an excuse to drive her away. "Only family members can wait here." "Hey, whose family are you? Who let you in?" Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept over. Ji-Yu barely managed to stand, but the surrounding parents couldn't bear it, clutching their chests and screaming, "My heart hurts so much. What's happening here? It's too strange. This is bad." The 2 security guards also fell to the ground, trembling under the terrifying pressure. Ji-Yu clutched her chest, her heart burning with anxiety, wondering why everyone's hearts hurt at the same time. Coupled with the sudden power outage in the trial ground, there must be a problem. Without hesitation, she pushed open the door and rushed in. The 2 security guards couldn't get up, only able to shout desperately, Stop, you can't go in." Ji-Yu rushed in, but didn't know the way to the trial ground, so she ran around aimlessly, following the faint residual current. After a while, she noticed that the power outage area was concentrated in one spot, and immediately changed direction and ran towards it. There, a group of maintenance workers were frantically rushing to repair it. The commander shouted sternly, "Quick, restore it. The children inside are waiting for you to open the door." The supervisor said the second-floor door is also locked, so we're fully focused on restoring the first-floor door. Although he said this, he mocked inwardly, "What's there to repair? The pressure just now passed through this door. Even rockets couldn't penetrate it." He mused, as long as he stalled for time until the cleanser's reinforcements arrived, it would be fine to have it repaired then. He believed cleanser headquarters had already received the abnormal signal. Just then, Ji-Yu appeared, shouting, "Let me do it." Hearing Ji-Yu's voice, the commander dismissed her, immediately scolding impatiently, "Who are you? Who let you in? Get out." Ji-Yu explained without backing down, "I'm a new student at the Superhuman Academy, with 95 superhuman genes. My superhuman ability is lightning. I can restore the power here." The commander remained indifferent, snorting and directly chasing her away. "New student? You haven't even enrolled yet? A new student, and not even a level 1 superhuman. Where would you get electricity from in your body? How could you possibly restore the power here? Get out." Being constantly driven away, Ji-Yu coldly glanced at him, a hint of ice in her eyes. A current flashed from her hand. I don't have electricity in my body, but as long as I'm in the city, I can use unlimited electricity. The maintenance workers who had initially looked down on her were stunned to suddenly see countless flickering electric lights darting around them. Everyone's mouths hung open in surprise. The commander saw this scene, reached out to try, and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, where did these visible electrical elements come from?" But as soon as he touched the current, he was violently shocked, trembling all over. Only then did he carefully look at GU, suddenly recalling, that's right, there recently appeared a super genius with 95 superhuman genes. He was surprised to find she showed no pain at all despite the violent eruption of electricity, and the equipment in the room gradually lit up and restarted. The commander cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this is bad. She can really restore the power here," and opened the trial ground door. "No, I don't know what kind of monster appeared in the trial ground, but it must be very dangerous. I'm here to work, not to die." The commander's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Stop, your ability is still unstable and you might damage the equipment here. This is national property, I can't let you mess around." GU completely ignored his words, the electricity in her hand still flickering as she walked closer and coldly asked, "Are you going to stop me?" Seeing her disregard, the commander roared, "Someone is obstructing our work and damaging our equipment. Maintenance team, listen up, remove the obstacle." Immediately, all the maintenance personnel drew their self-defense pistols and aimed them at GU. The commander's voice rang out again with a threat, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a genius. If you dare to mess around again, take another step forward, I'll shoot you." Faced with a row of gun barrels, GU had no choice but to stop, her eyes still sharp. Seeing the threat worked, the commander proudly continued to command, "Stop discharging electricity and go outside obediently." Meanwhile, inside the trial ground, the Earth Dragon opened its bloody maw and charged straight at Xing Kun. He used the leader's flame to envelop his arm, but it was still bitten through by the Earth Dragon's sharp teeth. Xing Kun screamed in terror in his mind, "What are these teeth made of? They're not even afraid of the leader's flame?" Those strange teeth shattered his palm. With no choice, Xing Kun had to retreat. Planning his next move, he retracted his hand, but under the biting teeth his palm was split in half. Watching his arm gradually recover, Xing Kun trembled, thinking, "Too sharp. What kind of black teeth are these? They're good for both offense and defense, and they can devour part of my gene power without even hitting me." Xing Kun thought, his heart filled with worry, "If I get bitten a few more times, the third stage of evolution will stop. I must find a way to avoid its black teeth." He dodged the Earth Dragon's attack like lightning, waiting for it to reveal an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Kun used the tentacles from his left palm to wrap around the Earth Dragon's body. He calculated that even if the tentacles couldn't penetrate, they could at least wrap around it a few times. Pulling hard on the tentacles, Xing Kun leapt onto the monster, roaring, "I'll use the leader's flame to burn your outer skin and see if I can dig out your flesh." But when he was just inches from the Earth Dragon's body, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He had gambled wrong this time. Countless black teeth grew out of the Earth Dragon's skin, surrounding him, preventing him from touching it. Blood gushed out, soaking the Earth Dragon's body. Xing Kun desperately resisted, ignoring the black teeth deeply embedded in his hand, and pushed the leader's flame with all his might into its back. The Earth Dragon was hit, twisting and struggling in pain, shaking wildly, and throwing Xing Kun off. Its roar echoed again, shaking the entire space. At the same time, in the maintenance area, the maintenance personnel aimed their guns at GU. But no one dared to shoot. The commander mocked inwardly, "The one with the highest superhuman gene content in history. The focus of all attention is now just a little girl who just entered college. This kind of scene will scare her senseless." But he was secretly worried that if she was truly injured, the academy would cause him trouble, so he couldn't shoot. Suddenly, the commander's heart skipped a beat, and that familiar feeling of unease returned. The maintenance personnel were in extreme panic, losing all will, and continuously fired at GU. Looking at the chaotic scene, the commander cursed inwardly, "Damn it. The maintenance personnel were so scared they started shooting. What a bunch of idiots, no composure at all. It's over, I'll be held responsible." But when the bullets flew near GU, they suddenly twisted, deviating from their path, and shot into the wall behind her with a bang. The commander was overjoyed. They didn't hit her, what a miracle, so lucky, so many people, and not a single shot hit. Watching GU still calmly discharging electricity, he began to doubt. This luck is too strange, can it really be such a coincidence? Observing carefully, he was surprised and muttered to himself, "Sure enough, the rotation of the current generates a magnetic field. She has a powerful magnetic field around her, distorting the bullet's trajectory." He was stunned. Holy cow, is this the talent of 95 superhuman genes? She's no longer human. She's an immortal, able to control lightning like her own limbs. The more the commander thought, the more terrified he became, trembling all over. The Earth Dragon's pressure, combined with the magnetic field generated by GU, began to pull metal objects towards her. Seeing this, he roared inwardly, "It doesn't make sense. How can she still stand under this pressure? Can she withstand the terrifying aura in the trial ground?" He suddenly remembered, "Ah, right, I learned in the academy that people with higher superhuman gene content can withstand monster pressure better. But this ability to withstand was too incredible." GU's magnetic field grew stronger and stronger, attracting everything around her. GU used the magnetic field to draw away all the communication equipment and firearms from the maintenance personnel, crushing them. Then she retracted the suction and coldly announced, "The equipment has power now. Open the door." "You don't need these maintenance personnel." Ji-Yu manipulated the current and directly opened the huge door. At the same time, in the control room, the chubby supervisor and 2 staff members were oppressed by the Earth Dragon's pressure. He shouted angrily, "You two, what happened in there? Hurry up and restore power." One staff member, trembling, still managed to sit up and operate. And finding that there was power, he exclaimed in surprise, "Supervisor, it seems the power is back on. It's restored." The chubby supervisor was stunned, thinking, "It's really restored. What's going on? The second floor hasn't even started being repaired, and the first floor maintenance team is as pumped up as if they've been injected with adrenaline. They not only repaired the building's wiring but also connected to the second floor's wiring." He had never seen them work so efficiently before, and immediately ordered, "Connect to the surveillance cameras and see if there are any abnormalities inside." The staff member excitedly replied, "Wait a moment, it's more important to open all the escape doors and save people first." Hearing this, the chubby supervisor cursed inwardly. "Are you going to commit suicide?" He rushed over, pressed the monster passage open button and checked. Indeed, there was power, and the huge door slowly rose, while the door manipulated by Ji-Yu also slowly opened. The chubby supervisor and 2 staff members hurriedly ran to the hole in the ceiling and looked down. Ji-Yu, ignoring the Earth Dragon's pressure, rushed straight into the trial ground. As soon as she entered, seeing the Earth Dragon twisting violently, she exclaimed in astonishment, "The Earth Dragon's electricity." The maintenance personnel who chased her were extremely terrified at this sight, quickly retreating and whispering, "That's an Earth Dragon, hurry up and run. Didn't you see the news? Why aren't you running?" Ji-Yu stopped to observe carefully. Seeing Xing Kun desperately fighting the Earth Dragon, she didn't hesitate to drain all the electrical energy from the base into her body, and then shot it directly at the monster. The entire base, which had been brightly lit, instantly plunged into darkness as Ji-Yu drained all the power and the surveillance equipment completely crashed. The chubby supervisor looked down from the hole in the ceiling, seeing countless lightning bolts darting around the arena, and cursed angrily, "Even more insane things are happening. Why is there so much electricity being released in the trial ground?" The entire city, which had been brightly lit, was now completely dark because Ji-Yu had drained all the electricity. The anomaly spread to Cleansing Bureau headquarters, and a staff member rushed to report, "Team leader, the high-voltage lines are already overloaded. With the trial base as the center, all currents are spreading along the power lines. It's very likely that new student Ji-Yu has lost control again. However, with the trial base's defense level, it won't cause a large-scale collapse." An anxious voice came through the intercom. "Are the Cleanser Rescue Vehicle and the Academy's 4-star Superhuman here yet?" The staff member quickly replied, "The Cleansing City Reconnaissance Station has detected the earthquake and abnormal pressure and has already dispatched personnel." The voice on the intercom softened, "Very good, continue monitoring." Meanwhile, inside the trial ground, the Earth Dragon was hit by a huge amount of electricity, twitching violently, its body falling into paralysis. Xing Kun, who had been entangled by it, immediately broke free upon seeing the monster motionless, thinking happily, "Ji-Yu's lightning is Ji-Yu's lightning." It helped a lot. He changed his mind and no longer thought of escaping. His left hand burst into the leader's flame, aimed at one of the Earth Dragon's black teeth, and grabbed it fiercely. Swallowing that piece of flesh and tooth, Xing Kun used the leader's flame to generate thrust, retreating safely. Feeling the power of the flesh and black tooth he had just absorbed, Xing Kun was delighted, but in an instant the Earth Dragon had recovered and roared as it charged at Ji-Yu. He rushed over, pulling her away, dodging the attack. The chubby supervisor, observing from above, smirked sinisterly. The Fan family's mission was indeed not simple. "But this is as far as it goes. You definitely have a secret now. The appearance of the Earth Dragon is truly a godsend. I was originally trying to find a way to shift responsibility, but now I don't need to. The Earth Dragon has already erased all evidence against this student. The scene is already chaotic enough. According to calculations, the cleansers will still need 2 to 3 minutes to arrive," he thought to himself. "As long as I kill you within this time, it will be completely unnoticed." The chubby supervisor immediately ordered the 2 behind him, "All trial-based staff, listen up. All those with superhuman abilities before the cleansers arrive. Stop the Earth Dragon for me, and absolutely do not allow it to harm anyone. Outside, also give those surviving students a chance. The 2 of you too, understand?" He smiled sinisterly to himself. "Now no one is blocking my way anymore." On the field, Xing Kun, while saving Ji-Yu, tried to restore his left arm to human form. He thought to himself, "The Earth Dragon has been held back by the trial-based personnel. I just need to wait a little longer." But just as he was carrying Ji-Yu away, his left arm suddenly mutated, growing countless black teeth, and flames blazed fiercely. He was stunned by the sight before him. Xing Kun thought to himself in pain, "Tier 3 evolution is becoming increasingly violent. It's impossible to maintain human form anymore." Before he could even figure out what to do, his intuition warned him of danger. He violently swung his hand, grabbing an object that shot towards him like lightning. The chubby supervisor glared at Xing Kun, blocking the attack, a sinister smile playing on his lips. You can actually block it." But when his gaze swept over Xing Kun's arm, his smile instantly froze, and his voice stammered in shock. No, what are you?" Xing Kun's left hand tightly clutched the golden metal bar, devouring its power. Becoming increasingly violent, black teeth densely covered his arm, and even his left eye transformed into the leader monster's cold blue eye staring fixedly at the chubby supervisor. Faced with this viciously mutated arm, the chubby supervisor cried out in terror. "Damn it, what the hell is this? What superhuman ability can transform like this?" He frantically searched his memory, muttering, "The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, plus special mutations like ice, divine, wind, and lightning. He's terrified by all of them. No superhuman power can make an arm change like this. Damn it, are you really a superhuman?" Even as he shouted, the chubby supervisor's hand still manipulated energy, transferring the energy from the metal bars Shin Kun had crushed to other metal bars. In the blink of an eye, the incredibly hard metal bars at the cell door were dyed golden by him, cut off and flew rapidly toward Shin Kun. He roared loudly, "No matter what you are, die!" Shin Kun was painfully suppressing the monster genes in his left arm, leaving him unprepared. But his instincts from both lives made him sense danger. He flung his left arm behind him, blocking the metal bars. They deeply pierced his arm, making him angrily curse. A sneak attack at the chubby supervisor ignored him, forcing the metal deeper. But surprised by the arm's toughness, he yelled, "An arm like this can't belong to a human. Damn it, are you really a monster?" Just as he spoke, the chubby supervisor suddenly lost control. Shin Kun unleashed the leader's flame, burning away the metal, and then charged straight at him. The chubby supervisor stared at the flames, screaming in terror, "What are these flames? My metal is melting. Monsters don't have elemental powers. Is he a fire element superhuman?" But he immediately shook his head, denying it. "No, only tier 4 monsters and above have elemental powers. But how is that possible? What exactly are you?" Shin Kun's left arm, swollen to twice the size of an ordinary person's, burned with the leader's flame and charged directly at the chubby supervisor. Boom, a loud sound crashing heavily to the ground, causing an astonishing tremor, and flames scattered. The chubby supervisor leaped to dodge the attack, but his lower body was charred by the leader's flame. The more he looked at Shin Kun, the more terrified he became, shrieking, "What the hell are you? You're neither human, nor are you completely a monster." Even as he yelled, he mused inwardly, "I can't kill him quickly, but that's fine in this state. He's a monster. Just a few more minutes until the cleansers arrive and he'll be killed. He. He secretly laughed as Shin Kun struggled to suppress his left arm. The raging power of the leader's flame gradually receded, and his arm slowly shrank, but at a snail's pace, making him furiously curse inwardly. "Tier 3 evolution is more violent than I imagined. It must be because I ate the Earth Dragon's flesh. This is the power of the Black Teeth. If I can't tame it, I won't be able to return to human form." As he was distracted, the black teeth on his hand erupted again, extending long, and his recently shrunk arm showed signs of expanding again. The chubby supervisor's face turned pale. He dared not rush forward to attack. He hastily raised a golden shield and retreated, hiding within the golden light a hint of self-satisfaction in his thoughts. "This monster is indeed formidable, but my golden shield is no ordinary thing." Just as he was feeling smug, suddenly with a whoosh, the sturdy golden shield was pierced and a deep gash appeared on the chubby supervisor's abdomen, blood gushing out. He staggered backward, his eyes wide with terror, thinking, "How is my golden shield so fragile?" Just a few black spikes lightly grabbed it. He was confused and disbelieving, wondering what kind of monster he was facing. With no clue, he couldn't defend himself. The golden shield was now useless against the sharp black spikes. The chubby supervisor was severely wounded, cold sweat dripping, but he still gritted his teeth and stood firm, trying his best to hold on. He roared inwardly, "I must hold on. Escape is a dead end. If I can just hold out for another minute or two, I still have a chance." Just then he shouted loudly, his voice trembling but full of calculation, "I advise you to stay here obediently. In your current state, if you go out, anyone who sees you will kill you. Because you are a monster, they will never let you go. The cleansers are coming soon, and even if you're lucky enough to evade them, it's useless. You are an enemy of humanity. You are a monster. No one will help you. Everyone who sees you will want to kill you. Monster, everyone will want to kill you." He yelled and leapt around, deliberately distracting Shin Kun. Ji-Yu suddenly appeared before him, holding flickering lightning, and seeing Ji-Yu's lightning-fast attack. The chubby supervisor shrieked in terror, "Are you his accomplice? Look closely. He's a monster. Stop." But Ji-Yu rushed forward without hesitation, her eyes cold, and responded decisively, "He's not a monster. His name is Shin Kun." As soon as her words fell, Ji-Yu's attack landed squarely on the chubby supervisor. He was sent flying, shouting in despair, "Do you know what you're doing? You'll regret this. You're betraying humanity." He flew towards the charging Shin Kun, landing right on the line between life and death. Shin Kun wielded his mutated beast-like swollen hand, charging straight at the chubby supervisor, his voice icy, "If this world doesn't accept monsters, then I'll carve out a bloody path." As soon as his words fell, his arm descended, and in just an instant the chubby supervisor's body was completely devoured. His arm absorbed the essence of the chubby supervisor, becoming even more swollen, and Shin Kun's hearing also became exceptionally acute. As he was absorbing, he suddenly heard strange sounds from a distance. He glanced at the Earth Dragon, then at his mutated arm. Tier 3 evolution had not yet subsided. Shin Kun hastily turned to Ji-Yu, his voice anxious. "The cleansers are coming soon. Ji-Yu, stay away from me. Pretend you don't know anything. I don't know if my left arm can still return to human form. Before he could finish, his voice caught in his throat. Yu ignored his words, rushed forward and tightly embraced his mutated arm. Looking directly into Xing Kun's eyes, she firmly said, "If we're going to hell, I'll go with you." Looking at her actions and listening to her words, Xing Kun smiled, thinking to himself, "Indeed, you are still that Yu." At the same time, hurried footsteps came from the corridor leading to the trial ground, accompanied by anxious voices. "Quick, hurry, save the survivors in the corridor, enter the trial ground." The maintenance personnel, obeying the chubby supervisor's orders, concentrated on blocking the Earth Dragon. Everyone silently prayed, hoping that the stone shields of the three 3-star Earth element superhumans would hold. The commander hid behind, contemplating his escape route. Once the shields broke, he would seize the opportunity to flee in the chaos. But when the Earth Dragon shattered the stone shields, all the maintenance personnel, including the commander, were instantly devoured by it. 2 maintenance workers who had narrowly escaped having been knocked unconscious by Engineer Lee stared at each other in terror, stammering, "The maintenance captain is dead. The defense constructed by a 3-star Earth element superhuman couldn't withstand a single blow. We can't hold out at all." Seeing the Earth Dragon still ferocious as if it wanted to devour everything, the 2 ignored the people who were firing shots and screamed, "Run, run. The supervisor doesn't know where to hide. Not running means certain death." The Earth Dragon had no intention of letting anyone go. Seeing people trying to escape, it slowly closed its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. The Earth Dragon's roar echoed, shaking the entire space, making people stagger, terrified as the monster's pressure enveloped them. Pressing down on their chests, the 2 maintenance workers who tried to escape immediately fell to their knees, clutching their chests and crying out, "It's over. My heart hurts so much, it's so uncomfortable, I can't stand up. If this continues, we'll all die." Just as people struggled in pain, the pressure suddenly vanished, and the Earth Dragon opened its massive mouth, lunging straight at a maintenance worker. Although the pressure was gone, a sense of danger still enveloped his entire body. He instinctively looked up, terrified to see the Earth Dragon's sharp teeth lunging at him. At the same time, a girl holding a water pipe entered through the main door. He roared inwardly, "Anyone, quickly save us!" The girl saw the Earth Dragon and didn't hesitate, swinging the water pipe behind her, and a stream of water shot out from it. Her face was grim, filled with fury as she raised the water pipe and loudly reprimanded, "Bastard, how dare you interrupt my blind date?" As soon as her words fell, a sharp water blade shot out, heading straight for the Earth Dragon. The people in front, seeing the water blade coming, cried out in terror, Is she going to cut us too? We just want to live." But as the water blade grazed past them, they widened their eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The water blade avoided us. The power of the water blade was astonishing, making them wonder, why couldn't we, even with all our strength, harm the Earth Dragon in the slightest? And this water blade, like the hardest sword in the world, easily sliced into the Earth Dragon's body, leaving a fatal wound. Watching this scene, people marveled, thinking to themselves, elements dancing like spirits, yet also like raging demons. This is the threshold that countless 3-star superhumans are blocked by. The legendary mark of a 4-star superhuman, the life element. The Earth Dragon's body was almost severed by this shocking strike, but the wound quickly healed. People screamed in terror, "It can move, run." A maintenance worker stumbled over, and only then did he get a clear look at the girl's face. Stunned, he blurted out, "She's Shangguan Kui, the Academy's strongest guardian, a 4-star superhuman with 91 superhuman genes." Shangguan Kui didn't lead the crowd in escape. Instead, she calmly walked forward, her tone firm. "Leave this to me. Report the terrain and specific situation inside to the cleansers who arrive later. You all go out to evacuate the crowd, search for and rescue survivors." The people quickly responded, "Yes," and immediately sprang into action. Shangguan Kui slowly walked towards the Earth Dragon, confronting it directly. In another corner of the trial ground, Yu watched Xing Kun struggling to hold his mutated arm, and anxiously asked, "Can it still return to a human hand?" Xing Kun, while struggling to suppress the monster genes, replied with difficulty, "It needs some time." Yu didn't hesitate, turned and left, leaving a message, "You hide first, I'll go buy some time." Xing Kun quietly slipped into a cell, hiding from the sight of others. Yu, on the other hand, rushed in the opposite direction, creating chaos to divert attention. Seeing the cleansers appear, Yu quickly shouted, "I'm here, Uncle Cleanser, over there." She had just heard the urgent breathing. Great, we're saved. In the cell, Xing Kun's arm became even more grotesque. His mind was in turmoil. Tier 3 power. Tier 3 monsters would expand to an exceptionally terrifying size to withstand the violent monster genes. Suppressing the power and returning to human form was 10 times harder than Tier 2. Suddenly, Xing Kun felt an unusual aura surging within him. Superhuman genes, just like the one on the first day of his rebirth. They were absorbing the chubby supervisor's superhuman genes, he thought to himself, deciding to let his bones evolve to be tougher first. The chubby supervisor's metal element superhuman genes fiercely clashed with Xing Kun's billions of genes. In just an instant, his genes devoured the superhuman genes of the people trapped in the cell, and began to awaken one superhuman genes. Discovering the mutation, Xing Kun hastily used his superhuman genes to suppress the monster genes, guiding them to operate in an orderly manner, helping his bones digest this power. His bones, fused with superhuman genes, gradually became as tough as black teeth. but upon reaching their limit Xing Kun couldn't control it. The power erupted and the black teeth within him suddenly awakened, elongated, and pierced through the ceiling with a deafening roar. Outside, the superhumans found 3 survivors. Zhao Sheng happily turned to Ji Yu. "Thank you for your help, we were able to find 3 survivors so quickly." Ji Yu vaguely responded, secretly puzzled. How did they find them so quickly? Just then, the roar of black teeth piercing the ceiling echoed. Ji Yu was stunned, and the superhumans immediately stood up, vigilantly observing, whispering to each other. "What's over there? Is it a monster?" Ji Yu mimicked them, pretending to look around, but her heart was in a panic. "It's over. Xing Kun is going to be discovered. I want to buy time." She was about to speak, but the superhumans had already raised their hands, reminding her seriously, "Noise will attract monsters." Watching this scene, Ji Yu made up her mind. "Xing Kun, if you're forced to wander the world, I'll go with you." 2 superhumans cautiously walked towards the cell where Xing Kun was hiding, whispering to each other to be careful. But when they arrived, Xing Kun suddenly walked out looking awkward, forcing a smile. "I'm so sorry, I just woke up. What's going on?" Seeing someone walk out alive, the superhuman breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a human, not a monster. You scared me." After checking the surroundings, he picked up the intercom and reported, "Report, Captain, a total of 5 survivors found." Xing Kun, looking smug, walked up to Ji Yu, and the 2 exchanged glances, quietly asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Seeing his arm had returned to human form, Xing Kun thought to himself, "All my bones have evolved, presenting the black teeth state of the Earth Dragon, but the strength is still too weak to compare with it." At this moment, after reporting, the superhuman happily spoke into the intercom, "The Earth Dragon has been driven back. Great. Now we'll take the survivors out." People chatted casually, but Xing Kun's heart was heavy, thinking mournfully, they simply don't know how fragile humanity is. Only 4-star superhumans could defeat an Earth Dragon, and it was merely a small tale of the demon god. Xing Kun clenched his fists, filled with resolve. Monsters hidden underground were far beyond human comprehension. "I need power, and as quickly as possible. To save others, I must first save myself. Resources, power. Ji Yu and I must become invincible," he mused. He planned to temporarily hide his identity as a superhuman. In his previous life, Xing Kun had awakened and mutated into a leader-level monster, destroying the world and standing at its peak. No human superhuman could defeat him. By absorbing countless superhuman genes and lives, his power grew crazily within a single year. But then the demon god rose from underground and everything was overturned. The demon god's pressure suppressed him, making his power stagnate. Thinking of this, Xing Kun suddenly jolted awake, whispering, "Only 1 year left. Time is running out." Ji Yu stood nearby, seeing him intently watching a few girls, pouting and complaining. "How much longer? You've been staring at other people since we entered the school gates," Xing Kun absent-mindedly replied. 36D, how is that possible? "I'm a changed man. Time is running out. That's not what I mean." Ji Yu snorted disdainfully. Xing Kun, accustomed to her attitude, continued seriously, "In 1 year the world will undergo drastic changes, so before that you must evolve into a 5-star superhuman as quickly as possible." Ji Yu countered in surprise. "Only 1 year? The strongest person in the world is currently only a peak 4-star. Humans don't even know what a 5-star superhuman's power entails. We must work harder, even harder than for the college entrance exam." Seeing her confusion, Xing Kun didn't explain, simply said softly, "Trust me, I will help you." The seriousness in his eyes stunned her. Ji Yu didn't want to argue, replying indifferently, "I trust you." She turned her face away, pouting and muttering under her breath, "Except for you saying you're a changed man." Xing Kun didn't pay attention, seriously formulating a plan. First objective: you must reach 3-star superhuman within 1 month. Ji Yu's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing this. "My superhuman gene content is only 95. I heard that the higher the superhuman gene content, the greater the resources required in the early stages. We have no backing. Where will we get so many resources?" As the 2 walked and argued, Zhao Sheng and others in the distance recognized them, waving and cheering. Zhao Sheng stood in the middle loudly saying, "Big brother, thanks to you, Zhao Sheng, Zhao Xiaotao and Wu Yin were able to survive the trial and continue studying at the academy. The school made an exception and considered all survivors to have passed the trial. We will never forget this great kindness. From now on you are our big brother. We will follow you through hell and high water." With that, Zhao Sheng bowed, pulling Xiaotao and Wu Yin to bow with him. Seeing this scene, Ji Yu glanced at Xing Kun in astonishment. She teased, "Have you evolved again? Now even boys are devoted to you." Xing Kun smiled wryly. "I have changed myself." The 2 walked up to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng looked at Ji Yu in surprise and asked, "Who is this big sister?" I wanted to ask after the last trial but never got the chance. Xing Kun immediately replied, "Her name is Ji Yu." Ji Yu waved hello, but as soon as the 3 heard the name, their expressions immediately changed and they exclaimed in unison, Ji Yu, she's the strongest new student ever since the academy was founded. The school forum has been saying she's Ji Yu, the genius with the highest superhuman gene content in history at 95. Seeing their exaggerated reaction, Xing Kun impatiently admonished, "Hey, shut up, why are you shouting so dramatically?" Zhao Sheng suppressed his shock and excitedly said, "Big brother is indeed big brother. The legendary Ji Yu is actually your girlfriend." Hearing this, both Xing Kun and Ji Yu felt uncomfortable, wondering where that idea came from. They both shouted in unison, "Impossible." In short, it's complicated to explain. This guy and I are just childhood friends. Their tone was bland, but none of Zhao Sheng's group believed them. They glanced at the luggage Xing Kun was holding, thinking, who would believe that? You even share a suitcase. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Wu Yin awkwardly broke the silence. Well, if you're childhood friends, you'll probably team up, right? I have a suggestion. After new students enroll, there's a resource competition. Everyone gets a share of resources for 3 hours and then you compete to snatch each other's. How about we form a temporary team? My mental perception can help us avoid those new student elites, prevent us from getting robbed, and even help us snatch others' resources. Wu Yin was still rambling when Zhao Sheng suddenly yelled, "Wu Yin, shut up, are you trying to get Big Brother into trouble?" Scolded. Wu Yin stammered, not daring to say more. Zhao Sheng rushed over, grabbed Wu Yin by the collar and chastised him while explaining to Xing Kun and Ji Yu, students like us who are allowed to continue studying, especially those with low superhuman gene content, are easily targeted every year. Old classmates used to say this year is particularly dangerous. A genius with 88 superhuman genes has already been singled out as the new student leader. Their goal is to snatch all resources from those with superhuman gene content below 50 because it's difficult to awaken powers below 50. Just like my 39 superhuman genes, Xiao Tao's 41 and Wu Yin's exact 50, we absolutely cannot implicate Big Brother. Hearing Zhao Sheng's words, both Xing Kun and Ji Yu's eyes lit up with new ideas. Resource competition, wasn't this the first resource bucket? Xing Kun secretly thought to himself, and these cute bait, as long as I train them into capable assistants, we can save time and effort. Can I help them become the strongest in the school? No, in the world, as long as I do that, they will willingly with friendship bind us closely, helping me clear obstacles. Thinking this, Xing Kun stepped forward and said, let's team up. Zhao Sheng was chastising Wu Yin, first momentarily stunned, then frantically refusing. Big Brother, don't pity us. Xing Kun walked unhurriedly, patted Zhao Sheng's shoulder and decisively said, it's not out of pity, I want to team up with you because you are loyal, excellent partners and very useful. Hearing the words very useful, Zhao Sheng was stunned, thinking Xing Kun genuinely cared and was moved to tears. Xing Kun continued, looking at everyone. But to join my team you must change your goals and work even harder. Zhao Sheng quickly replied, his tone firm, Big Brother values us, we will never let you down, we'll do whatever you say. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Kun and Ji Yu exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. Xing Kun suddenly asked, his tone filled with calculation, if someone accidentally snatches all the resources from everyone, do all those resources belong to that person? Hearing Xing Kun's question, Wu Yin replied in surprise, yes, but my intuition tells me something is off about him. Xing Kun and Ji Yu didn't let them think too much, quickly changing the subject, laughing, haha, don't be nervous, we were just asking. Quickly take us to the dorms to drop off our luggage. That night, for the first class after the students were seated, the teacher clapped his hands on the desk, his voice booming, my name is Fu Yang and I will be your basic studies teacher for the next year. He continued bluntly, anyone who cannot awaken superhuman abilities within a year will be kicked out of the Superhuman Academy. Wu Yin, you passed the final trial. With 50 genes you awakened mental powers, capable of sensing danger, which suits your weak 50. The old man's face darkened as he continued to read, 3941. Zhao Sheng heard his name, raised his hand and shouted, Teacher Fu, I'm back. Xiao Tao embarrassedly whispered, look at this guy, no shame at all. The whole class burst into laughter. The teacher pointed at Zhao Sheng and scolded, if you don't awaken within a year you'll be ordinary people for life. Zhao Sheng didn't care, happily replying, I'll work hard. Xing Kun felt a bit uncomfortable with the way the teacher addressed Zhao Sheng and asked, what's wrong with Teacher Fu? Zhao Sheng explained, below 50 superhuman genes, it's impossible to awaken, so the teacher just calls out percentages. Teacher Fu continued, his tone heavy, this class is special, you've all seen the news. The person with the highest superhuman gene content in human history is here. Ji Yu's future is unimaginable, but what surprises me most is that there's even a guy with only 1 superhuman genes in this class. A student with 1 is no different from an ordinary person. Please stand up and let everyone get to know you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire class immediately looked around. Zhao Sheng murmured to himself in confusion, one is so pathetic he'll definitely be targeted by the whole class. Unbeknownst to him, Xing Kun slowly stood up beside him, a confident voice ringing out, Teacher Fu, I've awakened gold element superhuman power. Hearing Xing Kun's declaration, Zhao Sheng cried out in alarm, damn it, the one student is actually Big Brother? Teacher Fu heard Xing Kun's words, his eyes showing doubt, and he asked in return, can 1 superhuman genes also awaken? After a moment of thought, the old man continued, in that case, classmate Xing Kun, please come to the podium and assist the teacher with the lecture. Xing Kun listened, walked up excitedly, and said as he went, there should be a reward for helping with teaching, right? Teacher Fu immediately replied, you will receive an extra resource during the after-class resource competition. Xing Kun thanked him calmly and stood confidently at the podium. Teacher Fu continued, his tone mocking, don't thank me so quickly. With your 1 superhuman genes, 2 extra resources will only become your nightmare. Superhuman powers are elemental powers like gold, water, fire, wood, earth, ice, wind, lightning, and mental abilities. As long as you awaken, you can use your superhuman genes to activate elements. Elements are temporarily stored in superhuman genes. When you can control them, prevent them from dissipating, and make your superhuman genes like perfect batteries, you can become a 1-star superhuman. At this point, Teacher Fu took a metal bar from his desk drawer and continued, "To demonstrate to everyone, first we need a metal bar. The elements that superhuman genes can hold are limited, and one is probably about this much." The old man gently broke off a piece of metal and threw it to Xing Kun, then explained, "You can only control this much metal in your life, try playing with it." Xing Kun held the metal bar, pondering. Superhuman power, elemental power, both strange and familiar. This was something only high-level monsters possessed. The end of monsters was superhumans. Teacher Fu continued his lecture, his voice booming. "As we all know, each of us has a mysterious gene chain in our bodies. Are you a monster or a superhuman? It depends on whether this gene chain is a monster gene or a superhuman gene. Fortunately, you are all superhumans and have transformed this mysterious gene chain into superhuman genes. The content of superhuman genes determines future achievements. The more gene content, the more sensitive to elements. The easier it is to cultivate. This world is unfair. From 90 upwards, every one increase is a huge leap. Shangguan Kui, with 91 superhuman genes, can breathe underwater. Classmate GU in our class can withstand at least 300 volts. If someone had 100 superhuman genes, they would probably be a god. Conversely, people with less than 20 superhuman genes have low elemental sensitivity and are difficult to cultivate. Before Xing Kun, no one below 20 had ever awakened." The old man was rambling when Xing Kun interrupted him. "Teacher Fu, is that so?" Teacher Fu thought he was giving up. He turned and said, "If you can't activate the metal element, I can help you." But when he turned around, the old man was stunned. The metal bar in Xing Kun's hand was already glowing golden. Xing Kun spoke calmly, "Teacher, look at the metal within me." Teacher Fu thought in surprise. He succeeded, and so skillfully. Was this kid's awakening not an accidental miracle? The old man composed himself, hiding his surprise, and calmly said, "Classmate Xing Kun, it seems you are either very clever or very lucky. With the small iron block in your hand, I will teach you a truth. How big is the gap between 1 and 80? As Teacher Fu spoke, he unleashed his superhuman genes, intending to use his aura to suppress Xing Kun's arrogance. A stream of metal swirled in the air, twisting and rushing towards the metal bar in his hand. The old man pointed at the metal stream, his voice booming. "The gap is like 80 people attacking one. No need for strategy. Just a mob attack is enough to suppress your superhuman power and defeat you easily. Your superhuman genes are few. You must understand that you are weak. The weak can only hide behind the strong." In the classroom, students watched Xing Kun and Teacher Fu's contest, each with their own feelings, some worried, some nervous, some disdainful. Xing Kun didn't care, engrossed in memories from his previous life, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Teacher Fu Liang, in my memory, you died by my hand. At a critical moment of life and death, it was you, this respected teacher, who stood up to allow the students to escape." Thinking this, he noticed Teacher Fu was tense, sweating profusely, his buttocks clenched, preparing to attack. Xing Kun was secretly surprised. Why is the teacher sweating so much? Then he was suddenly alarmed. "Damn it, I only felt a little pressure, I almost didn't notice. Teacher Fu is using his superhuman genes to suppress me." He chuckled inwardly. "My superhuman genes became super fat after devouring that fatty's genes, and I also have my 99 monster gene big brother backing me up. It's only natural that Teacher Fu can't suppress me." Xing Kun thought to himself, feeling a bit down. "This won't do, I need to be more humble, otherwise how will the other classmates come to bully me?" Thinking this, he deliberately dropped the metal bar, fell to the ground, and shouted, "Ah, teacher, I can't hold on." Teacher Fu was about to concede, mentally calculating an excuse, and was stunned to see Xing Kun acting. "This kid is intentionally losing. His acting is too exaggerated, but I actually couldn't suppress him." The students below knew nothing, and seeing Teacher Fu win, cheered. "Wow, the teacher is amazing. Of course, what can one superhuman genes do? A weakling." Teacher Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved his prestige. "This kid also has some secrets, not bad." The old man cleared his throat, saying with a hint of deeper meaning, "Thank you, classmate Xing Kun, for the wonderful demonstration. Basic class ends here." Then he roared at the class, "The winner takes all, the strong survive. This is the philosophy of our school. Is everyone ready? The freshman resource competition begins now." As soon as the words fell, an arrogant fellow in the audience shouted loudly, "I've been ready for a long time, but I don't know if classmate Xing Kun is ready." He smirked and continued, "When I came to school today, I heard his arrogant words. I don't know where the one superhuman gene gets the confidence to defeat everyone and snatch all resources. It's truly too arrogant." As Xing Kun walked off the podium, this guy jumped out, facing him, wanting to snatch all the resources in the class. He was indeed very arrogant, but unexpectedly, the one superhuman gene had awakened. "It seems you've worked hard. I am Yu Shang, a water element superhuman with 85 superhuman genes. I admire you for being able to break through despite such a barren genetic makeup. I'll make an exception and invite you to join our team. All our team members have over 60 superhuman genes." While Yu Shang spoke of inviting him, he secretly calculated that as long as Xing Kun joined, GU, who possessed the highest superhuman genes in history, would follow. He extended his hand toward Xing Kun, smiling. "We can work together to achieve your arrogant plan, snatching all the resources from the weak and making them most effective in my hands." But Xing Kun laughed with a mocking tone. That's hilarious. In the end, you only dare to bully others. True power only comes from being so strong that no one can stop you. Hearing this, Yushang cursed angrily. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to lecture me? You're nothing but trash with 1 superhuman genes. You don't even qualify to study at the Superhuman Academy. You only passed the final trial because of GU's protection. I know everything. I only invited you because you can bring GU. Watching Yushang turn and leave angrily, Xing stood still, smiling, and whispered. He got angry. Yushang turned sharply, threatening. You just wait, our strongest alliance will snatch all the resources from you weaklings. Xing remained unfazed, smiling and encouraging. Go for it, I'll pray for you. Yushang was so enraged he nearly stumbled. Teacher Fu walked to Xing side and whispered, Are you intentionally provoking him? Xing shrugged, vaguely replying, I was just sincerely encouraging him. Teacher Fu heard this insincere reply but didn't pursue it, walking to the podium and shouting, The resource competition officially begins. Everyone come to the podium to collect your resource vouchers. Then assemble in the forest outside the school. Xing, here are your 2. A moment later in the forest outside the school, Teacher Fu led the students out, reminding them of the rules. No leaving the forest during the exam. You have 1 hour to move freely. You must rely on your own abilities. Begin. Zhao Sheng stood next to Xiao Dao and Wu Yin, and upon hearing the command to begin he confidently shouted, Let's go, we'll meet up with Big Brother. But Wu Yin replied with a bitter face, I'm not going. Zhao Sheng had only taken a few steps before he turned sharply and yelled, Wu Yin, what do you mean? Wu Yin stammered, his voice pained. I have to think for myself too. Although I only have 50 superhuman genes, I've already awakened. They said they'd make an exception and let me join the strongest alliance. Before he finished, Zhao Sheng roared, Wu Yin, are you stupid? Big Brother can take us further. But Wu Yin had already made up his mind, muttering as he left. Sorry, Xing is strong but with only 1 genes and facing the entire strongest alliance. I didn't expect him to anger them from the start. Watching the coward leave, Zhao Sheng cursed angrily, Wu Yin, you traitor. Xiao Dao saw her brother arguing loudly, and whispered, Brother, everyone has their own ambitions. There's no need to make it difficult for him. Who wouldn't be afraid when targeted by over a dozen superhuman gene powerhouses? On the other side of the forest, Xing and GU were surrounded by a group of people who glared at them sharply. After a moment of silence, the leader spoke. You with your 1 genes only know how to smile. Now you can't go anywhere. We'll keep a close eye on you. When Boss Yushang comes back you'll be crying. Xing smiled calmly and replied, bullying the weak doesn't take much time, so he'll probably be back soon, right? The man heard this and shouted angrily, What bullying? That's rational use of resources. What the hell are you cursing about? You're talking shish. In the forest, a girl ran frantically in the dark, gasping for breath. She hid behind a tree and whispered to herself, I've run far enough, I should be safe for now. But as soon as she finished, Yushang appeared behind her, a mocking voice sounding, The human body is 70 water, no one can escape my perception. Hand over your resource voucher and you won't suffer. He trapped her with a stream of water and the girl struggled stubbornly, saying, No, this is my resource, why should I? Yushang grabbed her face, watching her suffocate coldly. It's only because your genes aren't good enough to join the strongest alliance. After a while, the girl gasped. Yushang took the voucher, retracted the water flow, and continued searching for his next prey based on his gene perception. Yushang continued his search, repeating the same trick, snatching resource vouchers from another group of people. In the forest, anyone who hadn't joined his strongest alliance became his prey. Wu Yin had just joined and was following behind the crowd, searching for stragglers. Just as he was eagerly looking for prey, Yushang was suddenly stopped by Fan Shiki. He smirked and greeted him. Got all the resources? Yushang calmly replied. I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've delivered yourself to me. That's fine, it's a good opportunity to check on you, who has never revealed your genes. Let's see if young Master Fan, who got in through the back door, is qualified to join the strongest alliance. Fan Shiki scoffed and retorted, Coincidentally, I also want to check if you're qualified to be my subordinate. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled a huge fiery palm directly at Yushang. Yushang heard the word subordinate, and before he could comprehend, the flames rushed towards him and he roared angrily, Subordinate. You're used to being a young master, thinking you're the Fan family's eldest young master wherever you go? He hastily summoned a water current to counter, but the water immediately evaporated upon contact with the flames, its power unstoppable, forcing him to retreat step by step. Yushang's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Doesn't water overcome fire? Even if you're strong, my water couldn't possibly evaporate so easily. At the initial gathering area, members of the strongest alliance, after a round of snatching and beating, returned with resource vouchers, leaving the victims battered and frustrated, shouting unwillingly, Bastards, give us back our resources. If you've got guts, wait until we grow up and we'll settle this. Watching these defeated people, Xing whispered to Ji slowly, At least they've finished collecting. The strongest alliance members heard the shouts of the losers and stepped forward to mock, Hey, are you stupid? Who's going to wait for you to grow up? If you're not happy, get strong now. Survival of the fittest is the rule. Those who were stopped trembled and cursed. Bastards, we just barely made it here. In the center of the encirclement, the leader, seeing his companions return victorious, excitedly told Xing, Now we just need to wait for Boss Yushang to come back and collect the last few vouchers. Haha, you with your one. Are you scared? If it weren't for Ji you would have. He was laughing when he suddenly saw an arm appear like lightning. He glanced at Ji who still had her eyes closed. He quickly calculated that Ji with 95 superhuman genes must be doing something. He had to stop her. He ignored Yu Shang's orders and rushed forward to attack Xing Kun and Ji Yu. He used all his strength, but Xing Kun merely raised his hand to block. He tightly grabbed the man's hand and calmly told Ji Yu, "We've been discovered, my control isn't enough. How much longer do you need to prepare?" Ji Yu still had her eyes closed, succinctly replying, "1 minute." The leader was tightly held by Xing Kun, struggling to break free, sweating profusely, thinking, is his hand made of iron? Why isn't it moving? What does an abnormal minute for 1 mean? At the same time, Teacher Fu was observing the students fighting when the electricity suddenly went out. He smiled wryly. "It seems the electricity bill for this semester will be over budget again. The finance department will have a headache." Back with Xing Kun, he held the man's hand tightly, who screamed repeatedly. He calmly told Ji Yu, "Since we've been exposed, let go of the positioning and prepare to electrocute them." The man struggled frantically, sweating profusely, shouting nonstop, "Quick! Everyone quickly stop Ji Yu! He's going to electrocute us all!" Hearing the man's terrified cry for help, another person immediately rushed over. Eyes sharp and imposing, he looked at his companion, his tone full of mockery. "You can't even beat the one guy. Are you still kneeling there making a fool of yourself?" Xing Kun didn't hesitate, grabbing both men, his hands like iron clamps. The man's eyes widened and he stammered, "Ji Yu, hey, why aren't you discharging electricity yet?" Ji Yu frowned slightly, a hint of surprise in her gaze, and replied, "There's still one target not positioned yet." The two were firmly held by Xing Kun, their hands and feet trembling, crying miserably, "Now you know why I knelt, right? Ah, help, my bones are almost broken. How can he be so strong?" The surrounding people heard the screams and shouted in unison, "Everyone, let's go together. This kid is very strong, be careful. Whoever awakened, use your superhuman power." Hearing the two's desperate cries for help, the Superhuman Alliance members immediately rushed over, menacingly. Xing Kun, hearing Ji Yu mention another person, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes and he asked, "Who is that person?" Ji Yu's eyes were closed, her lips moving slightly as she whispered to Xing Kun, "Yu Shang, I've let the electrical element diffuse through the air. An invisible current spread, covering the entire forest like a spiderweb." A moment later, Ji Yu's eyes snapped open, her tone excited. "Ah, found him. A water element and a fire element superhuman were fighting." The Superhuman Alliance members had barely rushed over when Ji Yu discharged electricity. The intense current sent everyone sprawling. Xing Kun collected all the resource vouchers, his gaze cold as he looked at the defeated people, his voice firm and clear. "If you failed, listen. Students with superhuman genes below 60, I've taken all the resource vouchers from their hands. Your points remain unchanged and you can even work harder. Don't let them scare you. I've avenged you." The Alliance members, before they could rush forward again, heard Xing Kun's words and immediately cowered, fleeing in panic. Xing Kun looked at them, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Why run? Don't waste your energy. You all have static electricity on you." Ji Yu slightly raised the corner of her mouth, her eyes glinting sharply, marking targets with the move Xing Kun knew well from his previous life. Thunderbolt positioning. As she executed the move, the current erupted violently, traversing every branch and blade of grass in the forest, pursuing the targets she had already positioned. Xing Kun stood there, keenly aware of the terrifying power of this move, which Ji Yu had revealed to him in his previous life's memories. In the distance, the battle between Fan Shiki and Yu Shang was underway. With Fan Shiki having the absolute upper hand, Yu Shang was suppressed by the scorching fiery giant palm, only able to envelop his body with elemental water, desperately holding on. Despite being at a disadvantage, his eyes still gleamed with an unyielding light, roaring defiantly, "These flames won't defeat me." Fan Shiki heard this and a disdainful smile played on his lips. He whispered softly, forming hand seals, his movements fluid, "Very good." The fiery giant palm controlled by Fan Shiki tightly grabbed Yu Shang, slowly lifting him. Yu Shang struggled, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief, shouting desperately, "This fiery palm is gripping me. My water element can't break free at all." Fan Shiki remained unmoved, clenching his fist, pulling the fiery palm and slammed Yu Shang fiercely to the ground. The flames burned fiercely. With each decisive movement, Yu Shang was flattened, no longer able to resist. Fan Shiki retracted the flames, his eyes gleaming with victorious joy, and said in a low voice, "Held on for a minute, not bad." Yu Shang lay in the rubble, gritting his teeth, his heart filled with anger and powerlessness, muttering to himself, "Can't resist, damn it, the gap is too huge." As expected, with a prominent family like the Fan family, there's no such thing as fairness. Fan Shiki watched Yu Shang struggle to sit up and proudly interjected, "Not bad, I'll consider you passed. You and your alliance can be my subordinates." Although Yu Shang's body ached from his injuries, he still gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness, roaring, "Past what? I didn't even..." Before he could finish, Fan Shiki interrupted him, his gaze sharp, his tone arrogant. "I'm already a 3-star superhuman. In terms of strength, I could already graduate from the Superhuman Academy. You using water elements to protect yourself within my fiery palm and not having your face burned is already quite good." Yu Shang heard this, his eyes widened in shock, and he asked with a trembling voice, "You're already 3-star, why are you still at school?" Before he could finish, Fan Shiki leaned closer, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He whispered, "Do you think the resources you're competing for are hard for me to obtain? These things are as easy as pie for me. I'm here to find talented individuals like yourselves for the Fan family. The Fan family will treat all talented individuals equally, and based on their personal abilities can help you grow rapidly. This kind of fairness is rare in this unfair world. Do you want it?" Hearing Fan Shiki's well-reasoned words, Yu Shang, though still seething with anger, couldn't help but smile and nodded in reply. "Of course I want it." He extended his hand, ready to shake hands with Fan Shiki to seal the agreement, but just as their hands were about to meet, Ji-Yu's current, after shocking everyone and marking them, struck again with a resounding boom. The two were joyfully preparing to shake hands when they were startled, turning their heads to see the familiar current rushing towards them. Although Fan Shiki was surprised, he quickly raised his hand to block while Yu Shang, unable to react in time, was hit by the fierce current, his whole body trembling, screaming repeatedly between the first and second bursts of electricity. The sky suddenly crackled with thunder and lightning, violently striking the location of Fan Shiki and Yu Shang. Fan Shiki immediately summoned flames, which blazed fiercely, blocking the still roaring monsters. Ji-Yu's image flashed through his mind and a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Yu Shang, meanwhile, was trembling all over, collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily as he whispered, I can't move anymore. At that moment, from deep within the forest, Shin Kun's four-person team slowly emerged. Shin Kun's face was expressionless and he said in a cold tone, Xiao Shengze, Xiao Dao, go over there and get the resource cards. No need to rush, they won't be able to move for an hour. He walked forward, lightly waving his hand at Fan Shiki, a slight smile on his lips. Oh Fan Shiki, you're indeed not so easily defeated. Fan Shiki hadn't yet responded. Yu Shang, still paralyzed and immobile from the electric shock, shouted in panic, this current is too overwhelming. As Ji-Yu emerged from the forest, her expression cold, Fan Shiki's face darkened and a low voice sounded, Ji-Yu. Hearing her name, Ji-Yu glanced indifferently, coldly replying, stop it, I can't join your team. Hearing this refusal, Fan Shiki frowned slightly. Flames flared up fiercely, his tone calm but full of pressure. Ji-Yu, I want to tell you, I respect your choice and I will wait for you to make the right one. With that, he transformed the flames into a giant fiery palm just as he had used against Yu Shang, and fiercely grabbed at both of them. Seeing the scorching fiery hand approaching, Shin Kun's lips curved into a smirk. He turned to Ji-Yu, his tone playful. You go rest, you're not his match right now, and I also want to test my superhuman power. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Kun summoned his metal element superhuman genes, and a golden light flashed, heading straight for the fiery hand. When the fiery palm descended, the flames erupted fiercely, scattering everywhere, and an earth-shattering explosion came from underground, shaking the entire forest. Looking at the scene of the violent flame eruption, Fan Shiki remained unfazed, secretly thinking that Shin Kun must have been incinerated or at least incapacitated. But when he focused his senses, his eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. There was not the slightest object within the fire. Before he could understand what had happened, Shin Kun had already rushed fiercely in front of him, holding a shining metal piece in his hand, revealing a provocative smile, and whispered, Young Master Fan, a little flustered, aren't you? Do you rarely get approached closely? Fan Shiki was startled and immediately leapt away, raising a hand to form a scorching fiery claw, grabbing fiercely, his voice icy, Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect others? One fiery claw aimed at Ji-Yu, while the other hand formed a second fiery claw, heading straight for Shin Kun. Shin Kun, although subjected to the sudden attack, merely frowned slightly, taking a few steps back and muttering in displeasure. Indeed, having a few % of superhuman genes allows one to use two fiery claws simultaneously without hesitation. Shin Kun nimbly dodged the fiery claws with practiced movements. Seeing his opponent's agility, Fan Shiki's lips curved into a smirk. Controlling the two fiery claws to surround Shin Kun from both sides, he sneered, his tone confident. HMPH, this time you have nowhere to run, go. The two huge fiery hands suddenly enlarged, encircling Shin Kun from both sides, slowly tightening and engulfing him. With a boom, the two fiery claws closed, tightly gripping Shin Kun in the center. Seeing this scene, Yu Shang, still lying on the ground, stared with terrified wide eyes, screaming, Is this your true power? But you'll kill him like this. Fan Shiki heard this, and merely responded coldly, He won't be killed that easily. But in his heart he secretly calculated, even if you survive the final trial, it's nothing. If you die, I'll just pay compensation. As the flames gradually dissipated, Fan Shiki was about to check Shin Kun's body, but unexpectedly Shin Kun was unharmed, leaping into the air, his eyes sharp, ready to counterattack. Seeing this, Yu Shang was stunned, mumbling in shock. The fiery hand didn't catch him. He should have been finished if caught, but he was fine. Fan Shiki, on the other hand, showed no surprise, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand, summoning giant fiery palms, this time transforming them into rows of crimson fire, thousands of hands filling the entire space. Shin Kun still floated in the air, unafraid even when facing a single fiery claw, but now facing the overwhelming fiery claws he was slightly flustered, dodging with difficulty. After a hard struggle, Shin Kun gradually calmed down. He narrowed his eyes, carefully observing and analyzing every detail of the crimson fire, thousands of hands. Although there were many, each had become smaller. He secretly thought, an idea flashing in his mind. Shin Kun took out the metal fragment containing one superhuman genes and began to counterattack. Sharp cutting lines carrying dazzling golden light danced in the air, slashing through the fiery claws upon contact. He dodged nimbly while tightly gripping the metal fragment. Shin Kun counterattacked Fan Shiki with astonishing speed. Watching Shin Kun's fighting style, Fan Shiki frowned slightly. He wondered, his fighting style was too familiar, not at all like someone who had just awakened. What secrets did he have? As he pondered, he saw Shin Kun shake off the fiery claws, brandishing the metal fragment and heading straight for him, striking down fiercely. Fan Shiki tilted his body slightly, easily evading. He retreated while controlling the fiery claws to attack, secretly calculating. His metal blade was indeed sharp. He couldn't let him burn the flames to death. But subduing this lunatic without killing him was not easy. He could only injure him during the exchange. While Shin Kun was busy dealing with the fiery claws, Fan Shiki quietly controlled one fiery claw, heading straight for the metal fragment in Shin Kun's hand which contained one superhuman genes. The fiery palm suddenly grabbed the metal fragment. Fan Shiki's lips curved into a smirk, secretly thinking, my 90 superhuman power against his one. Directly attacking superhuman genes, let's see what else you can do. Fan Shiki tightly gripped the metal fragment, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes, secretly calculating that if he permeated 90 of his superhuman genes into it, colliding with Shin Kun's weak one genes, destroying Shin Kun's superhuman genes, he wouldn't recover for a year and a half. By then he would no longer be able to obstruct him. But after only a few seconds he found that although Shin Kun tried to retrieve the metal fragment, he still remained unfazed, showing no pain or discomfort. Watching Shin Kun face him calmly, Fan Shiki became even more annoyed. He exerted all his strength, injecting his superhuman genes into the metal fragment, roaring in his heart, destroy him. Damn it, his superhuman genes are abnormally strong. Who would believe he just became a superhuman? The more he thought, the more he associated it with his 4-star superhuman uncle, and sweat began to trickle down his forehead, his determination growing even stronger. Seeing Fan Shiki exert so much force, Shin Kun smiled slightly and unhesitatingly fell beside him. In an instant, Shin Kun's hand slipped, hooking Fan Shiki's pants pocket, and he shouted loudly, "Oh dear Fan Shiki, you're too amazing." Fan Shiki was stunned, and actually forgot to react, secretly wondering what does he want to do. Before he could understand, Shin Kun had already swiftly pulled his hand from his pants pocket, giving a thumbs up, a brilliant smile. You are the strongest person in our batch, I admit defeat. Faced with Shin Kun's sudden attitude, Fan Shiki froze, the flames in his hand gradually extinguished, and he couldn't find a reason to continue fighting. After a while, everyone gathered back at the original spot. The teacher stepped forward, his booming voice announcing, the competition is over. I hope all students have gained something from this competition, alright? Please hand over your vouchers to me, and I will go to the resource department to allocate resources for everyone. Hearing the teacher's announcement, a group of people grimaced, glaring at each other, then reluctantly moved aside, just in time for Shin Kun and a few others to step forward. Shin Kun walked up, smiling brightly, holding up a stack of vouchers. His tone was excited. Teacher, you're mistaken, we got all the vouchers. 78 in total, please count them. The teacher took the stack of vouchers, not angry at all, but rather revealing a relaxed smile. Looking at Shin Kun's proud demeanor, you lot have officially become the targets of everyone. Shin Kun merely smiled faintly, letting the teacher's words flow past his ears, and calmly replied, Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely get along harmoniously with my classmates. The teacher found one missing and turned to Fan Shiki, asking, Shiki, do you still have one? Fan Shiki quickly rummaged through his pants pocket, but the more he searched, the more flustered he became, finally mumbling, Where's my resource voucher? Shin Kun, as if startled, suddenly exclaimed, intentionally looking at Fan Shiki with a sly smile, Oh dear, I forgot, when I was defeated by you earlier I saw a resource voucher on the ground, so I picked it up. Shiki, I'm sorry, I'll return it to you now. He offered the voucher, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Fan Shiki's face darkened and he gritted his teeth, cursing, Shut up, don't call me Shiki, we're not that close. I don't need it, you keep it, I'm leaving. He turned coldly and left, secretly vowing, Shin Kun, I will definitely kill you. A moment later, in the resource department, Shin Kun and his group pushed out a large cart full of resources. They walked along, distributing them, their voices excited. Here are 6 portions for you. Brother, you don't need to say more. 6 portions, a total of 42 portions of life essence is already an unimaginably valuable treasure for us. We will cherish it and work hard to awaken. As they walked, Xiao Dao suddenly spoke, Shin Kun, I have a question for you. Before Shin Kun could answer, Zhao Sheng interjected, cursing, Call him big brother, quick. Shin Kun could only stop, frowning slightly. Xiao Dao looked at him, continuing curiously, You could have defeated Fan Shiki, right? Why did you pretend as if you weren't hurt at all? And then pretend to fall to the ground? Hearing Xiao Dao's question, Shin Kun walked along with a faint smile, his tone calm. He's young Master Fan, very powerful, we've already obtained enough resources. There's no need to rush and push him too hard. Xiao Dao's eyes lit up at this, and she excitedly exclaimed, Big brother is amazing. The group continued walking towards the dorms under the dim evening sun. When they saw Shin Kun and Ji Yu still walking, Zhao Sheng hurriedly shouted, We're at the dorms, big brother. You're going the wrong way. He pointed to the building next door, continuing, That's the girls' dorm. Big brother's dorm isn't here. We're sharing a dorm. Shin Kun glanced lightly at the opposite building, calmly replying, I'm going this way. The school arranged separate dorms for students with exceptionally high superhuman genes to avoid accidentally harming classmates. Zhao Sheng heard this, slightly flustered, and called out, I know, but that's also the girls' dorm, big brother. It's only for Sister Ji Yu. Before he could finish, Xiao Dao slammed him on the head, softly cursing, You blockhead. This hit woke Zhao Sheng up and he mumbled to himself, Oh, I forgot it was sister-in-law's dorm. Thinking this, Zhao Sheng quickly bent down and respectfully shouted to the two, Shin Kun, Ji Yu, big brother, big sister-in-law, good night, don't work too hard. Shin Kun heard this, his face turned cold and he turned to continue walking, his voice low. I told you we're just childhood friends, are your brains fried? Never mind, good night. Ji Yu followed behind, hearing Shin Kun turn to her and softly say, It might take the whole night to teach you how to absorb resources quickly, right? Come to think of it, we haven't spent the night in the same room since high school. Ji Yu heard him bring up old memories, and frowned slightly, complaining with dissatisfaction in her tone. A boy like you, always messing around outside after high school, who'd want to stay in the same room with you. Hearing her scolding, Shin Kun smiled faintly, firmly responding, I've turned over a new leaf, now is the best time. Watching Shin Kun's actions, Ji Yu followed behind him, a blush on her face, secretly thinking that this guy seemed a little different. That night in Ji Yu's room, Shin Kun sat down and began to instruct her in a steady tone. When this world suddenly saw a large number of superhumans appear, humanity began to focus on studying the power of superhuman genes, attempting to simulate artificial genes, but the plan failed. Instead, they discovered that energy from primitive organisms like animals could be used to extract life essence. This substance replaced the energy consumption of superhumans when refining elements. He picked up a bottle of essence, drank it in one gulp, and after demonstrating, he frowned and muttered, Honestly, this is a lot like monsters eating human flesh, but drinking this stuff does nothing for me. It doesn't satisfy my hunger at all. He looked at Ji Yu and continued, The resource department said this stuff is very rare. You can only use 1 tube per day, combined with absorption aptitude and recovery speed. The effect will be best, but listen to me. Ignore their guidance, just use it freely. Don't save electricity for the school. Advance to a 1-star superhuman as quickly as possible. Shin Kun suddenly leaned close to Ji Yu's face, his eyes shining like a drunkard staring at her. Come look at me. Let me feel if the electricity in your body has any signs of being refined. Being so close to Shin Kun, Ji Yu was somewhat flustered, her heart racing, unable to hear his words at all. Thoughts swirled in her mind. Why is Shin Kun so close? He really has changed a lot. No longer chasing those long-legged sisters, even deleting their contact information. In junior high, he also stopped pursuing me exclusively. Even if Ming Ji Yu attracted attention, he still ignored it. Why has he suddenly changed now? Seeing Ji Yu staring blankly at him, Shin Kun waited for a long time without a response, so he frowned, his tone playful. Hey, what are you doing? Are you playing games with me? He suddenly pinched her cheeks, continuing to provoke. Where's your usual feisty temper? Could it be you took the wrong medicine today, which is why you can't bear to fight back? The pain startled Ji Yu, and she shrieked, retreating backward, but Shin Kun ignored her, pouncing and pinning her to the ground, his tone playful. Why are you spacing out? Seeing Ji Yu lying on the ground, her cheeks flushed but silent, Shin Kun narrowed his eyes, revealing a sly smile, intending to take advantage. He slowly leaned his face closer to her lips. Ji Yu saw this scene, wanting to resist internally, but her body was immobile. She only softly said, Hey, why are you getting handsy again? Shin Kun didn't stop, still leaning over. Ji Yu lay there, her heart racing, but Shin Kun's left arm suddenly trembled. The two faced each other, only inches apart. Shin Kun paused for a second. Ji Yu's eyes widened, and she suddenly remembered that this guy was originally a playboy. She quickly turned her face away, dodging his kiss, her mind a mess. He's not chasing those long-legged sisters anymore, and now he wants to deceive close friends to amuse himself. Her cheeks still flushed, she dodged and whispered, Shin Kun, get up, this is too strange, stop being a pervert. But Shin Kun ignored her, pressing her down tightly, leaning close to smell her body, and whispered in her ear, You smell so good, I want to eat you. Hearing his tone, Ji Yu looked at him in confusion, but as soon as she turned, she saw half of Shin Kun's face twisted and deformed, his mouth wide open, his eyes greedily staring at her, frantically sniffing. Ji Yu suddenly got up, summoning lightning to strike him, attacking and cursing, You pervert, if you dare to eat me, I'll send you to meet your grandmother. In Ji Yu's dorm, a huge current erupted, instantly plunging the entire school into darkness, as if returning to the Stone Age. In the distance, Xiao Dao cried out in panic, Wow, private dorms for superhumans. Really unnecessary. Fighting in the middle of the night, causing a campus-wide blackout. Only Ji Yu's room is still lit with electricity. Shin Kun, shocked by the electricity, sobered up and looked at Ji Yu, stammering, Your superhuman genes are indeed too high. The scent you emit is a fatal temptation for my monster genes. My body can't control it. Hearing Shin Kun explain that his body was dominated by monster genes, Ji Yu was both embarrassed and annoyed, letting out an "oh" and reluctantly accepting it. Shin Kun regained his composure, took off his jacket, and continued to guide her in a steady tone. I feel that your lightning already shows signs of being refined. This direction is good, keep it up. You stay here, I'm going out to run some errands. Ji Yu glanced at him, immediately guessing his intention, and tossed him a mask, frowning. If you're going to do something bad, remember to wear a mask. I already prepared one for you. Seeing Shin Kun off, Ji Yu couldn't help but remind him worriedly, Remember to be careful. Shin Kun replied with a smile, Don't worry, I'm just going out for a walk and some supper. Do you want some? I'll bring some back for you. Watching his back gradually disappear, Ji Yu's face blushed again, and she muttered, Idiot. Leaving the dorm, Shin Kun put on his cloak and the mask Ji Yu gave him, thinking, Now that I've evolved into a level 3 monster, I can easily deal with peak level 3 monsters using the leader's flame. As long as I conceal my monster mutated left arm, others will assume I'm a fire element superhuman, and no one understands monster language, so there's nothing to worry about, he thought as he walked into the forest, not retracting his mutated arm, conserving energy while waiting for the right moment to act. Walking slowly, Shin Kun suddenly felt an unusual aura. A familiar sensation made his heart tighten. He didn't hesitate to retract his mutated left arm, suppress the leader's flame, and observe cautiously. He stepped gently on the ground, feeling the area beneath his feet. The closer he got to that sensation, the faster Shin Kun's heart pounded. When he reached a certain distance, he cried out in terror in his mind, An earth dragon. I saw this earth dragon in the trial ground. Although I'm at the Superhuman Academy, this area is still close to the trial ground. It's looking for me here. It must have sensed me. Using the leader's flame for too long truly was the source of attracting it here. He stopped, his gaze sharp. It seemed tonight wasn't about having supper. This huge meal was extremely tough to chew and not exactly delicious. To eat well, he had to be highly vigilant. Shing Kun stood in the forest, his gaze sharp, his mind heavy with the astonishing secrets beneath the ground. Not only were there earth dragons hiding, but also monsters humans had never discovered. Humans simply didn't know that those who died and became monsters hadn't truly vanished. Whenever superhumans killed monsters, the emitted smoke was the power of monster genes. They accumulated and permeated underground, nourishing the giant monster beneath the earth. A year later, when it accumulated enough power, it would erupt, breaking through the ground to bring about the apocalypse for humanity. In my previous life, I saw this king of monsters, but how many other monsters are there? Are there even more powerful ones sleeping, waiting to awaken? Meanwhile, in a car, a young man slowly opened his eyes, groaning, "My head hurts so much, where is this?" He vaguely recalled being at the rescue station, relieving stress with his brothers. He went out to answer his father's call, then suddenly someone from behind covered his mouth and nose with a wet towel. Thinking of this, he struggled violently, shouting in the car, "Who are you? What do you want?" Seeing him making a commotion, the two kidnappers in the front frowned and looked at each other impatiently. One complained, "See, I told you to use less medicine. This time he woke up earlier than needed." The other sneered, "Falcon, don't mess this up this time. Don't get the medicine wrong again." The young man heard this and cried out in panic, "Let go of me, I want to go home. This is kidnapping, it's illegal." But the two in front continued to laugh shamelessly. One said, "How could that be? I always calculated the dosage accurately before, it's just his physique that's a bit special." The other glanced at the young man through the rearview mirror, revealing a sinister smile. "Oh, is that so? Then we hit the jackpot this time. You'll get VIP treatment." His monster gene content was much higher than others, so he woke up earlier. Based on this, he could fetch several times the price of ordinary goods. Hearing his companion's analysis, the person next to him nodded in agreement. He should have needed triple the anesthetic dosage to be unconscious, but he's still awake. It's estimated that this guy's monster gene content is over 80. The other laughed heartily, his eyes shining. "Ah, excellent, an A- grade specimen. This time we'll definitely earn 7 times the amount of life essence compared to a D grade. We're rich, we can do all the drugs we want, but be careful not to scare him into mutating into a monster prematurely. Give him a few more anesthetic shots to keep him unconscious, just to be safe." Just as he spoke, a loud crash echoed as a strong arm slapped the car roof. A cloaked figure wearing a mask and dressed in black with a single strike of his left hand brought the rapidly speeding car to an abrupt halt. That figure was Shing Kun. He punched the car's front again, creating a deep crater in the ground, then swiftly leapt aside, dodging the rapidly skidding car. The two kidnappers were in a panic, slamming on the brakes, almost overturning the car. One asked with a tremble, "Who was that? Where did he go?" The driver ignored him, furiously trying to start the car, but the engine had stalled. He cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, this piece of junk won't start again." He turned to his companion, yelling, "Falcon, you stay and watch the merchandise. Absolutely don't let them mutate into monsters prematurely. I'll go out and deal with that person." But before he could act, Shing Kun had already approached silently. The driver had just turned around and hadn't noticed the enemy beside him. His companion saw it and shouted in panic, "Hey, that guy's right there." Before he could finish, Shing Kun smashed the car door with a punch. He gently extended his hand, grabbed the driver by the neck and violently yanked him out. The man crashed against the car window, shattering the glass with a crisp sound in the darkness. Shing Kun wasn't in a hurry to deal with the driver. He simply threw him casually towards a large tree. He continued to search the car, his gaze sharp, completely unconcerned about the kidnapper who had just violently crashed into the tree. Although this person was a superhuman, he only suffered minor injuries and was a bit dizzy, shouting in surprise, "Who the hell are you?" Shing Kun glanced at him, saying faintly, "Guess." Hearing his tone, the driver gritted his teeth and charged at Shing Kun with extreme speed, roaring, "I'll send you to hell." He was determined that whether Shing Kun knew the secret or not, he absolutely couldn't let him live. The young man in the car saw the battle outside and shouted in panic to the other bound people, "Wake up, we've been kidnapped." Seeing the young man making a fuss, another kidnapper, Falcon, got out of the car, cursing impatiently. What a hassle. These monster gene carriers were troublesome once they woke up. He approached the young man with a strange vial. The young man was terrified, pleading, "Do you want to sell us? Do you want us to die? No, please, let me go. I'm safe with the Rescue Society and my emotions are stable. I really haven't mutated into a monster. My wife abandoned us because of monster genes. The son is still waiting for me to come home," he cried uncontrollably, but a few seconds later the kidnapper's words stunned him. "Don't worry, your son also has monster genes and is on the list. Now go back to sleep, you troublemaker." With that, Falcon shoved the vial into the young man's mouth, forcing him to drink it. The young man clenched his mouth shut, struggling to resist, but the kidnapper was even more ferocious, disregarding the dosage and forcing him to swallow it. In the dark forest, Shing Kun and the driver charged at each other, the battle swift as lightning, watching Shing Kun dare to take him on with bare hands. The driver scoffed, shouting, "I'm a level 3 superhuman, what? At this close range, take my lightning palm and turn to ash." but as their arms were about to connect, Shin Kun's hand ignited with the leader's flame, blue flames burning fiercely. The driver's heart tightened, thinking blue fire and lightning don't cancel each other out, both will get hurt. Confident in his level 3 superhuman strength, he didn't believe Shin Kun's flames could harm him and charged forward desperately. But as their hands met, the leader's flame instantly incinerated his arm. Shin Kun seized the opportunity, punching him in the face, making the driver stagger. Watching Shin Kun approach, he was in a panic, his mind a mess. Damn it, what kind of power is this? It hurt so much, my hand was just blue flame. How could it be so strong? He's completely unharmed. Sensing that Shin Kun was there to rescue people, the driver stammered in fear. Do you want to save those people with monster genes? They all have monster genes. Once stimulated, they'll turn into monsters and cause chaos. Killing them is simply acting on behalf of heaven. If you use them well, they can even do good deeds. I advise you to get lost quickly. You don't know who you've provoked. Shin Kun ignored the threat, stepped forward and stomped on his head, his voice icy. Human trafficking has nothing to do with justice, you trash. I'll go flatten your rescue society. With Shin Kun's foot on his face, the driver still stubbornly shouted, What do you know? Someone always has to do bad things. Are we human traffickers? What do you know? What rescue society? I'm not part of the rescue society, I don't know. Hearing him argue, Shin Kun stomped harder, his gaze sharp. You expose and locate monster gene carriers at opportune times. Disguise them as mutated monsters in the city, then have your people legally kill them, and then secretly sell them to the Fan family's secret experimental base. How many people have you black-hearted bastards harmed? After asking, Shin Kun stomped again, distorting the man's face. Hearing Shin Kun's revelations, he let out a grim laugh. How do you know so much? Who are you? Who would be idle enough to count how many monsters they've caught? Who cares? Besides, I'm eliminating societal threats. Appeasing them only slows down the monster mutation. Killing them is rooting out the problem. Hearing his stubbornness, Shin Kun angrily snapped, Shut up, I ask you, answer. He stomped again, and memories from his previous life surged. He clearly remembered that the Rescue Society was established 3 years ago, ostensibly an organization to help monster gene carriers communicate and support each other. But 6 months later, they held a national confession conference stimulating monster gene carriers in some way to mutate, and then they were killed. Later, the truth was exposed. They secretly recorded information about monster gene carriers and sold it to the Fan family for cruel experiments. Recalling the memories of his previous life, Shin Kun gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp. He knew the Fan family had destroyed all evidence related to life essence and experiments, although news once leaked and a high-ranking member of the Rescue Society was arrested, revealing the path for transporting goods to the Fan family. All clues were wiped out. The Fan family not only experimented on monster gene carriers but also turned them into food for underground monsters. Enraged, Shin Kun stomped hard on the driver's face, roaring, How many secret experimental bases does the Fan family have? The driver in pain quickly replied, 1. But Shin Kun didn't believe him and stomped again, making his face twist like a monster. He pleaded in agony, Don't press, I only know 1. No, I remember now, I know 2 more. Shin Kun still didn't let up, continuing to stomp and threaten. Can your head handle it? The man was almost sinking into the dirt. He screamed in despair, Stop stomping, it's going to burst, I'll tell you everything. There are many experimental bases across the country and factories that produce monsters. I really don't know how many. Hearing this answer, Shin Kun had already anticipated it, so he changed the question. Near Cleansing City, how many are there? The driver urgently shouted, Only 1, I swear, I really only know 1. I can take you there. Shin Kun still continued to ask coldly, Then do you know if there are monsters underground? The driver stammered in fear. How monsters underground? How is that possible? Seeing his panicked expression, Shin Kun turned around, his voice low. It seems your status isn't high enough to know higher-level information. Take me to the monster factory. Seeing Shin Kun walk slowly and unguardedly, the driver secretly gathered lightning in his left arm while replying, I'll take you there right away. The driver roared, lightning bursting from his hand aiming at Shin Kun, and shouted as he charged, Go meet those dead monster gene carriers. Didn't expect this, did you? My hand can still blow your head off. He was frantic, murder in his eyes, looking like me. I absolutely can't let you live. But his fierce attack was easily blocked by Shin Kun's left hand. He looked at the driver indifferently, his voice icy. This is not far from the car. Your screams should be loud enough, right? If not, your companion might not hear them either. The driver didn't hear a word. His mind a mess, thinking in panic, how can he catch my lightning palm with his left hand? He didn't even use that blue fire superhuman power. What's wrong with his hand? Shin Kun suddenly turned around, revealing half of his monster-mutated face, his eyes cruel. He crushed the driver's hands, his voice low. Compared to you, I trust the one who ran away to lead the way more. Seeing Shin Kun's monster-mutated face, the driver trembled, a chill running down his spine, secretly cursing, Damn it, so he's a monster after all. There was no escaping it from the beginning. The lightning I used wasn't enough to deal with a monster. His miserable screams echoed through the forest, shrill and agonizing. Shin Kun exerted more force and his half-mutated monster face became even more hideous. Inside the car, the remaining kidnapper Falcon continued to force the young man to drink the medicine, threatening, You're really tough. Is it because of your son that you've held on until now? Hurry up and pass out. If you mutate, I'd have already dislocated your jaw if your monster genes weren't so valuable. As he forced the young man to drink, he suddenly saw Shin Kun's figure through the car window. He muttered in panic, How was Electric Man dealt with so quickly? Damn it, this person can easily take care of Electric Man, so he's definitely not simple. Life is more precious than this truck, so no one can blame him. He didn't bother with the car and unhesitatingly turned and fled. Although the young man had consumed a large amount of anesthetic, he remained conscious. He struggled free from the kidnapper, stuck his head out of the car, breathed in the fresh air and then said, "Thank you, Xing-kun, thank you for saving us." Hearing this, Xing-kun's eyes were cold and he replied in a deep voice, "Don't you know? The ones deceiving you are the Rescue Society. I'm giving you a warning. Don't let anyone discover you're still alive and don't go back to the city. You are already dead. The location information on your necks has been deliberately modified, stating you mutated into monsters and were killed." Hearing Xing-kun's warning, the young man still couldn't hide his panic and quickly said, "But my son is still in the city. What should I do?" Xing-kun didn't answer. As he pursued the kidnapper, his thoughts were immersed in memories of his previous life. Superhuman Academy, built on an island outside Manhua City, was once the majestically standing Nancha City. But 10 years ago, this world was suddenly invaded by monsters and humans with superhuman powers. Weak superhumans and savage monsters engaged in fierce battles. Within 5 years, humanity paid a heavy price, with countless sacrifices made to eliminate the monsters and stabilize society. However, Nancha City became a deserted, dead city. After the disaster, Manhua City established the Eradication Bureau, a complex comprising the Superhuman Academy, Gene Research Institute, Trial Base and Eradication Headquarters, concentrating all superhuman-related activities. However, this land still retained the abandoned appearance of the old Nancha City, never rebuilt. The Fan family secretly established a monster factory here. This time they succeeded, actively summoning monsters to the factory. Outside the factory, the kidnapper, passing through monsters tightly bound by chains, heavily knocked on the metal door. As soon as he entered, a camera immediately aimed at him. He hugged his head and quickly shouted at the camera, "It's me, not an intruder." He frowned, his tone displeased. "The first line of defense for the monster factory, you're really troublesome. Every time I come, I have to listen to these monsters wailing." A moment later, a cold, sharp reply came from the camera. "As long as someone invades, we can detect it immediately. Even superhumans cannot escape a monster's scent. Wait, where's Electric Man? Where are this time's goods? Did something go wrong?" Hearing this, the kidnapper's neck veins bulged and he angrily roared, "I should be asking you, did you leak information? Someone attacked us. Electric Man might be dead. Fortunately, I sensed the anomaly and returned in time, leaving the goods behind. Time is precious, open the door. I need to go ask Supervisor Song what exactly happened." The camera rotated, observing carefully, then a suspicious voice came from inside. "Damn it, no one followed you, did they?" The kidnapper curled his lip, his tone full of sarcasm. "Nonsense. I'm a level 3 wind element superhuman. What? Who could follow me? Unless they have a dog's nose." He gritted his teeth, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "And even if he did follow, could he get past the first line of defense?" Hearing this, the person inside immediately opened the door, letting him flash into the darkness of the factory. But in just an instant, the camera suddenly detected an unusual movement. The equipment's light scanned and entered the observation room. A staff member inside cried out in panic, It seemed like a shadow just flashed past the first line of defense, but how is that possible? The monsters didn't even howl. We must switch to other cameras, hurry." Hearing his colleague, another staff member yawned, lazily replying, "If someone invades, they're most likely to appear at the ventilation shaft." Just observe there, outside the factory, Xing-kun cleverly blended into the monster crowd, avoiding surveillance cameras. He moved while thinking to himself, his eyes sharp. Sure enough, even with the monster network, these level 1 monsters couldn't recognize him. As long as he didn't carry monster genes internally, they would still consider him one of their own. Finding a blind spot the camera couldn't reach, Xing-kun immediately flashed over, his steps light but full of vigilance. Reaching a dead end, he stopped, muttering calculations to himself. He might as well just dig a hole in the wall to infiltrate. Meanwhile, in the isolation room of the monster factory, a group of doctors had just completed a live surgery. The chief surgeon's eyes were cold as he turned to his assistant, his tone sharp. "Haven't the new goods arrived yet? We're out of material." The person who had just undergone surgery with his limbs removed woke up as soon as the anesthetic wore off. Agonizing screams echoed throughout the room. Hearing the screams, the chief surgeon frowned, pulled out a sharp knife and impatiently reprimanded his subordinate. "Hasn't this guy had his vocal cords cut yet? How are you doing your job?" Questioned, the assistant stammered. "Sorry, I saw he wasn't moving, so I thought." Before he could finish, the doctor interrupted him, slyly saying, "To separate monster genes, these monsters will turn into dust in a short time. Their monster genes must remain intact and be sent to the level 2 laboratory. So they need to be handled carefully while still alive. Separating monster genes shouldn't kill them. Their bodies are containers for monster genes. Even without limbs, they can't mutate into monsters, but making them vocalize is troublesome. Materials must be handled meticulously. Not a single detail can be overlooked to avoid troubling other researchers." The doctor's eyes were cold as he slowly moved the blade closer to the experiment subject's neck. The poor man, in extreme agony, pleaded incoherently, "Woo-woo, please, woo-woo, you can do anything to me, but can you spare my wife? Her monster gene content is very low. Please, please spare her. Logically, it's very difficult for her to mutate into a monster. Please let her go." Despite his desperate pleas, the doctor remained unmoved. He indifferently pried open the man's throat, and the sharp blade extended inside. The man's mouth was pried open, leaving him no strength to resist, only to cry and beg. He was about to close his eyes and resign himself to fate when suddenly his horrified gaze caught sight of a terrible scene. Next to him was a pile of neatly cut human remains, sorted and placed in different boxes. Glancing over, he was horrified to find a familiar head among them. His wife's, having just been willing to die seeing this sight. He screamed frantically, his voice hoarse with rage, Beasts, I will kill all of you. You will all die a terrible death. You are evil, you will never find peace." The doctor was about to cut his vocal cords but stopped when the man struggled violently. He waited until the victim was exhausted and stopped struggling before continuing. Turning to his assistant, he gritted his teeth and angrily reprimanded him. See, if other researchers encountered this, they would also be distracted, increasing the chance of experimental failure. What if it's an important experiment? At that point, you'd simply be hindering human progress. Saying this, the doctor again pried open the man's mouth, and as he made the cut, he coldly reminded his subordinate, "Remember, always be meticulous and careful in your work." Suddenly, the entire room plunged into darkness. The power system unexpectedly shut down. The sudden change made the doctor stop his actions. He turned to his assistant, his eyes questioning with a hint of irritation. "Why is there a power outage? What are you standing there for in the middle of the night? Go check the backup power." Why didn't it activate? In just an instant, the monster factory was shaken by chaotic alarms. A panicked voice came through the system. "Supervisor Song, the circuit seems to be cut. The entire monster factory is out of power." At the same time, the kidnapper rushed into the room, his face flushed, angrily shouting at the doctor, "Supervisor Song, did you leak information? We were ambushed. What are you just standing there for? And why is there a power outage here?" Seeing him, the doctor immediately understood, pointed at him, and said with contempt, "Trash, only causing trouble. You were ambushed, you cut off our power, you were followed." Kidnapper froze, opening his mouth to ask, but the first line of defense. Before he could finish, the doctor roared, ordering his subordinates, "All security personnel assemble. Immediately activate level 1 alert." With that, he frantically dialed his phone, anxiously contacting his superiors. Monster Factory number 3 had been invaded by a mysterious intruder. He had to report it immediately. As soon as the Fan family answered the phone, the doctor quickly said, "Monster Factory number 3 has a..." Before he could finish, the phone was smashed by something. The room plunged into darkness, leaving the doctor and the kidnapper to look at each other, nervously whispering, He's here. He followed me all the way here. Does this person have a death wish?" Meanwhile, the urgently summoned security team, holding flashlights, rushed in, shouting in unison, "Supervisor, please give instructions." The doctor immediately roared, "Go find the intruder for me, quickly." But just as the security guards dispersed, a powerful force suddenly struck, knocking them to the ground outside the door. Xing Kun's voice echoed coldly, full of mockery. "Your bodies and minds, even your souls, smell like excrement. This lavish dinner tonight is truly disgusting." As soon as his words fell, Xing Kun walked in arrogantly, standing tall at the doorway. Seeing the intruder, the doctor suddenly showed a smug smile, his tone filled with schadenfreude. "Are you here for these monster gene carriers? How utterly foolish. Monster gene carriers are inherently a menace to society, but we can make them more beneficial. If you don't understand anything and barge in here to stop us, then become our material." The doctor curled his lip, his tone full of sarcasm. "These little security guards are indeed useless. They only do odd jobs. The real security guards are superhumans, and they've arrived now." As soon as his words fell, behind Xing Kun, 2 fire element superhumans rushed over, their aura fierce as if they wanted to burn everything. One laughed wildly and roared, "Finally, someone came in to die." The kidnapper, his eyes bloodshot with anger, also charged forward, shouting, "And me, I'll avenge Electric Man," watching Xing Kun fiercely battle the superhumans in the corridor. The doctor frowned, his heart filled with doubt. Who is this intruder? An eradicator? Or someone from Ching Che's research institute? "The dean is truly too arrogant, daring to break into my monster factory alone to cause destruction," he muttered to himself, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. "We have 1 early stage level 3 wind element superhuman, 2 mid-stage level 3 special security guards, and the secret medicine in hand, HMPH. Even if he's a level 4 superhuman, I'll still extract his superhuman gene chain." In the corridor, the superhumans, seeing they couldn't suppress Xing Kun in close combat, immediately switched to using their abilities. The kidnapper roared, throwing a dragon fist, a sharp airflow rushing straight at Xing Kun. The 2 fire element superhumans didn't hesitate, simultaneously unleashing blazing staff, turning into 2 scorching fire pillars, charging straight to incinerate Xing Kun. The 3 cooperated tacitly, attacking while arrogantly provoking. "Try it. How many moves can you block?" Seeing Xing Kun use the leader's flame, with flames blazing fiercely, blocking the combined attack of the 3, they sneered, "Ah, fire element superhuman. You probably don't know we have another research laboratory here. Using fire in front of us is like teaching a fish to swim or carrying coals to Newcastle." After a fierce battle, 1 fire element superhuman suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "My blazing staff seems to have shrunk." The other's face darkened, and he hastily tried to retract his ability, trembling as he told his companion, "Something feels off. It's like it's being devoured little by little." The kidnapper, witnessing the scene, couldn't believe his eyes and roared in terror, Hey, what I shot out was a tornado, these flames. They can even consume wind and fire. What kind of power is this? It seems all 3 of our superhuman powers are being devoured by his blue flames." "What are these blue flames? Quickly retract them. It's getting stronger the more it eats, and its growth speed is terrifying. The two fire element superhumans angrily roared while trying to retract their flames. Elements being devoured? Are you kidding me? What trick is this kid playing? One's face was grim, grinding his teeth to make a judgment. He must have learned some kind of self-destructive elemental star map. This is the power of his elemental self-detonation. Although the two fire element superhumans managed to retract some flames and still had energy to roar, the kidnapper's whirlwind fist was devoured by the blue flames, and he immediately suffered a backlash. He was violently flung against the wall, screaming in pain. I expended too much energy on this move. It takes 100 days for broken bones to heal, and the same applies to these genes. Your move uses life as a catalyst. I admit you're impressive if you can use it twice. Seeing Shin Kun charge, the kidnapper mistakenly thought he was exhausted and about to collapse. He curled his lip, raised his middle finger, and provocatively cursed. But the price for this arrogance was a casual punch from Shin Kun. With just a touch, his head instantly turned into a bloody mist, dissipating into the air. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the two fire element superhumans retreated in panic, their faces pale, whispering in terror. Half of that wind element superhuman's body looked like it had been run over by a car. Holy crap, I saw it too clearly. Was that a monster killing him? And a level 3 monster at that. It seems he has a hidden card, able to use such intense moves repeatedly, but his weakness is also obvious. He can only erupt within a small range, the two analyzed, while carefully moving away from Shin Kun, maintaining a safe distance. Once they were far enough, their fear subsided slightly, and the two continued to discuss. As long as they kept their distance and didn't let him get close, they could take him down immediately. They unleashed blazing staff and fireball, continuously shooting fire pillars and scorching fireballs from a distance directly at Shin Kun. Only the doctor, standing in the darkness observing Shin Kun slowly moving through wave after wave of attacks completely unaffected, realized the truth. He muttered to himself, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. It's all wrong. Not everyone who cultivates elemental star maps can become a 3-star superhuman. And 3-star superhumans don't necessarily have to use elemental star maps. You have studied the Fan family's flames for many years. You are too familiar with fire element superhuman power. But he didn't use an elemental star map at all. He only used pure fire elements. While the doctor was still immersed in panic, the superhumans outside the corridor suddenly let out deafening screams as they saw Shin Kun charging. Our flames are being devoured by his power again. Is his elemental star map more powerful than we thought? Ranged attacks are useless. He's charging quick. Eat the red fire seeds, damn it. We'll be bedridden for half a month after this explosion. The two fire element superhumans shouted and hurriedly shoved something into their mouths. The doctor heard the chaotic sounds outside, his mind constantly making judgments. Red fire seeds, our monster factory's trump card. A drug developed based on the inextinguishable flames found underground. It can temporarily boost a fire element superhuman's flames, helping a 3-star superhuman break through to 4-star level. This should definitely be enough to deal with this intruder, as the doctor expected. Two fire element superhumans unleashed astonishing power after swallowing the red fire seeds. One of them laughed wildly, his tone full of arrogance. Ahaha, I'm already filled with destructive power. He charged forward, raising a burning fist, blocking Shin Kun's offensive, and challenged arrogantly. Come on, taste my 4-star blazing staff. But Shin Kun's fist seemed to carry an unstoppable force, easily penetrating the 4-star flames and defeating his opponent. The doctor witnessed this scene, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If I'm not mistaken, the flames this intruder possesses are very much like what the Fan family has always dreamed of and researched. It completely holds the hope of breaking through 90 superhuman genes, the inextinguishable flames underground. While he was still pondering, Shin Kun delivered another astonishing heavy punch, instantly blowing up the head of the newly upgraded fire element superhuman. The companion next to him was about to charge, but seeing this scene he shouted in panic, "How can this be? Our flames have been temporarily upgraded. You can't possibly devour our Fan family's flames." But before he finished speaking, another bloody mist erupted in the corridor, and the screams stopped abruptly. The doctor hurriedly looked around, only seeing blood splattering, no sound echoing. He swallowed, his voice trembling as he spoke to the door. I understand your superhuman genes must be very high, with mutated flames exceeding 90. It has the characteristic of strengthening the physique, similar to the inextinguishable fire underground, devouring all properties. Therefore, any attack a superhuman launches at you will be enveloped, devoured, and nourished by the inextinguishable fire in your hand. Hearing the doctor's words, Shin Kun looked at him coldly. His voice rang out, cold as ice, the inextinguishable fire underground. Tell me the location. The doctor thought his death was imminent. Hearing Shin Kun's question, he quickly spoke, his voice trembling but full of an attempt to win him over. He's welcome to join us. As long as you join us, I can take you there. You must know we are from the Fan family. Your superhuman genes are so powerful, the Fan family will definitely value you. If you can decipher the inextinguishable fire, you will make a huge contribution to the world. There's no need for us to fight. Join us and become great with us. Shin Kun glanced dismissively at the doctor's subordinate, who was secretly trying to sneak out of the room, and replied casually. But I killed all your people, the doctor hadn't understood yet, and quickly continued, his tone full of worry. What are security guards? The researchers aren't here either, it's completely fine. Don't worry, the Fan family won't care about those small fries. Shin Kun's lips curved, his voice ringing out cold as ice. I said they're all dead, meaning no researchers were left alive. As soon as he finished speaking, a monster suddenly rushed out from behind him, instantly killing the subordinate. Shin Kun ignored the monster behind him, continuing to look at the doctor, and calmly said, I released all the monsters here and locked the doors. These monsters have no choice but to come in looking for food. You turned people into monsters, and now monsters eat you. Fair enough, right? Hearing Shin Kun speak while slowly approaching, the doctor retreated in panic, sweating profusely, shouting in despair, holy crap, you're human too. A superhuman too. Those with monster genes are societal garbage. We research to enhance the potential of superhumans. Utilizing those useless beings, are you sick? What good does helping them do you? Shin Kun walked to the young man whose limbs had been severed and gently placed his hand on his tragic body. His arm transformed into a monster form, his gaze cold, his voice low. It's only natural to avenge my kind. Rest in peace, I will destroy the Fan family for you. The young man opened his eyes wide, watching Shin Kun's monster arm touch his face. Hearing the last words, he smiled slightly, willingly closing his eyes. Letting go of all his pain, Shin Kun's gaze was cold as he reached out and tightly grasped the doctor's neck, lifting him high. The doctor was terrified, shouting in despair, are you crazy? Superhumans, we are your kind. What's with being kin with monsters? You're not a mon. Before he could finish, monsters began to pour into the room. Even so, when they saw Shin Kun tightly gripping the doctor, they all avoided him, not daring to approach. Seeing this, the doctor immediately cried out, his voice trembling, okay, I'll tell you, let me think. The underground fire is at, he spoke slower and slower as if deliberately stalling for time. Shin Kun impatiently interrupted him. At the Nancha abandoned factory. The doctor's eyes widened and he blurted out in terror, how do you know? Shin Kun didn't answer, just coldly continued, I know you're stalling for time, but you've also revealed some facts. For example, it's clearly hot but also cold. From your expression I can guess I know more about Cleansing City than you think. Fan family couldn't possibly be unaware of this place becoming like this, right? You're stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. Coincidentally, I'm also waiting for your reinforcements. Reinforcements in a place like this where the sun never shines definitely won't come with fanfare. The person who comes will surely be a 4-star superhuman, right? Hearing Shin Kun's methodical analysis, the doctor's voice changed in fright. What exactly do you want to do? Why do you know so much about the Fan family? Shin Kun didn't answer, just squeezed tighter, a mocking smile on his lips. Why don't you guess before you die? The doctor suffocated, knowing his death was imminent, tears streaming down his face, but he still struggled to ask weakly, what elemental star map do you cultivate? Why don't monsters eat you? Hearing the last question, Shin Kun smiled, his tone full of mockery. Oh, you saw the monster's appearance, didn't you guess already? You interact with monsters every day, yet you still ask. It's exactly what you're thinking, so I don't know anything about elemental star maps. With that, he squeezed hard, instantly ending the doctor's life, and then absorbed his body. Shin Kun slowly walked in the darkness of the room. He thought to himself, he had already smelled the powerful superhuman gene aura drifting down from above. Now that the monster factory was full of monsters, the other party wouldn't rashly enter. Shin Kun muttered to himself, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. The exit of this place is only within that range. As long as I leave here, he will definitely be waiting to ambush me. But first, I can freely search around and see if there's anything useful here. Thinking this, he gleefully darted through the monster crowd, rummaging everywhere in the monster factory. After a while, he found a cabinet and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, a huge refrigerator filled with life essence. Where did the Fan family get this stuff? As expected of a prominent family, it's much purer than what the school distributes. I found the right place, it's perfect. What little I have, GU would probably use up in 3 days. Confiscate. Isn't that just having more? In addition, he also found 3 red fire seeds that 2 security guards had once used. Shin Kun's lips curved into a smile, muttering, all confiscated. He quickly took all the items from the cabinet. Having done all this, Shin Kun turned around, looking at the monsters that were staring at him. His voice rang out, excited. Finally, it's your turn. Have you all eaten enough? Looking at the dense crowd of monsters, Shin Kun couldn't help but sigh, and suddenly recalled the scene from his past life in his dream. Somewhat like monsters attacking the city, he took off his mask, revealing a brilliant smile, and said to the monsters, Hee my kin, I'll send you to heaven to enjoy a new life. All come into my belly. With that, Shin Kun easily devoured one monster after another. After dealing with them, he carried a bucket and leisurely walked out of the factory, muttering as he went, full and satisfied, and I even have leftovers for GU. I'm so good at planning. But after walking a short distance, Shin Kun suddenly looked up, his nose already sensing a superhuman gene aura ahead. A strange man landed, roaring viciously. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're ruthless enough. You actually let the monsters devour all the researchers in the factory. I really envy you for witnessing that grand monster feast firsthand. Now I reward you by making you kneel. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space immediately twisted, and a dazzling golden light appeared around Shin Kun. The gravity at his standing point suddenly soared, pressing his body deep into the ground. The strange man's mocking voice rang out again. Did you enjoy the fight? The strange man, his eyes blazing with fire, roared fiercely. I will take back that pleasure on your body. Feel the power of this superhuman gene. Shin Kun, despite being deeply pressed into the ground by gravity, still looked up, his voice ringing out, cold as ice. I didn't expect the superhuman who came here to be the one who died in the news. This earth element superhuman awakened gravity superhuman ability after being promoted to 4-star, and used his superhuman power to torture and kill 13 women. The S-rank Eradicator team ambushed him in a bar. The Fan family is truly clever, even able to recruit someone like you. Hearing Shin Kun knew everything about him, the strange man frowned, his tone mocking. You're very observant of current events, aren't you? So you know what kind of situation you're in, right? Meeting me is your nightmare. Let's begin. With that, he increased the gravity, locking Shin Kun firmly in place. The surrounding earth and stone seemed to come alive, tightly squeezing, burying him deeper. He stood at the edge of the pit, sneering, if you know me, you'll know that in the next few hours you'll be crushed by my gravity here. Screaming like those women, tendons and bones broken, tears and snot flowing. Kneeling and begging me to let you die quicker. He increased the gravity again, the earth and stone pressed tighter, burying Shin Kun alive. But then a ball of blue flame suddenly erupted from the bottom of the pit. The strange man laughed wildly. Haha, screamed louder, I'm afraid I can't hear you through these stones. He stomped hard, increasing the gravity again, but almost had his pants burned by the blue flames. He retreated in terror, looking at the flames still burning fiercely, and blurted out, blue flames can actually penetrate my gravity field and ninjutsu. No wonder you dared to break into the monster factory alone. You're also a strong 3-star superhuman, not bad, even more interesting, he roared, his tone full of excitement. Life element, heavy earth star map, gravity heavy armor. This time with gravity doubled, the earth and stone seemed to come alive, tightly joining, pressing Shin Kun even deeper. Buried under the earth and stone, Shin Kun continuously analyzed in his mind, his gaze cold as expected. His current leader's flame could not defeat his superhuman power. 4-star is too much stronger than 3-star, and he didn't know if he had any more gravity heavy layers unused. This was enough to serve as bait. Thinking this, he tore open an earthen hole with his hand, looked up and said to the perverse strange man with a mocking tone, you'd better save your strength, you'll run faster later, otherwise dying too quickly would be letting you off easy. The strange man heard Shin Kun's implied words but didn't understand, just laughed arrogantly. Haha, exactly. The harder your mouth, the more I like it. Let's see how long you can hold out. I hope you don't beg for mercy too soon. The longer your mouth is hard, the more excited I get. With that, he increased the gravity, sealing the hole Shin Kun had just opened, and unleashed gravity level 3, but as he pressed down he suddenly felt a resistance. The earth and stone shattered and there was no trace below. Shin Kun suddenly drilled out from the bottom of the pit, appearing silently behind him. He thought to himself. The level 3 monster aura erupted and his left hand's mutation reached its limit. The strange man felt an unusual aura behind him, quickly turned around and immediately unleashed heavy earth level 3 for absolute defense. Shin Kun swung a claw at his opponent's back, but as soon as his claws touched, they were blocked by thick earth and stone. Unable to advance, Shin Kun didn't lose heart, continuing to press hard, secretly manipulating the tentacles inside his arm to bite through the earth armor. As soon as a section of the tentacle emerged, Shin Kun immediately stabbed it towards the strange man, simultaneously severing the connection with the tentacle. The strange man, still blindly confident in his absolute defense, didn't notice that a section of tentacle had already penetrated the earth and was tightly clinging to his back. Suddenly he made the earth armor explode and Shin Kun took the opportunity to retreat. Dodging the blast, a strange man laughed triumphantly. Are you just tickling me? You didn't even touch a single hair on me. Are you deliberately playing tricks to escape? Under my gravity suppression, you have no ability to escape at all. Shin Kun landed in the distance, and hearing the strange man's words, merely responded with an, The man frowned in confusion, asking, why did you suddenly retract all your aura? Have you given up? I haven't had enough fighting, how boring. Shin Kun maintained a cheerful smile on his face but secretly sneered in his heart. Not only that, he also tried his best to envelop his entire body with one of his metal element superhuman power, carefully preventing any monster genes from leaking out. A few seconds later the ground suddenly vibrated, and the strange man was startled, exclaiming in surprise, an earthquake? I didn't cause an earthquake. Watching long cracks appear on the ground, he suddenly realized, quickly shouting, so that's it, you dodged to wait for this thing underground to emerge? Against a 4-star power, these little tricks are useless. Shin Kun didn't answer, just showed a faint smile but kept silently muttering to himself. He saw it. Earth dragon, you don't see me, my tentacles are biting him. He's covered in my scent. The ground vibrated more and more violently, with repeated strong tremors. The strange man mumbled, his tone full of doubt, is something about to emerge from underground? Feeling the earth dragon about to break through the ground, he quickly cast gravity level 3 and earth fence to block it. But after only a few seconds the earth dragon burst forth and the strange man roared furiously, completely unable to stop it. What bad luck, not even having dealt with that kid, and now something else has appeared. He jumped back, dodging, and cursed irritably. How did this thing get here? Logically, the Fan family wouldn't build a factory on top of this guy. The earth dragon completely ignored Shin Kun, who stood observing nearby, and relentlessly pursued the strange man. He ran, shouting, damn earth dragon, no wonder it could break through my defenses, but it's strange, it seems to be targeting me specifically. While desperately dodging and enduring life or death pressure, he yelled frantically, hey, are you coming for me? But as soon as he was distracted and yelled, the earth dragon's tail struck his body. He fled in pain, muttering and analyzing, damn it, who can I reason with now? No, did that kid just tell me to save some strength to run faster? Did he do this? But how? Shin Kun stood still from beginning to end, not moving an inch, watching the Earth Dragon furiously chase the strange man. He smirked and waved goodbye mockingly. After dealing with that, Shin Kun returned to where the life essence barrel was, picked it up and walked away, muttering, "This way I'll be safe tonight. The rest is up to you." As soon as his words fell, the continuous roar of car engines came from a distance. Cleanser Squad appeared, their gaze sharp, looking at Shin Kun, who softly murmured, "Cleansers, before you I will peel away the post-apocalyptic cancer, giving you 1 year to prevent and resolve it." The Cleanser Squad was led by Shangguan Kui holding a gleaming water pipe. When Shin Kun was confronting the Earth Dragon in the trial ground, the Cleanser Squad arrived, and a scout reported while observing, "Target approaching 500 meters. Sister Kui, give us a hint, have you invited other squads?" Shangguan Kui smiled mysteriously, replying, "To restrain the Earth Dragon, your squad is enough. Get ready for the binding formation. Tonight you will achieve the honor of being the first to kill an Earth Dragon in Washa." Hearing this, the scout responded, but kept cursing inwardly, "Grandma, that's an Earth Dragon. Even 4-star superhumans avoid it. Are you planning to fight it alone?" Shangguan Kui didn't hesitate, ordering the entire team to charge. The cleansers immediately fanned out, forming a combat formation. The scout concentrated, continuously sending location information. Now, 300 meters, excellent position. The Earth Dragon was relentlessly chasing that man, but just then a huge water column descended from the sky. The Earth Dragon dodged, and the scout quickly reported, helping the entire team change direction and prepare to attack. In just a moment, the cleanser squad locked onto the target surrounding the Earth Dragon. They quickly deployed the petrified stasis formation, and the stone kun array erupted violently. Seeing this, Shangguan Kui gripped her water pipe tightly, declaring coldly, "Last time many people interfered and let it escape. I was so angry. As long as the Earth Dragon isn't dead, my superiors say I can't peacefully find a boyfriend, so this time I'm going to cut off your path to life." Just as she was about to charge, she suddenly heard the scout yell in panic, "Wait, there's someone in front of the Earth Dragon." Shangguan Kui frowned, her tone anxious. "Again, quickly see who it is." The scout concentrated all his brainwaves, then quickly reported, "That sound waveform. Isn't he the death row inmate who tortured and killed 13 women? How can this be?" Before he could finish, Shangguan Kui was already furious, leaping up, roaring, "Death row inmate who tortured and killed women, beheaded." She brandished her water pipe, and a sharp water blade shot out, transforming into a water dragon scythe, directly slashing at the Earth Dragon. The monster, which was relentlessly pursuing the Earth Element Strange Man, was struck by this move, roaring in pain, forced to stop its pursuit. A strange man who had been desperately fleeing was stunned by this scene, mumbling, "Coming to save me?" But then he was terrified, sweating profusely, shouting in horror, "No, it's another team trying to kill me." He didn't hesitate to burrow into a rock crevice, hurriedly casting Heavy Earth Level 4, then Heavy Earth Level 5, combined with Absolute Defense to protect himself. On the Earth Dragon side, under Shangguan Kui's furious assault, it continuously endured countless Water Dragon scythe attacks, the scythes fiercely slashing into its body. Although the strange man was hiding in the sturdy earth and stone layers, he still couldn't escape the aftermath of the battle. Shangguan Kui's attack power was too terrifying, throwing him out of the area, tumbling in the dust. The Earth Dragon completely ignored Shangguan Kui, raising its head to continue chasing the strange man. Shangguan Kui's eyes were sharp. She leapt up, injecting all her power into the water pipe. A surging stream of water erupted, transforming into a sharp water blade that slashed down. The Earth Dragon's massive body was cleaved in half by this water blade, falling like the monsters once confined in cages. Seeing this, the strange man turned around, breathing a sigh of relief, his tone triumphant. "Phew, how lucky. Thankfully I met a team that wanted my life, otherwise I don't know when I would have gotten rid of the Earth Dragon." He hurriedly ran far away, concentrating all his mental power, wary of the Earth Dragon launching a sneak attack from behind. His mind was in turmoil. He mumbled, "What the hell happened tonight? Damn it, the mission can't be completed. That old man Fan Genwei is not easy to deal with." As he was happily escaping, he suddenly felt uneasy underfoot. The words Earth Dragon flashed in his mind, and before he could react, another Earth Dragon burst forth, opening its mouth and swallowing the strange man whole. Shangguan Kui, who was fighting with enthusiasm, was surprised to see the second Earth Dragon appear, exclaiming, "There's another Earth Dragon?" She looked at the Earth Dragon she had cut into several pieces, which was now reassembling as if unharmed, and her heart was filled with doubt. What exactly is this thing? What does it eat underground? Is it really just a few mutated creatures, as the experts say? Why are there two here at the same time? How many more are underground? No one has seen its tail. How long is this thing? Shangguan Kui realized the situation was not simple and immediately ordered the squad, "You continue to control it, don't let it escape, I'll take care of the rest." She leaped high, aiming for the Earth Dragon's mouth, shouting, "You undead worm, today I will cut you down." The scout was frantic, quickly shouting, "Oh no, Sister Shangguan Kui, don't jump into the Earth Dragon's mouth, its teeth are indestructible." Shangguan Kui ignored the warning, coldly replying, "Then we'll see if it can bite me." She brandished her water pipe, and a scorching water dragon scythe shot out, charging directly into the Earth Dragon's mouth. Seeing Shangguan Kui's water dragon scythe cleave open the Earth Dragon's mouth, its terrifying power penetrated deep into its body. The cleansers couldn't help but exclaim, shouting in unison, "Damn, is this a 4-star superhuman? Shangguan Kui's water dragon is like a living thing, almost 5-star. Are we going to have a 5-star superhuman in Washa? Sister Kui is amazing." Seeing her move tear open the Earth Dragon, Shangguan Kui proudly smiled triumphantly. "Its vitality has been severed by me. It can't regenerate itself like last time. Come, let me see how long you are. She concentrated her senses, allowing the water flow to seep into the Earth Dragon's body bit by bit from her move. But when the water dragon's scythe penetrated over 100 meters, its power gradually dissipated, yet it still hadn't reached its end. A wave of panic surged in Shangguankui's heart, and she secretly yelled, "Impossible, how can this be? Can monster genes mutate objects to be hundreds of meters long? My strength isn't enough to probe deeper, and going down myself is too dangerous. I'll have to give up." While she was still confused, her teammates were completely unaware, and seeing the Earth Dragon fall, they immediately cheered. "We succeeded. Sister Kui is too awesome, we really took it down. The first person in Huasha to kill an Earth Dragon. Sister Kui, are you 5-star yet? You're so strong even without being 5-star? Shangguankui ignored the cheers, her gaze still fixed on the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon's aura made her even more nervous. She kept asking herself, is the Earth Dragon truly just a monster? Did I really kill it? Meanwhile, at the Fan family's Undying Flame research base, a peculiar flower was heavily guarded by security personnel. Fan Shiki's uncle received the news and coldly instructed his assistant to report on the monster factory situation. The assistant quickly replied, "All equipment at the abandoned monster factory has been destroyed and no researchers survived. The Rescue Society members responsible for transportation also died. The assassin is missing. According to intelligence, he was swallowed by an Earth Dragon. The monster factory has been exposed, but all emergency measures have been successfully activated. Important data has been automatically destroyed. I have followed your instructions and reported to Cleansing Bureau headquarters, stating that this was merely an ordinary monster research facility. More than half of the cleanser superiors have already spoken on our behalf. Currently they are discussing how to punish us for establishing a monster laboratory without reporting it. I estimate it will only be a mild reprimand." After the assistant finished reporting, Fan Shiki's uncle pondered, his gaze sharp, and continued to ask, "Who did this?" The assistant awkwardly sweated, quickly replying, "Still under investigation, but these are messages sent by the monster factory supervisor before the incident." After listening for a while longer, Fan Shiki's uncle frowned, muttering thoughtfully, "Blue flames, with devouring properties, suspected to be a high-level fire element superhuman gene owner close to the Undying Flame." While he was still muttering, Fan Shiki stood below, lightly exchanging flames with the flower in his hand, and suddenly interrupted, his tone excited. "That's the key to the eternal flower, the key to obtaining the Undying Flame. God, are you blind? Our Fan family has inherited fire element superhuman abilities for 3 generations, painstakingly researching the strongest fire element star map, unearthing the eternal flower containing the Undying Flame, yet we don't have superhuman genes exceeding 90, therefore we must fight for it ourselves. Hasn't the artificial superhuman experiment already made initial progress? As long as we strip the superhuman genes from these blue flames, I, as a direct descendant of the Fan family, possessing the highest superhuman genes in the Fan family, can use this key to open the eternal flower and make the Fan family the absolute fire element clan." Hearing Fan Shiki's words, the assistant slightly bowed, cautiously reminding his uncle, "This might be difficult to achieve. First, we must find these blue flames. But the world is so vast," and before the assistant could finish, Fan Shiki's uncle interrupted him, his tone firm. "It's just finding a superhuman. Just let the cleansers assist us. Report to Cleanser headquarters that our monster laboratory was destroyed by their wanted blue flames, and valuable materials and data were stolen. Perhaps he was also the culprit who attracted the Earth Dragon." The assistant took the order, not daring to delay, respectfully assented, and then hurried away. Downstairs, Fan Shiki was engrossed in sensing the energy surging within the flower, and firmly told his uncle, "I will definitely open the eternal flower for you, obtain your flames, and make the Fan family the most powerful clan in this world. Assimilate everything." He stood beside the flower, muttering to himself, completely unaware of the countless flower roots spreading beneath his feet, delving deep underground. 5,000 meters underground at the Eternal Flame research base, the end of the root system was not roots but the head of a giant monster. Its face was hideous, its eyes gleaming brightly. In front of the monster, an Earth Dragon that had returned from the monster factory stopped, confronting it. Something was moving in the Earth Dragon's mouth, and as it opened its mouth, it crawled out. The Earth Dragon opened its mouth wide and the man stumbled out, looking around and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, where is this?" He looked around, then shouted irritably, "Where did this damn thing take me? It's all wet and slimy around here, like blood." Suddenly he fell silent, realizing he was standing in the mouth of another giant monster, and immediately panicked. He yelled hysterically, "What monster? No, 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 how can there be such a huge monster in the world? Is it a level 9 monster?" The man's terrified voice was broken. The giant monster uttered 2 cold words. "No." Then the monster spat him out, and he narrowly escaped death. He stared blankly at the stiff, unmoving monster. But the monster suddenly raged, spewing blue flames that burned him to ashes. A tentacle reached out from its mouth, clinging tightly to the man's back. The monster sucked hard on the tentacle, roaring word by word, forcing him to remember its scent. Meanwhile, in the school, still dark because Xing Kun and Ji-Yu's electrical system had not yet been restored, Xing Kun jumped back into his room, holding a small box of life essence. He thought to himself, most of the resources must be hidden, and brought out later when the time is right, otherwise it would be too conspicuous. The owner of the tentacles must have already realized that the pursuer was not him, and the second Earth Dragon should have already taken the tentacle head. Thinking this, Xing Kun entered the room, handed the box of life essence to Ji Yu and smiled. I brought you some supper. This is high-grade life essence. I tried it. 1 tube is equivalent to 5 or 6 tubes from the school. After handing over the box, Xing Kun turned and left, constantly analyzing the situation in his mind. If that guy tracked him by scent, what would he do? Send powerful monsters to hunt him down or continue to use the Earth Dragon as a scout? If it's still the Earth Dragon, he might still be safe and could hide for another year before the outbreak. But if he attacked proactively, not giving himself time to grow, it would definitely alert the cleansers, like disturbing a sleeping snake. If the apocalypse is late-stage cancer, then the earlier the illness is exposed, the better. While Xing Kun was still troubled by these thoughts, at the Undying Flame research base the eternal flower suddenly trembled. The staff rushed over, observing carefully. They saw the first petal slightly open, slowly as if waking up, then suddenly accelerating, its bloom falling with a crash. Then the second, the third, and then all the outer petals of the entire flower fell off. The staff, who had not witnessed this sight for many years, burst into excited cheers in unison. Everyone, come look over here. The eternal flower is blooming. The deafening cheers attracted more people to gather around the eternal flower. One guy who first discovered the bloom triumphantly shouted, Director Fan just left not long ago. Quickly tell them to come back and research. There's a new breakthrough. But before he finished speaking, a blue flame suddenly erupted from the direction of the blooming flower, sweeping across his body, burning mercilessly. Several people standing close by were swallowed by the blue flames and burned to ashes before they could even react, losing half their bodies. Outside the Fan family's Undying Flame research base, a scarred man lurking in the darkness suddenly stabbed another from behind. But as soon as the blade touched, the stabbed spot turned into metal, sparks flew and the knife was deflected. The people nearby cheered at this sight. See, I told you so. Your life element can already automatically activate the golden body. The stabbed man heard his subordinates' cheers, clapped his hands triumphantly, and loudly shouted, Finally an intruder. Fortunately, the Fan family gathered us. Our team, composed of villains from all over who were already dead, can even scare the cleansers shitless. 3 4-star superhumans, 7 peak 3-star superhumans. Hearing the captain's announcement, his subordinates all revealed excited smiles, and one immediately corrected him. Captain, you're mistaken. We now have 6 4-star superhumans. The cultivation speed here is very fast. In a while everyone will quickly reach 4-star. Everyone chatted and walked menacingly, their eyes glinting with bloodlust. One person excitedly spoke, Let's go. We'll carry out the Fan family's only mission for us. No matter who the intruder is, even if they're cleansers, kill them without any responsibility. After walking a bit further, the captain stopped and sternly ordered, Team A, come with me, responsible for blocking attacks. A girl immediately rushed forward, giggling as she walked. Hee, I really miss the old days when I could crash cars to earn some pocket money. The captain continued to assign tasks, his gaze sharp. Team B, direct kill, destroy the enemy's armed forces. Another person stepped forward, drew a gleaming knife and said in a low voice, Indeed, these leisurely days have made my body rusty. After walking a bit further, the captain turned and instructed, Team C, control all personnel, don't let anyone escape. Then he glanced around, pointed directly at someone. Achu, stealth, find me the loopholes. The person named Achu immediately became blurry upon hearing the command, turning into a phantom, then disappeared. Standing in front of the Undying Flame research lab, the captain cautiously reminded, Here we are, don't be careless. Anyone who can break into this secret research base is not an ordinary person. He placed his hand on the door, slowly gathering energy, and continued in a low voice, Just in case, activate your superhuman genes and we'll kill everyone. As soon as his words fell, the captain pressed lightly, and the door immediately warped and shattered into pieces. But before they could enter, a blue flame suddenly erupted from inside the lab, surging like a tide. The flames were incredibly powerful, instantly burning everyone to ashes. No one had time to scream, their upper bodies had already turned to ashes. Only Achu, thanks to his stealth, luckily escaped. He froze in shock, watching his teammates who had been laughing and talking with him a second ago, now reduced to a pile of ashes. He clutched his mouth in horror, desperately suppressing the scream that was about to erupt. After a moment of panic, Achu rushed out of the research lab, ran to Fan Shiki's uncle and reported with a trembling voice, In just a blink of an eye, everyone else is dead except me. I managed to escape by pure luck because I had hidden all my aura beforehand. And I also got to see it. It wasn't an intruder. It was the petals of the eternal flower that turned into monsters. It's too strange. People didn't turn into monsters. The flower hasn't even bloomed yet, and there are already 4 of them. They can instantly kill a captain with a golden body. They're even stronger than an earth dragon. They can be invisible and use the undying fire. Finally, they left the lab and disappeared. Master Fan, we're in big trouble. These monsters will kill many people. Let's tell the cleansers we can't handle this. No one can. Fan Shiki's uncle listened, his face grim, his eyes cold. As soon as Achu finished speaking, he shot a fireball without hesitation, his tone low and annoyed. I said anyone who tries to leak this must die. It's ridiculous. A death row inmate worrying about many people dying. He glanced at his assistant beside him and coldly commanded, strip him of his superhuman genes, don't waste them. The assistant, already trembling with fear, quickly assented and immediately carried out the order. On the other side, Fan Shiki approached the eternal flower, his hand gently brushing the flames, and said excitedly, "Uncle, it's just as you said, the eternal flower has stabilized. Its superhuman gene stimulating ability is even stronger, just a touch, and the superhuman genes will fluctuate significantly. Soon I will be able to learn the life element, advance to 4-star, and acquire the undying fire." Hearing his nephew's words, Fan Shiki's uncle nodded approvingly, his tone satisfied. "Very good, but before strengthening the security here, be careful and don't touch it for now." On the surface he said this, but in his heart he was extremely nervous, constantly thinking. The eternal flower was a mutated monster flower. He had long guessed it, but he didn't expect it to turn into a mobile monster. But that's not important. What's important is that this monster can stimulate superhuman genes. As time goes on, the number of powerful superhumans in the Fan family will be enough to crush the entire world. It is a treasure belonging only to our Fan family. The next evening in the school dormitory, the lights in some rooms were still on, including Ji-Yu's. She was pressed onto the bed by Xing Kun, who looked at her sharply and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to eat me again?" Xing Kun listened, retracted his hand, rubbed his chin and teased, No. I ate my fill yesterday. It'll take over 10 days to digest. By then the monster genes in my body will reach the Tier 3 limit. And only then can I evolve to Tier 4. I must raise my superhuman genes to Tier 3 to stabilize the monster genes with superhuman genes. This way my body can remain in human form. My superhuman genes are too few. As far as I know, advancing to Tier 3 will grant some special abilities. At this point, Xing Kun suddenly fell silent, slowly extending his left hand towards Ji-Yu's neck. Inching closer, Ji-Yu felt his hand gently glide across her neck. Her cheeks couldn't help but flush, but she didn't utter a sound, only watched him silently. Seeing her not resist, Xing Kun moved his hand from her neck to her cheek, gently kneading, making Ji-Yu involuntarily let out a soft hum. Just as the sound emerged, Xing Kun's left arm suddenly mutated, transforming into a monster arm flickering with resonant current. Seeing the current accidentally absorbed by Ji-Yu, Xing Kun quickly withdrew his hand, interrupting the process. A tentacle extended from his palm, coiling around Ji-Yu's body, accompanied by a cold voice, "Come, let's see if it works." Ji-Yu watched the tentacle crawl over her body and responded softly, "Okay, just be gentle." As soon as she finished speaking, Xing Kun controlled the tentacle to gently bite her neck, causing Ji-Yu to whimper softly from the pain. Hearing the sound, Xing Kun quickly comforted her. "Just bear with it, it won't hurt for long." From where the tentacle inserted, a strange energy flowed through the tentacle into Ji-Yu's body. Her superhuman genes began to tremble, stimulated by this energy. Ji-Yu instinctively activated her ability, and her body couldn't help but emit sharp currents. Feeling the surging energy within her, she softly whispered, "My superhuman genes have become more active," Xing Kun observed, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Ji-Yu's body continued to discharge electricity, the current growing stronger and stronger, causing her to gradually levitate. Fearing Ji-Yu might be uneasy, Xing Kun, while controlling the tentacles, comforted her. "Based on my previous experience refining electricity, just once, all the superhuman genes in your body will be fully charged with energy and completely refined. Just absorb it all." The student handbook says that the energy cost for student breakthroughs is paid by the academy. Just absorb as much as you want. The academy will pay for tonight's electricity. Hearing Xing Kun's words, Ji-Yu nodded, fully absorbing the current, and in an instant the entire school once again plunged into darkness. A moment later, in the principal's office, a teacher rushed in, her voice frantic and sharp. "Principal, there's an anomaly in the academy's electrical circuit. Power is out everywhere." The principal, startled, holding his teacup, leisurely sipped, hearing the report and merely giving a perfunctory "MMHMM," his tone calm. "MMHMM, the power is out here too." The teacher stood there anxiously waiting, and seeing his prolonged silence couldn't help but shout, "You please give me instructions. How should we resolve this?" The principal took another sip of tea, his demeanor still elegant, and softly said, "Don't be nervous, our academy has a genius with the highest superhuman gene content in history. Presumably that child is currently having a breakthrough. It's nothing, just that her breakthrough speed exceeded my expectations. Ji-Yu is much more talented than I imagined." The teacher listened, her face growing even more bitter, and she hastily replied, "This won't do, the electricity bill will be very high." Before she could finish, the principal waved his hand, interrupting her. "Don't worry, even if it costs hundreds of thousands or millions in electricity, it doesn't matter, you are priceless. And if the cost is too high, the cleanser headquarters can reimburse it, right?" As soon as his words fell, the phone suddenly rang. The principal thought to himself, "Fortunately the phone uses a dedicated line, otherwise an emergency call wouldn't be able to get through at all." He held the phone to his ear and found it was from the cleanser headquarters. Jing Che quickly answered the phone, his attitude immediately becoming serious. "Hello everyone, this is Jing Che." Before he could finish his introduction, a series of urgent messages came from the other end of the line, making Principal Jing Che stammer in response. "What? The entire city is out of power? All the electricity flowed into the academy." "Oh, it's nothing, it's Ji-Yu from my academy having a breakthrough. By the way, what about the electricity bill reimbursement? Do we need to file a case first?" A staff member, seeing the principal's blank expression, quickly explained, "Manhua Superhuman Academy is located in Cleansing City. a special cleansing zone in Manhua City, distributed on both sides of the main river, covering an area of 36.7 square kilometers. Although the cleansing special zone is an island, it is close to the Manhua City Center, covering an area of 795.44 square kilometers. This is the third largest city in Washa, very prosperous. It consumes about 200 million kilowatt-hours of electricity daily. Currently, from Manhua Superhuman Academy to the entire central area, there's a power outage. All the current has been absorbed by GU's Bati. The power plant supplied full power for 3 hours, which is equivalent to half a day's electricity consumption in Manhua City Center, and also equivalent to the reserve energy of a 4-star superhuman. This child only recently awakened, which is incredible. Such terrifying elemental energy can actually be stored in the body. Principal Jingqi listened, leisurely sipped his tea, his tone calm. The higher the superhuman gene content, the purer their genes are. The purer they are, the greater their ability to contain elements. They are natural energy containers, so there's nothing strange about it. The more energy, the purer the chance of mutation, and the fewer cultivation bottlenecks in the future. This is why superhuman organizations worldwide are striving to decipher the secrets of superhuman genes, breaking through individual gene limits by any means necessary. This is a path to heaven, seemingly visible yet far out of reach. By the way, how much is the electricity bill for these 3 hours? The female staff member listened and immediately shouted, 5,634,751 yuan. Hearing this number, Principal Jing Che spat out a mouthful of tea, startling the female staff member. Principal Jing Che, are you all right? The principal quickly wiped his mouth and calmly replied, I'm fine, the tea was just too hot. Seeing the principal still composed, the female staff member quickly continued, her tone filled with worry. Principal Jing Che, although you theoretically say that GU's cultivation won't encounter bottlenecks, accidents can still happen. For example, that child is still only a 1-star superhuman, and her body can't store so much elemental power. Then your more than 5 million would be wasted. The principal took a deep breath. Putting down his teacup, he tried to compose himself, his tone calm. How could that be? She even snatched all the life essence resources from the entire class. Advancing to a 1-star superhuman should be a piece of cake for her. If she really gained nothing, she surely wouldn't waste it. She's probably frantically looking for help right now. Just as he finished speaking, the female teacher standing at the door suddenly called out, Principal, GU is here to see you. The principal forced a smile, his expression more strained than a cry, and replied, Speak of the devil and she appears. Let her in. GU and Xing Kun walked in, seeing the principal. She lowered her head, her tone sincere. Hello, Principal. I'm very grateful for the school's support. I'm also very sorry. Only after tonight's cultivation did I realize with shock that I consumed a huge amount of electricity, causing immense losses to the school. The principal waited for GU to finish, then slowly replied, his tone gentle. It's all right. Nurturing talent is, after all, the school's duty. Classmate GU, are you still a 1-star superhuman? Seeing that the principal wasn't scolding her, GU immediately replied happily, No, I'm not a 1-star superhuman. Hearing this, Principal Jing Che almost spat blood. After absorbing so much electricity, she still hadn't reached 1 star, but he quickly slapped his own face, forcing a bitter smile as he said, It's all right. I'll teach you how to lock in this electricity. With your talent, it really shouldn't be like this. GU looked somewhat bewildered, not understanding the principal's meaning, and quickly continued, I am already a 2-star superhuman now. The principal, who had originally been looking distressed, immediately brightened up at her words, abruptly stood up, his tone eager. 2-star, he was startled and exclaimed in surprise. That fast? According to my estimation, you would need about 2 weeks to reach 2-star. However, you might not have a bottleneck, but with so many superhuman genes, it takes time to refine the elements. Let me see. At this point, the principal fell silent, concentrating on mobilizing his own superhuman genes. In just a few breaths, countless tree roots spread from all directions around GU, slowly approaching her body. GU gently touched the roots, thinking to herself, when did these roots appear around us? Silent, motionless, as if without any threat, but they were truly terrifying. The roots began to gently prod her body, accompanied by the principal's steady voice. Oh, I see. Your superhuman genes are exceptionally active, greatly accelerating the refinement of elements. Superhuman gene activity usually has 2 causes, battling monsters or experiencing excessive emotional stimulation. GU immediately knew which category she belonged to. Raising her hand to discharge electricity, her face filled with an imposing aura. Principal, my emotions are very agitated. The principal was about to continue his analysis when he was interrupted, stunned, unsure how to retort for a moment. GU certainly didn't look like someone whose emotions were disturbed. Seeing the quiet atmosphere, Xing Kun chuckled, then broke the silence. Principal, GU is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. That's not important. To thank you and the school and to get the elemental star map cultivation technique, we'd like to aim for 3-star superhuman status. Hearing Xing Kun's words, GU silently feigned indifference. Just as he had described, the principal laughed heartily after Xing Kun finished speaking. Oh, so 3-star superhuman is the school's graduation standard. You just enrolled and you're already thinking of graduating. Haha, classmate GU might be able to. The school has long prepared the most suitable star map for her. But you, Xing Kun, can't. A 2-star superhuman transforms superhuman genes into elemental genes, while a 3-star superhuman utilizes these elemental genes to construct an elemental star map in the most scientific way. For example, the Fan family's blazing hand. Once constructed, you can develop more powerful and specialized methods for using elements. Your genes are too scarce to construct a star map. Shing Kun listened silently, offering no response. As soon as the principal finished speaking, Shing Kun revealed a mocking smile and immediately interjected, "How could that be? Does the Academy not have artificial superhuman mechanical auxiliary armor?" Shing Kun knew clearly that this technology had never been perfected and only began to be applied to humans during the Cleanser era. Although it couldn't prevent the apocalypse, it was enough to help him break through to 2-star superhuman status. The principal was startled by Shing Kun's words and quickly retorted, "You know about that. Indeed, if you've been following superhuman news, it's reasonable that you'd know about this. After the successful research of artificial superhuman machinery, it was indeed reported, though all news was quickly deleted. It wasn't to conceal it from the public, but because the technology was not yet perfected. The cleansers can indeed use machinery to replace superhuman genes, but it's only effective for those with less than 40 superhuman genes. Moreover, its effects are sporadic and, more importantly, it consumes enormous energy to give a bit of power to those with scarce superhuman genes. The cost is the consumption of vast amounts of life essence. It's like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken." Shing Kun already knew all this. As soon as the principal finished speaking, he loudly exclaimed, "Then I'm perfect for it. I have a lot of life essence, and everyone is very willing to generously help me." The principal had a headache and couldn't retort, so he stiffly replied, "Ahem, don't put it so fresh and refined." But Shing Kun paid no mind, still full of confidence. "Go on, how could that be?" "Principal, you've misunderstood." The principal thought for a moment, then quickly tried to stop him. "That thing isn't much cheaper than the electricity GU consumed tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, Shing Kun and GU turned to leave, deliberately speaking loudly for the principal to hear. "Ah well, nothing can be done then. Goodbye, principal." Shing Kun turned to GU and said, his tone playful, "GU, I feel like my body can't store any more electricity. We'll release it in a bit, then reabsorb it tomorrow night." GU nodded. If it can't be stored, there's nothing we can do. As long as we persevere, we'll definitely succeed." Threatened so brazenly by the two youngsters, Principal Jing Che shouted in annoyance, "You two, get back here." Then he softened his tone, his gaze sharp, and said to Shing Kun, "I'll give you an opportunity. Don't you have a team? The Academy is about to host the Supernova selection competition. If your team is selected, I will give you a set of the artificial superhuman mechanical armor that the cleansers allocated to our Academy." Hearing about the opportunity, Shing Kun immediately bent at the waist, grinning. Thank you, Principal. I will definitely lead my team to become supernovas." The principal looked at him, shaking his head helplessly, merely reminding him, "Let me reiterate, there are only 3 days left to register for the supernova selection competition." Hearing this, GU and Shing Kun bowed in unison. "Goodbye, Principal." Then they quickly left. After the two had gone some distance, the female teacher who had been standing nearby spoke up, her tone full of doubt. "There's no way they can become supernovas. The National Superhuman Competition is held once every 2 years. Superhuman academies nationwide select their strongest teams to participate. They are only first-year students. Even with a genius girl like GU, they can't compete with other students. What's more, the other 2 members of his team haven't even awakened yet." The principal listened, calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and replied, "Not necessarily. There truly is a chance." The female teacher asked, bewildered. "Why? Is it because GU's talent is too extraordinary?" "Principal, do you know something?" The principal smiled faintly but didn't explain immediately. He merely replied slowly, "No, it's that young fellow. At first, that old man Fan Genwei wanted to prevent him from enrolling, on the grounds that his superhuman genes were only one, which was as good as none." The female teacher nodded, then continued, And you gave him the opportunity to participate in the trial again. In the end, everyone couldn't understand why his superhuman gene content was indeed nothing special." The principal glanced at the female teacher, a hint of nervousness flashing in his eyes, and his tone became low. "Didn't he pass the final trial? His superhuman gene content is indeed as good as none, but I looked up his physical data from high school, and I found an anomaly. This kid has secrets. My years of research experience tell me he's far from simple." Hearing this, the female teacher's eyes flashed with surprise and she quickly retorted, "Principal, aren't you researching monster genes? You've always wanted to solve the mutation problem for monster gene carriers, so you've also researched superhumans' physical data." Principal Jing Che frowned, not answering immediately, his mind racing with anxious thoughts. After a long while, he finally stood up from his chair, slowly saying, "Oh well, let's just give him an impossible task then. If he luckily completes it, we lose nothing, right? Alright, you go busy yourself. You've worked hard tonight. The power outage made you work overtime until dawn." The female teacher was politely dismissed and silently left. The principal picked up the phone again, wondering whom to call. After a few rings, a sleepy voice came from the other end of the line. "What's up? Why are you calling me so late?" Jing Che said without hesitation, straight to the point. "Hello, Director Uncle of the Cleansing Bureau, this is Jing Che." The voice on the other end exclaimed in surprise. "Old Jing, why are you so polite?" The principal's expression was serious as he continued, "Regarding GU's electricity bill, just consider it a filed case, otherwise I'll go bankrupt because of this task." The next day at the Superhuman Academy, a group of superhumans walked in, among them Shangguan Kui. They walked and discussed enthusiastically. Blue Flame is a new student this year. We need to investigate all new students. Guo Blue Flame has colluded with our cleansers and destroyed important data lines in the Fan family's laboratory. A moment later in the principal's office, 2 cleansing bureau personnel walked in, sitting opposite Jing Che, and said with a smile, "Hello, Principal Jing. The old academy is still as thriving as ever." "Haha, it's just been so busy," the principal replied happily. "Tisk Ni-young, you haven't been back in a long time. This is Lin Si's first time back since graduation, right? How does it feel?" The young man named Lin Si, whose one genes were once devoured by Xing Kun, gave an awkward laugh. Just as the vice captain said, the academy hasn't changed in 10 years. It must be due to insufficient funds." Before he could finish, Ni-young, who was beside him, immediately interrupted, laughing. "Haha, Lin Si, you heard wrong. You low EQ guy, shut up." But Lin Si remained unconvinced, retorting, "How could that be? You even said that if the school were led by Fan Zhenwei, it might be rolling in money." Ni-young, unable to do anything with him, could only turn to the principal, saying with a bitter smile, "Haha, no, it's still early, and I won't stand on ceremony anymore. Let's talk business." Principal Jing Che sighed helplessly at the two's stubbornness and replied, "Indeed. Go on." Ni-young seriously cleared his throat and began, this time, "We're not only here to serve as judges for the Supernova selection competition, but also to carry out the mission of finding Blue Flame." Before he could finish, the principal interjected, his tone full of doubt. "Blue Flame? Why would the Cleansing Bureau think Blue Flame is at our academy?" Ni-young knew this was hard to believe, so he turned to Lin Si and said in a low voice, "You first explain the current situation." Lin Si nodded, stood up, and slowly elaborated. "Around 10:30 p.m. on June 25, 2025, I encountered Blue Flame while eradicating monsters at the Shen City Shopping Center. At that time, my arm was devoured by a monster. Due to the sudden situation, he appeared and helped me, but for some unknown reason he knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, the monster had already been killed. I vaguely saw him absorbing the black smoke after the monster's death. It was very dark and I couldn't clearly see his face, but based on the overall assessment he was a very young male student." He paused and Ni-young chimed in. "Exactly, if it were just that, we wouldn't be in a hurry, but the urgency of the hunt for him has greatly intensified. Just yesterday, the Fan family reported that Blue Flame appeared again, attacking their important laboratory, stealing life essence and causing the death of everyone inside. He is becoming increasingly dangerous and must be apprehended as soon as possible. He first appeared in the city when the academy opened, and his activities coincidentally re-emerged in Cleansing City, where the academy is located. He is very likely a new student at the school." Lin Si waited for Ni-young to finish his analysis, then said sharply, "Once we catch him, I'll knock him unconscious." The principal sat there, listening for a while, then took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "The reasons you've given are truly far-fetched, but judging by your expressions, you seem very certain he's within the academy." Lin Si didn't think much of it, abruptly stood up, his tone firm. "Because after I was knocked unconscious by him that day and woke up, I felt a very strange connection between him and me. I don't know if he hit my head and created some strange superhuman power or if it was a resonance. In any case, this feeling can't be wrong. As soon as I walked into the school, I felt it. Blue Flame is here and I want to figure out why I have this sensation." After Lin Si poured out his heart, Ni-young continued, his tone firm. "Regardless, we must find Blue Flame. It's obvious that the Cleansing Bureau isn't just investigating the school. In short, all new students must undergo a screening." Principal Jing Che sighed helplessly and replied, "All right then. All new students are currently training at the Elemental Training Ground. You can go and take a look." Meanwhile, at the training ground, a teacher was giving a lecture to the students. His voice was booming. "The academy offers courses on various elements as well as ordinary martial arts courses. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can consult the academy's teachers for answers. Additionally, you can also come to this elemental training ground to cultivate. Below, there are 5 element circulation devices for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Under this equipment, the special genes within your bodies will become more active. Awakened individuals can accelerate their cultivation speed, while unawakened individuals can increase their chances of awakening. Please cherish today's opportunity. The next time we're at the training ground, I'll check your progress. I suggest you find a suitable opponent to spar with. Combat is always the best way to improve your superhuman genes. Begin with that." The teacher turned to leave, waving and calling out, "Ji Yu, Xing Kun, come here for a moment." The two didn't respond but still obediently walked over. The remaining students, seeing this, numbly confirmed that the 2 monsters had been taken away by the teacher. They immediately turned around, surrounding Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng, and said with sinister smiles, "Your masters are gone. You unawakened wastes, let us practice with you." Zhao Sheng, showing no fear, defiantly replied, "I'm sparring with Xiao Tao. You're far from ready. I'm afraid I'd hurt you." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, shouting, "What did I just hear? Oh, those who haven't awakened, only their mouths are the toughest. Go to hell. If you want face, you'll suffer. As classmates, let us teach you a good lesson. How dare you snatch our resources? I advise you to spit them out. Otherwise, HMPH, do you think your masters can protect you forever?" In the distance, the teacher led Ji Yu and Xing Kun to a corner, clutching his head and complaining bitterly, "The principal has agreed to your unreasonable demands. You've taken on the principal's absurd task, and the principal asked me to help you as much as possible. So now I am your team's guidance teacher, alright? Consider me unlucky, the teacher sighed and continued to explain. Logically, you don't even qualify to participate in the supernova selection competition. The minimum standard is that the captain must possess at least the combat strength of a 3-star superhuman. You should thank Shangwan Kui. Otherwise, this standard originally required the captain to be a 3-star superhuman, which you couldn't meet at all. Back when Shangwan Kui was a freshman, she joined a sophomore team and successfully defeated a 3-star judge with her 2-star superhuman strength. Since then, the standard has been modified. You can refer to Shangwan Kui's example and join a sophomore team first. It's just that your superhuman genes, Xing Kun, are too low and you might be ostracized. Before he could finish, Xing Kun couldn't help but interject. No need, our current team is fine, the teacher, hearing this, questioned even more dejectedly. Team with 3 freeloaders, 2 haven't awakened and 1 has 1 superhuman genes. Is that good? Xing Kun was about to retort, but his body suddenly trembled due to a mutation. He felt a peculiar connection coming from someone. Soon he realized it was a resonance with the cleanser, the one whose arm he had indirectly devoured. He was rushing over. This complete superhuman gene resonance meant he could also sense himself. Mustn't be discovered. He had to use monster genes to mask his superhuman genes. Would that negligible 1% dare to act up in front of those tall, strong guys? Seeing Xing Kun close his eyes and fall into unusual silence, the teacher couldn't help but shout, Xing Kun, although the principal gave you the myriad sword star map, and theoretically some moves can be used by superhumans, your aptitude is too low. You won't be able to cultivate the star map until you get the mecha. Without a star map, you can't move elements according to that structure. Nor can you use moves, just like you can't make screws without a lathe, unless you can sense other people's elements. Otherwise you can only imitate. With that, the teacher turned to Ji-Yu, his tone gentler. So Ji-Yu, you be the captain, sign up first and then show me your full power. Ji-Yu, who had been standing by feeling depressed, immediately perked up when the teacher noticed her and asked in return, full power, it'll take a moment to activate, teacher, please wait. Seeing her excited expression, the teacher suddenly felt uneasy. He muttered, such an excited expression is too dangerous, don't hit me. Aim for the sky. On Zhao Sheng's side, that group of students had already finished their verbal sparring and rushed forward to beat him, not forgetting to deliver a final threat. Even a tiger dozes off. Your master can't protect you forever. So what if she has 95 superhuman genes? Ow! Before he could finish, from Ji-Yu's direction, a colossal pillar of lightning suddenly shot skyward, emitting dazzling purple light that illuminated the students' faces. Everyone was so startled they quickly retreated. Especially the guy who was punching Zhao Sheng. He froze, his hand suspended in midair. The lightning pillar soared high into the sky, and the surrounding area was plunged into darkness due to the power outage. Only after the purple light faded did the students recover, quickly stepping forward to pat Zhao Sheng's clothes, fawningly saying, Brother Sheng, as expected, your consciousness is high. Our resources will always await our master's favor. Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao, witnessing this sudden change, couldn't help but look at Ji-Yu, secretly envious, thinking, Tisk tisk, sister-in-law is amazing. On Ji-Yu's side, after unleashing the lightning pillar, she asked somewhat sheepishly, Teacher, is this all right? The teacher's face was stiff. It took him a while to compose himself, forcing a smile, but inwardly he was screaming in terror. What a demoness, though slow to reach this level with elemental eruption alone. If she cultivates the star map the principal gave her, will she become a human nuclear power plant? At the same time, a girl walked out from the nearby corridor, loudly calling out, Teacher Fu Liang, could you please come here for a moment? Seeing the girl, the teacher puzzledly said, and Secretary Yang left. Only then did Ji-Yu turn to Xing Kun, quietly asking in confusion, What's wrong, Xing Kun, what's wrong with you? Xing Kun opened his eyes, his gaze cold, his voice low. The cleanser has arrived. A moment later in the assembly area, the teacher gathered the students, sparking discussions among them. What happened? What's going on? Why are the cleansers here? Are they going to arrest someone? But why arrest a student? Ni Yang and Lin Si stood together, observing the students. Ni Yang whispered, Cleanser Lin Si, I'm giving you full authority this time. Find the person and arrest them. Lin Si swept his gaze over the students and replied, The person is here, but the sensation just disappeared. It's all right, I can find him. Since there was one sensation, there will definitely be another resonance. With that, Lin Si activated his ability, drawing a large amount of metal from the surrounding area, making it shoot into the sky 2 months ago. In an area outside Cleansing City, that area had been swept through by monsters. Lin Si was ordered to investigate the situation in that area. A cleansing bureau staff member saw him, thinking in a panic, This uniform, is he a captain from another district here to assist? Recognizing Lin Si, the staff member quickly reported, Sir, the vice captain has successfully lured the monsters into the abandoned building. There's no danger to civilians. Lin Si didn't stop, and after hearing the report, he coldly ordered, Tell the vice captain to evacuate the building immediately. The man hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Si's determined gaze, he could only comply, shouting into the walkie-talkie, Vice captain, a captain from another district requests you evacuate the building immediately. Lin Si didn't even wait for a response. He squatted down, activated his iron manipulation technique, making the ground tremble violently. Dirt and stones were torn apart and the steel bars from the abandoned building were drawn out, shooting skyward. The staff member, witnessing this, screamed inwardly in terror. Damn it, all the surrounding iron has been drawn up by him. Even the steel bars in the building have been pulled out. How is that possible? He doesn't seem to have used much elemental power, damn it. He truly understands the principle of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Is this the highest realm of the legendary Myriad Sword star map? The return of all swords to the source, the building, stripped of its steel reinforcements, could no longer support itself and instantly collapsed with a crash. Ni Young rushed out of the building, his eyes blazing with fury, roaring madly. Which bastard dared to blow up the building? I was stabilizing the monsters inside for the newcomers to practice on. No matter which district's captain you are, I'll kill you. He stopped, his gaze fixed on Lin Si, but Lin Si merely saluted nonchalantly, calmly reporting, Vice Captain Lin Si, a graduate of Manhua Superhuman Academy 25 years ago, reporting for duty. Hearing this introduction, both Ni Young and the nearby staff member were stunned, staring blankly at each other. When they understood, Ni Young roared furiously, Lin Si, you're the one who was just transferred to our department. What's going on? Why are you wearing a captain's uniform? Lin Si maintained his indifferent expression, calmly replying, This jacket I'm wearing now has no emblem. It's just an ordinary jacket. Hearing this perfunctory reply, the staff member muttered glumly, Another self-important person. At Manhua Superhuman Academy's training ground, Ni Young frowned as he watched Lin Si perform his iron manipulation technique. He spoke angrily. Lin Si, I'm warning you, don't mess around. If you destroy this 5 elements field, you and I will have to work for 20,000 years without pay to clear the debt. But Lin Si still maintained his indifferent expression, calmly replying, Vice Captain is truly foolish. There's plenty of metal hidden beneath the 5 elements field, more than enough. With that, he waved his hand, again performing the iron manipulation technique. Dirt and stones mixed with metal shot skyward. The metal separated from the dirt and stones, quickly coalescing into sharp swords gleaming with silver light. The students below looked up in astonishment at the gleaming swords in the sky. Their heads were filled with metal swords. What does this cleanser want? Is he going to treat us like monsters? All the students looked up in terror, sharp swords pointing downwards, forming a circle that surrounded Xing Kun. He felt the swords densely converging on him, and secretly sighed, Tisk, he can sense the metal element within me. He's using my metal element to permeate all the new students, trying to forcibly sense me. Just as he thought this, the swords fell in unison, accurately piercing the ground in front of the students. Only around Xing Kun they tightly encircled him. The superhuman genes within Xing Kun felt the change, immediately shifting from a weakened state to a strong yellow-skinned man pushing away those tall dark-skinned men. Xing Kun noticed the anomaly, closed his eyes, and desperately suppressed the monster genes, preventing this yellow-skinned man from acting. When the situation temporarily stabilized, he opened his eyes, pondering, monster genes can suppress it, but does this mean I can't use superhuman genes as long as this short guy is here? There's no escaping it, but who can guarantee he can sense me? Thinking this, Xing Kun turned his head and whispered to Ji-Yu, Don't be impulsive later. Stay away from me first, trust me, it'll be fine. With that, Xing Kun relaxed his mind, signaling those tall dark-skinned genes to retreat, allowing the yellow-skinned man to focus on sensing the metal element. As soon as Xing Kun relaxed, Lin Si immediately sensed it, muttering to himself, Blue Flame, I've found you. He waved his hand, controlling the suspended iron swords to fly, skillfully passing through the panicked students. Rows of sharp swords shot in one direction, making the students around Xing Kun's face turn pale with fear. Before their screams could even escape, the sharp swords had already brushed past them, aiming directly at Xing Kun outside. Xing Kun displayed the same panic as the students, but inwardly he sneered. Time to test my acting skills. I'm just an ordinary new student, I don't know anything. Seeing Xing Kun's expression, Lin Si became even more annoyed. He decisively ordered all the sharp swords to attack in unison, roaring, Blue Flame, you ambushed the cleanser at the movie theater, destroying an important fan-family laboratory in the ticket center. Now I, representing the cleansers, am arresting you. Seeing Xing Kun in danger, Zhao Shang couldn't help but shout, Big brother, be careful. Some were happy, others worried. The students confronting Xing Kun began to whisper, Blue Flame, I once saw the wanted list. How could Xing Kun be Blue Flame? Though he's annoying, shouldn't the wanted Blue Flame be a fire element superhuman? Hearing the students' whispers, Xing Kun feigned panic and shouted, yes, that's right, a metal element. But when he saw the sword's direction unchanged, still pointing directly at his head, he was startled, and his body instinctively dodged rapidly. Xing Kun analyzed himself in his mind, clearly sensing the trajectory of these elements, even seeing their structure. Aren't they just arranged and stretched like this? Xing Kun suddenly remembered the teacher's words. Unless you can sense other people's elements, just imitate, he thought confidently. I can imitate. He stomped hard, drawing a large amount of metal from underground, quickly calculating. It should be like this, just a little metal element. What was it called? Iron manipulation technique. What a stupid name. I'd never use such a rustic name. Void celestial sword coalesce for me. Xing Kun thought as he acted with lightning speed, creating an iron sword identical to Lin Si's. After a brief loss of control, he stabilized the sword's internal structure. The teacher, observing from a distance, whispered in surprise, is that a move? Can it be used in the star map with just a little metal element? Did Myriad Sword Xing Kun learn it just by watching Lin Si use it? But he only watched. He doesn't have a star map. How did he do it? Seeing the metal sword Xing Kun coalesced, Ni Yang couldn't help but shout at Lin Si, Blue Flame is fire element. Use Blue Flame. It's clearly metal element. But Lin Si ignored him, responding coldly, My senses can't be wrong. Does using flames necessarily mean fire element? I don't believe it. I must force him to reveal his true colors. As long as he can use metal element skills, I can use them too. With that, Lin Si waved his hand, controlling the swarm of swords to whistle away at astonishing speed, transforming into dazzling streaks of light in the air. The swords' friction with the air made them scorching hot and red, as if they were about to burn. The teacher, who had just been marveling at Xing Kun, now looked at Lin Si's move, and couldn't help but exclaim again. The speed is so incredible, and myriad sword return to source can burn piles of swords simultaneously. Lin Si's control after graduation had indeed become stronger, but then he remembered Lin Si's words, and the teacher secretly thought, metal can indeed generate fire. Is Xing Kun really Blue Flame? Is his new superhuman identity a disguise? Could there be two people with over 90 superhuman gene content existing simultaneously in the school? Unlike the teacher's worries, Xing Kun's eyes sparkled as he looked at the new move, secretly delighted. Screw those burning swords, I want to learn that. Lin Si didn't know what Xing Kun was thinking. Seeing his wide eyes, he assumed he was scared and continued to threaten. Blue Flame, just wait for your atonement. With that, rows of swords like brilliant meteors whistled down, surrounding Xing Kun from all directions, front, back, left and right, aiming at him. Just as the sword tips were about to touch his body, a woman's roar suddenly echoed through the training ground. Enough! In an instant, an invisible current of water surged, instantly shattering the flying swords in the air into countless fragments. The metal fragments collided with the water current, rapidly dissolving, turning into countless tiny particles that drifted down. Seeing this scene, Ni Yang was greatly alarmed, secretly thinking, the power of the water element is too strong. Myriad sword returned to source was instantly neutralized. Fortunately, all the students on the training ground, including Xing Kun, who was surrounded by swords, were unharmed. To Xing Kun's surprise, Shangguan Kui suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him. She glared at Ni Yang and the others, sternly reprimanding them. I thought you were just here to serve as judges for the Supernova selection competition. You're also graduates here. You should know that Manhua Academy is under my protection. How dare you bully my students? I'll beat you to death. She coldly swept her gaze over Ni Yang and Lin Si, her voice sharp. Go do your judging work. Inspect the venues arranged by the academy and don't cause trouble here. But Lin Si still looked disdainful, retorting, Senior Shangguan, he's Blue Flame, move aside. Hearing this, Ni Yang shouted in panic. Oh no, Lin Si, be polite when talking to Junior Shangguan. Shangguan Kui heard Lin Si, her lips curled slightly, and she let out an amused oh. Shangguan Kui waved her hand, summoning a giant water dragon that fiercely rushed towards Lin Si. She glared, her voice sharp. You're telling me to move aside, telling a lady to move aside just to discipline this brat. I still have to go back to headquarters. On the other side, Ni Yang was speechless, sweating profusely, secretly thinking, this is it, her water dragon, condensed from life elements, is like a living thing. Is Shangguan Kui about to step into the legendary 5-star superhuman realm? This junior sister is incredible. She can crush a peak 3-star senior brother like me with one slap. He glanced at Lin Si, imagining the miserable sight of this guy being crushed by the water dragon, and quickly stepped forward to dissuade. All right, Lin Si, let's go back to headquarters and discuss this first. But Lin Si still stubbornly interrupted. That's right, report to our superiors and call 17 or 18 more colleagues to deal with him. Hearing this, Ni Yang's face turned pale, knowing that he was going to be finished along with this insensible guy. Just as the water dragon was about to bite down, the principal appeared, quickly intervening, gently advising, Kui, you need to rein in your overly straightforward personality, or you'll suffer in social interactions and relationships. Shangguan Kui stopped her attack but was still indignant, snorting coldly, Teacher, what is this relationship thing you speak of? She didn't want to argue, so she withdrew the water dragon and walked up to Lin Si, questioning, if he was Blue Flame disguised as metal element generating fire, didn't you notice it then? I'm telling you, the night the Fan family's lab was destroyed by Blue Flame, I was monitoring the school area and no one left the school that night. Hearing this, Xing Kun was startled, secretly wondering, why is she helping me hide this? Ni Yang breathed a sigh of relief knowing he had escaped death, and quickly covered Lin Si's mouth, urgently pulling him away. Since that's the case, then you must have been mistaken. Let's go, Lin Si. Prepare for the Supernova selection competition. The two quickly left, leaving the training ground, and the 5-element circulation field returned to its usual tranquility. Xing Kun watched Shangguan Kui prepare to leave, and spoke. Senior Shangguan, the school is so big yet you still monitor all the students. You've truly worked hard. Shangguan Kui lazily stretched, responding, how could that be? Who would be so idle as to monitor all day? It's just that with my discerning eye. Not a bad person. With that, she walked forward and fiercely punched Xing Kun's chest. This action made Ji Yu's face fall, and she lightly coughed, reminding Xing Kun. Before he could react, Shangguan Kui had already rushed over, grabbed Ji Yu's hand and excitedly shouted, Ji Yu, junior sister, you're the only one I value. Hurry up and cultivate to 4 or 5 stars. Then we'll cut down all the scumbags in the world together. After saying a few words, she hurried away, shouting loudly, you all must study hard from now on. After her figure disappeared, Zhao Sheng stepped forward and quietly told the two, I heard Senior Shangguan has only ever encountered scumbags. Her judgment of people is really bad. Hearing this, Ji Yu snorted coldly, adding, Xing Kun too, very accurately. Xing Kun heard this, his face darkened, and he stepped forward, grabbing Zhao Sheng's collar, asking sinisterly, who are you implying tonight? Bring Xiao Tao to Ji Yu's dorm. I'll give you both some special training. Zhao Sheng stammered, quickly replying, yes, big brother. In the distance, the teacher observed Xing Kun's group, and quietly changed his mind. He reanalyzed. This team is probably serious about participating in the Supernova selection competition. Besides the 39 and 41 who haven't awakened, GU's talent combined with Xing Kun, this dark horse, they might just have the last laugh. But then he thought of the Supernova selection competition registration process, and the teacher's brow furrowed. Can they pass the first round? The teacher's lips curved, and he secretly chuckled to himself. This time I've profited quite a bit from my colleagues. Haha. In the registration waiting room, the teachers sat around chatting and laughing. Teacher Joe humbly said, "My team will definitely win the championship." "Not at all, that little girl on your team is almost at tier 4. Another person chimed in. "Oh, the other team members aren't good enough. Do you think we'd reveal our secret weapons?" Suddenly, another person lowered his voice. "Did you all hear? Principal Fu Liang was personally asked by the principal to bring a first-year team to compete with us." Everyone discussed animatedly. "First year? What qualifications do they have to register?" Just then, the teacher pushed the door open, a confident smile on his face. He calmly adjusted his glasses, smiling. "Everyone, it's a beautiful day today. How about a bet?" That night in Zhao Sheng's dorm room, a stranger's incessant voice echoed. Zhao Sheng sat on the bed listening to the man gesticulate and talk nonstop. "Zhao Sheng, you lucky bastard. Young Master Fan wants to recruit you and your sister into the Fan family's 4th team. Do you know what conditions he's offering? 1,000 tubes of life essence per year, more than double what we bandits snatched combined. You and your sister can use at least 2 tubes daily. I'm so envious. Besides, there's even better news, an opportunity you people wouldn't even dare to dream of. You've really met a benefactor. Young Master Fan has a way to awaken you, the kind of awakening you need most." Zhao Sheng lowered his head, listened to the man prattle on for a while, then finally looked up and retorted. "Awaken," the man continued to babble. "That's right, this is a blessing you've accumulated for 18 generations. I know your sister Xiao Tao is a first-time repeat student, and you're a second-time repeat. And you haven't been able to awaken for 2 years. Tisk tisk tisk, this frustration, I feel bad for you. With your aptitude, you definitely won't awaken this year. Haven't you wondered why you got lucky for 3 years and still passed the final trial this year? Now as long as you stand on young Master Fan's side, you and your sister can awaken." Excited, the fate of your Zhao family is about to change. Seeing the man getting handsy, Zhao Sheng coldly reprimanded, "Take your dirty hands off me." Hearing this, the man laughed heartily, mocking, "Hey kid, did you just latch onto a powerful figure and now you're turning on me?" But Zhao Sheng was unconcerned, gritting his teeth and emphasizing, "Listen carefully. I live for Big Brother and I'll die for Big Brother." With that, he fiercely flung away the man's outstretched hand. Watching Zhao Sheng's firm attitude and resolute words, the man was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. He couldn't hold back any longer, pouncing forward, grabbing Zhao Sheng's collar and roaring loudly. "Zhao Sheng, you idiot, you're truly asking for trouble. What do you think the outcome will be when Xing Kun goes against the Fan family? You can figure it out with your toes. He'll suffer immensely, and his will crumble. How pathetic. In the end, he'll still have to grovel at the Fan family's feet. And you're the most pathetic, missing your only chance to awaken and still being dragged into retaliation." After the man finished cursing, Zhao Sheng's lips curled into a sneer of disdain and he scoffed, kicking the man in the abdomen. He kicked and shouted, "My big brother's strength is beyond what a coward like you can imagine, and I, his junior, am not a coward either. If you have the guts, come and kill me." I'll shout one more time. "And if I lose, then I lose." Kicked. The man clutched his stomach, roaring furiously, "Zhao Sheng, if you remain stubborn, no one can guarantee what will happen when you're asleep. Get ready, you won't be able to sleep peacefully anymore." Zhao Sheng grinned, provocatively responding, "Then don't let me wake up or else I'll fight you to the death when I do." Seeing his persuasion was fruitless, the man snorted coldly, unleashing his superhuman genes, cursing exasperatedly. "You're truly a mad dog." He pounced forward, slamming into Zhao Sheng and loudly warned, "I'll give you a surprise every night from now on. Just thinking about it is annoying. Trash with your aptitude, still fantasizing about protecting your master." Hit. Zhao Sheng didn't care about the pain and sneered, "Without Big Brother I'd be dead already. I'll repay Big Brother for this my whole life. I have urgent business tonight. If you don't kill me, I'm leaving. In a fight you might not win against me. We'll settle accounts later." Watching Zhao Sheng walk out of the room with his head held high, the man clenched his fists, muttering curses. "TCH, coward, you're just looking for an excuse to run away, aren't you? Get lost so I don't have to kill you. You're dead. You'll get your sister killed too. Stupid waste." Although Zhao Sheng had left, the man's furious roars still echoed in the boys' dorm. A moment later, in an open area, Yu Sheng walked up to Fan Shiki and reported, "Young Master Fan, that good-for-nothing is indeed Xing Kun's loyal dog. It seems it's impossible to target those around Xing Kun." Fan Shiki showed no disappointment, his lips curling slightly. "It's alright. There are countless ways to deal with people. I originally intended to use gentle tactics, but now you're forcing me to use cruel methods." Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, only 2 rooms were still lit. Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao arrived at GU's room, knocking on the door and shouting, "Big Brother, we're here." Before the door opened, an arm shot out like lightning, pulling both of them inside. The two stumbled, surprised to see Xing Kun looking down at them. Zhao Sheng stepped forward, his lips curling slightly. "Little Sheng, little Dao Dao, are you ready for hellish training?" GU reluctantly agreed, and Xing Kun continued seriously, "Next is hellish training, first close your eyes." Hearing this, Zhao Sheng immediately chuckled, holding a sock. Xing Kun asked, puzzled, "Hey Zhao Sheng, why are you laughing with a sock?" Zhao Sheng held a steaming, odorous sock in his hand and calmly replied, "Can't peek. Afraid I might accidentally open my eyes and look." With that, he prepared to put the sock over Xiao Tao's head, shouting, "Xiao Tao, put your head here. Big Brother has a new game." Xiao Tao shrieked in terror. Brother, are you trying to murder your own sister? Xing Kun ignored their antics, crossing his arms and seriously said, alright, close your eyes. More importantly, second point, I need your absolute trust. Can you entrust your lives to me? Zhao Sheng clenched his fists and immediately replied, absolutely no problem, right Xiao Tao? But Xiao Tao wasn't as foolish as him and nervously retorted, Xing Kun, are you Blue Flame? Zhao Sheng heard this and immediately shouted, Big brother Xiao Tao, what foolishness are you saying? Xing Kun replied calmly, that's right, confirmed. Zhao Sheng looked at him worshipfully, shouting excitedly, Big brother so strong, but then he turned to Xiao Tao asking in confusion, Xiao Tao, how did you know? Facing her brother's question, Xiao Tao covered her face, explaining painfully, the cleansers wouldn't come looking for Xing Kun for no reason. When Senior Lin Si called Xing Kun Blue Flame, I noticed your reactions. Xing Kun, your exaggerated reaction based on what I've observed before proves you were just pretending. I've never seen you truly flustered when something happens. And Ji-Yu, her acting is subtle and refined, but given your relationship, I don't think Ji-Yu could be so restrained. I've never seen her so indifferent. Zhao Sheng heard this. Zhao Sheng exclaimed in panic, Xiao Dao, are you really my biological sister? How are you so smart? Xiao Dao replied with a bitter smile. It would be terrible if both children in the family were stupid. Xing Kun softly said, Xiao Dao, you can say I'm Blue Flame, but don't say my acting is bad. If I were the villain who destroyed the Fan family's lab, the real Blue Flame, would you still believe me? Facing this question, Xiao Dao answered without hesitation, as my brother said, if it weren't for you, we'd be dead already. Even now, looking back, that final trial was especially strange, surely because the Fan family targeted you, right? Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement, makes sense. Xiao Dao ignored him and continued earnestly, but this also proves the Fan family's crimes. Whatever they're researching in their lab can't be good, and I have no choice. My foolish brother has already chosen you, so he won't change. As she was speaking, Xiao Dao was pressed down by Zhao Sheng, who whispered, Xiao Dao, you have to offer yourself too. After scolding him loudly, Xiao Dao looked up and continued, even if your opponent is the Fan family, this all-powerful family, my brother and I will do our best to help you. Let the special training begin. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do. Xing Kun and Ji-Yu had only been waiting for these words. Seeing them agree, they handed over 2 large bottles of life essence. Xing Kun said, then let's begin. Drink this, 1 bottle each. Zhao Sheng didn't think twice, picked up a bottle of life essence and gulped it down, saying as he drank, I'm finished. Xiao Dao also took a bottle, closed her eyes and drank it all in one go. She threw the empty bottle on the ground and softly said, is this life essence? I've finished it too and my stomach feels like it's going to burst. Xing Kun heard this, a slight smile on his lips, and happily replied, it will be absorbed quickly. This is high-grade life essence snatched from the Fan family's lab. You've drunk it all, which is probably most of what our classmates enthusiastically gave us earlier. Hearing this, Zhao Sheng was moved to tears, crying loudly, big brother, that's too extravagant. How can we brothers deserve such kindness? But Xiao Dao remained calm, secretly thinking, is this why Xing Kun asked us to give our lives? We've drunk so much life essence without even awakening, accumulating immense vitality. Will this endanger our lives? Is it some dangerous method to awaken superhuman powers? While procrastinating, Xing Kun walked behind them without speaking. Xiao Dao glanced at him, secretly wondering, this method must have been learned by Xing Kun from the Fan family's lab, right? He'll definitely use some things we can't see because the experimental equipment is too strange to be trusted. While she was thinking, Xing Kun had already walked up to her and softly said, time to close your eyes. Xiao Dao made up her mind, secretly thinking, I must close my eyes. But before she could close them, she was struck hard on the back of the head by Xing Kun, fell to the ground and passed out. Before losing consciousness, Xiao Dao collapsed on the ground, only managing to think, we were knocked out. Sure enough, this method is more effective than my brother's stupid method. With that thought, Xiao Dao fell into a coma. Xing Kun withdrew his hand and whispered, sorry, I can't tell you about monster genes yet. I can only stimulate your superhuman genes while you're asleep. He extended his mutated left arm, letting the tentacles wave around, and chuckled, hee hee, have a sweet dream from hell. Xing Kun inserted the tentacles directly into Xiao Dao and Zhao Sheng's necks, while thinking to himself, Ji-Yu's superhuman genes will run wild if stimulated, so I don't dare to mess with her. But these two don't have many superhuman genes, so I can stimulate them further, directly injecting monster genes into their superhuman gene chains. Now they will feel nightmares and fear from the depths of their souls. Inside their bodies, dormant superhuman gene chains were suddenly attacked by a massive surge of monster genes. Their superhuman genes began to resist, protecting themselves, causing Xiao Dao and Zhao Sheng to break out in cold sweats. In Xiao Dao's dream, she saw herself in pajamas, lying on the grass, her hands stained with blood, a toy bear in front of her. She was startled, secretly thinking, this outfit, this place, I'm having this nightmare again. Covered in blood, she painfully clutched her wounds and ran, but the toy bear suddenly mutated, cracking open all over, revealing a terrifying appearance. Xiao Dao had never dreamt of this scene before, stopping in panic, watching the toy bear swell and transform into a terrifying form rushing directly at her. She was chased in a sorry state, screaming repeatedly. She secretly thought, this dream is getting more and more disgusting. Has hell training begun? At the same time, below Ji-Yu's girls' dorm, Lin Si looked up quietly, mumbling to himself, something's wrong, he must be problematic. Just as he was hesitating whether to rush up, someone ran over and hugged him, shouting happily, Lin Si, the captain told me to follow you and he was right. You were peeking at junior sisters bathing and I caught you, didn't I? but Lin Si ignored him, saying to himself, Xing Kun's room emits a familiar yet strange aura. This made his companion ask in surprise, Lin Si, are you a dog? Lin Si didn't care, and said decisively, he must be Blue Flame. I must find his weakness in the supernova selection competition. As the two stood there, their phones suddenly rang incessantly. After checking, Lin Si and his companion both shouted in panic, Cleanser emergency notice, something big has happened. His companion trembled as he put away his phone, and as he left he said to Lin Si, the North District supply warehouse has been attacked and all nearby cleansers are simultaneously heading to the North District for support. At the same time, a cleanser observer in the North District reported the support point's location to headquarters via earpiece. Most floors of this building have vanished, the smell of blood is strong, and no survivors have been found. From the traces, it looks like a monster riot, but no monsters are seen. Cleanser headquarters immediately responded, please be careful. Headquarters had just detected a large group of monsters nearby. The young man replied decisively, Headquarters, rest assured, we are the Shangguan Kui Super Support Team, the first team to eliminate an Earth Dragon. No matter how terrifying the monsters are, we can at least protect ourselves, and there seem to be no monsters here, but don't underestimate my superhuman hearing. Saying that, the young man closed his eyes and listened carefully. The earpiece immediately sent back feedback, but he frantically looked around and hastily shouted, wait, there's a strange sound in the distance. It's monsters. Have they sent someone and returned? Prepare for battle. About 1,000 meters, 800 meters too fast, 400 meters. He looked in one direction and shouted loudly, Dragon Trap. But his teammates saw nothing and asked in confusion, where's the enemy? The young man was also puzzled, cold sweat pouring down, shouting, how is that possible? I hear monsters just dozens of meters away. How can I not see them? As soon as his words fell, the cleansers' bodies erupted in flames and screams echoed incessantly. Headquarters hastily called through the earpiece, hello, hello, quickly report, what's happening, answer me. But no sound responded. The young man's earpiece fell to the ground, crushed by an invisible large foot, and the connection to headquarters became a harsh static. The cleansers, some vanished, some left with only scattered limbs mixed in the bricks and tiles. Only a small portion miraculously survived by building walls in advance. They hastily urged each other, that invisible thing. It's the Dragon Trap formation released by monsters. Protect yourselves first. A girl shot her skill in one direction and was immediately hit by blue flames. Her arm corroded and flames spread across her entire body. She was in too much pain to speak, completely unable to resist the invisible monster, which was at least a level 4. She shouted unwillingly. Crystal Dragon Trap diagram burst forth, using blood as a guide. A blood-red cage barrier immediately appeared. The people inside shouted in panic, May, you don't have to do this, just hold on a little longer. Headquarters has already sent a message. Nearby cleansers will come to support. Girl interrupted everyone, looked directly at the young man and shouted loudly, Team Song, the blood cage won't last long, listen to me. This monster is invisible, at least level 4, too terrifying. We can't hold on until reinforcements arrive, and even if we do, only one will live, one will die. I can't live anymore, I'm sorry. Sisters, do we cultivate the same star map? Only by working with me to use the blood cage can we save the captain's life. He has always protected us. This time let us protect him. The remaining girls listened, gripping the young man and the team tightly. Activate the star map, they weakly shouted. Captain, stop moving, just surrender obediently. Our sisters working together, you can't resist at all. The young man yelled, stop, I'm the captain, listen to me. But the girls interrupted him, precisely because you are the captain you must survive, otherwise we will all die here. With that, they forcefully threw the young man away, shouting their last words, Team Song, report the news of this monster to headquarters. Send experts over, don't let other companions come to their deaths. The young man was thrown far away. Cursing on the stone, damn it. He pulled out his phone, tears streaming down his face, damn it, if only I were stronger I could have protected them. He quickly observed, sensed, and analyzed. There were similar sounds in the distance. There wasn't just 1, 2, or even 3 invisible monsters. Their speed had slowed, so they were still behind. Damn it, where did these monsters come from? This incident is too impactful. There's no time and no safe place to be found. With that thought, he rushed out, hastily dialing headquarters. After a while, the phone showed no signal. The young man impatiently ran further, mumbling, damn it, superhuman elemental power is too strong. It's affecting the signal. I need to go even further. As he ran, he heard sounds behind him. Knowing he had been discovered, he hastily called headquarters. Watching the phone connect, his heart anxious beeping sounds interspersed with no signal prompts constantly appearing. After running for a while, the signal recovered. He breathed a sigh of relief, smiling, and shouted with all his might into the phone, Headquarters, don't let anyone below 4-star come. There are 3 invisible monsters, at least 4-star. After shouting, he gasped and muttered to himself, Notification given, I can fight with all my might now. At most, I'll die. I feel these elemental genes are harboring a chance at life. Just as he was preparing to attack, a water curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking him. The young man recognized the newcomer and happily shouted that according to the information from headquarters, Shangguan Kui was the fastest to arrive. The water curtain dispersed and Shangguan Kui appeared, softly saying, Sorry, I'm late. The young man immediately replied, Be careful. Those monsters. He stopped halfway. Shangguan Kui coldly interjected, They're gone. Though I'm sorry, they might have only attacked you for a quick snack. They didn't want to fight me, probably fearing wasting time and revealing their whereabouts. In any case, those terrifying monsters must have a more important target. Elsewhere, Xing Kun still stood quietly, watching everything with sharp eyes. At this moment, Xing Kun had transformed into half-human, half-monster. A hoarse voice echoed throughout the room. Humans believe that by adapting to superhuman powers they can control monsters and become masters of the world. These years have been too comfortable. If not stimulated, in a year when disaster suddenly strikes, superhumans will have no time to grow and no power to resist. Shang, Dao Dao, let me stimulate you a bit. Ji Yu stood in the distance watching this strange scene, a bitter smile on her face, and couldn't help but speak. Hey, don't you dare eat them. Xing Kun immediately turned around and replied, don't worry, if I can't resist you'll be the first one eaten. You smell better than they do. Ji Yu's eyes widened and she immediately cursed. Dead Xing Kun. After a while of stimulation, Xing Kun retracted his monster form. Looking at Zhao Shang and Xiao Dao lying on the ground, he said, Ji Yu, I don't dare to implant monster flesh and blood into your body. Your superhuman genes could run wild at any moment, but their superhuman genes are few, so I can adopt this extreme cultivation method. Ji Yu looked at the two, puzzled, and asked, what are they dreaming about? Xing Kun glanced at them and replied, Xiao Dao's dream is normal, a common reaction to fright, but Zhao Sheng's state is a bit strange. I'm afraid this guy is hiding immense anger within him. As he spoke, Zhao Sheng suddenly woke up, his face covered in veins, shouting loudly, kill you. Seeing Xing Kun and Ji Yu, he let out an ah, and they also let out an oh, pretending not to see his murderous intent. After Zhao Sheng reined in his fierce expression, Xing Kun said, congratulations, you've awakened. At this moment Xiao Dao also groggily opened her eyes. The two felt their bodies, both exclaimed, ah, in unison, unable to suppress their inner excitement, tears streaming down their faces. Zhao Sheng knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Xing Kun, shouting loudly, big brother, I will never forget this great kindness as long as I live. From now on I am willing to be your shield. Xing Kun raised an eyebrow slightly, and impatiently waved his hand. You're far from ready to be my shield. Hurry up and upgrade. He paused, his gaze sharply sweeping over everyone. I've left something inside you. This thing will make your superhuman genes go berserk. Just as you imagine, even if your own body is about to be eaten, adrenaline will surge, sending you into a frenzied state to protect yourselves. That's also when superhuman genes perform at their peak. He stepped forward, his voice low and full of authority. The supernova selection competition officially begins in 1 week. Within this week you must break through to a 3-star superhuman. With the current state of your superhuman genes, reaching 2-star is not difficult. As for the 3-star superhuman star map, he smiled, a hint of slyness flashing in his eyes. Ji Yu and I will get it from the principal. Zhao Sheng's eyes widened, openly showing his surprise. Principals, this is a star map. Besides, there's not enough time for it before he could finish. Xing Kun had coldly closed the door, leaving one last remark. Oh, and don't drink water these next few days. Drink life essence. The door closed tightly. Zhao Sheng remained dumbfounded, his hands raised, muttering to himself as if he couldn't believe his ears. Xiao Dao, am I dreaming? We've awakened. He turned, his voice trembling. I feel my superhuman genes are going crazy. Xiao Dao was still in a daze, instinctively nodding along. He wants us to drink life essence like water. In 2 years at the academy I've never seen anything like this. Zhao Sheng suddenly laughed, his eyes gleaming. Big brother, we're loyal, generous, and terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Dao, you have good taste. Don't you? Xiao Dao hadn't fully recovered, just nodding, unable to find words to refute. Finally she looked up, her voice soft and full of doubt. Just now Xing Kun mentioned the supernova selection competition. He wouldn't be thinking of having us participate, would he? Zhao Sheng immediately replied without thinking. Whatever Big Brother says we do, that's right. Not just supernova. Damn, Big Brother is amazing. Now we're qualified for supernova, but don't go crazy like him asking a ton of questions. She paused, her voice sharpening. Although you've been much more humble in repeating this year. You haven't forgotten what you did last time, have you? Zhao Sheng was startled, scratching his head with a dry laugh. Ah, nothing, just almost beat up all the classmates. Xiao Dao hummed softly and continued, remember this, we'll meet them again in this supernova. Luckily we've awakened. 1 week later, the supernova selection competition officially began. In the room, Brother Yi, who had secretly infiltrated Zhao Sheng's room last time, held a bottle of life essence, sipping it little by little. A companion saw him and asked in surprise, hey, where did you get that life essence? Brother Yi curled his lip, answering without batting an eye, tisk, where else? Zhao Sheng, that guy actually hid life essence in his worn-out shoes. Made me feel a bit off drinking it. Tisk, he paused, his tone contemptuous. You lost to him, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? The companion shrugged, smiling faintly. Afraid of what? He's just Ji Yu's lackey. Even this life essence was obtained through flattery. We have the Fan family behind us, we're not even on the same level. Inviting him was just a task the Fan family gave that kid. He's useless and cowardly. After I beat him up last time he didn't even dare to return to his dorm. Who knows where he's hiding now? He lifted his chin, his tone full of pride. No matter how much Zhao Sheng struggles, his master Ji Yu, young master Fan, can still manipulate her however he wants, can't he? He hasn't awakened yet. I can take him on one-on-one. What am I afraid of if I can't kill him? Just then another person pushed the door open and interjected. I suggest you don't underestimate Zhao Sheng too much. Brother Yi, with his yellow hair, let out a sharp laugh. Hey, isn't this Wu Yin? What, saw Zhao Sheng get so much life essence and regret betraying Ji Yu? Want to curry favor with him again? I've seen plenty of fair weather friends like you. No worries, a few beatings from me will fix you right up. Wu Yin shook his head, disdaining to argue. Just keep watching the school's official website, you know. Today's the Supernova selection competition. Brother Yi glanced at him, pulled out his phone and answered casually, Tisk, of course I know. It's a big commotion. The school even installed many cameras on the field. Any student of the school can watch through the school's official website on their mobile phones, computers, or on the big screen in the auditorium. I was just about to go watch. He and his subordinates cheered simultaneously, their eyes sparkling. Wow, it's already started. This host is really punctual, he cursed excitedly. Damn, I know who she is. She's the captain of the previous Supernova champion team, the Golden MVP. This year's host is a wind element superhuman, a recently famous internet celebrity busy chattering in the air. On the phone her voice was full of enthusiasm. I just introduced to everyone the most arrogant team. Now Tutu will introduce to everyone the top 3 teams with the best chance of winning the championship. If nothing goes wrong, this year's top 3 will likely come from them. She paused, her voice growing excited. They are Team 23 Red Flame. All team members are fire element superhumans. All 5 have reached 5 stars with over 50 star map completion. They have the highest overall cultivation. Former captain Zhang Zhengyu has 86 superhuman genes. You heard that right. It's the former captain. According to reliable sources, the captain of this strongest team has been replaced. Drawing all eyes is the newly enrolled Fan Shiki, heir to the Fan family. This is only natural because according to the data, he reached 3-star superhuman upon enrollment, with 83 star map completion and 90 superhuman genes. A talented young man worth looking forward to. We'll wait and see how he performs, she continued, her voice even more impassioned. Next is the all-female warrior team, the Root Eradicators. Captain Zan Ying is currently recognized as the strongest student in the school, possessing 85 superhuman genes. Senior sister Ju Mie has water element superhuman power, cultivates the myriad sword star map, and once split the pants of Team 23 Red Flames captain Zhang Zhengyu with a single sword, thus rising to fame. Can she maintain her title as the strongest student in the school this time? Finally she laughed, her voice playful. Just for a little benefit for our female classmates, we have the Shield Sword team. It said they have a captain with an amazing figure, possessing the strongest 4-star superhuman sword and the strongest shield. Many friends in my live stream say they are this year's most favored team to win the championship. She took a deep breath and announced loudly, Alright, as the host of this year's Supernova selection competition, I declare the first round officially open. The competition venue is this forest. A total of 16 teams are participating. If a captain loses combat ability, the team will be eliminated. Only 6 teams can advance to the next round. Hearing this, Brother Yi and his 2 companions left the dorm. Zhao Sheng walked along, muttering to himself, his tone full of emotion. These 3 teams are truly amazing. Damn, they're too strong. If they're all so strong, how amazing could the most arrogant team the host mentioned at the beginning be? He turned around, his eyes sparkling. Hey Wu Yin, you've been watching the live stream all along, right? How arrogant are they? Wu Yin shook his head, his tone dejected. A team full of first-year freshmen with only 4 people actually dares to compete for the Supernova honor with the top 5 and top 3 teams. That's why Tutu called them the most arrogant team. Brother Yi, who was walking, stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide. All first-year freshmen. 4 people wouldn't happen to be. Wu Yin nodded in confirmation. Yup, it's Xing Kun's team. The subordinate next to him shouted in shock. Damn, what right does he have to participate in the Supernova selection competition? Ji-Yu's superhuman genes are 95. It's understandable if she broke through to be captain. But Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao are also on the team. The 2 immediately turned and stared at Wu Yin, roaring in unison. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Team members must at least be awakened. Zhao Sheng, that guy. Brother Yi stammered, gulping, his voice trembling. Awakened? He suddenly realized he was at a disadvantage, but still shouted, trying to salvage the situation. Tisk. So what if he awakened? It still took him 2 years and his superhuman genes are only 39. Can't I still manipulate him? Who isn't an awakened person? Wu Yin completely ignored him, turned and walked away, replying coldly, Zhao Sheng's superhuman genes are low, and he repeated 2 years, but that also means he's been at the Superhuman Academy for 2 years. Do you know all the courses the school offers? He's repeatedly studied all superhuman-related courses. Brother Yi still stubbornly mumbled. So what? Wu Yin curled his lip and continued. By the way, there's something you might not know. All previous students, whenever they see Zhao Sheng, have to call him Brother Zhao. Meanwhile, in the competition forest, a second-year student encountered Zhao Sheng and immediately cheered, Brother Zhao and Xiao Dao, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you at the Supernova selection competition this time. Tisk tisk, do you remember the day you left school? You almost beat us all to a pulp. So when we saw you here, our class 24 was the only one that didn't team up with the 5th-year teams. Since you're here, if you're participating in the Supernova selection competition, it means you've awakened. You actually dared to choose such an arrogant team name? After thinking about it, we decided we must return that beating. It's not too much to take you on in a relay battle, is it? Just as that group of senior students were still excitedly cursing, Xing Kun slowly walked over, firmly patting Zhao Sheng's shoulder, his tone full of appreciation. Sheng, well done. I didn't expect you to attract more hatred than me. With that, he leisurely stepped forward, standing in front of the crowd, his eyes contemptuously glancing around. Is this all? Too few. Everyone immediately erupted, roaring, "Go to hell. You first-year freshmen, right? When is it your turn to speak?" Meanwhile in the school office several teachers surrounded Teacher Fu Liang, chatting and laughing. "Teacher Fu Liang, do you want to bet with us? Can that first-year team you're leading pass the first round?" 6 teams, a total of 52 people, adding up to 30 people. One teacher laughed loudly, his tone full of confidence. "I bet 100 tubes of life essence that team won't make it." With that he slammed down a ticket. Others also followed suit, shouting 50, 88, 188, 200, 300, a pile of tickets covering the table. They turned to look at Teacher Fu Liang, their tone mocking. "Fu Liang, when you lose you probably won't be able to pay up, right?" Teacher Fu Liang paused briefly, then calmly replied, "I can pay." That teacher paused and continued to ask, "What's their team name again?" "Dao Xian Shi Mo Ri." "The end of the world appears, meaning this world is going to end and they are the saviors, ha ha ha." Young people are so arrogant, truly proud. No wonder Tutu called them the most arrogant team. Teacher Fu Liang's lips curved slightly, his tone low, although Tutu's words are a bit exaggerated. A prairie fire doesn't rely on just one person. To save the world before the apocalypse, the surrounding sparks must ignite, so a little fuel is needed for the sparks. Back in the competition forest, Xing Kun listened to the insults from the senior students, just shook his head, his tone icy. "Relay battle, tisk, you guys overestimate yourselves too much. You'd have to all come at once to even have a chance." The senior students' foreheads immediately bulged with veins. After a brief silence they roared in unison. "First year, you're too arrogant. All at once? How could we all go at once? That's too despicable. We came here this time." While the senior students were still yelling, Zhao Sheng strode forward, stomping hard on the ground, and shouted loudly. "Come on, big brother said, all of you come at once. It's been over a month, let me see how much you've improved." He curled his lip, his eyes sharp. "The old shadows haven't ended yet." With that, Zhao Sheng charged forward, launching a fierce barrage of attacks. The martial arts he had painstakingly trained for 2 years erupted with astonishing power, instantly knocking one person down. He stood firm, striking an arrogant pose, his voice booming like thunder. "All of you come at once, no need to hold back like before. This time you can use superhuman powers." The person who had been knocked to the ground, still spitting white foam, hadn't yet recovered. Meanwhile, in the teacher's conference room, Teacher Fu Liang snatched the last ticket from a trembling, stammering teacher. "I'll add more." "Wait, I'm not adding." Teacher Fu Liang yanked fiercely, roaring, "It's too late, let go." The entire room immediately fell silent. Teacher Fu Liang held a pile of tickets, his dangerous gaze sweeping over everyone, his tone low. "I'm afraid all the teachers here only care about superhuman powers, right? If the school hired professional martial arts teachers to teach students, you wouldn't be betting with me." He paused, his tone firm. "Zhao Sheng only has 39 superhuman genes, but he's incredibly hardworking. After repeating twice and training hard for 2 years, although he didn't learn superhuman powers in the eyes of the martial arts teachers, that kid is a genius who can learn anything, and he enthusiastically teaches others. Almost all the students in that class received his guidance, so he can be considered half a teacher and is highly respected before the end of the semester. I don't know if he can return to the Superhuman Academy, but he has beaten up the entire class, except for those who completely gave up on close combat. Everyone else was knocked down." The red-haired teacher couldn't help but interject. "No matter how good professional martial arts are, it's just fighting with the body. Compared to superhuman powers, it's like throwing an egg at a rock." Teacher Fu Liang curled his lip, his tone calm. "But he has awakened," the red-haired teacher still stubbornly retorted. "Someone who didn't awaken for 2 years has terrible aptitude. Even if they awakened, how powerful could they be? Their team. Besides GU, who else can fight?" Teacher Fu Liang sneered, a hint of challenge flashing in his eyes. "How about you teachers bet more?" The red-haired teacher hesitated, but still stiffened his neck and said, "Teacher Fu, do you think defeating second-year students is enough? The world is becoming more and more stable now. This batch of students is not as good as the previous one, except for a few chosen ones. The rest are hothouse flowers. These fragile flowers are useless except as energy sources for the strong. Teacher Fu destroyed them too early." Meanwhile, in the competition forest, the person who had just been knocked down slowly got up. Trembling as he spoke, "Brother Zhao, we came to welcome you back and also to see who exactly you call Big Brother." He glanced at Xing Kun, roaring, "Now it seems you're almost just a pretentious idiot who dares to provoke us. Ganging up on you is quick, but there's a limit. You're just new superhumans. Doing this is undoubtedly seeking death. Since he asked for it, we'll grant his wish. Sorry, Brother Zhao, we'll give you a crushing defeat." "Catch," he pointed directly at Xing Kun, his tone cold. "You first-year student, our superhuman powers will easily crush you." Zhao Sheng heard this, waved his hand, interrupting with a contemptuous tone. "Ma Xiaolong, you idiot, my big brother is much stronger than me. How could I possibly take over Big Brother's captain position?" As he was speaking, an unexpected sneak attack hit Ma Xiaolong's neck and he fell to the ground with a thud. People from another team rushed over, striking him down in the blink of an eye. The host immediately broadcasted according to the rules, her voice booming, "Ma Xiaolong has temporarily lost consciousness. Captain Ma Xiaolong has been defeated and the Dark Horse Meteor team is eliminated." The guy who just made the move ran over to another group of people, laughing loudly. "Haha, these second-year newbies are so cute." A whole group of them put in all their effort, but it was all in vain. Their captain is like a fragile rag doll, so much fun. He transformed into a green light, rushing quickly in another direction. In the blink of an eye, another team fell. The broadcast sound rang out again, echoing nonstop. Captain Sha Shaoran has been defeated and the Flying Phoenix team is eliminated. With 2 captains down, the remaining team members finally woke up in shock, discussing amongst themselves so fast. We had no power to resist at all. Is this the top 3 beginning their trial missions? In the air, Tutu cheered excitedly. Oh, the top 2 were defeated by opponents as if they were children. This person is Chen Sha from Class 5B, using wind element superhuman power just like me. He's really too fast. The broadcast sound continued, urgent as a war drum. Captain Luo Yin has been defeated and the Ticket Moon Bridge team is eliminated. Captain Rong Yuzhu has been defeated and the Red Lion Collection team is eliminated. Captain Xian Yue has been defeated and the 5-star Bridge team is eliminated. After a wild charge, Chen Sha went straight for Xing Kun's group, laughing loudly. It's your turn, first-year student. I love dealing with newbies like you the most. On the ground, Ma Xiaolong woke up muttering, Brother Zhao, this is the captain you chose. Tutu also exclaimed excitedly, wow, the most arrogant Starfire Apocalypse team is in danger. Captain Xing Kun was hit by one of his claws, but just as Chen Sha was about to touch Xing Kun, he suddenly saw Xing Kun sidestep his attack, moving even faster than himself. Immediately after, Xing Kun raised his hand and unleashed his superhuman genes. From the ground, countless metal elements erupted, transforming into a sharp sword that shot straight out. Chen Sha had no time to dodge and could only stare in horror at the sharp sword. He wondered inwardly, did that kid just transfer superhuman power underground in that step? Before he could finish his thought, the iron element sword had already pierced his abdomen. Chen Sha was in agony, lost consciousness, and his eyes rolled back. Xing Kun still stood in place, smiling faintly. This move of mine is called Star Sword is coming. Something I forgot. I'll just give it a random name for now. Let's call it Kidney Deficient Star Sword instead. Tutu saw this scene, cheering excitedly. Wow, Captain Xing Kun wasn't defeated. Chen Sha lost consciousness. Chen Sha was defeated. Under the trees, Xing Kun looked up, a smirk on his lips, and said loudly, hey everyone, come out. It's not me who needs practice, it's my teammates. The second years are indeed a bit weak. You guys are just right. In the air, Tutu immediately cheered. He's challenging the top 3 teams who are considered strong contenders for the championship. This first-year Starfire Sandstorm team is truly arrogant. The person who was called immediately jumped down from under the trees. Grinning in response, first-year student, quite arrogant indeed. Ma Xiaolong, lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness, muttering, the captain Brother Zhao chose is incredibly strong. In the air, that person, having just activated his superhuman genes, rushed forward to attack, shouting, brothers, let's eliminate this arrogant first-year student as quickly as possible. The Wind Serpent team's combat philosophy is to ambush when possible and gang up when possible. On the ground, Xing Kun grinned and clapped his hands, laughing, come on, be my sandbags. Looking at Xing Kun's calm expression, the Wind Serpent team members thought, this kid from the first year is too annoying. He defeated Chen Sha, so Chen Sha must have been careless. Even so, this Xing Kun is not simple. The speed at which he coalesces swords is astonishing, and he can also instantly see through the battle and accurately predict the moves to attack Chen Sha. His battle experience seems even richer than ours who have been through actual combat, but how is that possible? Is it talent? They concluded. Anyway, the captain was right to say we should all attack together, but just as one person was about to attack Xing Kun, a strong arm blocked him. Zhao Sheng stepped out, his eyes cold. Student Luo Yin, Big Brother said we're the ones who need practice. Luo Yin looked at Zhao Sheng and scoffed. Zhao Sheng, I know you're half an instructor for the next batch, but I'm not those low-level freshmen. Do you think you alone can stop me? Goodness, Flood Dragon, he went all out, charging straight at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng showed no weakness, retaliating with an explosive Flood Dragon. The two forces collided, shaking all 4 directions. Luo Yin took a step back, a smirk on his lips. Tisk, your superhuman genes are only 39. Who gave you the courage to cultivate the Flood Dragon star map like me and Shangguan Kui? No matter how your Flood Dragon is refined, it's just a modified bug. Zhao Sheng roared, his voice like thunder. A Flood Dragon isn't better just because it's bigger. Luo Yin's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, and he shouted, come on, haha, let me give you a taste of the despair of a power gap. But before he could finish, he suddenly shut his mouth. Zhao Sheng didn't bother to argue, immediately unleashed his Flood Dragon, and launched a fierce attack. Luo Yin was pushed back a distance, his eyes wide, shouting in surprise. You actually used your own blood instead of water elements to refine superhuman genes, drawing the Water Flood Dragon's ability, which should have roamed externally, into your body to gain extraordinary power. He paused, his voice trembling. Zhao Sheng, I'm not playing around with you anymore. While doing this makes your Flood Dragon stronger, you'll lose long-range combat ability, and at the same time, if your Blood Flood Dragon is destroyed, you'll also suffer heavy damage. Zhao Sheng sneered, grinning. You need to start early, kid. The slow bird catches the worm. You use 100 ordinary people. I only use 1 superhuman gene. I'm so bad I trade my life for a Flood Dragon. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, a red-haired girl was tightly bound by countless vines, and she shouted angrily, Zhao Xiaotao, I noticed your name wasn't on the list of awakened people this year. Meaning you hadn't awakened yet when you enrolled. It's been less than 2 weeks since school started and you just awakened and already cultivated to a 3-star superhuman. Although the star map is just getting started, it's truly astonishing. How did you do it? Xiaotao recalled Xing Kun's instructions and replied with difficulty, my emotions are easily stimulated. The red-haired girl pouted, is that so? It seems you're a cultivation genius, but unfortunately your superhuman genes don't exceed 50, so you can only cultivate the Vine star map. Besides causing a little trouble, you can't go any further." Before she finished speaking, she unleashed countless vines as thick as tree trunks, launching a fierce attack. The vines rained down from the air onto Xiao Tao's position. She quickly dodged, evading one wave, but another followed immediately. Watching this scene, the red-haired girl exclaimed, "Tis, good reaction, you dodged it. It seems you spent a lot of effort on escape skills in the past few years." The red-haired girl was still speaking when she suddenly noticed bright red flowers blooming on the vines wrapped around her. She vaguely wondered, "What is this? Why is it red?" Xiao Tao should have broken her vines. Her eyes widened, her voice trembling. "She just formed a star map. It's less than 5 complete. These vines are just trees now, without roots, so they certainly can't bloom." Did it absorb her blood? Peach blossom blood. As soon as the words fell, the petals suddenly broke off, transforming into sharp darts that shot towards her. The dart petals grew more and more numerous and more dense. The red-haired girl shouted in terror, Xiao Tao, are you crazy? Do you think your blood is infinite? You'll drain yourself dry." Xiao Tao was weak all over, but she still gritted her teeth, persisting in controlling the petals to attack, and replied exhaustedly, "Big brother is right, you need to start early, kid. If you don't start, then trade your life for it." Meanwhile, where Xing Kun and Ji Yu were, a guy jumped down and scoffed, "First-year student, you actually defeated Chen Sha. Why are you hiding behind a girl? Did you just get lucky defeating Chen Sha? Don't hide, I'll give you a chance to be a man openly." He said this outwardly, but inwardly he was plotting viciously. Victory is the goal, attract their attention and let the fourth person ambush from behind. Xing Kun just smiled after hearing him. "Sixth brother, you have the nerve to say that, and whoever likes to fight openly can go, I don't." In that instant, behind Xing Kun, a girl rushed over, her iron element sword glinting with cold light, but Xing Kun didn't need to look back. He easily sidestepped. The girl, startled, quickly dodged and counterattacked, while sixth brother was dumbfounded. How is that possible? He broke the ambush without even looking back. This person is incredibly seasoned. Is he really a first-year student? What was he before? 5 years of compulsory education? A hothouse flower? Are you a pig? He roared. "I told you it's not me who needs practice. Where are there flowers like this? He's more familiar with combat than we are. What kind of monster is he?" Sixth brother gritted his teeth, thinking, "Even we are fighting with all our might for the supernova, and he actually has the leisure to use this competition to train his teammates. A first-year student, never heard of, yet he sets his goals higher than us third years. Truly puzzling." While sixth brother was still pondering and analyzing, Xing Kun's voice rang out, saying to Ji Yu, "Then activate the star map." Sixth brother heard this and secretly chuckled, thinking, "Activate the star map? Does creating a star map require activation?" But suddenly he mumbled in confusion, Wait, are there really star maps that need activation?" Theoretically, only one foreign superhuman with 94 water element superhuman genes has successfully cultivated a perfect star map in the world. It is said that when activated, it creates a simple domain of its own, which is completely unreasonable. He glanced at Ji Yu and suddenly remembered, his eyes wide. Right, this junior sister has the highest superhuman genes in history, 95. Could she also have cultivated that true star map? Just then, countless bolts of lightning erupted from Ji Yu's entire body, accompanied by a crisp activation sound. The purple star map connection was complete. A dazzling electric orb appeared where she stood. Lightning swept across the entire area and everyone stopped fighting, turning to watch. Each person's expression varied, from astonishment to envy, their eyes fixed on the flashing light source. Ji Yu hovered in midair, surrounded by a brilliant lightning barrier. 3-star superhuman, purple star map complete. A member of the Wind Serpent team rushed forward, observing and analyzing. It looks like a lightning circle that automatically destroys foreign objects. It is indeed a simple barrier, and to have such an effect right after completing the star map is admirable. But ultimately, she's just a newly promoted 1-star 3-star superhuman. He called himself Wu Zhen, and unleashed Icebird Star Map 44, shooting a series of sharp ice blades at Ji Yu. He thought, this passive defense, even if it can destroy a few Wu Zhen, can't stop countless Wu Zhen. But before he could finish, the ice blades dissipated as soon as they touched the barrier. Wu Zhen shouted unwillingly, HMPH, even countless Wu Zhen can't be stopped. So what about this ice spiral? He condensed a huge ice pillar, throwing it straight at Ji Yu's head. But the ice pillar not only failed to break the barrier, but instead triggered a violent lightning counterattack. Seeing this scene, the red-haired girl was stunned, muttering, "It can actually destroy my ice spiral so easily. How much current is contained in it? It's too illogical. She's only been cultivating for a few days. How can the superhuman genes in her body contain such immense energy? Is this the difference between 95 superhuman genes and us?" Meanwhile, Ji Yu turned to Xing Kun, calling out in panic, "Xing Kun, help me, I don't know how to move." As she struggled to control her body, she unintentionally reached out to Xing Kun. A bolt of lightning shot from her hand, going straight for him. Ji Yu shouted helplessly, "Oh no, I accidentally leaked electricity again." Xing Kun was slightly stunned, then said with a wry smile, "You better learn to control magnetism first. Piranha is very familiar with magnetism. Use the 2 guys next to you as opponents and also defeat their captain. This team has already taken the rewards for our 6 defeated teams." Ji Yu heard this and roared, remaining motionless. The Wind Serpent team's captain cracked his knuckles, walking over. The girl who had just attacked Ji Yu couldn't help but ask the captain, "How do we break her defense?" He smirked, replying, "No, this is a game where you get rewards by defeating the captain. We don't need to bother with this barbaric gene junior sister. Just eliminate her captain according to the plan. Take him out as quickly as possible." Shang Kun saw them shifting their target to him and smiled. "If you choose me, you'll be eliminated even faster." The captain laughed loudly and roared. "Many newly enrolled junior brothers also think they're very powerful, just like you." With that, he placed one hand on the ground. In the air, the girl unleashed sharp wind blades. On the ground, the captain released flying sand, forming a huge whirlwind sphere that shot straight at Shang Kun. Countless Wu Gen were continuously sucked into the whirlwind sphere, and the captain couldn't help but loudly threaten. "Junior brother Shang Kun, you've only been enrolled for a few days and haven't even attended a single class. Senior brother will teach you a lesson called lion catching rabbit. I will still go all out and not leave you any chances. Be more humble in the future." Superhuman Ice Storm combo. He was still rambling on when he suddenly saw one of Shang Kun's arms extending from the skill sphere. He screamed in terror. "You dodged all the attacks. How did you pinpoint the direction of the flying sand so precisely?" Shang Kun didn't give him a chance to say more, tightly gripping his mouth, his voice cold. "Ha, maybe you upset me, which activated my combat skills. All in all, you guys shouldn't be eliminated so quickly. Continue, keep training." With that, Shang Kun flung the captain far away. Treated with such disdain by Shang Kun, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it, what kind of power is this?" He stumbled backward repeatedly, falling to the ground. Unable to get up, the captain was still unwilling, shouting, "How can this be?" At the same time, Gu gradually adapted to the barrier and slowly walked over. The captain struggled to his feet, his eyes wide, yelling in disbelief, "Damn it, who exactly is the strongest first-year student?" In the school office, the red-haired teacher's voice was filled with anger. "Shang Kun is problematic. His performance is absolutely not something a first-year student can achieve. His superhuman genes are only one. I suggest a thorough investigation into his background and a gene test." Before he could finish, Teacher Fu Liang suddenly stood up and shouted loudly at Lei Yan. "Teacher, Dean Feng said nothing, so there's no need for us teachers to be so concerned. Or are you acquainted with the vice dean and wish to seek his opinion?" The red-haired teacher's face stiffened at the shout, and he remained silent. The entire office fell into a dead silence. Just then, a notification rang out simultaneously in all the teachers' ears. "A monster surge has appeared in Cleansing City, activating a yellow monster alert. All cleansers above peak 3-star immediately proceed to support." Without a single objection, the teachers immediately left the room and walked out. In the principal's office, the female teacher from before rushed in, reporting to Principal Feng. "Principal Feng, what about the supernova selection competition? Does it need to be stopped?" Principal Feng sighed, his voice calm. "Headquarters ordered not to. Although there are some unexpected developments, everything is still under control. The remaining peak 3-star cleansers are sufficient to keep the competition running normally. The supernova selection competition is for students to progress. They don't need to take risks, but if disaster truly strikes one day, they must step onto the battlefield." Meanwhile, at the location where the invisible monsters appeared, a surviving captain, a young man, ran over and asked eagerly, "What happened?" A person pointed at the tunnel and replied, "The invisible monsters have been forced into the tunnel by our 4 strongest superhumans from Manhua. Unexpectedly, those high-level monsters who escaped and hid have rushed to rescue it. We've already activated the yellow monster alert. All peak 3-star superhumans in the city have come to support." The young man listened, gritting his teeth and growling, "Damn it, if only I could break through to 4-star faster, I could participate in this operation." "Damn it, tell me quickly, how many invisible monsters are trapped in the tunnel?" the person stammered, replying, 3. Hearing the answer, the surviving young man cursed, "Damn it, only after I break through to 4-star did I realize that I heard not 3 but 4 invisible monsters at the time. Everyone be careful. Those high-level monsters outside were very likely summoned by that invisible monster." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly rushed into the dark tunnel, his steps urgent as if breaking through space. But just a few tens of meters in, he suddenly stopped. A surge of fear in his heart, because he realized there was only one monster lurking in the darkness. He shouted eagerly, "Shangguan Kui, you actually killed 3 invisible monsters, truly worthy of being the 4 strongest in Nanjue." Shangguan Kui heard the call and immediately turned her head, her gaze sharp, roaring, "Song Yin, were you deceived? We're fighting one invisible monster. The other 2 disappeared as soon as we entered the tunnel." Song Yin's eyes widened at her words, his voice trembling with astonishment. "What? Weren't there a total of 4 invisible monsters?" "So the 3 vanished monsters, and 1 never even appeared at all. What exactly are these monsters plotting?" As the 2 spoke, a dazzling blue flame cut through the darkness, accompanied by someone's urgent shouts, "Shangguan Kui, hurry and help, we must kill this one while the other 2 are absent. Although this thing has the strength of an earth dragon and can turn invisible, it can't stay invisible for long. We have a chance." Shangguan Kui walked over coldly, her gaze sharp as a knife, leaving Song Yin with a decisive command. "Song Yin, use your ability. Find the other 3 monsters. We can't be ambushed." Song Yin nodded, softly saying, "MMHMM. Then focused all his mental energy, activating his keen ears, drawing sound waves from the celestial fox star map. His internal life elements spread out, merging with space, listening to every movement around him. In his mind, scene after scene gradually emerged. Shangguan Kui was fiercely battling an invisible monster around them. 2 to 3-star monsters were secretly moving, and even some monsters mutated from animals, their levels unknown. Further away, support forces were already approaching. He swept the sound waves over an area he had never checked before, then suddenly fell silent, his eyes filled with doubt. Song Yin finally opened his eyes, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment, his voice hoarse with panic. No, how can this be? The three invisible monsters aren't here, so where could they be? Meanwhile, in the forest of Manhua Superhuman Academy, the crowd was still locked in fierce combat. Zhao Sheng continuously endured attacks, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, thinking to himself, "Tisk, this resilience is terrifying. Having consumed so much blood and endured so many attacks, he still hasn't lost consciousness. Defeating him is only a matter of time, but even to the naked eye his internal superhuman genes are visibly strengthening." A surge of unease rose in his heart, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes as he observed these low-level superhumans in front of him. What kind of era is this? They are only low-level superhumans with few superhuman genes, yet they are progressing so rapidly. If they continue at this pace, won't they soon surpass even high-level superhumans like himself? He muttered to himself. If they continue at this pace, won't they soon surpass high-level superhumans like himself? In another corner of the battlefield, Ji continuously endured the fierce attacks of the other two members of the Wind Serpent team. Their arms and legs grew numb from hitting, and they gritted their teeth, muttering, "Half an hour hasn't passed yet, it's like a power plant. Is the electricity in her body infinite?" At the same time, Ji kept trying various combat stances, her gaze sharp, highly focused, until finally she let out a sigh of relief, softly saying, "I understand, what is this stance?" Seeing her stop trying, the girl immediately shouted loudly, her voice filled with eagerness, "Captain." Captain, sweating profusely, tried to placate, facing a first-year student. "What are you afraid of?" But Ji didn't back down. She released her hands, unleashing an endless stream of lightning. With the initial acceleration of electrons, she flew close to the ground, her body like a living lightning rod rushing straight forward. The Wind Serpent team's captain saw this, and the smile on his face stiffened as he yelled, "Damn it, is that a cannonball?" Ji suddenly stopped in front of him, and the lightning in her hands erupted, but when she extended her hand, not a single bolt of lightning shot out. She was somewhat confused, muttering, "Oh, out of electricity." Her body slowly descended, thinking to herself, "There's still a lot of electricity in my body, but it can only maintain magnetic transmission, not release outward." Seeing this scene, the captain laughed heartily, triumphantly saying, "In that case, it's our turn." Before he could charge forward, Xing Kun suddenly rushed over and fiercely slapped the back of his neck. Xing Kun smiled brilliantly, announcing, "Game over." Before the captain fell, he still shouted unwillingly, "Kid, you actually ambushed me." Xing Kun watched him fall to the ground, happily continuing, "Even fighting fair and square, you wouldn't win against me." From high in the air, Tutu witnessed the entire scene, her voice filled with excitement, echoing, "It's truly astonishing. The Wind Serpent team captain has been defeated. The Starfire Apocalypse team has become the dark horse of the Supernova selection competition, entering the top 6. As the first phase of the Supernova selection competition concluded, a notification appeared on the large screen. The yellow-haired subordinate muttered worriedly, "Zhao Sheng has leveled up. What did you say before? That kid is useless and cowardly, and you want to challenge him one-on-one? Want to kill him?" The person quickly covered his mouth, eagerly saying, "You must have misheard." With that, he turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping towards Wu Yin, who was sitting behind him. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead, he curled his lips slightly, his voice low, with a hint of worry. "By the way, Wu Yin, you almost joined Xing Kun's team. Can you help me plead with Zhao Sheng? Just say I accidentally broke a bottle of his life essence and I'll repay him later." In the forest, Fan Shiki heard the notification, and the anger in his heart blazed as if it would consume everything. He repeated Xing Kun in his mind. In the air, Tutu was still floating, her voice filled with authority. "Phase 2 begins. Only one team can win the Supernova selection competition. Strength is not everything. Wisdom and even luck are very important. The winner's prize has been hidden somewhere on the competition grounds. The first team to find it is the winner. Of course, you can also defeat our cleansers to get clues." Hearing the notification, Ji rushed over, her gaze firmly fixed on Xing Kun. "Brother Xing Kun, we must get first place this time. You must get the first place superhuman mechanical equipment. But I've used up all my electricity. Natural recovery takes a day. Now I can absorb electricity from the entire city, but the new electricity must be refined, which takes at least 2 hours before I can restart magnetic force." Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao both walked over, bruised, and shouted in unison, "Brother Xing Kun." Xing Kun glanced at the three of them, a slight smile on his lips, revealing a warm expression. "No need, you take Zhao Sheng to rest well. Your battle is over. I'll take it from here." In another corner, Fan Shiki smugly curled his lips, thinking to himself, "Phase 2, this mission is already over for me." But several of his teammates couldn't help but frown and ask, "Fan Shiki, are you really going to go alone?" Fan Shiki decisively turned and left, casually waving his hand. "That's right, let's split up. I'll try my luck and you guys go directly to search for clues." After he had walked a distance, a sharp buzzing sound suddenly echoed in his ears, followed by a faint voice that seemed to come from empty space. "Young Master Fan, the location of the final prize is 12 hours ago at the Fan family's base. Before this, in the Fan family's dark research lab." Fan Shiki stood before his uncle, his gaze sharp as if wanting to pierce through all secrets. His uncle asked in a deep voice, "Shiki, do you want to win the honor of this supernova?" Fan Shiki answered without hesitation, "Of course. The Fan family is about to launch the 6th generation of life essence, and I want to become non-use supernova, then successfully become the strongest among the younger generation. Only then can our Fan family continue to dominate the superhuman essence market." His uncle nodded lightly, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Not only that, our Fan family is about to take the first step towards the World Summit, taking control of Nanue." Fan Shiki frowned, his tone filled with doubt. HMPH, isn't that still 3 years away? By then we'll have accumulated enough strong individuals. His uncle smiled, his tone full of confidence. Not anymore. The Eternal Flower has accelerated our process. This place has become an unprecedented cultivation hotbed. As long as 4 petals reveal a crack, everyone's superhuman genes will grow wildly. In another month, our fan family will be able to gather 100 4-star superhumans. And your uncle's brother, your father, after continuously acquiring the inextinguishable flames you've transformed, has also been promoted to Washa's first 5-star superhuman. He paused, his gaze sharp. So Shiki, you go and become the supernova, become the MVP of this session, and then represent the school as captain. With your ability and the inextinguishable flame, you will surely become the strongest supernova in Washa and even the world. After your father takes power, you will face less scrutiny. We can fully control Nanyue faster. As for GU, she doesn't know. With Xing Kun in the way, there's no need to waste words trying to win them over. Just find an opportunity to eliminate them and extract their genes for experiments. Hearing this, Shiki lightly licked his lips, a cunning glint in his eyes, and replied in a deep voice, "Yes, uncle." Back to the present, as he walked through the dense forest, he intently listened to the instructions in his ear. The prize is 300 meters underground, just a couple of steps away. Fan Shiki listened, a slight smile on his lips, thinking to himself, I'm a young master of the Fan family anyway, even if only a quarter of the cleansers are secretly loyal to the Fan family. The rules for the second phase of this supernova selection competition were clearly tailored for me. Even with countless eyes watching me, I must pretend to dig as if I'm searching for hidden clues on sight. After all, not only is there a host above me, but the entire forest is also filled with live broadcast cameras. After walking a bit further, he gently raised his hand and summoned spirit flames, letting them spread out within a 30-meter radius. The sparks, like tiny souls, traversed every corner of the forest, detecting everything for him. Feeling the returning signal, Fan Shiki smiled faintly, smugly muttering to himself, "No problem within 30 meters, of course, no problem. Just a few more times like this and the prize will be easily mine. The next spot is here," directly rushing to the finish line. While immersed in his calculations, he suddenly saw Xing Kun flash past, looking nonchalant. Fan Shiki thought to himself, he probably just happened to walk to this spot. This guy's really lucky, but that's all. He was still comforting himself when he suddenly saw Xing Kun accelerate sharply and dart away. Fan Shiki's face immediately darkened, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He watched the direction Xing Kun was running, his heart sinking. Xing Kun was heading straight for the prize. Coincidence? Impossible. The location is correct, there can't be such a coincidence. Fan Shiki gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp enough to pierce Xing Kun. He knew the exact location of the prize, and once again his plan was disrupted. Lucky, yes, but that's all. In this world, bottom-tier individuals cannot defy fate by luck alone. He mused, feeling even more certain that there was a final guardian at the prize location. One of them had secretly sent him a message. No one knew he was a hidden level 4 psychic superhuman. He could not only transmit information silently but also launch psychic attacks, making superhumans unaware. He wouldn't let Xing Kun get the prize. The prize can only be mine, Fan Shiki thought. Meanwhile, Xing Kun sped for a while, then suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, and a flash of excitement flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, all superhumans emit an alluring scent. In his eyes, the students in the forest were like lanterns and the cleansers were like light bulbs. In my previous life, I saw this supernova selection competition. Ultimately, 2 cleansers guarded the prize. With such a distinct scent, finding them is easy. Too bad I can't eat them. As long as I get the prize, this goal will be achieved. Once I obtain it, my superhuman genes will reach 3-star. At the same time, my monster genes can also break through to level 4. Thinking this, Xing Kun lifted the cellar lid, his voice resonating with confidence. I'm the first. A familiar figure suddenly sprang out of the cellar, shouting, "It's you indeed!" A scorching blue flame erupted. Xing Kun was caught by surprise but remained still, offering no resistance, only shouting, "I told you, you've got the wrong person." Lin Si scoffed, continuing to attack the remaining superhumans in the cellar. He was stunned, thinking, who is this? Where's young Master Fan? Just then, Fan Shiki arrived, witnessing this scene, and couldn't help but be taken aback. This cleanser actually called Xing Kun Blue Flame. Meanwhile, Lin Si didn't hesitate, attacking and roaring, "If you want the prize, you must accept our final trial. I will expose your disguise." Blades of sharp light erupted, surrounding Xing Kun like an unbreakable steel cage, simultaneously slashing down at his location. But Xing Kun was as fast as lightning, rushing into the cellar, sweeping past Lin Si, a cunning smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, senior brother, for holding back." Lin Si, unable to force Xing Kun to fight, had to stop his attack, thinking, as I observed last time, he can sense me and I can sense him. He knows all my sword moves, he is clearly Blue Flame, but I can't do anything to him. Outside, Fan Shiki stood motionless, his face grim, intently observing the movements in the cellar. He muttered to himself, "Strange, what's the relationship between this cleanser and Xing Kun?" Suddenly he realized, and quickly sent a telepathic command, "Stop him resolutely." The remaining superhuman in the cellar immediately responded telepathically. Understood. He smiled slightly, slowly walking toward Xing Kun, strategizing. All 3-star and peak 4-star superhumans had left the academy due to the yellow monster alert. I appear to be 3-star, but I'm actually 4-star. Now I am the strongest person in the academy. Even so, I can't go too far in the school. I just need to stall him until young Master Fan arrives. A mental shock from the mind tremor suddenly erupted, spreading out like an invisible net enveloping Xing Kun. Xing Kun felt this power but continued to walk calmly forward without the slightest hesitation. As he passed the superhuman, he flashed a brilliant smile. "Thank you, senior brother, for holding back." The superhuman was stunned, filled with surprise, and he shouted loudly, "How can this be? Why doesn't he stop?" He gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. This supernova selection competition is very important to young Master Fan. He absolutely cannot fail. Even with the risk of being discovered by Lin Si, and even if it crushes this person's spirit, I can only proceed regardless. Lin Si stood not far away, his eyes filled with self-reproach. He saw that the superhuman was completely reckless, having poured all his mental power into suppressing Xing Kun. A terrifying power erupted, reaching its peak. But at that very moment, Xing Kun's general-level monster form suddenly manifested, countering the mental tremor. The superhuman was caught off guard, standing stunned, thinking in panic. What is this? How can his mental power be so strong? After only a second or two, he couldn't bear it any longer, and his body slumped to the ground. Xing Kun walked with a hunched back, a wry smile on his lips. "Oh no, how unlucky. My mental attack was actually countered. Damn it, how can I keep a low profile like this?" He shook his head, thinking, never mind. "I'll get the prize first." In his hand, the artificial superhuman mechanical device gleamed with a metallic luster. The goal had been achieved, and the evolution process was about to begin. While playing with his spoils, Xing Kun suddenly felt a pressure from a fellow creature. He suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze directed outside the tunnel. The ground vibrated slightly, imperceptibly to the naked eye. Xing Kun cried out in his heart. The scent of underground monsters, the purpose of creating the plague nest, has succeeded. He quickly activated the mechanical device in his hand, mumbling while waiting for it to fully start. "Sorry humans, saving the world can't just be up to me, nor is it my sole responsibility. Your peace ends now. The invisible monsters have appeared." Meanwhile, in the tunnel, Song Yin once again focused his mind, his keen ears analyzing every sound. He was startled, muttering, "I heard it. The 3 invisible monsters have left this path and are heading straight for Manhua Superhuman Academy." He gritted his teeth, filled with panic. "We thought the monsters were trapped in this tunnel, but it turns out it was an invasion. All high-level combat forces in the academy have been deployed." Song Yin felt an indescribable worry. He realized the supernova selection competition was being held at Manhua Superhuman Academy. All new students were gathered there, and the academy had almost no defensive capabilities. He thought to himself, if those 3 invisible monsters really attack the academy, those students will just become their prey. Coincidence, or is this a feint by the monsters? If it's the latter, then humanity is even worse off. We used to always underestimate their intelligence. Song Yin couldn't help but shout, his voice filled with anxiety. "Everyone listen to me. This is a conspiracy. The remaining 3 invisible monsters are likely heading towards the academy. The students are in danger. We must send someone back immediately." A superhuman battling a monster heard him and scoffed. "Ah, you're scared. Are you overestimating those monsters too much? Or are you trying to escape?" Song Yin's face immediately darkened, and he vehemently retorted, "No, I really heard them." But before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent. He cried out, "Damn it!" The next second, a monster rushed over, knocking both Song Yin and the person who had just mocked him off their feet. An uncle nearby quickly rushed forward to rescue Song Yin. A low voice rang out. "Just promoted to 4-star, you need to be careful not to let those departed monsters sneak back and attack. I can't protect you then." He paused, his gaze sharp. "Continue. Monsters are just products of failed human gene mutation stripped of their sanity. According to research, level 4 monsters have evolved and can rival animals. I once participated in the world's strongest level 5 monster extermination battle. I lost an eye back then. Haha, their intelligence cannot be compared to ordinary people. If there really were monsters as cunning as you say, could humanity still win? Listen to me. Don't overthink it. We should send more people to eliminate all the monsters nearby." With that, he sped off. Song Yin tried to explain, but he had already interrupted, roaring, "Damn it. This level 4 invisible monster is too difficult to deal with. Superhumans below 4-star definitely can't handle it." Meanwhile, at a sentry post on the edge of the forest, a superhuman's tired yawn broke the silence. "Yawn, I wonder what's happening in the tunnel. Too bad I haven't reached peak 3-star yet. Otherwise I could go and see what a monster surge looks like." Hearing this, a companion next to him immediately slapped him on the head, scolding loudly, "Stop talking nonsense and get back to your post. We're here to block superhuman auras and lure the monster surge." The person who had just spoken shrugged, replying impatiently, "The monster surge has all gone over there. How could there be any here? I was just lamenting that after being a cleanser for 5 years, I've only seen monster surges in videos. Our country's control over monsters is very good. Monster surges are rare." The companion sighed and responded, "Isn't that good? I really hope monsters can be eradicated from the world." But as soon as he finished speaking, a scorching blue flame suddenly swept past, instantly devouring the 2 in the sentry post. A nearby cleanser at another sentry post discovered this. Shouting in panic, "Sentry post 3 has lost contact. All cleansers, attention, there are unknown intruders in the south. No enemy traces found, except for the cleansers protecting the students on the competition grounds. Everyone's gaze turned south. Meanwhile, on the Supernova selection competition stage, Tutu was still unconcerned, her excited voice echoing through the cameras. The second phase of the Supernova selection competition is progressing faster than expected. After only 5 minutes, the prize has already been obtained by Xing Kun, the captain of the Starfire Apocalypse team, meaning this year's Supernova is the Starfire Apocalypse team. But before she could finish, Tutu suddenly froze. Her panicked gaze turned towards the direction of the distant sentry post. There, scorching blue flames were devouring everything. Accompanied by the chilling sounds of cleansers being consumed, everyone looked south and her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Tutu quickly calculated in her mind, intruder. Blue flames. No enemy traces seen. Isn't this exactly the invisible monster that uses blue flames, which only high-level cleansers can deal with? Is it a coincidence? Thinking this, she immediately activated wind manipulation, closed her eyes and felt the wind sweeping through the forest, detecting. Meanwhile, the students below suddenly froze, their terrified gazes directed forward, shouting in unison, "Something invisible is approaching, don't let up." But before their earth spear skills could even coalesce, the invisible monster charged over in an instant. They were torn apart, their bodies scattered everywhere. Tutu witnessed this scene, her face growing even paler. This is an invisible monster. She remembered the message she had just received. There are 3 more. 3 level 4 invisible monsters. Aren't all of us busy dealing with them? How did they appear in the academy? Without time to think, Tutu floated in the air, her voice urgent and earnest, shouting, "Emergency announcement. I declare the Supernova selection competition over. All students quickly leave the forest and return to the academy for refuge. All cleansers in the forest, all remaining teachers immediately stand in front of the students, directing their retreat. Everyone hurry, we cannot let these invisible monsters that have already invaded here leave." With that, Tutu sped towards the academy, shouting from afar, "Principal Feng, seal off the forest." In the principal's office, the female teacher from before rushed in, urgently reporting, "Principal Feng, what about the Supernova selection competition? Does it need to be stopped?" Principal Feng sighed, his voice calm. "Headquarters ordered not to. Although there are some unexpected developments, everything is still under control. The remaining peak 3-star cleansers are sufficient to keep the competition running normally. The Supernova selection competition is for students to progress. They don't need to take risks. But if disaster truly strikes one day, they must step onto the battlefield." He spread his hands, mumbling, "I don't know what the cleanser wars are like in other countries, but here, no matter how powerful or dangerous the monsters are, we will step forward, eliminate them, and protect the weak. If the invisible monsters leave the forest, not only our academy, but these children and a large number of residents outside will also be in danger." He shouted loudly, "All teachers and cleansers remaining in the academy, hold your ground on the competition field." Wood myriad forms in an instant. Countless giant tree roots as thick as tree trunks erupted from underground, enveloping the entire forest in a sturdy wooden cage. The forest GU witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are all the trees still alive?" Before anyone could answer, a giant tree root wrapped around her and yanked her away. Immediately after, the unconscious Wind Serpent team captain on the ground was also swept away, and Xing Kun, who was hiding in the tunnel, was not spared, dragged out by the tree roots. All the students in the forest were thrown out of the area by these giant tree roots, not a single one remaining. Just as he was sent flying by the tree roots, Xing Kun, being in the tunnel, was thrown even further. He crashed into GU, their heads colliding, both wincing in pain. GU cried out angrily, "How damn you, Xing Kun?" Xing Kun also retorted helplessly, "Hey, don't blame me, I was also thrown out by the principal." To prove his innocence, he straightened up and struggled to angrily scold the vines. "These vines, Principal Feng, are you just throwing them around like that?" The vines, of course, didn't respond. After complaining for a while, Xing Kun finally muttered 2 words in frustration, "Damn it." He looked at the vine barrier blocking the way and sighed. This is quite a display. But inwardly his expression turned grim. He thought, how come I can't smell how many cleansers are inside? My level is still not high enough. Just then a few students nearby whispered, "I heard all the school's high-level combat forces went into the tunnel, but the monsters there came here instead." Xing Kun overheard this, cold sweat pouring down, and suddenly understood. The high-level combat forces were tricked away. The monster's intelligence is always underestimated. That's the scariest part. I must get in quickly. Meanwhile, the Wind Serpent team captain woke up. Seeing the massive tree wall, immediately roared furiously, "Principal, damn it, did you get the wrong person? I'm super strong. Who are you looking down on? I'm a future cleanser. Ever since I stepped into Manhua Superhuman Academy, I've been ready for battle. Let those cleansers 2 years older than me go to hell. How am I supposed to make a living after this? If I don't encounter them, so be it, but if I do, I must join the fight." He pounded on the trees, his eyes blazing with fury. "That wood element girl, are you and the principal using the same star map?" A voice hastily rang out. "Captain, I'm here. I cultivate the wood Luo star map with the principal. He's guided me. I think I can open a hole. As soon as her words fell, the girl pressed a hand against the tree wall in front, her gaze highly focused. The Wind Serpent team's captain stood motionless, silently waiting for the result. The tree wall gently trembled, slowly parting to reveal a small gap. He immediately stepped forward, turned his head, and said in a low, cold voice, "I'm going in alone. You're not strong enough. Don't get involved in this mess." The team members immediately argued, each giving a reason. "Chu Sha, don't even think about going in. I won't clear a path for you. Old man, if you don't let me in, be careful. I'll spoil the learning materials on your computer. Captain, I want to go too. What's that ice dance of yours? You only have this much skill. Only if you practice twice as much will I let you in. I want to go too. You're not planning to become famous by fighting alone, only to be instantly killed by Shin Kun, are you?" the captain roared. "Shut up, all of you." Just as everyone was arguing, another team suddenly appeared and said, "Chu Sha will use your path." The Wind Serpent team's captain turned around, a mocking smile on his lips. "The Root Eradicators, can't you open a path yourselves? Women, don't come to stir up trouble." The Root Eradicator's captain immediately burst forth with killing intent, cursing back, "What are you being so arrogant about? Be careful, I'll uproot you myself." Chu Sha sighed helplessly, forcing a dry laugh. "What if you're not afraid to die? Then come in." Before his words fell, another group of people swarmed over, shouting loudly, "Brother Chu, we also need to use your path." Immediately after, Fan Shiki's group also appeared, shouting in unison, "That's right, and us too." Hearing this, Chu Sha closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his emotions, finally bursting into laughter, his voice full of challenge. "Everyone, my opponents are indeed formidable. I hope we can all still leave together when this is over." As soon as his words fell, everyone passed through the gap one by one, entering the forest, leaving only Shin Kun's group outside. He watched silently, not saying a word, secretly thinking to himself, "I need to go in too, but first I have to use this artificial superhuman mechanical device to advance to 3-star. Before that, don't die on me." Thinking this, Shin Kun turned around, his gaze serious, looking at Zhao Sheng and his teammates, saying in a low voice, "Stop asking, go back. Now is not the time to go in." The group silently left. Fan Shiki watched from a distance, his gaze cold. Suddenly, the previous superhuman rushed out, shouting loudly, "Young Master Fan, over here." Fan Shiki walked over, frowning, and asked in confusion, "Weren't you inside?" The superhuman quickly replied, sweat beading on his forehead, "Compared to the cleanser's mission, protecting young master is more important. The monsters in the arena are terrifying. From my judgment, the principal and the cleansers might not be able to hold on for too long. Young master, come with me." He was still speaking when Fan Shiki suddenly reached out a hand, grabbed him by the neck, and slammed him against the wall. Blue flames flared up, and Fan Shiki's voice was cold as ice. Why did you let Shin Kun get the prize?" The superhuman trembled with fear, cold sweat streaming down, thinking in panic, "What is this flame? Just being near it feels like I'm going to be burned to a crisp." He was secretly shocked that Fan Shiki had mastered life elements so quickly and advanced to a 4-star superhuman. As the flames neared his face, he suddenly woke up, quickly defending himself. "It's a misunderstanding, young master. I already went all out, but I suffered a backlash and my head still hurts. You listen to me, that Shin Kun is problematic." Fan Shiki still maintained a suspicious gaze, repeating in a low voice, "He's problematic. Tell me the cleanser with you called him Blue Flame." Meanwhile, in the dorm, Shin Kun had already returned. He walked into the room alone, then turned to the 3 people outside the door, saying calmly and firmly, "Sorry everyone, you can't rest just yet. Help me guard outside, don't let anyone in." Zhao Sheng took the order, immediately shouting loudly, his voice full of determination. "Don't worry, big brother." Shin Kun had no time to explain further. Quickly entering the room and closing the door, he hurriedly calculated in his mind. Time was pressing. He was about to advance to a 3-star superhuman and break through to a level 4 monster. He looked at the wristband. This artificial superhuman mechanical device was now dull and powerless. Worn on his hand, it was scrap. Activating it required consuming 1 tube of life essence, which was wasted energy. Recharging the wristband's energy was simple. Drink life essence and use superhuman genes to guide the energy into the wristband. But this wristband required 30 tubes of energy to be fully charged. Shin Kun drank it all in one gulp, felt his body, and then couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, the quantity isn't important. What's important is that the superhuman genes in my body can't contend with the monster genes, so I can't channel the energy into the wristband. What to do?" Meanwhile in the forest, Tutu sat resting, her face full of frustration, muttering to herself, "The arena is surrounded, a signal is cut off, I can't even stream live anymore." Never mind, she suddenly flew into the air, her voice echoing through the cameras. "Hello everyone, I'm your Tutu. I'm about to face a very, very terrifying invisible monster. I probably won't survive today. I hope I can live to see you all again. First, I must find where that monster is." She turned her head towards the direction of the recent explosion, shouting loudly, "Over there, everyone, I'll take you flying." But before she finished speaking, a nearby camera suddenly exploded. Immediately after, an invisible entity violently slammed into her. Tutu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the forest, hitting several trees before coming to a stop. One arm was injured, blood continuously seeping out, but she still struggled to comment into the camera, her voice intermittent. "If I hadn't condensed a wind wall in time, Tutu here would have become rabbit mincemeat and the video wouldn't have been recorded." Just then, Principal Feng arrived at high speed. His wood myriad forms transformed into giant vines that entangled the invisible monster, his voice booming like thunder. Tutu, there are a total of 3 invisible monsters here. The one that attacked you can fly, I've trapped it, but I can't hold it for long. Despite the pain, Tutu still looked up, her voice weak but firm. Principal, others are restraining one on the ground. Please go help kill it. Principal Feng frowned, his voice low and tinged with difficulty. No, there's still another one. I haven't found its exact whereabouts yet. You must find and capture it. Although I'm a 4-star superhuman, holding one monster while also trying to catch another, if the remaining one breaks through my wood myriad forms, I won't be able to stop it. At that point, everyone in the academy will be in danger. Hearing this, Tutu struggled to stand up, replying breathlessly, Understood, can I only restrain it? The situation is too bad, she muttered through gritted teeth. I've broken several ribs. If I die in battle, the pension will be enough for him. I just have to fight. Once she made up her mind, she fully activated Wind Surge, letting the airflow envelop her body as she sped away. At the same time, Wind Chant also unfolded, searching for the remaining invisible monster's tracks. After sensing for a while, Tutu couldn't help but frown, secretly wondering, I can't find that monster. Are there really 3 invisible monsters? She continued to investigate. Then suddenly her eyes widened, looking in a direction with horror. Muttering, The students, they went in. Damn it, these arrogant fools, these monsters are far beyond their imagination this time, and the situation is even worse. Daring not to delay any longer, Tutu sped towards the students who had just entered, shouting anxiously, Get out quickly, little ones, you were just fighting each other to the death. What are you pretending now? This is no place for you. But before she finished speaking, a terrifying tremor suddenly appeared beside her. She screamed in panic, It's that invisible monster. It actually appeared at this moment. Her mind was in turmoil. Even if her left hand wasn't injured, I wouldn't be able to take all the students at once. Damn it, I can only try to disrupt its senses. But before she could act, the students had already lost patience and began to move. Chusha's Storm Golden Star heavy shield shone brightly. He fought and roared, No matter how much we argue, we should distinguish the situation. We've adjusted our mental state to 120 and rated the monsters here at the highest level. Tutu watched 2 students rush forward to block the monster, her heart aching, shouting in grief. No, her scream still echoed as the girl standing in front suddenly vanished, leaving only her conical hat floating down. Chusha also didn't escape death's scythe. One of his arms was torn off, vanishing instantly. He stared blankly at his missing arm, muttering in disbelief. Our students universally recognized strongest shield. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. My arm is gone. Tutu ignored everything else, rushing over to pull Chusha away, shouting, Are you awake now? This is not an opponent you can deal with. Listen everyone, I'll cover your retreat. But Chusha, despite being pulled, suddenly stopped, patted Tutu's shoulder with his remaining arm and forced a smile. It's okay, I still have one arm. I truly didn't overestimate them. They are terrifyingly powerful. Another student ran over, coldly picked up the conical hat and said in a low voice, Senior sister, don't try to be brave. Facing that terrifying monster, even the strongest cleanser might not survive. Another student, his whole body ablaze with raging flames, spoke firmly. Let us, the Academy's strongest warriors, help. At least this is our last stand, isn't it? Other students also took action, shouting, Even if you die. We're not far from death either, are we? As students, we also have the power to become the strongest fighters. Senior sister Tutu, give the order. Command us to fight it to the end. Tutu listened to their words, her gaze softening, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. You foolish students, she said. You know, today we might all die here. She no longer hesitated, fully activating her skill and rushing in one direction, shouting, Now we must find a way to make it visible. A chorus of answers rang out. Understood, the students didn't hesitate, urging their own blood into their skills, launching dazzling yet desperate attacks. Meanwhile, in the tunnel, a similar scene was unfolding. A witness screamed in terror, Hey Shangguan Kui, are you crazy? Don't charge in like that. Our superhuman physical strength is far inferior to monsters, and this monster can even turn invisible. But Shangguan Kui ignored him, her gaze sharp, staring fixedly ahead, charging straight forward. She deliberately let herself get injured, merging her blood into the water dragon, making it burn with an eerie red light. A voice rang out again, full of worry. You're seeking death. Shangguan Kui didn't waver, continuing to control the blood dragon to attack again. Song Yin and the uncle hastily chased after her, anxiously stopping her. Shangguan Kui, retreat quickly. If you push yourself like this, how can you survive to become a 4-star superhuman? To deal with it, we must use superhuman powers for long-range attacks. Blocked in front of Shangguan Kui, she retorted angrily. Jinggang, you truly get more cowardly and stubborn the older you get. Shangguan Kui gritted her teeth, a resolute fire burning in her eyes, shouting, I believe, Song Yin, this is a monster conspiracy. As long as there's a slight chance, we cannot let the students take risks. They are our future. But we also can't send half our people back. If this monster escapes, it will eat the cleansers outside. The only way is to kill it as quickly as possible, then rush back. She paused, her voice cold. I've already permeated its body with my blood, making it unable to escape. As long as it reveals itself, it's just an ordinary 4-star monster. We can infer its weaknesses based on its original biological characteristics. But as soon as her words fell, she looked at the revealed monster and froze, secretly wondering what creature did it evolve from. Jinggang rushed forward to block it, his eyes filled with difficulty. I've seen all recorded monsters and none are like this. On the contrary, it looks very much like an ancient creature, too similar. A three-headed dragon? How can it look like a three-headed dragon? Damn it. He turned to Shangguan Kui, his voice anxious. Shangguan Kui, you and Song Yin go back to save the students. It has revealed itself. The three of us 4-star superhumans are enough to deal with it. We'll kill it at all costs. If it really mutated from a three-headed dragon, then we're in big trouble. Has humanity's research on monsters been wrong for a long time? Humanity might have completely underestimated monsters, overturning everything. Meanwhile in the dorm, Xing Kun sat alone, a cunning glint in his eyes, a cold smirk on his lips. To all you monster genes, if you absorb my power, don't blame me, he muttered to himself. So-called life essence in the end is extracted from living organisms. Monsters digest human flesh and blood into original fluid to evolve themselves. Monster genes inherently contain a large amount of life essence. I can't stop you from snatching the original fluid. But I can grab one of you, stuff it into the artificial superhuman mechanical device, shatter it, turn it into life energy, and then inject it. As he spoke, one of Xing Kun's hands suddenly transformed into a monster form and slammed down on the superhuman device. The wristband received the energy, immediately expanding to cover his entire hand. Although there were some differences, it still functioned well compared to before. Can it simulate superhuman genes, change the familiarity level of superhuman genes, and help me complete the star map? He secretly thought to himself. I'm already familiar with the star map. As long as I activate the artificial superhuman machinery, will I be equivalent to a 3-star superhuman section? Xing Kun's arm mutated violently, veins bulging, power surging, preparing for the upcoming evolution behind him. A pair of bone wings suddenly sprouted, gradually expanding several times over. In an instant, enduring a piercing pain, he gritted his teeth, silently urging himself to speed up digestion. The monster power within him gradually lost control, causing his body to swell abnormally. Outside, the fishing and farming commanders, quietly patrolling, were startled by the strange sounds emanating from within. Inside the cave, Xing Kun's eyes were bloodshot with pain, roaring furiously. You are all merely my monster genes. I am the master. Traitors perish without mercy. Obediently evolve with me. The level 4 monster completed its evolution, becoming more terrifying than ever. In another corner, the students, though covered in wounds, resiliently resisted, guarding the grass city. Their sacrifices and immense losses finally paid off. One invisible monster was trapped, temporarily bound by the team's combined strength. Those who still had combat ability clenched their fists, concentrating all their energy. Meanwhile, Tutu stood by, commanding with a cold voice, only one chance. Accumulate all your superhuman power. Divine Sword Star Map. Don't worry about your arm's endurance. This is the strongest sword of your life. A young man, upon receiving the order, wielded his sword without hesitation. The sword's power erupted, causing the blood vessels in his arm to burst. But he still desperately unleashed an earth-shattering sword energy, his arm also collapsing with the attack. In another direction, a girl bit her lip, using her blood as a guide to condense countless ice blades, activating the myriad sword star map. Dazzling blue swords were released. Tutu observed, her gaze taut as she watched the 2 full-power attacks rush towards the trapped monster, secretly thinking, Divine Sword, Blood Sword. Even if they are just students, they are fighting with their lives on the line. Even if the impending explosion might claim their lives, this attack should at least be enough to force the monster to reveal itself. Even if everyone sacrifices themselves, they can still determine the monster's location and assist the principal in completing the mission. Tutu was stunned, her eyes wide, unable to believe that the 2 earth-shattering attacks just now had left not even a drop of blood. The invisible monster remained unseen without revealing its true form, showing that the 2 attacks had been completely ineffective. The barrier shattered, and the monster roared as it charged again. Everyone was dumbfounded, only standing still. Everyone secretly groaned, this is bad. Even if we fight with all our might, we cannot stop its advance. The suffocating pressure gripped their chests, making it impossible for them to escape. Tutu gritted her teeth, her mind racing. Where on earth did this monster come from? Humans have never discovered it. It's truly terrifying. Truly ridiculous. We thought we were capable of stabilizing the situation, but it turns out we were a bunch of arrogant fools who must pay the most terrible price. She felt the wind element exploding within her as if trying to save her life, but it was too late. Her gaze turned to the students behind her, secretly thinking, as long as I self-destruct before I die and let the wind carry them as far away as possible, leaving them a glimmer of hope, even if it's only for one person. Her heart was in agony, and she secretly apologized to her brother. I'm sorry, fate seems to be tearing at me, pulling me into this dark abyss. Just as Tutu was fully preparing to self-destruct, a hand suddenly grabbed her braid and yanked her back. She roared in anger, her voice full of fury. Let go, you bastard. Whoever dares to touch my braid again, just try. Xing Kun, cloaked, lowered his voice and calmly replied, calm down, it's not time for sacrifice yet. Tutu was dragged to a corner and fell to the ground, still unwillingly shouting, bastard, do you know what you're doing? Who are you? Xing Kun released her hair, turned around, his voice cold. Miss the opportunity and we'll all be finished. Tutu watched the invisible monster charge again, despairingly shouting, everyone will be torn to pieces. But she stopped mid-sentence. Xing Kun blocked the monster with a slender arm. Tutu's eyes widened, unable to believe her eyes. The invisible monster had caused them heavy losses, completely unharmed, but now it was blocked by a thin arm. What kind of power is this, she secretly wondered. Even a 4-star superhuman with a golden body whose bones were refined into metal couldn't withstand the invisible monster's attacks head-on like this. Tutu focused on Xing Kun, hidden behind his mask and cloak, and persistent question rising in her heart. Who exactly is he? Just then, Shin Kun waved his hand, fiercely clawing at the ground, and a dazzling blue flame erupted immediately. The eerie blue flame spreading. Tutu was stunned, her mouth agape, shouting in disbelief, "Blue flames, you are blue flame." Shin Kun suddenly looked up, his cold gaze piercing through the mask, responding, "Do you want to catch me?" Tutu realized he had just indirectly admitted it, and quickly shut her mouth, rapidly analyzing in her mind. He is the wanted criminal who destroyed the Fan family's laboratory and took 49 lives. Seeing her still standing there watching him fight, Shin Kun suddenly turned around, his voice full of menace. "If you don't want to be eaten by me, then quickly take your people and scram, don't get in the way." But before he finished speaking, the invisible monster's attack struck, revealing its true form, huge and terrifying. Shin Kun immediately ignored Tutu and rushed to confront the monster. Tutu involuntarily retreated behind the students, still astonished. The students quickly stood up, asking excitedly, "Senior sister, that monster has revealed itself. What kind of monster is it? We've never seen such a monster." Another person trembled and added, "Although I don't know it, I can feel that it had hidden its true power when it was invisible before. Now that it has fully unleashed it, it's even more terrifying than before." Tutu suddenly snapped out of it, waved her hand backward, and shouted without looking back, "You all leave here quickly, you've done your best. Staying here has no value other than death." This time the students obeyed, leaving dejectedly. They replied, "We'll take out those who've lost combat ability, and those who still have strength will come back to help." Tutu listened and added in a low voice, "He is the wanted criminal, Blue Flame." The students immediately shouted in confusion, "What the hell is Blue Flame? We don't know, and we don't need to know. We only know that the person who just saved us is now fighting the monster alone." In the dormitory, Zhao Sheng waited for a long time, no longer hearing any sound from inside. Curious, he softly asked, "Boss, how is he?" Ji Yu immediately opened her eyes and loudly exclaimed, her tone firm, "Don't ask so many questions. Shin Kun is resting inside. Absolutely no one is allowed to disturb him." Meanwhile, rapid footsteps echoed from the stairs. Fan Shiki appeared with a superhuman, a faint smile on his lips, looking directly at Ji Yu. "Ji Yu, what are you doing standing at your dorm door? By the way, I'm looking for Shin Kun. Someone has something to discuss with him, and he never seems to stay in his own dorm overnight. Someone saw him come back here with you, so please call him out." "Thank you." Ji Yu immediately realized his intention was to target Shin Kun, and without hesitation stepped forward to block his path, her tone cold. "Shin Kun is resting." "What's the matter?" Fan Shiki still maintained his mocking smile, calmly replying, "At this hour can he still be sleeping? The Academy has objections to his winning the Supernova Prize, and there are some questions that need to be asked to him personally, otherwise the Academy will consider disqualifying him and reclaiming the artificial superhuman mechanical device." He glanced at Fan Shiki's companion, who was a cleanser. Ji Yu crossed her arms, her tone firm. "When he wakes up, you can ask him." The cleanser, hearing this, immediately darkened his face, his tone displeased. "Classmate, please cooperate. Cooperating with the school's work is a student's duty. Don't be nervous. The Academy definitely trusts its students 100. He just needs to appear and answer questions. Besides, sleeping for so long, could he have been injured during the competition? If I report it to the school, the Academy will quickly send someone to treat him. This is much more effective than him staying in the dorm alone waiting to recover. Isn't it?" Xiao Tao poked her head out from behind, her voice faint but sharp. "You say you represent the Academy, but who are you exactly to represent the Academy? We've never even seen you." Ji Yu completely ignored Fan Shiki, her voice cold and resolute. "If there's any objection to the results, let the principal provide proof. Anyone who dares to disturb Shin Kun's sleep, I will cripple them." Meanwhile, on the playground below, the surviving students rushed out of the 7-story city shouting in panic, "Quick, go help!" Someone came out of the principal's wood myriad forms, severely injured. Everyone who went in was crippled. Another student panted and continued, "Blue Flame appeared at the competition grounds, I heard." The person next to him quickly nodded. "Yes, that's the wanted Blue Flame." How could that wanted criminal appear there?" Hearing the students' discussions, Fan Shiki stopped, a hint of nervousness flashing in his eyes. He savored the words "Blue Flame" for a moment, then remained silent, lowering his voice to Ji Yu. "Ji Yu, the dean risked his life for us. We don't need to bother him with such logistical matters. You should still try to cooperate." Guarding the door, "Isn't it strange to block us?" Ji Yu, exasperated by his persistence, unleashed a dazzling bolt of lightning, shouting loudly, "Can you manage it?" Fan Shiki couldn't hold back. Flames erupted around him, his voice full of provocation. "Then I'll have to call him myself." "Ji Yu, don't blame me if you get hurt, haha." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Tutu was still deep in thought, her mind a mess with Blue Flame. Who exactly is he? The one who stole Fan family research data, the cold-blooded killer who slaughtered all defenseless researchers. The culprit of the Agia massacre. What could such a criminal possibly gain here besides death? The more she thought about it, the more illogical it seemed. But no matter what, he had saved her and the students, so she couldn't leave. Thinking this, Tutu rushed forward with powerful strides and murderous intent, determined to fully support Shin Kun. She concentrated her power, trying to use wind to deflect the monster's blue flames, creating an opportunity for Shin Kun to unleash his Wind Dragon star map storm. But just as she activated her move, she suddenly stopped. In front of her, Shin Kun suddenly jumped into the center of the monster's flames. Watching him charge again, Tutu couldn't help but feel confused, secretly thinking, he dodged the monster's flames, tore its face. His explosive power is truly astonishing. Could he be a 4-star peak superhuman? His blue flames are identical to the monster's, elementalizing and condensing into black armor with the armor covering his left arm. His fighting style is completely different from ordinary superhumans. Shing Kun, with terrifying strength, engaged in close combat with the monster, tearing its body with power far exceeding normal physical strength. After a fierce battle, he suddenly noticed Tutu still lingering nearby. He roared impatiently, "Why are you still here? If you get in the way, I'll throw you out to feed the monsters." Just then, the monster seized the opportunity and slammed a claw down. Both quickly dodged sideways. Tutu, unwilling to give up, shouted, "It's revealed itself and there are no students to hinder it. I'm just protecting myself. I won't cause you trouble." As she spoke, she suddenly stopped, secretly cursing. "Blue Flame is such a bastard." Then she shouted, "Don't underestimate me, I'll make you fly." Shing Kun was about to charge again, but was swept into the air by Tutu's powerful airflow. Suddenly pulled up, he hovered in the air after reaching a certain height. Tutu stopped and shouted, "It can't fly, we have an advantage in the air." Shing Kun glanced at her and roared with a cold gaze, "Your wind speed is fast, but I have no hope for your later performance. You'll probably die early." Tutu angrily shouted, "Are you cursing me to die?" Shing Kun ignored her, decisively ordering, "Figure out a way to use your wind to send me into the monster's mouth." Tutu was stunned, repeating in disbelief, "Into its mouth?" Shing Kun confirmed, diving down and roaring, "Yes, its mouth, understand?" Hearing this, Tutu cursed inwardly, "This bastard is infuriating." Annoyed, she put her strength into it and fiercely threw him down, shouting, "You damned wanted criminal, go to hell." Shing Kun, using the force of the throw, plunged down at astonishing speed, heading straight for the monster's wide-open mouth. But just as he was about to make contact, a burst of blue flames erupted fiercely. Tutu, quick as lightning, controlled the airflow to deflect, helping Shing Kun avoid the attack, and fiercely pushed him into the monster's mouth. Once inside, Shing Kun furiously punched, roaring, "Not bad, this evolutionary direction is correct." The power of the Earth Dragon's black teeth integrated into his bones and left claw, possessing terrifying penetrating power, enough to destroy a level 4 monster's body. He controlled his form without fully breaking through, watching Shing Kun violently punch and kick, even piercing through the monster's head. Tutu was stunned, secretly thinking he actually punched a hole in the monster's head. This bastard's fighting style is truly strange. I can't tell what star map he's cultivating at all. With the main head shattered, the monster's other mouth spewed fresh blood, its eyes turning from golden yellow to blood red. It raised its head high, letting out a roar that echoed throughout the entire forest, summoning its companions. Not far away, the principal, engaged in battle, suddenly saw a flash of blue flames. His eyes widened, unable to believe that the invisible monster in front of him had gone berserk. Violently struggling to break free from his control, he summoned more vines to seal all exits, but they were torn apart in no time. The cleansers in the forest screamed in panic, "What's going on?" Pressure. The monster's pressure. 3 invisible monsters simultaneously erupted with terrifying pressure, making the entire forest tremble. Tutu, standing closest to the monster, was suddenly thrown into the air by the terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, Shing Kun remained standing, his gaze sharp beneath his mask, softly analyzing, "This isn't ordinary monster pressure. It also hides the aura of a king within. These monsters indeed contain a king's power." The more he spoke, the more his mask-covered lips curled into a brilliant smile. "Excellent." Tutu fell freely from the air, screaming, her head throbbing as if struck by a massive hammer. It wasn't that some hammer-like force had truly severed her superhuman gene chain. "My superhuman genes are completely disordered. I can no longer use superhuman powers." She tried to stabilize her superhuman genes, but before she could act, she suddenly froze in midair, landing on the head of a giant monster. Stared at by its crimson eyes, Tutu cried out in her heart, "I can't escape. Then, before being eaten, I must at least take out one of its eyes." But before she could make a move, several vines suddenly appeared from nowhere, tightly wrapping around her limbs, hoisting her into the air. Tutu struggled, screaming unwillingly, "Damn monster! How could you eat a cute tutu like me? If you dare to eat me, I'll self-destruct into a fleshy paste and smear it all over your face." She unleashed her storm with all her might, but no matter how hard she tried, her power wouldn't activate. Tutu slowly closed her eyes, laughing bitterly to herself. "Even without controlling the superhuman genes within me, all my efforts are useless." Past memories flooded her mind, and she remembered her voice commanding, "To Yang. Yang, big sister commands you, go quickly, don't waste any more time." Her brother replied with tears streaming down his face, "Big sister, I can't carry you, I must save you." But then the monster's roar echoed. Tutu was trapped, only able to watch her brother scream in despair. Just then her father rushed over, punching the monster and roaring, "You are not allowed to harm my child." But only a few seconds later he was swallowed by the monster. Thinking of this, Tutu laughed bitterly, mumbling, "Now I'm going to be eaten by the monster too. It's time to go to father's world. Your daughter misses you very much." Just as the monster's sharp teeth were about to descend, Shing Kun suddenly leaped up, blocking the attack. Tutu, who was waiting for death, suddenly sobered up and opened her eyes wide. Shing Kun tore off the vines wrapped around her limbs with astonishing force. Tutu couldn't help but yell in panic, "Damn it, why are you showing off? Go quickly, don't mind me, or you'll be eaten too." Shing Kun glanced at her, his eyes cold, and replied, "Who's showing off? What's it to you, woman?" Tutu was stunned, and before she could react, Shing Kun had already thrown her far away, his tone full of mockery. "Fat and soft, not bad as bait." Hearing the word fat, Tutu screamed in indignation, "Scum!" Flying away from the monster, she quickly regained control of her superhuman genes, suspended in midair, mumbling curses, "Tisk, so stubborn, treating me like bait or something." At the same time, Shing Kun still stood firm, one hand tightly blocking the monster's mouth, calmly analyzing, The tail in attack state and the tail in devouring state are different. The extremity of your tail is now pierced by my tail. Your tail is big, but my tail seems harder. The monster felt threatened and roared in anger. Seeing its rage, Tutu yelled worriedly. Scum blue flame, be careful. But Shin Kun still stood atop the monster, provocatively saying, you can't escape. Front bite, back swallow, black teeth rampant. As soon as he finished speaking, countless black-toothed tentacles extended from his palm, piercing the monster's mouth, even protruding outside. The monster roared in pain, blood splattering everywhere. Tutu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, well, what kind of move is that? His blue flames erupted inside the monster's body. How can they be so powerful? After Shin Kun pierced the monster's tail, he opened his mouth and devoured the shredded flesh. Smirk on his lips, mumbling, let me try the kings. But just as he was devouring, the monster's tail self-destructed and completely vanished. Shin Kun had no choice but to retract his tentacles, muttering unhappily, sacrificing a pawn to save the general. The monster immediately retaliated, slamming down with another tail, smashing Shin Kun deep into the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought, to fully absorb it I must first defeat it, so I must mutate and unleash all my level 4 power. Seeing Tutu rushing over again, Shin Kun impatiently blocked her path and roared, what are you doing here again? Do you want to be bait? Why are you so disobedient? Stop getting in the way, go go. But this scene made Tutu involuntarily think of her father. He had once stood in front of her, his voice low and earnest. Be good, listen and go quickly, Dad will come find you later. Tutu couldn't help but blurt out, you must survive. Hearing this, Shin Kun suddenly turned his head, his voice calm. I'm okay. Tutu was stunned, her mind a mess, her face contorted, emotionally agitated. She yelled, wow, damn it, you. I'm leaving. Ashamed to look any further, she hurriedly flew away. Shin Kun turned his head, a faint smile on his lips. Right, if those students want to come back, remember to stop them. Tutu, fleeing in a sorry state, shouted from afar, got it. It was then that Shin Kun suddenly remembered what she had just said. His face froze and he mumbled, Dad, I've become a dad. On the other side, Tutu stopped after flying a distance, holding her face and whispering softly, woohoo, I'm going to die. Your Tutu is going to fall in love. Meanwhile in the dorm, the accompanying superhuman reminded Fan Shiki, young Master Fan, let's leave here too. Principal Jing Che's wood myriad forms won't last much longer, and once the monsters inside break out, everyone in the academy will die. Fan Shiki closed his eyes, his tone cold. Wait a little longer, I must help Uncle confirm Shin Kun's identity, he thought to himself. If he's confirmed to be Blue Flame, things will be much easier. The Fan family needs Blue Flame's superhuman gene chain. If Uncle can analyze his genes, I might be able to break through the 90 superhuman gene limit. Achieving superhuman metamorphosis but exceeding 90 superhuman genes is nothing special anyway. After a while, Fan Shiki continued in a low voice, your talent is indeed very high, but your time as a superhuman is too short. Your previous battle has exhausted all your energy. Even with good talent, you can't recover much in such a short time. Lack of energy is your biggest weakness right now. Don't push yourself too hard. Hearing this, Zhao Sheng rushed over, roaring furiously, his hands behind his back the whole time. You're really good at faking it, sister-in-law. We're not falling for that. Fan Shiki scoffed, immediately waving his hand and summoning the blazing hand which shot straight towards Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng steadily blocked the attack and shouted, a grown man being so wishy-washy, how embarrassing. But then he was flung far away. Fan Shiki's lips curled into a mocking smile. Haha, what time is it and these small fries dare to join the fun? The blazing hand spread and the fire hand erupted, covering the entire area. He conjured another fire hand and continued to persuade Ji-Yu in an even tone. I know you can absorb lightning elements from the air, even causing Non-Yue City to lose power. But now the surroundings are filled with my fire elements. If the lightning elements you need are air, then you are like a drowning person unable to breathe. Without power you cannot stop me. With that, he threw the fire hand at Ji-Yu without even looking. Go on, I advise you not to resist anymore. I don't want to hurt you, but if you get too close to the blazing hand you'll get burned. Anyway, you can't absorb lightning elements now, and you don't have enough power to repel the blazing hand. But before he finished speaking, Ji-Yu suddenly conjured a capacitor. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot directly at Fan Shiki's hand. The fire hand was pierced and Fan Shiki was electrocuted, stunned, thinking to himself, how can this be? He couldn't help but blurt out, you can still absorb external lightning elements? Ji-Yu unleashed more lightning and shouted loudly, drowning people can sometimes touch air. As long as I touch lightning elements, they will rush into my body together. A few seconds later at Cleanser headquarters, they yelled in panic, oh no, Superhuman Academy is starting to absorb a massive amount of electricity again, and Cleansing City is starting to lose power. Fan Shiki suddenly remembered what his uncle had once said, his voice echoing in his mind. Shiki, our Fan family must break through 90 superhuman genes in the future. The more superhuman genes, the easier it is to achieve metamorphosis. This metamorphosis is unimaginable to ordinary people. Before them, even the most powerful superhumans are just defective products. He savored every word, his eyes sharp, and raised his hand to block Ji-Yu's attack. Even the most powerful superhumans are just defective products. The impact erupted, with raging flames on one side and lightning filling the space on the other. In the end, Fan Shiki was repelled while Ji-Yu stood firm, muttering in surprise, that just now consumed at least hundreds of thousands in electricity bills. Someone who hasn't even awakened yet actually consumed so much energy. She glanced at Fan Shiki's blazing hand, thinking to herself, why not learn from his moves? Like a satellite observing Xing Kun, Ji fought and learned, imitating her opponent's use of moves. Fan Shiki's face was grim and he analyzed. Her star map is a cultivation technique meticulously created by Washa researchers, yet she dares to alter it randomly, even losing control. Either her star map completion has reached 50, or she has an incredible connection with lightning elements. He gritted his teeth, realizing that Ji was still underestimating him in combat, and he, who had been hailed as a genius since childhood, was actually being treated as a defective product. He remembered his uncle's words. According to research, as long as the eternal fire is integrated into superhuman genes, the total gene chain can exceed 90 with a high probability. It can resonate and even communicate with the eternal flower. But this process is extremely dangerous. When your father is ready, he will pass on the refined eternal flower to him. Can he be promoted to a 5-star superhuman? Enough to bear this risk. Glancing at Ji, Fan Shiki had a bold idea. If he integrated Blue Flame and the eternal flower into superhuman genes now, could he break through 90? The more he thought, the grimmer his expression became, hesitating whether to act. Just then an invisible pressure descended upon the academy again, making the ground tremble, trees shake, and students' hearts pound, unable to bear the pressure. The accompanying Superhuman and Fan Shiki were drenched in sweat, hastily communicating telepathically. The monsters are rioting. Jing Che's wood myriad forms are about to be broken. Young Master Fan, we must go. There's no need to contend with them anymore. These students won't live much longer anyway. Fan Shiki suddenly realized the vast difference in power and decisively ordered a retreat. At the forest entrance, Tutu rushed out, shouting loudly at the students, "Don't go over there, you'll only be a burden." With that, she looked back at the forest, silently praying, "Jing Che, Director Jing, please be careful." Meanwhile on the battlefield, Principal Jing Che, after a period of exhausted resistance, mumbled, "I can't trap it anymore." The cleansers who had just joined the battle yelled in terror. "The 3 invisible monsters have fused," Jing Che observed, his eyes filled with doubt, unable to believe it, blurting out, "This monster has grown even stronger. The aura it emits is like that monster that only appeared once, which humanity almost completely exhausted all its elite superhumans to defeat." Just as Lin Si was about to charge into battle, a loud shout came from afar. "Lin Si, cancel the mission, retreat quickly." But Lin Si ignored it, still charging straight forward, roaring, "It's too late to retreat, I must kill it or at least cover everyone's retreat." Just as he was charging, Xing Kun suddenly flew over and blocked his path, softly saying, "Isn't it still not too late? Brother Lin Si." Lin Si spat blood and was thrown towards the cleansers. Ni Young was stunned, asking in surprise, "Who is that person?" Lin Si roared. "Blue Flame." Others couldn't believe it, shouting in unison, "What? How is that possible? The criminal we're pursuing actually saved us. How could that be?" At the same time, Xing Kun charged straight at the monster, his tone full of displeasure. "I asked where you ran off to, so you secretly came here to fuse and evolve." As he attacked, he secretly analyzed. It is gradually evolving into a level 5 monster. The physical strength of level 5 monsters is extremely terrifying. But they are not yet full, that is to say, these 3 bastards are consuming the king's power I stored in them. Suddenly, one of the monster's gigantic tails slammed down. A group of people shouted in unison, "Earth Dragon!" Earth, rocks and dirt immediately surged up, trapping the tail. But it easily broke free. Several cleansers rushed forward to block it, while others pulled Xing Kun away, yelling, "Blue Flame, no matter how strong you are, you can't clash head-on with the monster. It's too strong. Not at our level at all. Earth Dragon's trap is like paper to it." Lin Si, that idiot, read too many comics and copied others by covering for students. Are you copying him too? But given your enthusiasm in saving Lin Si, it proves you still have good intentions. We'll temporarily set aside our prejudice against your identity as a wanted criminal. In the face of disaster, all humans are partners. Let us overcome this difficulty together. Xing Kun listened, his face devoid of expression, and coldly replied, "You're good at brainwashing." The monster charged again, and a forest suddenly twisted and stretched, blocking the path of Xing Kun and his group. While everyone was still confused, Principal Jing Che had already flown over, continuously urging, "Withered wood revives." The trees grew wildly, tightly trapping the monster in the center. Seeing this, everyone cheered. The monster's attack has blocked its trap. The principal's skill is still sharp, getting stronger with age. But Jing Che's face darkened when he heard this, and he yelled, "No matter how strong my skill, it can't trap Shangguan Kui. I know you're back. Stop looking, make your move." Shangguan Kui rushed over, loudly shouting, "Water Dragon," responding to the principal. "Teacher, don't worry. Isn't this what we've been waiting for?" She unleashed Water Dragon's scythe, and a water dragon roared straight towards the monster. After the attack, most of the vines wrapped around the monster were severed. Everyone cheered excitedly. "Water Dragon slash, it's injured, finally damaged," Principal Jing Che exclaimed in surprise. "Shangguan Kui has grown stronger again, plus Blue Flame. We have a chance to retaliate," he immediately ordered. "Everyone prepare for battle. Shangguan Kui and Blue Flame lead the offense. We still don't understand the enemy's abilities. Everyone be careful to protect yourselves. For now, focus on the snake butterfly. The others, including the teachers, must clear the way for them. When necessary, you know what to do." The cleansers answered in unison, "Yes." They prepared to use their bodies to protect their teammates. In just a few seconds, the human team quickly formed a battle array. The monster recovered at a terrifying speed, extending 2 huge tails to attack. Xing Kun placed his left hand on Shangguan Kui's shoulder. She spun around abruptly and shouted, "What are you doing?" Xing Kun calmly replied, "You people are so used to being superior, taking it upon yourselves to pull me into the team." Shangguan Kui tried to break free but was filled with terror. "His grip is too terrifying, I can't break free at all." Xing Kun threw her aside, blocking in front of the monster's tails, and whispered, "You people cannot yet cope with the king's power. Just a roar is enough to make you lose control of your superhuman abilities." Standing aside, everyone listened, extremely shocked. Xing Kun raised a hand and fiercely swung it at the tail, roaring a warning, "Don't get in the way, look closely." He plunged his hand deep into the monster's tail, blue flames burning fiercely. He thought to himself he hadn't planned on performing so laboriously. But on second thought, if he wanted to prevent the apocalypse, it was useless to just get stronger himself. Everyone had to become powerful. One of his eyes turned green, and a hoarse voice echoed, "Let me show you the true power of a monster first." With that, Xing Kun's coat ripped open, revealing the burning determination in his eyes as he unleashed all of his level 4 monster power, and a terrifying aura permeated the air. Everyone around had varied expressions, and they shouted in unison, "The aura he's emitting is too terrifying. His attacks are even stronger than the monsters. What kind of superhuman power does he have?" Another person trembled and said, "He's truly like a monster." At this moment, one of Xing Kun's arms had completely transformed into a giant grotesque monster form. Seeing his appearance, the monster roared, its voice filled with anger. "Traitor, you are not allowed to exist." Xing Kun cracked his knuckles, lifted his head from the ground, and replied coldly, "That's not for you to decide." He unleashed Lord's Flame, and blue flames burned fiercely. The monster's 2 tails slammed down but were repelled by the blue flames, preventing them from harming Xing Kun. He charged forward, piercing one tail, then slammed a fist into the monster's head. Explosion was activated, and blue flames erupted violently in the monster's head, creating a fierce shockwave. Everyone witnessed this scene, thinking in a daze. His hand actually pierced the monster's head, and blue flames exploded its head. But then they realized in horror that the monster's wound was smaller than expected. No, it was rapidly self-healing, just like an earth dragon, but with even greater defense and strength. Just then, another of the monster's tails slammed down, heading straight for Xing Kun. Xing Kun was hit, and everyone screamed in panic as blue flames roared. He was sent flying like a cannonball, landing beside them. Shangguan Kui, her throat dry, asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Xing Kun sprang up and said coldly, "High attack, high defense, and most importantly, self-healing ability. Even if you barely manage to injure it now, it's useless." He paused, a thought hidden in his heart. When the king's power is strong enough, it can heal quickly. Standing upright, Xing Kun raised his hand to block another tail and continued, "It's this powerful, but there are even more powerful monsters in numbers beyond your imagination." Principal Jing Che heard this. Feeling bewildered, he wondered, "Are there really so many monsters?" Shangguan Kui shouted, "Blue Flame, it's useless to say all this now. Let's continue to cooperate. Perhaps we can still seize a glimmer of hope." Xing Kun calmly walked forward, his voice echoing, "No need. Next, I'll show you how to defeat these monsters. Remember, if you want to protect the future world, you must become stronger than I am now." Shangguan Kui was stunned, blurting out, "What?" Xing Kun responded disdainfully, unleashing blue flames and roaring, "Feel it closely, what a domain truly is." With that, half of his arm completely transformed into blue flames. The cleansers watched with wide eyes as Xing Kun's domain erupted. He muttered, "Guardian Hellfire burns monster genes." Temporarily using the strongest move of the former monster leader with 2 souls, a blue light barrier spread outwards from Xing Kun, enveloping everyone. Everyone was astonished as they were drawn into the domain, exclaiming in unison, "His domain actually covered all of us at once?" Lindsay reached out and lightly touched the air, blurting out in disbelief, "Did you feel that? The metal element in the air was devoured." The principal wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling with worry. "It's not just the metal element. All elements have been devoured by his domain. Now all that remains in heaven and earth is his fire element. All of you are under his control. Any elemental power accumulated in your bodies will be immediately devoured if it tries to leave." Several students listened, their faces turning pale, muttering and analyzing, "Is it I am the only one in the domain? In this space we have no power to resist at all. We can only run as far as possible." Shangguan Kui curled her lips into a cold smile. "You worry too much. You have nowhere to run. The moment this domain enveloped us, we were already in his mouth." Xing Kun's domain had covered everything like an invisible cage, trapping everyone. The giant monster roared but didn't attack. Everyone was stunned to find it struggling to escape, but it was futile. The domain's boundary was like sharp teeth, ready to crush anything that tried to get close. Watching the 3-headed monster desperately struggle, Xing Kun laughed heartily, blue flames burning fiercely in his hand. "3 little monsters, don't even think about running." The domain gradually contracted, like a net of fire tightening around its prey. The students couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "The monster is being devoured. Once trapped in this domain, no one can escape." The blue flames grew fiercer and fiercer, like a burning hell consuming everything. This power was too terrifying, irresistible. A student blurted out in a daze, "I wonder what blue flame named this domain. If it were me, I'd call it Demon Devouring Hellfire." Hearing Ni Yang's mutter, the principal glanced at him, his gaze sharply lingering on his face. "Ni Yang, you were disingenuous in school, and now as a vice captain, are you still like this? Stop complaining and go feel it. This is a rare opportunity." The principal immediately turned around, focusing intently on observing, constantly analyzing in his mind. Blue Flame's domain was indeed terrifying. Enemies trapped within could only await consumption. The monster's self-healing speed was utterly incomparable to Blue Flame's burning speed, but how could it be so similar? The principal suddenly froze, memories flooding his mind. 20 years ago, in the fated battle between humanity's elite superhumans and the 5-star monster. Its final strike claimed the lives of 5 of the strongest superhumans. At the time he was far away and couldn't see clearly, but he vividly remembered that monster's domineering and terrifying domain. It was exactly like Shing Kun's current blue flames, powerful and irresistible. Shing Kun was consumed by fury at this moment, his voice continuously roaring, "I'm almost starving to death, these monster genes aren't strong enough. Demon-devouring hellfire consumes too much. If I don't devour something to fill my stomach, the others won't be able to hold on." With no other choice, Shing Kun focused all his will, his gaze locked on the level 5 monster. He roared, his voice low like a beast, "Become my dinner." The monster, trapped in the domain, was slowly being consumed by flames, and it roared unwillingly, "Impossible, you are only level 4, why can you use a peak 5-star domain?" Shing Kun's lips curled into a provocative smile. "Guess." The monster gradually lost consciousness but still roared in despair, burning all its life force in a final struggle. "No, the king's power bestowed upon me cannot." Shing Kun also became enraged, his voice thundering, "That's not for you to decide." Bite. With that, he slammed his fist down and demon-devouring hellfire erupted fiercely, the domain rapidly contracting, and a huge blue pillar of fire shot skyward, instantly devouring the monster. In the pitch-black night, that dazzling pillar of fire seemed to tear through the sky, startling the security guards and commanders. The students trembled, stammering, "Blue flame." Not far away, Fan Shiki was driving at high speed when he suddenly saw the brilliant blue light in the sky and sharply opened his eyes. He shouted, "Stop the car." Hastily leaping out, he ran forward. His gaze fixed on the gradually extinguishing blue flames in the distance. His face darkened, and he muttered in horror, "This aura is too terrifying. If I could feel even a little of it in school, maybe I could gain some insights for cultivation." A superhuman followed him out of the car and, after hearing this, patted his shoulder, comforting him. "I'm afraid not many students can feel this aura. Next non-UA Superhuman Academy will have to rely on Dean Fan for reconstruction. Young master, let's go back quickly." Fan Shiki's expression remained grave, but he nodded lightly, responding in a low voice. Returning to Shing Kun, he had already reverted to human form, holding his stomach and smiling bitterly, his voice filled with exhaustion. "Almost starved to death and almost ate too much. Now it'll take time to digest. Once I obtain the king's power, I will become—" Before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook, cracking open with huge fissures. A massive earth dragon burrowed out from underground, its 3 gaping mouths lunging straight for Shing Kun. He stood motionless, his gaze sharp as he analyzed. "These 3 earth dragons are using energy so frantically, they must have sensed my power." Thinking this, Shing Kun's lips curved and he gave a provocative middle finger. His voice, low like a beast, roared, "Hey, I'm full, what are you afraid of? If you've got the guts, make me spit it out." The earth dragon's mouth immediately lunged, but before Shing Kun could act, a sharp water curtain suddenly shot forth, slicing through the air. Shangguan Kui rushed forward, wielding her water dragon scythe, and with a single strike, the earth dragon immediately shrieked as blood splattered everywhere. Shing Kun was still staring at her in a daze when a massive forest from Principal Jing Che's wood myriad forms suddenly swept past. Captain Chu Sha immediately raised his hand, forming a solid defense in front of Shing Kun. At the same time, Ni Yang and Lin Si also rushed forward, muttering in unison, "Iron come, are we just 3-star superhumans? Our abilities are low, but we still have to give it our all." Lin Si turned to Shing Kun, his voice filled with determination. "In the future, I will be even stronger than you." Watching the entire team's coordinated attacks, Shing Kun's lips, hidden beneath his mask, curved slightly into a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, "Shangguan Kui and the principal's unique combination skills have made significant progress. Oh, my arduous performance was not in vain," sowing the seeds of saving the world as he pondered. The ground suddenly shook and countless sharp tentacles abruptly shot out from underground, heading straight for Shing Kun. He lightly hummed, waving his hand to brush away the tentacles as if shooing away mosquitoes, secretly calculating about the ambush. Weren't earth dragons living invisible monsters? But what could these thin tentacles do? Before he could finish his thought, Shing Kun's face suddenly darkened and he roared vigilantly, "Damn it, it's a net monster!" He immediately became the focus, the only surviving target on the ground. A sharp tentacle plunged into his neck, transmitting a signal deep underground, awakening a massive monster with sharp teeth. It sensed the energy transmitted by the tentacle and couldn't help but exclaim, "King!" Shing Kun was about to turn and flee, but hearing that voice he stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. He sensed a strange energy surging from deep underground, heading straight for him. Retracting his monster arm, Shing Kun stood still, his voice low like a beast, provoking, "Lost, so you don't want to play anymore? Still trying to ambush me with the king's power?" With that, Shing Kun took a deep breath, inhaling all that strange energy into his body. In just an instant, the energy was completely devoured, leaving no trace. He muttered to himself, his voice full of confidence, "Once it's in my mouth, don't even think about spitting it out." This action enraged the monster. A piercing roar sounded. "Kingship is not something a lowly human like you can inherit. Hand it over and I will allow you to return to the king's embrace, otherwise die." Shing Kun paused slightly after hearing this, then curled his lips into a mocking smile. He thought to himself, "Kingship?" Then with a playful tone he responded, his voice cold, "Ha! You're panicking about losing the kingship the king bestowed upon you, aren't you? One of the 5 great demon gods under the throne, the flame demon god." Exposed, the monster instantly froze, falling silent. After a moment it roared in disbelief, "Impossible, how do you know?" Shing Kun removed his mask, revealing his sharp gaze, and looked directly at the phantom created by the monster. He smiled arrogantly. Of course I know, I was one of your 4 subordinates in my previous life. Only a cornered dog would stoop to this level, right? Now I'm going to digest the kingship. Let's see how you're going to snatch it back. With that, he puffed out his cheeks, disregarding the monster's illusory attacks, firmly refusing to release it. Seeing Shing Kun's relentless assault, refusing to give up, the monster anxiously roared a threat. If you cannot return to the king's embrace, then you will die. Through the monster web I will crush your fragile soul into a bloody pulp. Shing Kun was unfazed by the threat, holding his head high, revealing an arrogant smile. Fragile, I possess a dual soul. As soon as his words fell, the monster suddenly trembled. Its eyes filled with panic as it looked at Shing Kun. In that instant, all its attacks dissipated. The monster web also shattered. Watching the monster's image gradually fade, Shing Kun inwardly understood. The monster web had been broken. After absorbing the kingship, I will become a new individual, like a newborn ant queen, no longer controlled by the original monsters. In reality, only an empty space remained where Shing Kun had just stood. Shangguan Kui frowned in confusion, asking, "Did the Earth Dragon run away?" And Blue Flame, the principal replied vaguely, his voice low. "Gone. Though he is a wanted criminal, he truly saved us this time, and the entire academy." Ni Yang and the others hurriedly pressed. "Principal," Blue Flame said, "there are many more of these monsters." The principal interrupted them, his gaze sharp. "Whether true or false, what happened today?" And Blue Flame's conjecture, "It's time the whole world knew about it." Meanwhile, Shing Kun quietly returned to his dorm command room, his heart filled with excitement. He thought to himself, "A new queen ant is born in an ant colony after the old queen dies, and I am that new queen. I have the ability to establish a new monster throne. Although on the surface the monster energy seems unchanged, it has actually completely transformed. I can create a new king's monster army." Thinking this, Shing Kun changed his clothes and walked out calmly. As soon as Zhao Sheng saw him, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Big brother, I wonder if we've awakened." Just now, Xiao Tao and I both felt a very strange sensation, as if something inside us had come alive, like something awakening. Shing Kun smiled, gently patted Zhao Sheng's shoulder and calmly comforted him. "It's all right, that merely awakened the seeds that bring hope to the world." But as soon as he finished speaking, he paused, secretly muttering to himself, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. However, it also cannot be ruled out that it might bring another kind of despair to the world. The next day at the Fan family's base, Fan Shiki stood quietly beside the Eternal Flower, speaking in a low voice filled with remorse. "Uncle, I'm sorry I've brought shame upon the family. I failed to pass the supernova selection competition. I should have found a way to eliminate Shing Kun earlier." Seeing his nephew dejected, his uncle gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Don't blame yourself anymore. Who could have imagined he could withstand the mental blast of a level 4 psychic superhuman? That's not something a newly enrolled superhuman student could do, not to mention Shing Kun might be Blue Flame. It's truly incredible." Saying this, he turned to the person next to him, his gaze sharp. "And you, what do you think are Blue Flame's characteristics? After all, you were the closest to Blue Flame." The girl he was staring at froze, silent for a few seconds, seemingly unsure how to answer. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She stammered, repeating, "Characteristics, nothing special." He was completely wrapped up, so his appearance was hidden, but his blue flames were truly too powerful, so powerful that it's unimaginable to comprehend his domain. Those flames can incinerate everything. If the two of you could have seen it with your own eyes. Speaking of this, the girl suddenly stopped, realizing her slip of the tongue, and frantically thought to herself, "What am I saying? Isn't this mocking young master fan for leaving the academy too early and missing the opportunity to fight Blue Flame?" Understanding this, she struggled to continue, stammering, "Oh, you would have found that Blue Flame is so powerful it's as if he doesn't belong to the same spatial dimension as us. I have never felt such a peculiar aura from anyone." As soon as she finished speaking, both Fan family uncle and nephew stared at her, their icy gazes causing the girl to clench her mouth shut, her face pale. She secretly groaned. "Sure enough, young Master Fan's expression is terrifying." She forced a smile and continued, "As for whether Blue Flame is a first-year student, I always find that too absurd. Of course, with his strength, it's not impossible that he has a way to conceal his identity." Hearing this, Fan Shiki's uncle suddenly roared, "Understood, you may go." The girl froze and asked in a low voice, "Huh?" Fan Shiki glanced at her and coldly explained, "There's a message that Blue Flame's whereabouts have been discovered, and you will join the pursuit team." The girl immediately nodded obediently, replying, "Yes." After giving the order, Fan Shiki's uncle turned to his nephew, his voice low and serious. "Shiki, leave Blue Flame alone for now. Concentrate on absorbing enough eternal fire as quickly as possible. We must help your father advance to a 5-star superhuman ahead of schedule. Only then can the Fan family regain control of the situation. The appearance of those invisible monsters has already disrupted our plans." Listening to his uncle, Fan Shiki placed his hand on the crack of the Eternal Flower, his face serious, and replied in a low voice, "I will do my best." He thought to himself, a glint of determination in his eyes. "The reason I want father to advance to 5-star superhuman as quickly as possible is so that he will have power comparable to Blue Flame, enough to contend with those monsters," he continued to think. "The Eternal Flower, though a family treasure, is also fearsome. It can accelerate superhuman cultivation, but it can also transform into a terrifying monster, instantly incinerating the absorber." But just then, the crack on the petal suddenly contracted. Fan Shiki froze, muttering in disbelief, HMPH, the last opening on the eternal flower has closed. I can no longer obtain eternal fire, damn it, just when it's critical. Father needs eternal fire, the family needs eternal fire, and I need it even more. While he was cursing, a dry, unpleasant voice suddenly sounded. Do you want my flames? Fan Shiki was startled, his eyes bewildered. He secretly asked himself, eternal flower. Are you talking to me? Is it because I absorbed too much eternal fire that I've resonated with it? No one responded. That disgusting voice echoed coldly again. If you want my flames, bring me someone with monster genes. Fan Shiki froze, immediately let go of the flower, his heart pounding. Meanwhile, in Ji-Yu's dorm in the bathroom, Ji-Yu's delicate body, originally covered by a white robe, was now exposed with fatigue. She groggily poked her head out, saw Xing Kun still sitting there, her face slightly embarrassed. Secretly thinking, I forgot to bring clothes and Xing Kun is in the bedroom. She hesitated, a conflicted look in her eyes. After a while, Ji-Yu spoke softly, stammering, Xing Kun, you know your dorm isn't here, right? Xing Kun replied indifferently, communal dorms are too inconvenient. I now formally declare that half of this dorm is mine. After saying that, he mumbled, a contemplative look in his eyes. I only have one kingship now, it's still too little, Ji-Yu suddenly exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. I forgot to bring my clothes in. Xing Kun remained indifferent, replying, then go get them yourself. You used to run around naked after bathing at my house, didn't you? Hearing this, Ji-Yu shrieked, her face flushed with anger. That was years ago, you tasteless oaf. Xing Kun, quickly get my clothes. A moment later, several tentacles squirmed into the bathroom carrying a set of Xing Kun's clothes. His voice came lazily from outside with a hint of impatience. So troublesome. Just wear my clothes for now. Yours are under the suitcase. I'm too lazy to look for them. Ji-Yu, helpless, put on his clothes and walked out, her cheeks flushed. She secretly wondered, Dragon Clan, is Xing Kun doing this on purpose? This isn't comfortable at all. Arriving in the room, seeing Xing Kun's back to her, she couldn't help but feel annoyed, secretly cursing, Big Brother completely ignores me. Out of curiosity, she timidly walked up and whispered, Hey Xing Kun, what are you doing? Xing Kun's face suddenly darkened, interrupting Ji-Yu. Then he abruptly stood up, a brilliant smile on his face, and shouted excitedly, I want to inject genes into you. Ji-Yu heard this and jumped, screaming in panic. Ah, wait, what did you say? Xing Kun braced his hands, pushing her against the wall, his eyes serious as he stared directly at her. Inject my genes into you. Ji-Yu struggled to resist, but her strength was negligible. She averted his gaze, her voice trembling as she whispered, You, what nonsense are you saying again? Be careful, I'll hit you. But Xing Kun was unconcerned. His mouth was still as quick as lightning. Hey, you know what ink means? It just hurts for a moment. After saying that, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, Bear with it, it'll be over soon. Faced with Xing Kun's actions, Ji-Yu couldn't help but grit her teeth, lightning erupting around her, and she growled word by word, Don't you understand? I said, if you spout any more nonsense, I'll send you flying. Lightning flashed, driving Xing Kun out of the room. He leaned against the door, muttering helplessly, Ji-Yu, what did you misunderstand? I almost got electrocuted. Xing Kun glanced at his hand, thoughtfully analyzing, I was indeed too impulsive just now. I clearly feel that my current ability can bestow kingship upon a creature, helping it inherit my monster power. But I truly don't know how that creature will change, or if there will be a life-threatening risk. It's certainly not appropriate to use Ji-Yu for an experiment. I should find a small mouse to see if I can turn it into a Godzilla. Just as he was thinking, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He opened it and saw a message from Ji-Yu. I'm hungry. Stop messing around. I've locked the door and gone to sleep. You should go back. Reading these words, Xing Kun was slightly stunned, secretly wondering if the butterfly effect of his rebirth had caused Ji-Yu to be a little different now. In my previous life, she always told me to go find other women, then secretly reported me for disturbing her good times, finding amusement in it. After figuring it out, he replied, his tone teasing, I'm going to find a little mouse to experiment on. This left Ji-Yu completely confused after reading it, having no idea what he meant. A moment later, in the Academy's dense forest, a small mouse quietly appeared. Its eyes glowed crimson and its mouth opened, revealing terrifying fangs. Xing Kun frowned slightly, casually killed the mouse and scratched his head, thinking, as expected, this mouse can't withstand my power. Just then, his intuition told him danger was approaching, and Xing Kun immediately leapt from his spot. A sharp sword light shot into the depths of the forest. With no response, he stopped, his gaze sharp as he looked into the distance, shouting loudly, Who's there? From the darkness, a pair of legs slowly emerged, accompanied by a low voice. Hello, Shadow. The figure was shrouded in night, only one eye gleaming with an eerie light, staring directly at Xing Kun, affirming, Blue flame. Xing Kun remained calm, his gaze fixed on the other person, not saying a word. Suddenly, the principal walked out of the darkness. Xing Kun slightly curved his lips and calmly said, Principal. The principal also calmly responded, Xing Kun, I know you are Blue flame. Don't worry, I mean no harm. I came to you because… Before he could finish, Xing Kun pretended to be naive, asking in surprise, What, Blue flame? I have no idea what you're talking about. Without waiting for the principal to react, Xing Kun hurriedly turned and ran, a joyful smile on his face. The principal is so cute. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. I'm in a hurry to go inject something. Goodbye. Seeing him run off, the principal flared up, roaring, You should know, if it weren't for my insistence, you might not have had the chance to enter the Superhuman Gene Academy. Even if you're not Blue flame, it wouldn't hurt to chat with an old man like me, would it? As a thank you, I'll give you some life essence. What do you say? Hearing of benefits, Xing Kun immediately turned back, a brilliant smile on his face. Esteemed Principal, I am indeed not Blue Flame, but I am deeply honored to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you. The principal's face darkened. He abruptly waved his hand and whispered, "Sit down." In an instant, a chair woven from ancient tree branches emerged from the ground. The principal sat down and continued in a low voice. "The night GU's superhuman power went out of control, I already noticed you. The two people with the highest and lowest superhuman gene content in history appeared simultaneously. But what caught my attention was not your extremely low 1 value but the physical examination data from the Non-UA Gene Research Institute. That night your muscle density was 2.45 times that of your peers, and your metabolic rate reached 4.244, 3 times that of an average male." Xing Kun still feigned ignorance, slouching in the chair, lazily muttering, "I know I'm strong, but I didn't expect to be this strong." The principal listened and helplessly continued, "Although I am the principal of the academy, I also have my own research projects." He waved his hand again and 2 branches extended, gently massaging Xing Kun's shoulders with a helpless expression. He asked, "Is the pressure all right?" Xing Kun slightly curved his lips and comfortably replied, "The left shoulder could use a little more pressure." The principal froze for a moment but still nodded. All right, you're quite unreserved." To make Xing Kun relax, the principal went straight to the point, his tone serious. "I've been researching monster genes. Those who carry monster genes, like superhumans, are a special group with mutated mysterious genes. But when they awaken, their sanity is destroyed by the monster genes, turning them into monsters. Research shows that unawakened superhumans have stronger mental power and more energy than ordinary people, and those who carry monster genes actually exhibit similar traits," the principal continued, his voice low and sharp. "Their muscle strength far exceeds ordinary people, their metabolism is faster, their endurance is much greater. The more monster genes they carry, the more pronounced these traits. According to your physical examination results, you coincidentally possess superhuman genes. Therefore I stopped Fan Genwei and revoked your admission qualifications. I gave you the chance to participate in the final trial. Although there hasn't been a gene test yet, I dare to assert that you have monster genes in your body, and you can come with me for an additional test." Before the principal could finish, Xing Kun jumped out of the chair, laughing as he ran. "Isn't this a waste of resources, Principal? I have something to do, so I'm heading back first. Remember to give me the life essence you promised tomorrow, okay?" The principal was unconcerned, continuing to ramble. "Life essence, you say? It'll be here soon. The trees in the school are all evolved from my superhuman powers. That night when the Fan family's secret lab was destroyed, I noticed Blue Flame. He's appeared twice recently, burying many things underground, possibly life essence and quite a lot of it. Once I dig it up, I'll share some with you." Hearing this, Xing Kun's fleeing figure suddenly froze. He turned his head tremblingly, stammering, "Wait, theft." The principal patted his chest, confidently replying, "You don't need to worry. You risked your life to save the academy, and I believe you have a sense of righteousness. I hold no ill will towards you. From my understanding of the Fan family, destroying their lab was not a bad thing." The principal looked at Xing Kun, his voice low but sincere. "I know you don't want anyone to know you possess monster genes. Even if you can control them, once exposed, you would certainly be forced to have a tracking device implanted. I know full well that in this world those with monster genes are in a difficult position, let alone someone in your special situation. They would definitely demand your cooperation in experiments. You know I've been helping you. That day at the Five Elements Plaza, I was the one who had Shangguan Kui conceal the news of the Fan family lab's destruction to cover for you. Tonight I also had Lin Si run out. He disguised himself as Blue Flame and flashed by, ensuring the cleansers didn't investigate the academy or suspect you. In the future I will continue to do my best to protect you." The principal finished in one breath, his face suddenly turning grim, and he muttered heavily to himself. 5 of the world's population possesses monster genes. They are implanted with tracking devices, monitored, feared, and discriminated against. Stripped of all future prospects, they live in agony. They cannot control their monster genes like you. People fear they will turn into monsters, and they themselves worry about losing their minds and transforming at any moment. I want to know how you control monster genes. I hope these 5 of people can live the normal lives they deserve." Xing Kun understood the principal's intentions but still walked casually, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Unfortunately, I'm not Blue Flame. Thank you, Principal, for discussing scientific research with me. I'm touched, but I must go now." The principal was unwilling to give up. He shouted from behind, "If the monster gene problem cannot be controlled, the world will never be stable. Even the most powerful superhuman abilities cannot protect those around us." Xing Kun stopped at his words, his gaze was cold and his voice resonated clearly. "Blue Flame might have a way to help them control monster genes, but from a human perspective, is this truly a good thing, or will it plunge humanity into panic?" The principal was stunned, muttering to himself in surprise. "Saving them would cause panic?" Xing Kun turned around, his gaze sharp as he interjected, "What does the principal think a monster is?" The principal subconsciously replied, his voice low, "The cleansers believe monsters are merely superhumans who have lost their minds, but I'm starting to think that monsters might be a species we can't fully comprehend." Xing Kun clenched his fist, stating decisively, "That's right, Principal. You're indeed perceptive. All monsters, they are even more numerous than an ant colony. Blue Flame has inadvertently become the ant king of another ant colony." Hearing this, the principal murmured in disbelief. "To save an ant in an ant colony, the only way is to pull it into another ant colony." Xing Kun nodded in confirmation, his voice low. That's right, one ant isn't scary. But what about 110,005 of humanity? You, Blue Flame, will sooner or later become the king of those who possess monster genes. Hearing him admit it, the principal felt bewildered, thinking to himself what a terrifying power this was. After a while he painstakingly spoke word by word. Saving them would lead to fear and suspicion from the world. Not saving them would mean these people turn into monsters and lose their minds. I truly have put you in a difficult position. I cannot choose for you, but whatever you decide as principal, I will always support and help you. Hearing Xing Kun, a cunning smile played on his lips. Really? He suddenly pounced, embracing the principal tightly, asking excitedly, Esteemed principal, if you say so, then can you oversee the Monster Gene Academy on the Academy's side? Blue Flame will definitely be interested in the Monster King's assistance. A moment later, laughter echoed through the forest once more. The principal laughed and said, It seems you agree. Do you think he will also build a monster army? Xing Kun silently calculated in his heart, his eyes glinting slyly. At this stage I can only bestow kingship upon one person, allowing them to gain my power. But what if I stimulate those with monster genes, letting them develop freely, without limiting the number? Meanwhile at the Fan family base, a 4-star superhuman asked Fan Shiki in confusion, Young master, why are you bringing these people with monster genes here? Fan Shiki disdained to explain, impatiently roaring, Shut up! The superhuman immediately fell silent. Fan Shiki looked up at the ceiling, thinking to himself, his eyes gleaming with a somber light, This is the storage room in the corner of the 13th floor of the Eternal Fire, and it's also where I made a pact with the Eternal Flower. Just then, a flower branch suddenly extended from the ceiling and descended. The 4-star superhuman was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and shouted, This, he collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. Eternal flower, petals blooming, a blue flame flashed over the heads of those superhumans who had followed. A strange voice spoke with disappointment, Not enough, too weak. They can't withstand my power at all. I need a body so I can fight without falling. Take me to find monster gene possessors who can carry my power. I will bestow upon you power far exceeding all your current abilities. Flames erupted, and a surge of energy flowed into Fan Shiki's body. He trembled, respectfully saying, Yes, Lord Flame Demon God. The 4-star superhuman saw this scene and felt panic, shouting in his heart, What did I just see? Young Master Fan is actually making a deal with a monster. Meanwhile, at the girls' dorm, Xing Kun stealthily returned, suddenly hearing Ji Yu's suspicious voice, Coming back so late, where have you been playing again? Seeing Ji Yu blocking the doorway with a whip, Xing Kun was startled and quickly replied, I went to have a heart-to-heart with the principal, do you believe me? He inwardly found it amusing. Why does it feel like coming home late after drinking with friends only to be caught by my wife? Ji Yu ignored him completely, swinging her whip and shouting, You scoundrel, let me vent some anger first. Xing Kun quickly dodged, yelling, I'm only a little bit late, no need for this. Ji Yu roared back, her voice firm. I'll agree to it once I've had enough of hitting you. Xing Kun was stunned at her words, his mouth wide open, and blurted out, Seeing him dazed, Ji Yu stopped, her voice softening, her cheeks flushed. For you to inject, she paused and whispered, From childhood, no matter how much of a scoundrel you were, you never made any unreasonable demands of me. Are your monster genes making you unable to control yourself? From what I know of you, if you don't state your reasons, I'll just have to make the move myself. As she spoke, she pulled down her clothes, exposing her fair shoulder. One of Xing Kun's tentacles immediately shot out, fiercely biting her shoulder. Ji Yu looked at the tentacle. Her face darkened and her voice trembled. What is this? Xing Kun retracted the tentacle and shook his head, saying, Inject my monster genes. Tisk, as expected, the superhuman genes in your body cannot fuse with my kingship. It seems Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao won't work either, only those with monster genes are suitable. As he spoke, he saw Ji Yu turn to leave and couldn't help but ask in surprise, Hey Piranha, are you going to sleep? Ji Yu's face darkened and she climbed into bed, softly replying, I'm sleepy. She burrowed under the covers, covering her head, frantically shouting in her heart, What did I misunderstand? Help me, I want to sleep until the world ends. It seems he really hasn't been unfaithful lately. He's truly turned over a new leaf. The next day in the dorm, Ji Yu walked behind Xing Kun with a grim expression, coldly asking, Who is she? Xing Kun didn't look up, his eyes fixed on his phone, and replied, Oh, she's Principal Jing Che's daughter. The screen showed a white-haired beauty, and Xing Kun added, his tone calm, A first-year student at the Monster Gene Academy and also the person with the highest monster gene content in Huaxia, besides me. 92 monster genes. Gong Zhaoni. Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Cleansing City, in front of a vending machine, a pair of trembling hands were raised. Behind a person in a wheelchair, another person walked over, impatiently saying, How long are you going to keep pressing? If your legs aren't convenient, just lie at home. The person pushing the wheelchair spoke nonchalantly, with a tone full of disdain, Don't you know you're a nuisance, wasting social resources? I'm in a hurry. With that, he pushed the wheelchair away from the vending machine. The young man in the wheelchair was stunned, angrily shouting, What are you doing? The person pushing the wheelchair ignored him completely. He pushed the wheelchair aside, turned, and pressed the vending machine button. Watching this scene, the young man in the wheelchair shouted, That's my drink. The other person was deaf to his words, lightly teased, took a few coins from the machine and scoffed, This isn't stealing from you, here you go. He tossed 3 coins towards the young man, but they scattered on the floor in front of the wheelchair because the young man didn't catch them. Veins popped on his face and he gritted his teeth, cursing, "Bastard, who are you looking down on? I'm going to kill you." Just then, a superhuman rushed over. Blocking the young man, he sternly reprimanded, "Calm down, it's just a small matter. Besides, hasn't he already returned the money to you? Don't be so sensitive, it's not good for you." The young man in the wheelchair grew even angrier, shouting, "Get out of my way." But the superhuman quickly grabbed the wheelchair's wheels, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and curse helplessly. "Damn it." The superhuman continued to comfort him, his tone gentle and firm. "All right, that's enough. My duty is to escort you for monster gene risk assessment. I can't let you cause trouble." The person who grabbed the drink listened, turned around and asked curiously, "Monster gene risk assessment? Only those with over 80 monster genes need to do this, right? If you don't pass, you'll be fitted with a safety collar." Tisk, no wonder the temper is so bad. "So, monster, what a waste of social resources. Run, be careful not to be eaten by a monster, that would be bad luck." He walked away, muttering to himself, but suddenly felt something flash in front of him. He glanced and shivered, whispering in horror, "It's a coin." Zhani rushed over. Clutching a coin, her eyes icy. The person who grabbed the drink trembled, gritting his teeth, unable to utter a word. Zhani ignored him and flicked another coin forward. The person who grabbed the drink could only stand there helpless. Just then, a superhuman turned around, and an angry voice rang out. "Gong Zhani, stop. What are you doing as a class monitor? You should set an example and not intentionally cause trouble." Zhani stopped, several coins already deeply embedded in the wall. She sighed and calmly said, "Ah, it's just a small matter, don't be so nervous. I'm not blowing up his chrysanthemum. I'm just returning his money." Hearing her words, the young man in the wheelchair's eyes widened and he mumbled in surprise, Class monitor?" Taking advantage of their inattention, Zhani's lips curved and she rushed forward again, shouting, "Sir, here's your 3 yuan." As soon as her words fell, her fist heavily struck the wall, leaving a huge hole. The person who grabbed the drink collapsed onto the ground in panic, clutching his head and shouting, "Oh ah!" Zhani ignored him, glanced at the 3 coins tightly embedded in the wall and said calmly, "Oh right, another coin rolled under my friend's foot. Do you want me to pick it up or do you give up?" The person who grabbed the drink quickly shouted, No, I give up picking it up. It's all my fault. I'm despicable and shameless. Please forgive me. I'll leave immediately." Zhani snatched the canned drink from his hand and calmly said, "This is Yang Yang's drink. Let go. I'm very strong. I might accidentally strangle you." Hee, let me introduce myself. I'm someone with monster genes. The person with the highest monster gene content in Huasha. Gong Zhani has always wanted to taste scum. If I turn into a monster, you'll be in danger. You have to work hard to be better." The person who grabbed the drink dared not resist, just sat there trembling, softly apologizing word by word. "I will try my best to be a good person." Zhani took the drink to Yang Yang and softly said, "Let's go, it's almost time for the test." Several people around urged, their voices anxious, "Yang Yang, hurry up, don't dawdle." The superhuman from earlier saw the two had reunited and immediately warned sternly, "You two can't cause any more trouble." Gong Zhani ignored him, just happily pushed Yang Yang's wheelchair, blossoming a brilliant smile. Meanwhile, Yang Yang couldn't remain calm, gripping the drink in tightly, mumbling uneasily, "Class monitor, those of us with monster genes must maintain inner peace to reduce the possibility of turning into monsters. But my heart can't be calm, it just won't settle down. I think I won't pass the risk assessment. I might have to wear a safety collar today, and I won't be able to hide my monster gene identity anymore. Everyone will be wary of me wherever I go. If I lose control of my emotions, the safety collar will inject venom in time. My life has no hope." He was still in despair. Gong Zhani suddenly pinched his cheek, smiling brightly. Isn't that good? When you take the subway, everyone will automatically give you a seat and you won't have to squeeze on the subway. It's so comfortable that no one will care if you run a hairdryer on the subway. How free is that? His face was almost distorted from her pinching, and Yang Yang cried out in pain, "Don't pinch my head, class monitor. If you do this, I really—" The elevator door closed. But the sound of their laughter still echoed inside. Yang Yang's face was red. Stammering, "You're so childish. You're interested, aren't you? That's why you're like this." Gong Zhani pushed him out of the elevator, her face still adorned with a brilliant smile, her voice gentle and firm. "Don't be discouraged. A good mood is key to preventing impotence. I believe scientists will find a way to control monster genes sooner or later." Yang Yang's face was flushed red and he shouted in shame, "Class monitor, stop talking." But Gong Zhani ignored him, still laughing brightly. Let me see if you're shy." Back to Xing Kun. He silently watched his phone for a moment, then put it away, his voice low. "All right, let's go. You go to school. The principal got me excused. I'm going to meet the person with the highest monster gene content in Huasha." Jiyu saw that he was going to find a girl, so she patted his shoulder to stop him and whispered, "I want to go too." Xing Kun didn't think twice and immediately nodded, "Let's go." Meanwhile, in the crowded elevator of the Monster Academy, Gong Zhani frowned slightly and murmured, "How do you all feel? It seems like the temperature went up a bit just now." The person next to her heard this and laughed loudly. "No, it didn't." Gong Zhani still repeated doubtfully, "Did I feel wrong?" The person laughed heartily without a care. "Haha, class monitor, are you also worried about the risk assessment? We're here to check. This time there are 4 of us with monster genes. And we don't have to wear safety collars like last time." The elevator carried the 4 people quietly descending to the 18th basement level. At the same time, outside the Superhuman Academy, Jiyu sat waiting for the bus, muttering to herself, "White hair, white stockings and purple eyes, very much to your taste. Tisk tisk, boys." Not far away, Zhao Sheng heard this and turned to ask in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Jiyu averted her face and replied indifferently, I said Cleansing City is really far away. I've been waiting for the bus to the first hospital for so long and it's still not here. Shin Kun walked over, stood opposite her and calmly explained, superhumans attract monsters. Where superhumans gather, the populace is friendlier. It's just strange. The bus should have been here half an hour ago. As he spoke, his nose suddenly twitched as if he smelled something unusual. Shin Kun suddenly stopped and blurted out, "They're here." On the bus that had just arrived, a driver wearing a hollow mask reported through his communication device while driving. Target sighted. He is indeed at the bus stop, en route from the school to the first hospital, executing kill mission. Seeing the vehicle rushing over, Ji-yu jumped up and exclaimed in surprise, "Shin Kun, the bus is out of control." Shin Kun immediately spread his arms to stop her, a smile on his lips brimming with excitement. There's even a 4-star superhuman among them. He quietly activated his superhuman gene auxiliary glove without anyone realizing. With a whoosh, a piece of metal flew off a roadside iron pillar. The metal rapidly enlarged in his hand, transforming into a sharp iron pole. Shin Kun swung it fiercely, slashing down hard at the bus. The blade cut through the air and the bus was instantly split in half. The driver asked himself in horror. "I didn't see the powerful fire element superhuman power," young Master Fan mentioned, "but I felt metal element superhuman power." The vehicle slid past Shin Kun and the driver was still bewildered, thinking it should just be a 3-star superhuman. But is this reasonable? He just used an ordinary metal element technique, yet he coalesced a large amount of iron element. It's very ordinary yet very hard. Thinking of this, he voluntarily jumped off the bus, one arm ablaze with fierce flames, and rushed straight toward Shin Kun. He thought to himself, as expected, trying to run him over with a bus is unrealistic. I still need to exert some effort to complete young Master Fan's special mission. These days I've been cultivating diligently in front of the eternal flower and my strength has greatly increased. Now is a good time to test it out. The next second the blazing dragon flames unleashed by the driver erupted fiercely, rushing straight toward Shin Kun. He was still waiting for the result when a flash of light passed through the flames. The driver was terrified, crying out in his heart. The flames were cut off. In the blink of an eye a sharp object flew past and pierced his head, which exploded like a watermelon. Shin Kun remained unconcerned, coldly controlling the iron spike to fly away, leaving behind the driver's bloody head. Until his last moment he still couldn't believe it. Muttering his final question, "What kind of 3-star superhuman is this?" Shin Kun's lips curved slightly, his gaze sweeping over his right hand, and he said softly, "Artificial superhuman mechanical device. This glove is now like a part of my body, storing the superhuman genes I've refined. Although it can't compare to my superhuman genes, it still adds up to 10 superhuman genes which can form a weakened myriad sword star map. It's not bad enough to unleash superhuman powers." A moment later, Shin Kun took out his phone, dialed a number and said calmly, "Hello dear principal, I accidentally killed someone at the bus stop." He didn't look like a good person at all. On the other end of the phone the principal roared, "What, you just started cooperating and you already killed someone?" Shin Kun remained unfazed, continuing to demand, "Come and see, then send someone to take me to the first hospital. Something might have happened there. I suspect something might have happened there." After a brief silence the principal reluctantly uttered a single word, "All right." Seeing Shin Kun's somewhat strange attitude towards the principal, Ji-yu leaned close to his ear and whispered, "This kind of street killer, this kind of scum who casually attacks innocent people, should be considered a snack, right?" Shin Kun glanced at her and joked, "I still have a lot of genes in my body that haven't been digested, so I don't care about such trivial matters. This person should be a loyal subordinate of the Fan family. Handing him over to the principal might reveal something. On the other hand, at the hospital I remember that place." Shin Kun stopped, his gaze low, thinking to himself, "In my previous life at this time I was also in that hospital. I was cheerfully encouraged by the vicious demoness Gong Zhaoni with vulgar words to participate in the risk assessment. Nothing major happened that day, apart from not participating in the risk assessment, but today I have an ominous feeling." Meanwhile in the hospital, Gong Zhaoni sat on a bed listening to the nurse read her medical record in a serious voice. "Gong Zhaoni, your current strength is at least 3 times that of an ordinary person, which is very abnormal. This indicates that the monster genes have begun to strongly affect your body. Even if you have no mental or emotional issues, I'm sorry, as a gene safety assessor I must be responsible for all humanity. You cannot pass the safety assessment. The test result is unqualified." Hearing this, Gong Zhaoni's cheeks flushed slightly. She stroked her chin, then suddenly broke into a bright smile. "This is like a condom and tadpoles. So my condom is still intact but the tadpoles inside are just a little full. It should be fine, right?" The nurse was firm and unyielding, stating being too full will cause problems. Gong Zhaoni was still unwilling. She pouted and murmured, "If it doesn't leak out it won't get pregnant. It can be controlled very well." A moment later she walked out of the consulting room, leaned against the door and pulled out her phone. Her face was radiant and her carefree voice rang out, "Grandpa, I was just thinking of you and you called." On the other end of the phone the principal's anxious voice came through, "Zhaoni, still so lively today. Did you pass the risk assessment?" Gong Zhaoni's lips curved slightly, her tone full of playfulness. "Of course not." The principal heard the answer and roared helplessly, "Child, you're really heartless. Forget it. Just trust Grandpa, you will definitely be fine. In a while someone will come to find you and you must listen to him. He can help you break free from the shackles of monster genes. For now there's only one spot. Hearing this, Gong Xiaoni frowned, her face puzzled. Such a powerful person who is so timid, the principal roared, coughing violently. Cough, cough, speak properly. In any case, you must cooperate well. Gong Xiaoni glanced at Tu Yang and playfully added, but Grandpa, one spot is too few. Isn't it? The principal couldn't take it anymore and roared in annoyance. There will be more later. Gong Xiaoni, what do you want? She responded with a radiant smile. Won't there be more later? Right now. Someone needs that spot more than I do. Meanwhile, several superhumans approached Tu Yang. The principal's anxious voice rang out again. Gong Xiaoni, you need this spot more than anyone else. Your current situation is extremely dangerous. I order you to use this spot. Gong Xiaoni hugged her arms and cried out in agony. Grandpa, don't worry. I will control myself. My self-control is stronger than anyone's, the principal roared in anger. You have the highest monster gene content. You could, if anything happened to you. How could I explain it to your deceased daughter? Ignoring the principal's advice, Gong Xiaoni was firm and resolute. Grandpa, my dad also said I'm a lot like you. If it were you instead of me today, you'd definitely rush in without hesitation. But this spot should be given to someone who needs it more. Your lifelong reputation can't be dragged down by your granddaughter. After a moment of thought, the principal roared again. Gong Xiaoni, this time you must. Before he could finish, the phone was hung up. He sighed helplessly, put down the phone and muttered to himself, but this matter isn't up to us to decide either. Xing Kun, Xiaoni is a child like an angel. I hope you will definitely choose her in the hospital. Tu Yang's angry voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing? You're just watching openly. Damn it, like a dog collar. Are you trying to remove me from humanity? Are you trying to label me as a monster? Hearing him roar, two superhumans anxiously tried to dissuade him. Hey Tu Yang, don't get agitated. Remember, if you damage it, you'll be injected with venom. You'll have nowhere to complain. Calm down, you can't get too excited. We have monster genes, there's nothing we can do. Tu Yang remained unfazed, roaring in annoyance. I won't compromise with this damned world, I will never become a monster. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and lowered his voice. Sister called. He gestured for silence, picked up his phone and said softly, Sister, of course I'm fine. The risk assessment passed. I'm going to the movies with a friend. Sister, don't come. Outside the hospital, Tutu hovered in the air with several cameras echoing beside her. Sister has arrived at the door. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew in, excitedly telling the camera, was it stimulating to fly here on the road, everyone? That call just now was, of course, from the person I love most in the world besides all of you. Alright, that's all for today's live stream. Bye-bye. As soon as Tutu finished speaking, she quickly packed away all her equipment. She rushed into the hospital, but before she went far, the ground suddenly vibrated, water seeped out, and a strange light came from underground. Feeling the danger, she stopped in midair and turned to observe. The sight of the shattered ground filled her with panic. Tutu flew higher for a clearer view, shouting in horror. The hospital is sinking underground. Realizing the critical situation, she cried out in alarm. Oh no, Yang. Tutu didn't hesitate and rushed towards the deep pit, looking up and asking herself, how many meters has the hospital sunk already? Above, the stone walls began to crack and collapse. Watching chunks of rock fall with the hospital, she cried out, oh no, the stone walls are collapsing, the hospital will be buried. Just then, a guttural, unpleasant scream came from below. There were 5 other people down there. With no other choice, Tutu exerted all her abilities. She created a small whirlwind, cleverly catching the falling stones and helping the survivors escape. The whirlwind maneuvered flexibly, preventing debris from falling near them from above. Tutu desperately shattered the huge rocks, but the cracks kept widening and more rocks fell. Soon she was pressed down by the weight of the rocks, her body plummeting like a cannonball. Finally, she pushed the survivors into a safe gap. Looking out, the entrance was blocked by rocks. The survivors hugged each other, comforting each other. We're saved, don't be afraid, don't worry. The cleansers will protect us. Hearing them say this, Tutu turned around and firmly commanded, leave here quickly, the rest is up to everyone else. I have to go somewhere else. Hearing this, the crowd jumped up and a clamor filled the entire space. They asked one after another, where are you going? We'll go with you. It's safer to follow you. Tutu's expression changed slightly, and she coldly replied, I'm going to the 18th floor. As soon as she finished speaking, the clamoring crowd immediately fell silent. One person's eyes were filled with worry and he tried his best to dissuade her. The 18th floor of Xiqing First Hospital, besides the monster gene testing room, only those with abnormal monster genes need to go there. No, you can't go. Even if you go now, it won't help. In such a situation, whose mental state wouldn't be shaken? Everyone there must have turned into monsters. Tutu knew this issue, but she still firmly shook her head and said resolutely, no, Yang will definitely be able to control it. Just then, a strange sound came from the crowd. Everyone scattered in panic and terrifying screams echoed. It was the locating sound of a monster gene wearer's collar. That girl is a monster gene wearer. She's about to turn into a monster. The crowd immediately turned to Tutu, urging in horror, kill her quickly. You are a cleanser. Eradicating monsters is your duty. Tutu's gaze turned cold as she stared at the 2 people who spoke, her voice as sharp as a knife. You don't need to tell me. I will act, only if she truly loses control and turns into a monster. At this moment, the girl suddenly trembled, veins bulging all over her body. The young man next to her was still shaking her incessantly, his hoarse voice filled with worry. Darling, don't be afraid, we'll be fine. Darling, control yourself, don't give up. But the girl could no longer restrain herself. Her head deformed, abnormally swelling, and sharp teeth emerged from her mouth. The young man next to her also gradually turned grim. veins bulging on his neck. Watching the two transform at an astonishing speed, a crowd fled in panic. Screams rang out. The man was also a monster. Tutu witnessed this scene, her eyes slightly lowered, her voice softly whispering in pain, "I'm sorry." As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of light passed and blood splattered. The two were cleanly severed, their heads separated from their bodies. After dealing with the danger, Tutu intended to leave, but the remaining people hurriedly stopped her. Her voice filled with panic. "You saw it all. In this situation, ordinary monster gene holders like them will turn into monsters, let alone those with abnormal monster genes on the 18th floor. No miracle will happen. You don't need to go." Tutu ignored the dissuasion, stepped out, her voice echoing firm and cold. "Stop talking. I'm going there no matter what. Someone must have survived by luck. There must also be cleansers responsible for safety in the hospital. Follow me, we'll find them, and then I'll leave. Don't worry, rescue will arrive soon. I will be fine." Meanwhile, a small car sped along an empty road, Shin Kun's voice coming through the car's communication system. Inside the car, the principal of Manhua Superhuman Academy sat in the driver's seat, muttering with a frown, "Is the principal's special car too shabby? It'll be dark by the time we get to the first hospital." The principal's calm voice came through the phone. "This is no time to nitpick. We just received news that the first hospital has collapsed." Shin Kun froze, letting out a surprised "ha." The principal continued, his tone very serious. "The hospital suddenly sank underground and Cleanser headquarters immediately launched an investigation. They have now determined it's a large-scale ground subsidence. The hospital is buried underground, sealed by fallen boulders. Fortunately, it hasn't been crushed yet, but the situation remains extremely dangerous. After life detection, there are no major casualties inside the hospital for now, apart from some monsters transformed from monster gene carriers. No other signs of monster activity have been found yet." The principal paused, his tone becoming decisive. "Cleanser headquarters is ordering cleanser teams to enter the hospital through the sewer system for rescue. Shin Kun, I'd like to ask you to take on this mission. To rescue the Academy's students and Zhaoni. I believe Zhaoni and her friends will definitely hold on." Hearing this, Shin Kun's face darkened and a wave of unease welled up in her heart. She thought to herself, in her previous life the first hospital clearly didn't sink underground, and her previous sneak attack must have some hidden trick behind this incident. With this thought, Shin Kun said to the principal, her tone firm, "All right, but you must send someone to deliver Zhao Shang and Zhao Xiaotao from my team. I also need to borrow someone from you." The principal was slightly surprised, his voice coming from the phone. Where are Zhao Shang and Xiaotao now?" At this moment in the academy cafeteria, Zhao Shang was wolfing down food. Zhao Xiaotao sat beside him, crying out in agony, "Brother, you're not doing well. I've become so strange. I can't get full no matter how much I eat. I just ate 30 steamed buns, and at this rate I'll turn into Big Peach Zhao." But when her gaze swept over Zhao Shang, Xiaotao screamed in horror, "Hey, how much have you eaten already?" Zhao Shang, mouthful of food, turned to look at his sister, his voice filled with distress and helplessness. "Xiaotao, if we keep eating like this we'll go bankrupt, but it's strange, even when I'm full to bursting I still feel very hungry." Xiaotao paused after hearing him, then quickly continued, her voice filled with worry. "Brother, my superhuman genes suddenly grew wildly just now, so I drank life essence and I found it relieved the hunger." Zhao Shang froze, his eyes wide, blurting out in surprise, "Life essence?" As if stimulated, he leapt from his chair. His eyes flashing with a somber light, he muttered, "I remember now, someone stole a tube of my life essence. I'm going to get it back." Watching her brother's abnormal behavior, Xiaotao called out blankly, "Hey brother, wait. Not only has our appetite grown, but our strength has also increased a lot, so be careful not to kill anyone." But Zhao Shang seemed not to hear. One second he was beside her, the next he had already rushed to the door. Just then Wu Yin blocked him, hastily striking up a conversation. "Brother Zhao, wait, I have something to tell you, listen to me. You should leave Shin Kun's team." Zhao Shang's eyes blazed with fury. He pushed Wu Yin aside without a second thought and roared, "Get lost, I'm hungry right now, don't bother me." Wu Yin still refused to give up, continuing to persuade, his tone full of earnestness. "Brother Zhao, even though you've already won the supernova, and even though you might have awakened because Shin Kun fed you a lot of life essence, right? But that doesn't mean you truly have supernova strength. Although Shin Kun is kind-hearted, she's going against the Fan family. Going against the Fan family never ends well. After all, we are just ordinary people. Even if we awaken, we can't compare to those with talent and background." Wushang received help from young Master Fan, obtaining a large amount of life essence, and has now begun to coalesce his star map. He is the chosen one, you can never compare to him. Just then, Wushang walked over and blocked Zhao Shang's path, a mocking smile on his lips. "A first-year student with only 39 superhuman genes. What do you want to do to my subordinate?" He raised 2 bottles of life essence, provocatively shaking them in front of Zhao Shang. Zhao Shang stared sharply at the 2 bottles of essence, his voice low. "Are you going to return the life essence to me on behalf of your subordinate?" Wushang scoffed contemptuously, cursing, "Haha, you idiot, I dare to give it, do you dare to take it?" Zhao Shang disdained to argue, clenched his fist and swung it forward without hesitation. Wu Yin stood by, shouting in panic, "Zhao Shang, I'm only advising you out of years of friendship." Wushang put up a water curtain barrier with a mocking expression, sneering, "Haha, you've punched through my water ball," he continued. Seeing this, Wu Yin shouted again, his voice filled with despair, "This is the real world, not a movie or comic. There will be no miracles against such power." Hunger made Zhao Shang lose patience. He punched through Wushang's water curtain barrier and incidentally punched the other's face, making it swell after hitting him. Zhao Shang stared blankly at his fist, muttering in confusion, My strength is too great. Fortunately I didn't kill him. Wu Yin stood by, speechless, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. No, impossible. He couldn't believe his eyes, but still struggled to retort, his voice trembling. Even if you win for a moment, we will never be able to integrate into their circle, only becoming cannon fodder. Just as Wu Yin was still rambling, Shangguan Kui suddenly rushed into the room, her voice booming like thunder. Zhao Sheng, Zhao Xiaotao, you really are here, let's go. Xing Kun wants us to go on a mission together. Zhao Sheng didn't hesitate. He snatched the 2 bottles of life essence from Wu Shang's hand, his gaze gradually returning to calm. He turned toward the door and loudly replied, Shangguan Kui. The entire room immediately fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to the doorway. Shangguan Kui stood firm. Whispers broke out. Shangguan Kui, Nanyu's strongest superhuman, the Academy's guardian deity, a favored child of heaven, is looking for the Zhao Sheng siblings. Wu Yin completely broke down at this moment, dumbfounded, despairingly roaring in his heart. There's no choice. For ordinary people like us, clinging to life is the only way to survive. You won't succeed. You will definitely fail. You'll become cannon fodder, pathetic dirt under the feet of the powerful. A few minutes earlier, inside the first hospital, Gong Zhaoni noticed a cleanser cautiously approaching the students. She spoke, her tone slightly playful. Captain Shao, are you always so impatient? Relax. Don't act like you're about to strike them down at any moment. We won't easily turn into monsters. But the cleanser, who had just received the student's situation report, still had a tense expression, responding with high vigilance. You are ticking time bombs. I cannot allow any other patients here to be affected by a momentary lapse in judgment. After all, the patients on this floor are all monster gene carriers. Even if their monster genes are minimal, a single bite from a monster will turn them into one. We also have our medical staff here. Although they receive subsidies for the high risk of working on this floor, they are very important to society. Their lives are far more valuable than those of monster gene carriers. If I could make decisions for all humanity, I would choose to become a demon and directly eliminate all monster gene carriers to prevent future troubles. Hearing these words, Gong Zhaoni sharply glanced at him, her voice cold. You're truly too extreme, but she just sighed helplessly, not wanting to argue further. The next second she turned to Yang Yang, her voice suddenly excited. Yang Yang, look, I also have this collar. This time we have this awesome collar. We'll take the subway together later. Yang, don't worry, wipe off the dust. I'm here cheering you on. Yang was stunned by Gong Zhaoni's whimsical attitude, stammering in reply, Hey class monitor, why should I wipe off the dust? Before Yang could finish, Gong Zhaoni had already leapt over, pinched his cheek and revealed a mischievous smile. Exactly, don't pretend to be unhappy, be cheerful, we still have our loved ones. As long as the sky hasn't fallen, we can all control ourselves anyway. Since we enrolled, the only class we've had is self-cultivation. Just as Gong Zhaoni was prattling on, a violent tremor suddenly struck. The hospital shook violently, the ceiling swaying as if it would collapse at any moment. Gong Zhaoni muttered blankly, was that an earthquake? This feeling of weightlessness, what's going on? The hospital suddenly plunged downwards, brick and tile fragments falling everywhere. The people inside were hit by fragments, screaming in agony, why is this happening? Is the sky really falling? They freely fell with the rubble as if endlessly. After a long while a flash of light passed, accompanied by strange sounds. Gong Zhaoni struggled to open her eyes, her voice weak. Hey, how long was I unconscious? What greeted her was not light but blazing flames from a fire element superhuman's ability. He looked at her with vigilance, opening his mouth coldly. Such a major change has occurred. Your existence is too dangerous, especially yours. Gong Zhaoni, others may not understand, but I know that if you turn into a monster, the venom in the safety collar simply won't be effective. The discriminated Gong Zhaoni merely smiled faintly, her voice calm but sharp. Everyone calm down, don't be affected. With me here, let's start our own cultivation moment. Captain Shao, we are professionally trained and won't easily lose control. On the contrary, you are truly unprofessional. You repeatedly provoke monster gene carriers and your prejudice will make you lose the focus you should have. That will put you in danger. Before she could finish, a monster suddenly charged out of the darkness, its sharp teeth fiercely biting the cleanser captain's back. He cried out in horror, his voice trembling. I didn't even notice. Other low-risk monster gene carriers transformed into monsters even faster. In just a few seconds, under everyone's terrified gaze, the captain was torn to pieces by the monster and devoured on the spot. Yang trembled all over, clutching his neck, his voice choked with fear. We must leave here immediately. He's a 3-star superhuman. Once this monster finishes digesting, it will evolve. One person suddenly had a flash of inspiration, quickly turned around and pointed at the nurse's station, shouting, Hide in the nurse's station. The glass and doors of the nurse's station on this floor are bulletproof. The nurses also have guns. But the nurses sensed his intention, immediately shook their heads violently, and didn't forget to raise their guns to threaten. The man, covered in sweat, muttered, Of course they won't let us in. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded, accompanied by panicked voices from the crowd. Another monster is coming. We have nowhere to run. The wall is behind us. Damn it, even if we can control ourselves, if we get bitten, we'll turn into monsters too. Gong Zhaoni at this moment gravely walked forward, blocking everyone, her voice calmly reassuring, It's not safe here, so we… Before she could finish, her gaze flashed with fire. She clenched her fist, aimed at the floor and shouted, To the lower level. As soon as her words fell, a breathtaking heavy punch struck down, creating a deep pit in the floor. The surrounding people panicked, shouting in unison, Class monitor. Gong Zhaoni didn't hesitate. Decisively ordered, Follow me and jump. The floor collapsed, falling along with everyone whether they wanted to or not. They cried out in astonishment, their voices filled with disbelief. "Oh, how did you do that?" Gong Xiaoni blossomed a brilliant smile, confidently responding, "As long as it's in a semi-mutated state, it's like not wearing protection. It won't get pregnant as long as it's controlled." Everyone descended to the lower level with a violent crash. One person, annoyed, couldn't help but shout, "Gong Xiaoni, you can't do this. Next time you might not be able to control it. If the safety collar is activated, you'll also be poisoned." Gong Xiaoni ignored him, waved her hand and decisively ordered, "All right, you go scout ahead, be careful, go quickly and control yourself at the same time." A man cannot go back on his word. Meanwhile, on the ground, an old woman stood at the edge of the pit, her voice authoritative, calling out, "Hello everyone, I am the Vice Dean of Xiqing First Hospital. I narrowly escaped this time. Our hospital has fallen underground, buried by countless boulders after expert examination. Fortunately, the hospital's structure was not crushed by the rocks. The lava and the hospital are in a delicate balance. Rash excavation could trigger a chain collapse, therefore we must conduct rescue operations without disturbing the overall balance. Rocks and hospital." She paused, her eyes sharp, then continued. "Fortunately, the underground water system here is very developed. According to expert calculations, there are 2 rescue points underground that can safely lead to the hospital. Therefore, 2 cleanser teams will be deployed in this rescue operation. Each team will be led by an earth element superhuman and a geological structural expert, simultaneously opening 2 rescue points. The main task of the cleansers is to deal with monsters that may be lurking in the sewer system, as well as monsters mutated from monster gene carriers within the hospital." The Vice Dean's voice was full of determination as she announced that our hospital would record all rescued personnel. For each person rescued, a cleanser team would receive 10,000 RMB and a bottle of life essence. "Thank you for your team's support. Currently only 2 slots remain. Please, cleanser team captains, come forward to register." As soon as she finished speaking, Ji-Yu led her team forward. She shouted loudly, "Starfire Apocalypse team registering." The Vice Dean was slightly surprised, her gaze sweeping over them as she asked, "Apocalypse Starfire, what a strange team name. Is it a new cleanser team? Thank you for your participation, but we are very concerned about the safety of our colleagues and patients in the hospital. If possible, we would prefer a more experienced team." Hearing this, a nurse next to her quickly leaned in and whispered, "Vice Dean, there's no one left?" The Vice Dean still maintained her smile and asked, "What?" The nurse continued, her voice small but urgent, "Only their team is left now." Vice Dean adjusted her glasses, looked around and only saw Ji-Yu's team standing alone. She couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "Is our hospital's reputation that bad? It's all my fault. My abilities are insufficient." Seeing her dejected, the nurse quickly supported and comforted her. "Vice Dean, cheer up. It might be because the last monster surge caused heavy losses, and the teams sent to the Beast Tide also suffered severe injuries and haven't recovered yet. Many elites from the Superhuman Academy were lost, and even 4-star generals were seriously injured." Hearing the explanation, the Vice Dean perked up, a smile appearing on her face. Her tone became cheerful. "Starfire Apocalypse team, time is running out. The rescue must begin immediately. From the moment you appeared, I felt your extraordinary demeanor. You are the chosen ones for this mission. Thank you for your hard work. Please split into 2 teams. Thank you, thank you." Ji-Yu walked forward with a wide smile to accept the mission, laughing as she replied, "Don't worry, we've been prepared for a long time. Everything will go smoothly." Ji-Yu pulled out her phone and excitedly spoke into it. "It's a success. We got 2 slots, no more squeezing needed." Half an hour ago, on the 2 roads leading to the first hospital, Shangguan Kui blocked one road, bravely announcing, "If you want to participate in the mission, you must pass through me." The person she blocked stammered, their voice trembling, "Shangguan Kui, no need, we will go back. You must have your reasons for doing this." Meanwhile, on the second road, Xing Kun blocked the intersection, a gentle smile on his face but with sharp eyes. "This hospital collapse incident is suspicious. For everyone's safety, please do not participate." But the crowd completely ignored him. Ignoring Xing Kun, they deliberately walked past. Xing Kun was not surprised by this scene. He calmly put on his auxiliary equipment, thinking, "Last time you guys helped me stall for time, and I can't just watch you go to your deaths. I am a gentleman." With that, he extended his hand and absorbed a large amount of metal from a nearby wall. The metal flew over rapidly, forming a metal wall in front of everyone. A huge metal block stood upright, pointing directly at the passage, blocking the crowd. Xing Kun retracted his hand, a smile on his face. "Can't you people let me finish talking? If you insist on taking this mission from me, and it's not for everyone's safety, then come at me together. I'll use virtue to convince you." Hearing his tone, the crowd turned and glanced back, murmuring amongst themselves, "Isn't that the most controversial supernova? Let's see what he can do. A supernova like him, who knows how much water he's consumed. Is this kid looking for death? He's so arrogant, he's going to get a slap in the face." Seeing everyone's expressions, Xing Kun awkwardly laughed, waving his hands repeatedly. Just kidding, just kidding. Senior brothers and sisters are too scary. We can't fight like this in the academy. Don't we have a traditional way of settling disputes in our academy? Like, we all draw a small circle on the ground and whoever steps out loses. Of course, since I'm blocking the way, you can all come at me together. I won't tell anyone. No one will say you're underhanded." Provoked by Xing Kun, the crowd curled their lips and murmured, "This kid really needs a beating. I really can't stand it anymore. Dealing with him, there's no need to make a big fuss. Let's just have a fair fight in the circle." One person in the crowd recalled the previous battle and sneered, "Last time playing draw a circle with me, he almost couldn't keep his pants on." After reaching an agreement, one person stepped forward, his lightsaber flashing, and rushed up shouting, "Don't worry, we won't gang up on you. I'll take you on. Junior, I have some experience to share with you about your myriad sword star map cultivation. Right now, you should focus your superhuman power to condense killer intent into your sword. Bigger isn't always better. Your sword is too large and each manipulation consumes an extreme amount of superhuman power, which will quickly deplete your energy. You can't last long, you must find a balance. Be careful, my sword is indestructible." Hearing his incessant chatter, Shin Kun just smiled, softly thanking him. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, but this is the only move I know. I haven't had a chance to learn others. Now that I have a lot of superhuman power, I want to try making the biggest possible sword with all my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Kun waved his hand, summoning a gigantic sword and hoisting it onto his shoulder. The ground beneath his feet immediately cracked and groaned. This scene stunned everyone. They screamed inwardly, "The ground is cracking, he's not using any superhuman power to wield that sword, only physical strength. Is he a monster? A superhuman's body can't possibly possess such immense strength." Shin Kun ignored their stunned gazes. He moved his body full of momentum and shouted loudly, "Ready?" The person who had just stepped forward to challenge him was covered in goosebumps, his mind filled with confusion. How was he going to attack? He wouldn't just swing that sword directly, would he? But Shin Kun did exactly what his opponent feared most. He directly swung the massive sword, causing the person to scream in terror. Did he use the sword as a club? The onlookers broke out in cold sweat, calming themselves. "It's fine, the bigger it is, the harder to control. Yihan's sword can destroy it." Yihan didn't hesitate, swinging his sword and shouting, "Divine sword star map." A sharp slash descended, cleanly cutting Shin Kun's giant sword in half. But strangely, the broken blade didn't fall. Instead, it flew rapidly upward, confusing Yihan, who thought his sword still has such a large piece. His reaction is so fast. In an instant, the severed sword immediately moved downward, then immediately floated upward again. Ensuring maximum integrity, the onlookers' faces darkened, thinking, "Does he want to cut us all down?" The broken sword flew a distance, then Shin Kun suddenly maneuvered it, slamming it hard into the onlookers, not forgetting to explain, "Just accidental injury." "Oh dear." Seeing his results, Shin Kun's eyes widened, and he excitedly shrieked as the crowd was struck by the sword and immediately reeled back. Shin Kun happily shouted, "All hit." A moment later, everyone got up. Their faces were grim, muttering, "Not a single scratch, but the insult is strong." They looked at Shin Kun, who was still standing in the distance, spinning the giant sword. One person thought in surprise, "That club of his is actually the best weapon in the draw a circle game. He can actually swing that thing like that." But an unwilling girl stepped forward, gritting her teeth and saying, "I'll go pull down his pants." The person who had just challenged him, his eyes lit up and he eagerly cheered her on. "Ah-chan, go for it." Half an hour later, Shin Kun was still standing there, smiling brightly, swinging more and more smoothly. All wiped out. "Ah, the dust has settled. I'm leaving. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for holding back. Thank you for buying me time last time. I'll repay you all soon with an unexpected surprise." Hearing him say this, everyone's faces darkened and they muttered to themselves, "What mischief is he planning now?" Inside the first hospital, notifications constantly echoed in everyone's minds. Cleanser Song Yin's calm voice rang out, "Attention all survivors in the hospital. This is Cleanser Song Yin. In order not to disrupt the balance, this will be my only psychic transmission to everyone. Cleansers have already begun operations. We will establish rescue passages at Operating Room 4 on the 11th floor and the Southside Restroom on the 6th floor. Survivors can proceed to these two locations on their own. If you encounter danger, please find a safe place and wait for rescue. Please believe that we will definitely come to your aid." End of announcement. In the hospital, a cheer erupted among the survivors, who screamed excitedly, "Excellent!" Gong Zhaoni pressed her ear to the door and immediately ordered in a low, sharp voice, "Quiet down. You fool, you'll attract monsters that way. Do I have to crush you to make you calm down? Everyone must remain calm. Perseverance is victory. We just need to wait here for rescue. This hospital has many cleansers guarding it, and they will also eliminate the mutated monsters outside." She was still speaking when suddenly someone in the team hugged themselves, trembling uncontrollably. He struggled to control himself, crying out in pain. "But why all this way have we seen no other cleansers guarding us except for the captain escorting us? Something must have happened here." Gong Zhaoni offered a comforting smile, her tone gentle but firm. "Don't overthink it, maybe they were just delayed by something." As soon as she finished speaking, a horrifying monster roar came from outside. The remaining people tensed up, screaming in terror. "It's a monster. Was I too loud just now?" Gong Zhaoni struggled to maintain her composure, answering painfully, "Not sure, they just happened to appear outside. They haven't discovered us yet." But the person who had just spoken was now in increasing pain. His voice was weak and incoherent. "CL class monitor." This scene made everyone tense. Dong Qing shouted, "Chen Fei, calm down. Tu Yang Yang with such a high danger level can remain calm even with a safety collar. Why can't you hold on? Chen Fei, don't give up. Just a little longer, okay?" Chen Fei's face was veined, tears streaming down as he whispered painfully, "Class monitor, everyone, this damned fate was probably sealed from the start. I can't resist anymore. I'm sorry for causing trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, his body completely transformed into a monster. A hoarse voice rang out one last time before his sanity dissipated. "You must be stronger than me. Keep resisting. Live on." At the same time, a chaotic noise came from outside the door, and monster roars mixed together in the room, making everyone scream in terror. Oh no, Chen Fei's monster genes are 84, he'll become a level 2 monster. Let's go out, Gong Xiaonie immediately retorted, her tone firm. No, there's more than one monster outside. Tu Yangying's face was grim as he stepped forward, his tone firm. I'll do it. I'll go hold Chen Fei back. Class monitor, you figure out a way to take Lin Dao with you. I'm a high-risk individual and my legs are inconvenient. You won't survive if you stay here. I want to live. I'll definitely fight desperately to hold Chen Fei back. Let me go. As he was about to push his wheelchair forward, suddenly a blue pillar of fire erupted fiercely where Chen Fei had just been standing. This scene stunned everyone, who mumbled blankly, "BL blue flames. Was Chen Fei burned to death? No, I saw him fall." The flames disappeared, leaving a bottomless hole where Chen Fei had stood. Everyone rushed to the edge of the hole, their eyes filled with confusion, whispering to each other, "What exactly happened? Did the cleansers come to rescue us? Are they moving so fast? What's down there?" Lin Dao's face was pale as he looked into the hole, his voice trembling. "Monsters below level 4 don't have elemental power. Those blue flames just now were either from a level 4 monster or a superhuman." He turned around, his eyes lacking confidence, and said to everyone, "If a level 4 monster appeared here, we would have died long ago, wouldn't we? So I feel that the cleansers must have come to our rescue from below." Another person disagreed, immediately retorting, "But it's so quiet down there. If it were cleansers, they would at least make some noise." Lin Dao looked into the hole and explained stiffly, "Maybe they have a reason not to make noise, just like we don't dare speak loudly, fearing we'll attract the monsters outside." The more he thought, the more convinced he was, and ignoring everyone's hesitation, he loudly announced, "HMPH, this is a good opportunity. Didn't the cleanser just psychically transmit that we should go to the 11th or 6th floor? Going down from here is the best shortcut. I'll go down first to scout the way." But before Lin Dao could move, Gong Xiaonie shouted loudly, her tone decisive, "Yang Yang, grab him." Tu Yangying bit his lip, firmly replying, "MMHMM." Just as Lin Dao was about to jump into the hole, Tu Yangying quickly grabbed his collar, angrily roaring, "Don't you know how bad your luck is, facing such a predicament with an exit right in front of us? How could such a good thing happen to us? We're the unluckiest people in the world, only getting instant noodles without seasoning packets." Gong Xiaonie, her eyes gleamed with sarcasm. "A 3-penny needle has an eye and the exit is a trap. That's more like it." Lin Dao, still unyielding despite being held back, struggled and retorted, "No, didn't a superhuman use blue flames in the Superhuman Academy a few days ago?" Seeing him still struggling, Gong Xiaonie reached out and held him tightly, lecturing him in a stern tone, "Perhaps an occasional slip won't lead to pregnancy. And a superhuman used blue flames, but those monsters also use blue flames at the same time. We shouldn't take risks, you know. The only reason we've survived this long is by enduring. You must remain vigilant." Convinced by the two, Lin Dao trembled and muttered, "Wah, Chen Fei just turned into a monster right in front of me. I'm so scared. I don't want to become a monster. I want to live. But people like us who have monster genes are hated, and no one will come to save us. They even wish we would all die." Seeing him crying inconsolably, Gong Xiaonie walked up and playfully tugged at the corner of his mouth, comforting him. "Lin Dao, listen to me. What you need to do now is care for yourself. Don't worry about what others think, just force a fake smile. And we can trick our own brains. Our brains will release neurotransmitters that make us happy, making you feel happy instantly. That way we won't turn into monsters." Lin Dao could only stop crying, reluctantly nodding. Just then, Tu Yangying pressed his ear to the door and called out, "Everyone, it's very quiet outside now. The monsters might have gone away. Why don't we go out?" As he spoke, he slowly pushed the door open, cautiously peeking out. But what met his eyes was a group of monsters quietly waiting outside the door. Tu Yangying trembled all over, quickly slammed the door shut, his voice out of control. "We can't leave. We can't get out. Luckily they didn't discover us just now." Lin Dao had recovered his calm by now, looking at Gong Xiaonie seriously and asking, "Class monitor, what should we do? We can't go out and we can't go down. We're trapped here. Even if no one wants to rescue us, the Cleansing Bureau wouldn't ignore public opinion and do nothing, right? The hospital collapse is a serious accident, but besides that fake cleanser captain who brought us in, we haven't seen a single cleanser until now. What about the hospital guards? It was quiet all the way, no sounds of fighting, just monsters everywhere. Have all the superhumans died?" Seeing Tu Yangying lower his head in silence, Lin Dao suddenly exclaimed, Yang Yang, before the hospital incident, your sister came to the hospital too, didn't she?" "No, your sister will be fine, the girls always say it, all just left home." Tu Yang still kept his head down in silence. Gong Xiaonie panicked, shouting, "Oh no, Yang, calm down, take a deep breath, exhale. Think of the sage's time." Lin Dao also panicked and shouted, No, don't mutate, you'll be poisoned to death by the safety collar." Meanwhile, on the 4th floor X-ray room, a tired yet hopeful voice echoed, "Woohoo, we're saved, there are so many people here, great. Seeing so many people puts my mind at ease." Looking at everyone gathered, Tutu stood in the corner muttering in surprise, "Oh, the rescue is surprisingly smooth. Is there no danger anymore?" While she was in a daze, she was suddenly stopped by two people who exclaimed, "Isn't this Captain Tutu, the brightest star of our non-UA cleanser team? Did you send everyone from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors out? You did very well, so we don't need to go in anymore. You've worked hard, the hospital crisis has been resolved. Now we just need to wait for our teammates." In the outside rescue area, hearing these words, Tutu was somewhat confused and quickly asked, "Have everyone from the other floors been rescued? What about the other monsters?" A superhuman replied with a hearty laugh, "Haha, it was just luck. The day the monsters appeared at the academy, the captain and I were both injured. When the hospital collapsed, we happened to be here for a follow-up check. We reacted quickly, cooperated with the hospital's security forces to rescue the trapped personnel, and eliminated those monsters mutated from out-of-control monster gene carriers. Despite his confident words, Tutu glanced at the crowd lying next to them, tentatively asking, "What happened to the hospital guards?" The superhuman laughed loudly, responding, "Haha, they've never dealt with such a big accident before. They're all exhausted and resting there." But looking at the guards' tired, almost motionless expressions, Tutu frowned, secretly doubting if they were really just resting. Seeing her silence, the superhuman approached her, leaned in and whispered, "Right, you're tired too, aren't you? You can rest for a bit." As he spoke, he secretly activated his superhuman power, a strange psychic suggestion flickering in his eyes. Level 4 psychic superhuman power. Tutu immediately felt a dizzy spell. Her mind a blank, only his vague whispers echoing, "We're fine here. Everything is resolved. Relax. Relieve your fatigue. It's safe here. Close your eyes and rest." After a brief daze, Tutu suddenly opened her eyes, sharply crying out, "I don't need to rest. By the way, you saved everyone, but what about the people on the 18th floor? Looking at Tutu's expression, the psychic superhuman stood stunned, secretly thinking, hypnosis didn't work. She's actually close to breaking through to a 4-star superhuman. Another person spoke up to explain for him, their tone cold. "The 18th floor is inaccessible. The structure of this hospital is very special. All departments related to monster gene carriers are on the 16th floor and above in the West Wing. In the event of an accident, the hospital's protection mechanism activates. The special protection on the 15th floor will automatically close, but you don't have to worry about the personnel inside. They will enter their respective protection rooms on their own and wait for rescue." Tutu became increasingly panicked, her voice trembling, almost inaudible. "What about ordinary people other than medical staff? Especially those who came to see a doctor," the girl replied without emotion. "You mean those monster gene carriers? Sorry, we must prioritize the interests of the majority." Hearing this, Tutu resolutely turned and left. This scene startled the girl, who shrieked, "Are you planning to go to the 18th floor?" Without looking back, Tutu replied briefly, her tone firm. The corridor is blocked, so I plan to go from the outside. I'll leave this place to you." Watching her receding figure, the two superhumans exchanged sharp glances, whispering, "There's no other way. The hospital collapse must be described as a major accident, but fortunately not severe. We can't let her disrupt young Master Fan's plan, so we can only kill her." Meanwhile, at the tunnel entrance leading to the hospital, a bald old man in a doctor's coat stopped everyone, impatiently shouting, "Who told you to be so fast? Didn't I say it would take an hour to stabilize the collapsed building with superhuman power?" The vice dean replied with a forced smile. "No, you said at least half an hour would be enough. Our colleagues in the hospital are buried underground. Their lives are hanging by a thread. The sooner we rescue them, the better." Before the vice dean could finish, the bald old man erupted in anger, roaring, "Nonsense, am I the rescue commander-in-chief or are you? Do you know more about safety than I do? How can we start work without full preparation? Who's responsible if something goes wrong? Besides, what are you worried about? The security forces we cleansers have deployed in your hospital are enough to solve all problems. According to records, there are 3 cleansers still inside the hospital with them there. The hospital will have no problems." The vice dean's face was grim as she softly replied, of course, just in case." The bald old man immediately interrupted, roaring, "Damn it, stop getting in the way here. This is my first mission and I'm being stopped left and right." Shin Kun couldn't maintain his composure, walked forward and said in a cold voice, "Baldy, you really are naturally bald." The bald old man paused, looked up in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Shin Kun glanced at him, his gaze sharp and threatening. "If anyone gets injured or dies in the hospital because of your slow rescue, are you going to take responsibility with your bald head? Does your bald head have a basin? Can it be cut in half with one stroke or in pieces?" Threatened suddenly, the bald old man closed his mouth, cursing inwardly. "Tisk, where did this little brat come from, putting on airs? Quite a presence, huh? Pretending there's something going on. Just watch, I'll beat you to death." Thinking this, the old man opened his mouth to shout, but Shin Kun suddenly released the king's pressure, immediately silencing the old man. He trembled all over, his mouth wide open, drooling, unable to utter a single word. Seeing the effect, Shin Kun smugly curled his lips, coldly sneering, "Why are you shaking? Although it's cured, your mouth is still drooling. Get out of the way, let us in." The bald old man was still unwilling, struggling to spit out "no" before he could finish. Shangguan Kui suddenly approached and whispered in his ear, "If you say another word, I'll slice you with one blow." Recognizing who she was, the bald old man stammered, quickly replying, Shangguan Kui, all right, please everyone go in." 2 Earth Element superhuman experts were already waiting inside and the group entered. The bald old man stood there as if petrified, secretly thinking, what exactly happened? How could I suddenly? Shin Kun stopped, turned to look at the bald old man and asked back, "By the way, it was the Fan family's doing, right?" The bald old man forced a dry laugh. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Saving people is urgent. Hurry up and go do the mission." Shin Kun just glanced at his face and understood everything, grinning. "Haha, then I understand." The bald old man was stunned, confusedly asking himself, "What do you understand, damn it?" Just then, Tutu had just vanished and 2 superhumans quickly ran over, shouting, "Tutu, are you trying to go up through the elevator? Too bad, that way is blocked by rubble. We understand your desire to save people, let us help you." But when they caught up, they only saw a pile of bricks and tiles. The female superhuman murmured in confusion, Oh, where did she go? Tutu had already sensed their intentions, lipped up and escaped their sight. In the silent space, her cold voice echoed, "The wind allows me to detect your every small movement." All those small movements along the way were clearly attempts to attack me. As soon as she finished speaking, several green threads appeared on the psychic superhuman's neck. Tutu tightly gripped the threads, fiercely tugged, and shouted, "What did you do to the guards? What exactly are you up to?" The psychic superhuman, despite his neck being constricted, still managed to turn his head and reveal a sinister smile. He suddenly unleashed a psychic blast countering Tutu. Caught off guard, she received the blow, her face grim, secretly groaning, "My head hurts so much." A psychic blast from a 4-star psychic superhuman. He was always hiding his strength. "They really want to kill me." Before she could recover, the female superhuman's attack had already arrived. Tutu narrowly woke up, dodging a fatal attack, but the girl smiled, continued to unleash her celestial sword star map, waterline cut, and a sharp water column like a laser shot straight towards Tutu, carrying astonishing destructive power. Tutu struggled to dodge, secretly sighing, "The destructive power is too strong. If it hits, I'll definitely be reduced to a pile of minced meat." She's also a 4-star superhuman. Where did so many 4-star superhumans come from? While she was busy dodging, the psychic superhuman suddenly cast psychic confinement. Tutu was caught off guard, her mind stiff, unable to think, secretly groaning, "It's over." Seeing this scene, the water element female superhuman curled her lips, pointed at her, and said mockingly, "Honestly, for someone as cute as you who wouldn't want to be gentle, but since you ran into a bullet, I'll just have to make a big hole in you." Her gaze was cold, and she slammed her hands together, shouting, "Crystal blast." A huge water column shot out, piercing through several floors of the hospital. Tutu was hit at the center of the attack, her body severely injured and falling. The water element female superhuman clicked her tongue in wonder, her tone full of mockery. "As expected of the previous supernova, such rapid progress. In such a short time you've already stepped into the threshold of a 4-star superhuman?" She then pointed at Tutu, concentrating her power, assessing. She could block a fatal attack with both hands at the critical moment. Are all her bones almost broken? With her hands immobilized, she can't fly anymore, can she? "I'll penetrate your head, making it look like you were eaten by a monster. If you still have family, they can become martyrs' dependents." As she spoke, Tutu twisted her legs, fully activating her superhuman power. She gritted her teeth and roared, "Wind?" Immediately, she flew up, directly passing through the hole made by the water element girl. Watching the duck in the pot run away, the psychic superhuman frantically shouted, "Hey, what are you standing around for? Don't let her escape. Chase." The water element female superhuman's face was grim, muttering, "But that's the area young Master Fan specifically sealed off." The psychic superhuman impatiently interrupted. "Who told you to punch through it and let Tutu run in? Go kill her quickly. If she interferes with young Master Fan, we'll be in big trouble." The two continued forward, but the water element female superhuman suddenly stopped, her tone confused. "Something's not right. Hey, do you know what young Master Fan is really trying to do?" The psychic superhuman avoided the question, perfunctorily replying, "Oh, I don't know." As they walked, the female superhuman stepped on something on the road and cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, what did I step on? Tree roots? That's really strange." The psychic superhuman impatiently reminded, "Don't worry about it so much, hurry up and find Tutu." Seeing him constantly urging, the female superhuman was displeased and retorted, "She's severely injured, she might already be dead." But the psychic superhuman was relentless, decisively ordering, "We need to see her alive, or her body if she's dead." They walked for a while longer when the strange tree roots suddenly grew on their own, blocking the entrance. Meanwhile, in the rescue team area, the Earth element superhuman Yao Fan complained discontentedly, "Your allocation is too unreasonable. Split into 2 teams, 4 people here. Shangguan Kui is the strongest in non-UA Superhuman Academy, yet he was assigned here. I don't know how you all managed to get here." Not only him, the captain on the other side also complained, Yes, father probably wants to separate us and be the hero for the beautiful woman himself. That's a beauty, the dean's granddaughter. He's been looking at photos." He paused and added, "Not only that, the captain of the rescue team over there is also a sister." Tisk. GU heard this, and the Earth element superhuman turned around asking blankly, "What?" GU didn't waste any time. She took the opportunity to step forward and flatter him with sweet words. "I say thank you for your hard work in building the rescue tunnel." Encouraged by the girl, the Earth element superhuman roared with excitement as if injected with power. Oh, it's my duty. It'll be done in no time." He fully unleashed Rockstar Forge City, his superhuman power erupting, and with a fierce punch he broke through the stone wall, opening a large hole. After finishing, he was covered in sweat and turned to GU, smiling triumphantly. "Huff puff, the rescue tunnel is built." GU's eyes widened and she clapped her hands in praise. "Wow, you're amazing." Behind the opening, the waiting crowd for rescue appeared. The Earth element superhuman turned around and shouted to the rescue team, "Ladies, don't rush. Everyone is saved. Don't run around. Wait for instructions in place. Doomsday Starfire team, come and cooperate with me so the monsters can appear." He thought to himself, feeling a bit smug. "I have enough people here, and Shangguan Kui too, a doubled sense of security. I'm really worried about the other side." On the other side, another Earth element superhuman had just finished opening a passage. Shouting, "All right, confirmed, it's open. Doomsday Starfire team captain, come quickly and protect me. I need to expand the rescue tunnel." But she turned around and there was no one behind her. The female Earth element superhuman was furious, roaring, "Where is everyone?" The female earth element superhuman was too scared to move forward and quickly crawled back, cursing incessantly. I'm the only one here, you're already going too far and now you're playing hide and seek. Just then, Xing Kun's voice came from afar. Captain of Rescue Team 2, thank you for your hard work. I don't feel anyone inside has monster genes. No monsters will appear. Go ahead and rescue with peace of mind. Hearing where the voice came from, the female earth element superhuman suddenly turned around and roared. How did you get inside? What do you feel? Peace of mind, my ass, I'm going to complain. In the trapped crowd area, they watched Xing Kun walk back and forth whispering, what is this person doing? I don't seem to have seen him before. Xing Kun didn't care at all, walking straight to an unconscious security guard, checking him and then muttering, hey security guard, wake up quickly. As he spoke, the security guard smelled a foul odor. He woke up abruptly. Xing Kun immediately left, whispering, go help with the rescue. The security guard was still groggy, drooling, and replied weakly, okay. He jumped up abruptly, looked at the fallen security guards and shouted, where were you just now? Never mind, everyone wake up quickly. Xing Kun, following a strange smell, quickly turned in another direction, calculating as he walked. Gong Zhaoni must be on the 18th floor. The area leading to the elevator is blocked by rubble, so he couldn't use the elevator, so he'd use the stairs. Suddenly he smelled a strange odor and immediately changed his mind. No, there's also the smell of superhuman genes over there. After walking a bit further, Xing Kun paused in front of a pit, sighing, there are traces of a battle, a familiar smell. Following the smell further, he became increasingly confused, secretly wondering, why is there no danger? What trick is the future fan family playing? After walking a bit more, he unexpectedly saw dense tree roots blocking the way. Xing Kun frowned, pushed aside the roots and squeezed through, muttering, the flame demon god is also involved. No way it actually cooperated with humans. What troublesome butterfly effect did my previous actions trigger? Watching the continuously growing tree roots blocking the path, Xing Kun stroked his chin, muttering, what kind of butterfly effect is this? Xing Kun muttered, his tone full of disbelief. The dignified flame demon god actually cooperated with food, actively seeking out food to cooperate with. No one would believe it if word got out. It's like a big eater discussing with the shrimp on his plate at night, we're going to eat crabs too. Isn't that ridiculous? This crab was too hard for me to catch. As he muttered, a tree root suddenly reached out. Xing Kun abruptly bounced away, cursing, damn it sensed me. He curled his lips, his eyes glinting. Good news, I don't have to waste time looking for the flame demon god in the fan family lab anymore. It's right here underground. The flame demon god personally appeared. Bad news. I can't beat it, absolutely can't beat it. If its strength hasn't reached level 5, it's impossible to defeat it. Even if I reached level 6 in my previous life, it would be difficult to take down this monster. The more Xing Kun thought about it, the more he sweated. He mumbled blankly, sigh, I originally thought it was half dead, resting in the fan family lab. I could only go see it after I evolved. And after GU reached 5-star superhuman, and Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao became stronger. But the flame demon god is unbeatable now. It actually didn't give us time to grow and even teamed up with the fan family to do so many things outside. He frowned and analyzed. The flame demon god cooperating with food is already very strange. The speed of its tail is indeed fast, but compared to its terrifying body it's too weak. I'm afraid it hasn't fully recovered and doesn't dare to go all out. It also fears its illness being discovered by the world. Suddenly Xing Kun's eyes flashed with light, and he shouted, now you monsters don't have enough power to fight the whole world. If you did, you wouldn't have waited a year to destroy the world. You're here, yet you show no power, even ignoring the superhuman power of the delicious security guards. You must want something special. Gong Zhaoni, a person with powerful monster genes. He curled his lips and laughed. He, I am indeed a handsome, tough and intelligent opponent, right? Superhuman powers can't truly harm you. Then try the king's power in a level 4 monster form. Xing Kun roared, activating his black armor. His body began to mutate. Blue flames ignited in his hair and his arms transformed into a level 4 monster form. He pulled down his coat, hiding his entire body in the new form. He swung out a sharp claw, striking back at the giant teeth of the tree roots. His left eye turned blood red. Blue flames erupted, piercing through those annoying tree roots. Watching the effect of the blue flames, Xing Kun muttered in surprise, oh, your current state doesn't seem very good. It seems you can't stop me. Before he finished speaking, a huge pile of mutated giant tree roots surged over. Xing Kun was startled and blurted out, holy shit, so many, what's going on? He quickly reached out to block, cursing in pain. Endless, the dignified flame demon god is actually playing for time. After fighting for a while, Xing Kun broke through the wall and ran out roaring, I'm not playing with you anymore, I can't get entangled with it. I have to find a way to avoid these tails and go straight to the 18th floor. He frantically broke through walls like a drill, from one room to another. After a while, Xing Kun sighed in frustration. I've broken through too many walls, I'm getting lost. Not far away, Tutu was blocked by 2 superhumans, constantly cursing heaven. If there's no road you won't take, but you insist on going through the gates of hell. Why are you doing this? To the 18th floor for your brother or something? You don't necessarily have to be close, you're really good at pretending. After fighting for a while, Tutu collapsed, exhausted. The female superhuman curled her lips and mocked, what, our beautiful legs are kneeling on the ground. She grabbed Tutu's hair, lifted her head and taunted, confess properly before you die. You should be glad you're a superhuman. Just abandon those monster relatives. That he's implicated you. Are you regretting it before you die? The psychic superhuman behind urged anxiously, kill her quickly, there seems to be strange movement here. but Tutu stubbornly raised her head and spat, hitting the female superhuman's angry face. She repeatedly slammed Tutu's head against the stone, roaring, "Filthy relatives, I completely abandoned them long ago. That's the difference between you and me. That's why you have to die by my hand." As she spoke, she prepared to deliver the killing blow, but suddenly felt uneasy. In an instant, the wall behind Tutu shattered. Shin Kun rushed through like a whirlwind, shouting, "Ah, this smell is so familiar." Finding Tutu, he immediately turned around, smacked away the female superhuman's hand and roared, "Oh, found a tool, can quickly take me upstairs." The female superhuman still couldn't believe what had just happened, screaming, "Holy shit, who are you?" Shin Kun glanced at her and said coldly, "Are you responsible for the damage on my transportation?" Threatened the water element. Female superhuman erupted in fury, unleashing her skill and roared, "Damn it." Another superhuman appeared out of nowhere, daring to intrude into this place where he shouldn't be. "You and she will die together." Heavenly Sword Star Map, Crystal Blast. Facing her skill, Shin Kun just roared once, his aura erupting. Shin Kun raised his left hand, easily blocking the attack, a cold smirk on his lips. "It seems my display of domain in front of you last time helped you somewhat, didn't it? Unfortunately, you're not using it correctly." As soon as his words fell, he swung his left arm violently, directly striking the water element female superhuman's head. She panicked, screaming in horror, "How is this possible? My crystal blast was broken by his strange left hand." And he said the last domain was. Before she could finish, Shin Kun unleashed blue flames, burning fiercely, incinerating everything. He didn't care, coldly turning to the psychic superhuman and sternly said, "Where can I go? I'm your dad. I can go wherever I want. It's you who chose a path of no return. Go get reincarnated," he secretly added, "and replenish my strength, pretending to burn but actually draining you." Seeing this, the psychic superhuman stammered in horror. "You are Blue Flame." Shin Kun glanced at him, his eyes sharp, threatening. "The Fan family colluded with monsters, betraying humanity. I advise you to turn back from evil. Tell me their conspiracy and I can guarantee your departure from here." But the superhuman didn't listen at all, immediately unleashing a psychic blast to attack Shin Kun. He didn't even look at the result, turned and ran, roaring, "Are you kidding me? If the Fan family is like this, I'm even more afraid to betray them." As he ran, his intuition told him something was wrong. A huge tree root suddenly emerged from the hole Shin Kun had made, and in the blink of an eye it devoured the superhuman. Shin Kun stood there shouting anxiously, "Cute, you are just food that cooperates with monsters. With such powerful superhuman strength and ultimate temptation, how can you expect monsters not to eat you? Run quickly." With that, he rushed into a hole and ran. As he ran, he pinched Tutu's cheeks in his arms, shouting loudly, "Tutu, wake up, good little bunny, open your eyes quickly." Tutu's face was flushed and she opened her eyes softly, saying, "I'm fine. It's just too embarrassing. Does it mean every time I'm in danger, you'll appear out of nowhere to save me? If it's you, I can open the door for you." Hearing her words, Shin Kun immediately stopped, threw her down and roared, "Damn it, what nonsense are you saying in your dream?" He cursed inwardly, "I'm not your dad, I'm just a drifter." Realizing his reaction was a bit excessive, Shin Kun's voice softened, trembling. By the way, I need a favor from you. Take me to the 18th floor," he almost pleaded. "Tutu, I need you to use your flying ability from last time to take me to the 18th floor." Tutu nodded happily. "No problem, but both my hands are broken, so I can only use my feet to cast the wind technique. I'm not skilled enough with it to carry two people at once, so you'll need to carry me the whole time." Shin Kun squinted, suspiciously asking, "I suspect you have ulterior motives." Just then, a monster suddenly appeared from the void. Tutu quickly jumped onto Shin Kun, shouting, "The monster's here. Carry me quickly." She jumped up, her chest pressed against his back, but Shin Kun felt nothing, only glancing at the strange expression on her face, muttering, "What kind of expression is that? She'll call the police if I touch her slightly." Immediately, Tutu cast Wind Shun and the two flew upwards rapidly. She asked, "Just flying up is enough, right?" Shin Kun nodded and said decisively, "Yes, I'll take care of all obstacles." As soon as they left the ground, the monster rushed over and the ground cracked open. The two continued to break through the ground, rushing straight upstairs, but there another monster was ambushing them. Despite the presence of monsters, Shin Kun and Tutu still rushed straight up. Tutu agilely dodged, cleverly avoiding the monster's attacks. Shin Kun thought to himself, as she broke through the ground, she had already scattered countless tiny wind elements into the upper space, therefore she could find the best path at the fastest speed. Shin Kun and Tutu cooperated flawlessly. With her flexible speed and his explosive power, the monster was quickly incinerated, disintegrating in flames. Shin Kun glanced at her and asked in a low voice, "You're consuming a lot, aren't you?" Tutu replied, panting exhaustedly, "I consumed too much superhuman power earlier to escape those two guys, but it's okay. I won't fall before rescuing my brother." Seeing her tenacious will, Shin Kun curled his lips and suggested, "Let me give you some chicken blood." Tutu was bewildered before she could understand what he meant. Before she could agree, Shin Kun had already grabbed her thigh and squeezed it violently. Tutu was startled, screaming, her face flushed with a hint of shyness. "He squeezed my thigh, pervert." The chicken blood Shin Kun referred to was actually his blood, containing a small amount of monster genes. He injected it into her body, stimulating the monster genes within Tutu. Immediately, she felt her body undergo drastic changes. Tutu's heart pounded, her blood boiled, and her entire body surged with unprecedented power. She secretly thought the redder her face got, the more she realized how much she liked him. Tutu was completely unaware that her body's transformation stemmed from the monster gene Shin Kun had injected. Nevertheless, her power was now fully restored and surging. She unhesitatingly continued to cast Wind Shun, breaking through the ground and flying upward. The 18th floor. Meanwhile, in another corner, Fan Shiki was conversing with the flame demon god. The monster spoke in a low voice. That's right. As you wished, the traitor has entered the trap. Fan Shiki immediately responded, his tone filled with triumph. Thanks to the information provided by Lord Flame Demon God, I was able to pinpoint the target. Who would have thought that Blue Flame isn't a superhuman but a monster? After learning he had stolen the kingship, there was a high probability he would seek out individuals with powerful monster genes. That's how I deduced his true identity. Coupled with other supporting evidence, I decided to set this trap. The flame demon god's hand touched Fan Shiki's head, its voice cold. If you succeed, you must honor your promise. I'll activate what's inside you and the power will be mine. As soon as the demon god's finger made contact, Fan Shiki's body immediately trembled, and a terrifying power erupted within him like flames. In an instant, the demon god's power was completely integrated into his body. The flame demon god curled its lips. Go as you said, be my fishing lure. Deliver a fatal blow to the prey. With that, the demon god vanished into thin air. The flame demon god returned to its base and commanded a nearby monster in a low voice, create some food. Breaking the deadlock is up to you. You are my first subordinate. I hope you can also evolve into the first human under my command, Lord Monster. I truly look forward to the next harvest. The monster nodded, accepted the order, and immediately departed. One of the flame demon god's hands was injured, but its imposing aura remained undiminished. It looked at its other hand and muttered to itself, anyway, I've won this game from the start. On the 18th floor, 3 people were still trapped. Tu Yangyang secretly pushed open the door and peered out. Countless monsters glared with predatory intent outside, scaring him into a scream, and he quickly slammed the door shut. My goodness, now there are not only monsters outside, but also some strange plants. If I'm not mistaken, those plants are moving, as if they're preventing us from leaving. Lin Dao bent down to examine the hole in the ground and quickly called out, Class monitor, come and look, there's something strange in this hole. Hearing this, Gong Zhaoni unhesitatingly swung her fist and slammed it against the nearby wall. Lin Dao stared at her blankly. Gong Zhaoni firmly declared, if we can't leave through the door or the hole, then we'll leave through this wall. With just one punch, she broke through the wall. Tu Yangyang and Lin Dao exclaimed, Class monitor, how can you do such a thing? Gong Zhaoni calmly replied. It's all right, I've been a sage for a long time. But the moment the wall shattered, monsters immediately poured in. Gong Zhaoni quickly retreated, shouting, what is this? Lin Dao, what did you say was in the hole? Lin Dao trembled as he replied, it's those plants. Gong Zhaoni immediately widened her eyes and scolded, you innocent person actually call that a plant? Those are clearly tentacles that will drag you into an eerie hell. Tentacles flooded the room, more and more dense and nightmarish. Tu Yangyang panicked, his voice trembling. Hey, we're surrounded by tentacle monsters. When did this start? We didn't see these things before at all, and the monsters outside were blocking the door. Were they waiting for these tentacles to surround us? Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before the 3 of them. Tu Yangyang blurted out in surprise, who, young Master Fan Shiki? Lin Dao thought he had come to rescue them, and quickly began to thank him. As expected of the heir of a prominent family, you must have come to save us, right? Thank you so much, we've troubled you. Fan Shiki sneered dismissively at his words. Hold on, don't be so quick to thank me. Who did you say I'm saving? Haha, Lin Dao froze. What do you mean by that? You're from the Superhuman Academy and a prospective cleanser. You have a duty to rescue the populace. Fan Shiki pointed at Lin Dao, his voice cold. You're right, I'm a prospective cleanser, but what about you? Do you count as human? You're just abnormalities infiltrating humanity, prospective monsters, capable of eating people at any moment. Who would bother coming here to rescue monsters? Before Lin Dao could retort, Fan Shiki grabbed him by the collar, and with a flick, Lin Dao was flung far away, crashing heavily against the wall. Gong Zhaoni rushed towards him in concern, but was immediately tightly bound by Fan Shiki's tentacles, unable to move. Tu Yangyang was also constricted by tentacles, struggling in vain. Fan Shiki rambled on, his tone filled with mockery. Hold on, none of you will escape because your value has increased. You're not just prospective monsters, but husks and eyes. Just then, Xing Kun and Tutu appeared quietly standing behind him. Seeing Xing Kun, Gong Zhaoni immediately said with delight, You're here? Fan Shiki was startled, spun around abruptly, and fixed his sharp gaze on Xing Kun. He curled his lips and slowly said, I finally understand why I lost to a kid with no background like you. It turns out it's because of you. Xing Kun indifferently thought to himself, as expected. Fan Shiki has seen through my identity. Tutu stood nearby, utterly astonished, stammering. Fan Shiki knows Blue Flame. When did they come into contact? What's going on that even Cleanser Headquarters doesn't know about? Fan Shiki continued, his tone triumphant. Now I've gone dark as well, so this fight will be fair. With that, the power bestowed upon him by the flame demon god erupted. One of his arms mutated, transforming into a grotesque and terrifying monster form. Fan Shiki unhesitatingly extended his monster arm, charging straight toward Xing Kun, attempting to grab him. Tutu cried out in horror. What kind of superhuman ability is that? It's like a monster. While she was still dazed, Xing Kun unhesitatingly threw her towards Gong Zhaoni and the others, shouting loudly, Go figure out a way to save them. Tutu was flung violently, landing beside Tu Yangyang and Gong Zhaoni, muttering, He threw me again, all right? Seeing Tu Yangyang still alive, Tutu breathed a sigh of relief. Yangyang, you're alright, that's great. Lin Dao also immediately shouted, his tone excited. Great, Sister Tutu, save us, you can definitely. Before he could finish, he was startled by the power erupting from Xing Kun and Fan Shiki. Just one collision created an earth-shattering impact, Tutu thought to herself. Is this a battle between superhumans? Just then, the tentacles surged again, fiercely attacking Tu Yangyang and his group. He quickly shouted, Sister, these tentacles aren't normal, Lin Dao cried out in panic. Do these tentacles want to eat us? Gong Zhaoni stood firm, waving her hand to block the tentacles and roared. You want to bite me? I'll crush you. Tutu frowned, secretly thinking, this isn't good. I must stop all these tentacles simultaneously but without harming them. Only by reaching 4-star superhuman level and using life elements can I do that. I've just reached the threshold of 4-star superhuman, so theoretically I shouldn't be able to. But I feel like I can. Blue flame touched my thigh, making my heart race. And the superhuman genes within me felt like they were going wild. This is the power of love, the life's melody of love. My wind elements go wild. Tutu's body immediately became exceptionally agile. She leapt up and unleashed the Wind Dragon star map. The tentacles were immediately swept away without harming Tu Yangyang and his group in the slightest. Gong Zhaoni exclaimed, this move is called Love Dragon Fist. Wow, Gale Force 8 Wind. On the other side, Xing Kun and Fan Shiki's battle continued. Fan Shiki continually roared, no wonder I lost to you before. It was just luck. Fortunately, I obtained monster energy from that monster. Now I have it too. The power that monster bestowed upon me is not on the same level as yours. It's something humanity has never seen, equivalent to invincibility. Not even the Flame Demon God could imagine it. Fan Shiki roared as he condensed the Flame Demon God's power and launched a fierce attack on Xing Kun. Xing Kun was surprised by his opponent's power. The level 4 monster energy skill was beyond his expectation. Catching him off guard, a fierce flame sent Xing Kun flying, making him stumble and fall. Fan Shiki sneered, continuing to mock. Given your background, you can't understand the inside story of the level 5 monster encirclement 20 years ago. That level 5 monster killed 17 4-star superhumans in this world with just one move. This move is merely the first one the Flame Demon God bestowed upon me. And you, what can the energy that monster bestowed upon you do? A body more fragile, weaker and smaller than ordinary monsters, or just a strange skill that changes hair color? Tony's color is utterly weak. Today you've stepped into this trap and there's only death for you. Fan Shiki's monster arm split open, transforming into 2 grotesque tentacles, continuing to attack Xing Kun. He curled his lips, his tone arrogant. I still admire you greatly. I can give you a chance to live. I'll plead with the demon god for you and help you get rid of that minuscule monster energy in your body, so you can become a subordinate of the Flame Demon God instead. If you're worried about past unpleasantness affecting my mood, rest assured, as the heir of the Fan family, I am very magnanimous. As long as you surrender the kingship of the Flame Demon God, everything will be in the past. You should be glad that I possess the cultivation and talent of a leader. After Fan Shiki's incessant chatter, Xing Kun finally spoke, his gaze sharp. I can finally clearly feel the energy in your body. But Fan Shiki, do you know what you're doing? Fan Shiki replied nonchalantly, his tone arrogant. Of course, leading everyone to the pinnacle of life to become true masters. Looking at Xing Kun, who was completely unharmed, Fan Shiki was slightly confused, thinking to himself. He actually withstood the explosive blow without a scratch. Did he use energy of the same level to cancel out the explosion? How could he have that kind of energy? At least it can't be that simple. Is it because the nature of the flames is similar, allowing him to resist? Xing Kun emphatically denied it, speaking word by word. No, you damned fool. You are gradually dragging humanity into hell. With that, he unleashed his black blade, fiercely counterattacking Fan Shiki. Xing Kun's movements were as fast as lightning, surprising Fan Shiki, who secretly wondered what's with his monster arm. How can those black bone spikes so easily cut off my monster arm? Fan Shiki couldn't dodge in time. His monster arm was shattered by Xing Kun's black blade. Even so, it immediately grew back, but Xing Kun didn't stop. As he charged to attack, he angrily roared and explained, hunters cannot cooperate with prey. You're like a monster's slave helping the monsters. Then soon the monsters will devour humanity. Don't tell me you haven't thought about this. Human society will be irrevocably lost because of you. Xing Kun's gaze was sharp, no longer showing mercy to Fan Shiki. He erupted with power, counterattacking like lightning, his tone filled with disdain. What right do you have to lecture me? Of course I know. The moment I was bestowed that monster energy, I knew. At the same time, I understood that I couldn't resist. Humanity is about to perish. The world will be destroyed, but what does it matter if I can trample more people underfoot and become a monster's slave? If monsters want to eat people, then I'll just help it establish a human farm. That way, human society will submit to the monsters, and submit to me to continue to survive. Fan Shiki's face wore a distorted smile as he summoned the blazing hand, his monster energy burning fiercely, flames soaring into the sky, exerting terrifying pressure on Xing Kun. He continued triumphantly, I am saving this world and I thought you would understand my feelings. We could have worked for the monsters together, which is why I offered you the chance to surrender. After all this nonsense, haven't you submitted to the monsters yourself? Xing Kun's gaze was cold and unmoving as he replied, No, I don't like to abase myself from beginning to end. Xing Kun had been secretly observing and evaluating Fan Shiki's power. He thought to himself, using a star map to control monster abilities, such an operation exists. It's a pity his monster energy is too weak. In just an instant, Shin Kun broke through his defense, his sharp blade piercing Fan Shiki's monster hand, approaching his opponent with astonishing speed. He interrupted Fan Shiki, his voice low like a verdict. So I see the monster energy in your body is eroding your superhuman genes. You're dying soon. I can help you remove the monster genes that don't belong in your body as a human. I can give you a chance to return to normalcy. Fan Shiki's eyes flashed with mad stubbornness, and he roared, "Make me fall into ordinariness? I don't need it." Shin Kun reacted quickly. He had already tightly grasped Fan Shiki's monster arm without him realizing. Fan Shiki only then realized the disadvantageous situation and roared, his eyes flashing with anger. "No, you're stealing my monster energy. Damn it, I wanted you to join me to give you a chance to live, but you refused a toast and chose to drink a forfeit. Then you shall die." Just then, from beneath the ground, a series of black tentacles suddenly erupted, heading straight for Shin Kun's back. At the same time, the tentacles wrapped around Fan Shiki's arm also tightened, trapping Shin Kun. He curled his lips, triumphantly saying, "I'm the fishhook. You're the fish. You've certainly taken the bait." An hour ago, in a hidden corner, Fan Shiki stood opposite the flame demon god, tightly holding 4 photos of Gong Xiaoni, 2 Yangyang, Lin Dao and Chen Fei. He coldly burned them to ashes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The main goal of this operation is to obtain the Lord's body. With this objective secured, it was time to proceed with the second goal. He tossed Shin Kun's last photo into the fire, watching it burn to ashes, then continued, his voice filled with calculation. "My people discovered Shin Kun heading to Cleansing City First Hospital, but they died strangely. This proves that Shin Kun is most likely Blue Flame. Sir, you can start fishing now. Please make the hospital collapse." The flame demon god did not reply, only acting silently. A trace of calculation flashed in Fan Shiki's heart, his eyes glinting with a conspiratorial light. "The flame demon god took me underground 100 meters away from the first hospital, precisely to make the entire hospital sink into nothingness. But how could such a massive building collapse in a short time? Her current body is too weak, barely able to withstand the flame demon god's power. So what would she do? Even a small portion of the flame demon god's power exacted a heavy toll on its vessel. One arm disappeared after a mere wave. A tiny black sphere shot out, but at the cost of an entire limb. Fan Shiki secretly thought that the flame demon god must have a trump card and would at least need to sacrifice another arm. In an instant, the black sphere touched the earth above, and it exploded violently, creating a massive crater as if devouring the entire space. Fan Shiki's eyes widened, shocked by the terrifying power. This was a mere fraction of the flame demon god's strength. If its host body were strong enough, could it use this move with impunity? The deep crater from the explosion was so large that the first hospital shook violently, and the earth and stones on the ceiling began to collapse. Fan Shiki panicked, hastily shouting, "Flame demon god, sir!" Suddenly, he realized the flame demon god was in action. The monster gene carriers he had brought with him stood before her as per her request. The flame demon god's cold gaze ignited their power, granting them abnormal evolution. With a low voice, immediately, their bodies underwent terrifying changes. Countless tentacles emerging from their flesh, their heads transforming into coiling masses of tentacles, then their entire bodies gradually melting into bizarre filaments. Fan Shiki was stunned, his heart pounding. She had directly turned them into tentacles, drilling into the earth and rocks to prevent the hospital from collapsing. This horrific sight sent shivers down his spine. Back in the present, a smile curled on Fan Shiki's lips, his eyes gleaming with a mad light. Humanity could never defeat monsters. I must survive in the monster's maw, and at the same time become a master among humans. He roared, his voice filled with arrogance. "Only I can allow more people to live. You go die." Meanwhile, countless tentacles surged from all directions, attacking Shin Kun fiercely like a tide. Shin Kun dodged and fought, his eyes glinting sharply, roaring, "HMPH, ah, what are you thinking, you narcissistic idiot? Facing monsters, you surrendered before even fighting. 80 years ago, you'd be a traitor denounced by everyone." He quickly broke free from the tentacles' control. They still surrounded him from all sides, tightening relentlessly. Fan Shiki remained defiant, shouting, "Talk big only after you've survived the monster's maw." The more they bickered, the more fiercely they plunged into battle. Shin Kun activated his monster domain, transforming into a guardian, and charged straight at Fan Shiki, gripping his head tightly. At the same time, he summoned hellfire, and raging flames erupted, blocking the rampaging tentacles. Shin Kun's eyes were like daggers, and he continued his psychological assault on Fan Shiki. "Your fishhook is of terrible quality. You're fighting desperately for monsters. Are you a pig?" Fan Shiki's face flushed with anger, and he immediately controlled the tentacles to tightly entangle Shin Kun, shouting triumphantly, "You have no idea of the demon god's power. As long as I have value, the demon god will never let me die. You're beyond saving." But as soon as Shin Kun finished speaking, he suddenly noticed an anomaly. The hellfire surrounding him gradually disintegrated, and the monster domain trembled as if being torn apart. From below, a pitch-black sphere suddenly emerged, exuding an aura of destruction. Shin Kun recognized hellfire at a glance, and painful memories from his past life flooded his mind. When monsters attacked Nanyue City, humanity poured all its strength into one final counterattack. But hellfire destroyed everything. It not only destroyed bodies but also shattered human resolve, plunging the world into apocalypse. Now this terrifying power had reappeared. Fan Shiki's eyes gleamed with morbid joy, and he shouted, "This is the power that makes the demon god despair." He tightened the tentacles, trapping Shin Kun. Both you and your companions brought here will be utterly annihilated, completely erased from this world, he laughed maniacally, his voice filled with arrogance. In my past life, Xing Kun, you were eliminated by this hellfire after turning into a monster. No one can stop me from extending humanity's path to survival. Memories of the apocalypse flooded Xing Kun's mind, images of comrades fighting to the death, desperate wails. Hellfire drew closer, its destructive aura overwhelming everything. Xing Kun didn't hesitate, summoning his black blade, his eyes burning with determination. When I absorbed the kingship, my black blade already had the strength of an earth dragon's teeth. Even if Hellfire's speed wasn't fast, even the sharp black blade couldn't completely stop this terrifying power. Seeing Xing Kun's helplessness, Fan Shiki became even more triumphant, a mocking smile on his lips. I once said humans cannot defeat monsters. You foolishly chose a path to death. No, there's no other way now. But Xing Kun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he activated the golden hand, which contained his years of arduous superhuman training. He roared, his voice low and sharp. No, you're wrong. You underestimate humanity too much. You certainly don't know that monsters also fear superhumans. Superhumans make monsters tremble. Monsters are truly terrified of superhumans. Xing Kun's words cut into Fan Shiki's arrogant heart like knives. He flushed with anger, roaring, where the hell do you think you're going? Still spouting nonsense. If you're so capable, come and fight me. He cursed, while controlling the tentacles to tightly entangle Xing Kun, his tone filled with disdain. Monsters fear superhumans. Who are you trying to scare? You absolutely can't escape in this room. The tentacles will completely wrap you up. Xing Kun stood motionless, steady as a rock, his eyes glinting with determination. I need to explain, I'm not bothering to hide, I just want to settle down for a bit. Monster power and superhuman power are theoretically from the same source, but the reason monsters can crush superhumans is because they started thousands, even hundreds of millions of years ago. The image of the previously invisible monster, which experts debated resembled a Triassic dragon, flashed through Xing Kun's mind. Fan Shiki remained steeped in blind obstinacy, roaring, even if humanity possesses extraordinary and limitless potential, it has nothing to do with your one superhuman genes, you human. But just then he suddenly felt an unusually powerful force emanating from Xing Kun's body. Fan Shiki froze, his eyes revealing a panicked expression. Oh, something's wrong with the fire element in Xing Kun's body? The blue flames on Xing Kun's body were distinctly different from a superhuman's fire element, seemingly carrying a vibrant life force. From the very beginning, those flames were filled with bloodlust and ferocity, as if containing an uncontainable primal hunger. That was uncontrolled, raging life element. But now this raging fire element seemed to have been tamed, like a gang of thugs forced into military service by an iron-willed general. The force became orderly and obedient. The metal superhuman element in Xing Kun's body commanded his monster's fire element with blade-like precision. The tentacles under the flame demon god's control began to become chaotic and impatient, as if being urged to accelerate. A thought flashed through Fan Shiki's mind, sending shivers down his spine. Do monsters really fear superhumans? But he immediately dismissed the idea, his eyes glinting with panic and obstinacy. Impossible. If that's true, then what was the point of everything I've done? Meanwhile, in the rescue area, a man was calming the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. One at a time, everyone, no pushing, no worries. Everyone will be safely evacuated from the hospital. A high-ranking official is protecting us. There's no need to fear. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's gaze turned to Shangguan Kui. She was silently observing the evacuating crowd, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone as if scrutinizing the man before her. Seeing Shangguan Kui remain motionless, the man quickly ran over and shouted into her ear, Captain Shangguan, I beg you, say something. Shangguan Kui cleared her throat lightly, her voice low and cold, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. They all look extremely weak and fertile. The man beside her was startled by her words, almost bursting into laughter, but quickly corrected himself. I didn't mean that, I meant, how did they end up here these days? Monsters are about to break through the staircase's barrier and are charging over. Shangguan Kui remained calm, frowning slightly, her voice steady. Aren't the three of them not here? Sweat beaded on the man's forehead and he almost screamed in panic. Are you kidding me? Previously we found these monsters coming from cracks in the sealed areas. Their sheer numbers are unbelievable, and there seem to be several level 2 monsters. They are just students who recently gained superhuman powers. They have never faced monsters before. I know you haven't formed a team in years and now want to retrain your members hoping they grow quickly. But now you're sending them to face powerful monsters. Not even the King of Heaven could do that. Just as the man was still complaining, monsters swarmed in, their numbers like a tide. He panicked, immediately rushing towards the crowd, shouting, Oh no, the monsters are coming, little ones, quickly retreat, damn it, haven't you learned how to face monsters? Quickly retreat to my side. Monsters are far more numerous than us, we are superhumans. We know how to use elements well, and we absolutely cannot clash head-on. A newly awakened superhuman team member, his eyes glinting with determination, spoke up. My superhuman genes are too few, only 39, so I only have one combat style, Iron Mountain Lean with Coiling Dragon, Star Map Blood Coiling Dragon. In just 3 moves he charged into close combat, hard-hitting, instantly knocking down many monsters. The man standing next to him widened his eyes, thinking to himself, what kind of superhuman combat style is this? He just awakened and can fight monsters like this. Suddenly, another group of monsters charged over, their momentum fierce. The man hastily shouted, his voice distorted with panic, Careful, there's a level 2 monster, its strength is great and its speed is even more terrifying. but before he could finish, Ji-Yu had already rushed forward, her eyes sharp. She pointed at the monster and shouted, "Bloodvine, kneel!" Power erupted, and a crimson energy surged out, instantly knocking down the monster horde. Witnessing the fierce battle of these new recruits, the man trembled all over, his mouth wide open, unable to speak. Then he turned to Shangguan Kui, his tone filled with doubt and surprise. "Were they really only superhumans a short while ago? I almost got electrocuted. This isn't just about rapid progress anymore. Could they be the Academy's secret weapon, cultivated for years? Do they drink life essence every day? Even with good physical fitness, they couldn't withstand that, could they?" "Indeed, Captain Shangguan, the new teammates you've chosen are too outstanding." Shangguan Kui, she replied emotionlessly. "They are not my team members. I also have no plans to form other teams. The reason I am here is because their captain convinced the principal to have me protect them." The man's eyes widened upon hearing this, his tone filled with shock. He actually dared to ask you, the strongest person in Huasha, to be a bodyguard who has such big connections. Just as Shangguan Kui and the man were arguing, the three new recruits suddenly swayed and the situation became critical. Shangguan Kui's voice was cold and she frowned slightly. "No, you misunderstood. They've already been repelled." Realizing the situation was dire, the man quickly trotted towards the new recruits, shouting, "Little ones, you're still too inexperienced, be careful." He raised his hand and summoned a triple rock shield, sturdy stone shield standing before him. "Don't worry, I'll block it first so you can rest. I'm not good at fighting monsters, but when it comes to stabilizing the Earth's structure and protecting humanity's foundations, I'm a super expert." The man fully exerted himself to stop the surging monster horde. His gaze swept over the leading monster, secretly analyzing. This monster still retains traces of humanity. Is it an incompletely mutated one? He frowned, noticing it was neither a level 2 nor a level 3 monster. Could this be an evolutionary path outside the energy system? Impossible. Even a level 3 monster would struggle to penetrate his triple rock shield. But this monster actually broke through the defense in the blink of an eye. He was stunned, his mind a mess. What is going on? Is this a special evolutionary type, beyond the 5 major evolutionary systems? Seeing the monster continue to approach, the man gritted his teeth, summoning earth crystals to form a thick defensive layer to block the enemy. But this time his superhuman power had reached its limit, his body trembling, almost unable to bear the pressure. Before he could think further, the new defensive layer was again penetrated by the monster. He panicked, but still observed continuously, muttering, "The earth crystals can't even withstand a single blow. It's like it's evolving before my eyes." Seeing the situation grow more critical, Shangguan Kui finally made her move. She decisively waved her hand, summoning a water snake, and a dragon-like surge of water pulled the panicking man back. He stumbled to his feet, stammering, "Thank you very much." "Oh no, Captain Shangguan, please go save those students. This monster might evolve to level 4. Shangguan Kui's gaze was cold and she responded without a trace of emotion. "My mission is not to protect them." Although pulled back to safety by the water snake, the man fell to the ground due to her indifference. He was stunned by the reply, his voice trembling. "Didn't you just say you came to protect them?" But the more he talked to Shangguan Kui, the more confused he became. "What? Why aren't you fighting the monster? What about Ji-Yu? No way, what about the students?" Just then an emergency caught his attention. He looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? The power's back on. How did it come back so fast? Stop looking, let's go." Despite this, his gaze still hesitantly darted towards the new recruits. Shangguan Kui continued flatly, "Someone has already said there's no need to worry about the safety of their teammates, especially Ji-Yu. Is that the legendary domain? No monster can harm Ji-Yu's life now. Even the invisible monsters have appeared. If any monster threatens Ji-Yu's life, I must stop Ji-Yu's team from running wild and eliminate all life around them. Therefore I am here to protect them." I also want to see what he meant when he said even monsters fear superhumans. The man's mind reeled and he asked dazedly, afraid that the new superhuman would go mad and accidentally kill all life around. "Are you treating her like an atomic bomb? Although her talent is good, she's only a new recruit who recently entered the superhuman realm. Where would she get so much superhuman power?" While he was still chattering, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. He jumped in surprise, crying out in alarm, "Wow, this power is just the aftershock outside her domain." The man was drenched in sweat, desperately bending over and running, shouting, "It's too terrifying. Why do I feel like the hospital has activated self-destruct mode and it's counting down to heal itself?" Shangguan Kui shouted sharply, "Hurry, get everyone out as fast as possible." Just then a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed past Shangguan Kui's front, making her frown slightly, somewhat confused. "It's not just a simple domain, is it? What's with this electrical surge?" Even her teammates were electrocuted and sent flying. She narrowed her eyes to observe the situation. "Let me see what's happening now. Oh, she's not like an atomic bomb. She is an atomic bomb." For the first time, Shangguan Kui's expression showed shock, her voice filled with surprise, preventing Ji-Yu from going mad and accidentally killing all surrounding life. Excellent, there's not an ounce of exaggeration in that statement. Those two people only took one hit, and even though Ji-Yu controlled it, they weren't even injured. She murmured, her brain working furiously. The principal said Xing Kun is Blue Flame. But even Blue Flame, how could he make these two so powerful in such a short time? Their growth rate is even faster than mine was back then. It's completely unscientific. Ji-Yu's simple domain carried a powerful force that repelled all lightning elements, mercilessly attacking any intruder, incredibly domineering. But what caught Shangguan Kui's attention most was that monster. It was still evolving, its power continuously growing. If it reached the level of the invisible monster that appeared last time, could it break through Ji-Yu's simple domain? She thought to herself, her eyes growing more serious. Meanwhile, Ji-Yu's condition grew increasingly unstable. Her domain seemed to be on the verge of collapse, like an atomic bomb about to explode, ready to consume everything around it at any moment. Shangguan Kui quickly walked to Ji-Yu's side, observing the turbulent lightning energy with keen eyes. Repelling all lightning element domain attributes, she thought to herself, deciding to try to neutralize this invading energy with a water element domain. Turning to Ji-Yu, she asked in a low voice, "Are your superhuman genes out of control? Why has it become so turbulent, Ji-Yu?" Ji-Yu looked at Shangguan Kui blankly, but immediately a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. Senior sister Shangguan Kui is indeed as reliable as Xing Kun. With senior sister Shangguan Kui backing me, I can play to my heart's content. Superhuman genes erupt, probably because my emotions are more agitated. Hearing this, Shangguan Kui frowned, feeling used. This Xing Kun, how dare he make me clean up your mess? She muttered to herself, then turned to the roaring monster in front and asked Ji-Yu, "What's going on with this monster? It evolved to tier 4 so quickly."